Chapter 1. In the year 1503 of the Ocean Era, a young man clad in a naval uniform and draped in a naval coat traversed the thoroughfare of Marinvondo. Passers-by on either side greeted him with smiles, and the young man reciprocated their salutes with a cheerful demeanor. He continued until he reached the entrance of a grand house, where he paused momentarily to open the door, sauntering inside. The interior of the dwelling was strikingly unremarkable, characterized by a simplistic and austere decor, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person's home, save for the absence of any lively domestic atmosphere. On the table at the center of the room lay several photographs, one of which depicted a robust man with violet hair. Though merely a photograph, it exuded an aura that was imperceptible to others. Surrounding it were several other pictures, laid face down as if concealing something. The young man slowly lifted one of the photographs, gently dusting it off. Once he completed this act, he reverently arranged the photos back in their place. He gazed at the photograph for an extended period. It was an ordinary family portrait, yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that the young man was absent from it. Nevertheless, his expression suggested a profound connection with the familial image, as if he had seamlessly merged into this snapshot of togetherness. Softly, the young man murmured, "In a few years, you can rest assured, though we have never met, I shall take good care of your adoptive father. I am determined to prevent that tragedy from occurring. He has endured enough suffering and should not bear any more pain. I am prepared to make that individual experience the anguish of this world, starting with extracting some benefits from the insignificant pests that plague it. I have thoroughly investigated the circumstances of your demise. Those parasites and extortionists have no place in this world at that moment." His gaze shifted to another framed picture, within which was the familiar visage of the former Vice Admiral Zephyr. A valiant, resolute, and benevolent figure, he held a steadfast belief in the righteousness of the Navy, safeguarding the peace of the seas during a tumultuous era. Yet life had dealt him a tragic hand. His wife and son had fallen victim to pirates in a few years. Another tragedy loomed on the horizon. Contemplating this, the young man's expression darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. This young man is the protagonist of our tale. Named Grey Heron, he was once a boy rescued by Zephyr during a perilous mission. At that time, our hero had just traversed into the world of pirates, possessing a golden opportunity, yet lacking the skill to wield it effectively. When pirates invaded his village, the situation grew dire, forcing him to confront them with an unrefined application of his newfound abilities, rendering the circumstances exceedingly precarious. It was then that Zephyr happened upon the scene, rescuing our protagonist with ease and taking him under his wing. To others, these pirates might seem fearsome, but who is Zephyr? The black-armed Zephyr in that relentless era. He stood in stark contrast to the great general who had yet to attain the rank of marshal, the formidable Buddha of the warring states. During a mission at sea, Zephyr happened upon a small island, where he discovered signs of pirate activity. He ventured ashore to investigate and stumbled upon a chaotic scene of plunder. In the midst of this turmoil, he noticed a young boy bravely standing his ground against the ferocious pirates, fearlessly shielding an injured elderly woman. This scene momentarily stunned Zephyr, not merely due to its oddity. How could a child pose such a challenge to pirates? But because it evoked memories of his own childhood. Having recently endured the heart-wrenching loss of his family, the sight of this boy felt like a glimmer of hope, prompting him to rescue the child. Upon seeing Zephyr, the boy did not immediately recognize him. Who could have imagined that the melancholic figure before him would one day evolve into the eccentric man with a receding hairline, clad in dark sunglasses, and sporting a cannon strapped to his right arm? After being saved, the boy, utterly exhausted, succumbed to unconsciousness due to his overwhelming fatigue. He awoke the next day around noon, only to be confronted by an insatiable hunger that roused his senses. Upon awakening, River observed the unfamiliar surroundings and the couch upon which he had slept, instantly becoming wary. Perhaps his movements had been too pronounced, for the door burst open, revealing a commanding man with striking purple hair, accompanied by a secretary bearing a tray of food. The man approached River with a smile, saying, "Child, you must be hungry. Here is some food. After you eat, you should rest. We have already had a doctor examine you, and there is nothing seriously amiss. If you wish to go somewhere, we can arrange a boat to take you there. Of course, this world is fraught with danger. You may first come to our base, the safest place on earth." Zephyr's tone was imbued with persuasion. River tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, "Can I accompany you? I have no other place to go. I am but an orphan, surviving on the charity of the villagers. Now that the pirates have ravaged my village, leaving it in ruins, I have nothing left to cling to." With that, the boy's eyes narrowed, and a sudden aura emanated from him. Momentarily catching Zephyr off guard, he chuckled and said, "Very well. I, too, live alone. You may come with me subsequently." The boy declared, "I wish to grow stronger, To protect those I hold dear, I cannot allow tragedies like the one that befell my village to occur again. Upon hearing these words, Zephyr's already gentle gaze softened even further. He smiled at our protagonist and remarked, "The path to strength is exceedingly arduous. Devoid of shortcuts, can you endure it?" The protagonist, who had initially intended to argue, suddenly recalled his youth, realizing that his tone could not be overly mature, as such a demeanor might evoke suspicion in this bizarre world where anything is possible. What seems like an eternity is, in truth, merely the blink of an eye. Swiftly adjusting his demeanor, the protagonist spoke in the voice of a child to the great Admiral Zephyr, declaring, "Do not underestimate me. I am an adult too." At this, Zephyr erupted into hearty laughter, the secretary beside him also wearing an amused expression. Upon exiting the room, Zephyr's smile vanished, and he turned to the secretary, instructing, "Please confirm whether this child has anyone else at home, and conduct a thorough background check on him." The secretary, momentarily taken aback, then asked incredulously, "Admiral, you cannot be considering taking this child in. Given your current circumstances, the warring states admirals are quite uneasy." Reflecting on his unique situation and the concern of his old friends, Zephyr felt a flicker of warmth. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's all right, he is merely a child. If his background is clean, let him accompany me. After all, I live alone now, and I shall soon step down from my position, passing it on to the younger generation." Upon hearing this, the secretary's eyes dimmed momentarily. In this perilous world, encountering such a gentle yet formidable man is exceedingly rare. Most individuals toil for their livelihoods, even fighting for mere survival. This man, who should be basking in happiness, had lost his wife and child during the pinnacle of his career and life. How unfair fate can be to such a person. Of course, he lacked the foresight to predict the trials that awaited Zephyr, for had he known what was to come, his sorrow would have deepened. Observing the secretary's downcast eyes and pained expression, Zephyr smiled gently and patted the secretary's shoulder before turning to sit at his desk, ready to tackle the accumulated paperwork from recent days. After all, he remained an admiral of the Navy and had duties to fulfill. Once the secretary departed, tears welled in Zephyr's eyes as he gazed at the photograph of his family on the desk. Slowly, he turned the picture face down, striving to divert his gaze from the image that brought him heartache. In this moment, all he could rely on to numb his sorrow was his relentless work, hoping that the arrival of Cunning might herald a shift in his fate. At this moment, our protagonist was not idle. What was he engaged in? Though he lay in a state of unconsciousness, it was not a mere fainting spell. Like all transgressors of reality, he was compelled to assimilate fragments of the original owner's memories during his stupor. He became aware that he had been thrust into the era of the Pirate King, a time when the strong towered like mountains and the weak were but blades of grass. Upon being rescued, he gazed upon a man with violet hair, draped in the so-called cloak of marine justice, and felt an uncanny familiarity, though he could not quite place it at that moment. It was only after his unconsciousness, when the memories of two worlds melded together, that he understood this man who had saved him was none other than the current Marine. Admiral Zephyr, our original host, had already passed away before the protagonist's arrival in this world, and coincidentally, just as the original host took his last breath, our protagonist had materialized in this realm. Reflecting on this, our comrade, he felt a flicker of relief and hastily called upon the system's golden finger, certain that he possessed such a boon. Before he lost consciousness, he had felt an immense power coursing through his fists, accompanied by mechanical sounds declaring, "System connection. The life of the individual is in jeopardy. Activating the experience system gift in advance now." Upon regaining consciousness and summoning the interface once more, a luminous screen appeared before his retinas. It bore no extravagant features, simply displaying a singular message. Due to the immense energy expended in traversing worlds, the system has provided a substantial amount of energy, resulting in a catastrophic failure and total destruction of the system henceforth. The only gift available to the host is a singular package. As he beheld a small package materializing in his field of vision, our protagonist felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Others either had none or possessed formidable golden fingers that accompanied their growth, while his boon appeared to be a one-time offer. However, should this golden finger prove inadequate, he would not easily accept it, for his arrival here had been purely coincidental. This misadventure was a lesson learned through naivety. He failed to consider that now he was in a place from which there was no return. Whether he accepted it or not mattered little at this moment. On the other side of the earth, upon a foreboding bridge, an elderly woman wiped the perspiration from her brow with a handkerchief, exclaiming, "Oh dear, that was frightfully close. I finally managed to lead him away. This clever little rascal has nearly exhausted me. I wonder what kind of world he has entered. I hope he can survive there." Indeed, this was an unexpected turn of events. Our protagonist had been peacefully slumbering when abruptly awakened, only to find himself lying on a bridge, not just any bridge, but one where a throng of dazed individuals shuffled past. This surreal sight startled him greatly. Previously, the elderly woman had worn an enigmatic expression as she offered him a bowl of soup, an act that even a fool would recognize as alarming. How could our protagonist so easily acquiesce? He immediately began to wail and throw a fit. Originally, every deity resides in a lofty realm. Yet when we were in a tumultuous state, this elderly lady exhibited a hint of embarrassment. What was the situation? It turned out that our protagonist's essence was remarkably pure, unlike those muddied souls observed on the bridge. Such a soul ought not to have ventured to her domain, yet a mischievous spirit led them here. Where retreat was not an option, it is essential to understand that every realm adheres to its own regulations, and once these rules are breached, significant troubles ensue. In an effort to compensate the protagonist, the elderly lady consented to propose a reasonable condition. The protagonist pondered for a moment, hesitant to request anything excessive, simply desiring a return to their original world. However, the elderly lady, with a bittersweet smile, remarked, "It is too late." Upon hearing this, the protagonist's heart sank, prompting an urgent inquiry. "Wait, what do you mean by too late?" The lady replied, "Time has slipped away, your body has already been cremated, and now there is nothing left." The protagonist was taken aback and immediately burst into tears. Despite the elderly lady's gentle reassurances and efforts to uplift the protagonist's spirits, her words ultimately fell flat. Eventually, she revealed, "I possess an unknown artifact, the nature of which I do not comprehend, yet its energy is undeniably potent. I believe that activating it could shatter the barriers of this realm, assisting you in your departure without hesitation." The protagonist activated the object, and with a swift whoosh, a small fissure appeared in the once dim world, drawing the protagonist away. Observing the protagonist being whisked away, the elderly lady's spirits lifted. Certainly, she was aware that although the item was termed a boundary-breaking talisman, it harbored numerous uncertainties. No one could assure that it would function seamlessly or transport the user to their desired destination. On another note, it served as a means to hastily dispatch the protagonist. Gradually clearing the tumultuous thoughts, the protagonist's mind returned to reality. Gazing at the displayed information, they gently uttered the command to open, resulting in the unsealing of a small package. Within it lay 3 items: a mighty gauntlet, a permanent X5 cultivation card, and finally, a mysterious fruit. Observing this peculiar item, known as the freakish fist, he contemplated the sensation he had experienced during his earlier confrontation with the pirates. It seemed that this system's protective mechanism had allowed the protagonist to sense the power of the freakish fist beforehand. Suddenly compelled to utilize this newfound ability, he found himself momentarily astonished. This sensation reminded him of a character named Tsunade from a certain anime, renowned for her extraordinary strength. This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. His foremost ally, Admiral Zephyr, was famously known for his prowess in hand-to-hand combat, much like the legendary marine hero, Garp, who also gained his reputation through the might of his fists. In this world, there was no need for fear when fists met blades. It was the fist that inflicted the wounds. As long as one possessed the formidable haki, particularly at high level, they could strike whomever they pleased. Furthermore, during this era, Zephyr stood as a remarkable representative of strength, contrasting with the affluent who relied on technology to alter their fates, while the impoverished depended on genetic mutations to seize control of their destinies. To contend with the vicious pirates was not a feat achievable by mere ordinary individuals. Next, he examined the second item, a training time X5 card. Upon careful study, he discovered that this card multiplied training time by 5. This meant that if he dedicated a single day to rigorous training, it would equate to 5 days of practice for others. However, he cautioned against overestimating this advantage, for some individuals remained mere foot soldiers throughout their lives, while unreasonable characters often became formidable within a few short years. There were also those who wielded the powers of devil fruits, wreaking havoc with their abilities, exemplified by the notorious Kazu, who had a contentious relationship with Zephyr. Reflecting on this, he calculated the time remaining until he would face the formidable foes and monsters ahead, and a sense of anxiety began to well up within him, especially when considering the deceased individuals, each one a notorious pirate of great repute, as well as those who escaped from impelled down. None of them were anything but ruthless. If only he had mastered the training techniques and found suitable conditions for cultivation, he would have eagerly commenced his physical training at this very moment. In this world, physical prowess is the foundation of everything, though not absolutely so. Yet, unbeknownst to many, those formidable pirates were all exceptionally strong individuals. Take, For instance, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, although age had begun to take its toll, revealing the hidden injuries that diminished his strength. He still bore the weight of everything during the Marine-Ford War solely with his physical might. Similarly, our Commander Zephyr, in his 70s, battled against the weaknesses of asthma, past injuries, and mental scars, rendering his already frail body even more vulnerable. Nevertheless, even in such a weakened state, he could still exchange blows with Admiral Kizaru, who was at the peak of his power at that time. Lastly, regarding this particular fruit, our protagonist contemplated the patterns of all the devil fruits in the world of One Piece but found none comparable to this one, fearing that consuming it might lead to unforeseen consequences. It is commonly said in the world of One Piece that there are no useless fruits, only useless individuals. Yet, who can guarantee that our protagonist will not be one of those deemed unworthy? Reluctantly, he decided to carefully store this fruit away, refraining from utilizing it under uncertain circumstances. In his mind, the use of any item is permissible only if one possesses sufficient strength. Moreover, at such a sensitive juncture, suddenly acquiring a unique ability would surely raise suspicions. He was aware that wealth should not be flaunted. Thus, our protagonist chose not to dwell on this fruit, even though its potential power rivaled that of any other. Perhaps, in the future, he might acquire a fruit that aligns even more closely with his true self. After sorting through these intricate thoughts, our protagonist began to reflect on his current situation. What era is it now? From the melancholic visage of Zephyr, one could surmise that an unfortunate event had already transpired. Riverwind gazed at his own slender arms and legs, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Even if he wished to thwart the impending calamity, it was already too late. However, the dire event that would ultimately overwhelm Zephyr had yet to occur. So there was no need for haste. With his advantageous circumstances, even if he were to falter against that corpulent adversary later on, he likely would not stray too far from the mark. Should matters escalate, he could simply seize the fruit of their labor and engage in a mutually destructive confrontation. Yet, he quickly cast aside this notion. How could he resort to such a fate? With a second chance at life, one must savor the experience. Thus, for the sake of a splendid future, it would be best to send him to meet his maker. Suddenly, Riverwind pondered whether the naval training program had been established. If it had, with the backing he possessed, he should be able to gain entry. That place was indeed a sanctum of naval prowess, the very cradle of formidable mariners. It is noteworthy that the future leaders of the Navy and the backbone of its strength emerged from this very institution, as the pillars of the Navy were Zephyr's students. This underscores the immense power of this elite naval training program. To evoke envy is the mark of mediocrity. In his previous life, Riverwind had perused numerous analyses regarding Zephyr, some of which he found credible. For instance, certain individuals, who may not have been insiders of the Navy, wished for its strength, a sentiment widely recognized within its ranks. However, one must not dismiss the existence of unsavory secrets. The death of Zephyr's wife undoubtedly stirred the powerful factions within the Navy, as the spouse of an admiral. If she could be slain, what fate awaited one's own family? Thus, unbeknownst to our protagonist, a bloody purge was being orchestrated both internally and externally among the Navy's upper echelons. The adage "ignorance is bliss" would soon be dispelled. The revelations were quite shocking, revealing an alarming number of traitors within their ranks. Externally, those who defied maritime regulations were cast into the depths of the sea prison. Internally, anyone with ties to dubious dealings was systematically eliminated, while those deemed untouchable were meticulously recorded by the powerful, biding their time until the opportune moment to eradicate all threats that could return to haunt them. Everyone is aware of the individual in question who cannot be moved. He reflects on the expedition led by Zephyr, which was fraught with various possible reasons. To suggest that a mere figure like Whitebeard too could effortlessly sever Zephyr's arm and annihilate an entire crew of elite sailors is no trivial matter. It undoubtedly stems from some undisclosed events. It is essential to recall that during the battle atop Marineford, Carp managed to strike the Phoenix Marco from the sky to the ground with a single punch, rendering him incapable of utilizing his devil fruit abilities, all without employing haki. This illustrates that while age may diminish one's prowess, such decline has its limits. Contemplating this, Hiwen's spirits lifted, and he silently resolved to protect this venerable elder. Those well-versed in this historical episode understand that, while this incident did not compel Zephyr to abandon the Navy, it did lead to his psychological unraveling. It is not too late. Subsequently, there were audacious maneuvers, culminating in the astonishing decision of the world government to recruit the formidable Whitebeard II, Weeble, who had severed the arm of punishment, into the Navy. This action decisively severed Zephyr's ties with the naval forces. Cunning found it hard to believe that no one within the Navy opposed such a development, yet even the Fleet Admiral Sengoku was powerless to intervene, revealing the extent of the trepidation surrounding Zephyr. Contemplating this as he gazed out at the azure sky, the protagonist quietly mused that the most effective way to address a problem is to crush it at its inception. Whitebeard 2, Weeble, do you not consider yourself formidable? Then let us engage in a true clash and ascertain who possesses greater strength, yourself or my external advantages, thus eliminating any notion of a second generation of the warlords of the sea. Likewise, I yearn to unveil the so-called phantoms that have instigated this calamity. Be prepared to confront your mortality, Cunning thought. As events unfolded and settled into a semblance of normalcy, after navigating numerous challenges, he ultimately arrived at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. This naval stronghold boasts 16 vice admirals and is strategically located at the heart of the Grand Line, adjacent to the Sabaody Archipelago, Red Line. In the holy land of Mariehua, between Justice Island's Eni's Lobby and Impel Down, a whirlpool current designated for governmental use is formed by 3 gates of justice. From above, the island resembles a crescent moon, housing not only military facilities but also residential quarters for the families of the naval personnel. The headquarters edifice is constructed upon the formidable terrain of the mountains. Undoubtedly, from an external perspective, Marineford appears immensely grand. However, upon entering, one discovers an even vaster world within. After traversing the military facility area, one arrives at the naval headquarters quaint township, where the streets resonate with the lively chatter of its residents, primarily comprised of naval personnel's families. To cater to the needs of both the inhabitants and the leisure-seeking Navy, essential amenities abound. Within this township, the tavern stands as the most bustling establishment. In Marineford, following the completion of their missions, naval officers seek refuge in these taverns to alleviate the burdens of their inner turmoil. Those who embark on perilous tasks live with the ever-present uncertainty of witnessing the dawn of another day. Thus, to unwind, the tavern serves as the ideal sanctuary for imbibing spirits and engaging in camaraderie, where each individual boasts of their valiant exploits, recounting encounters with notorious pirates and their triumphant victories. However, excessive libations often lead to unruly behavior, prompting the necessity of a vital contingent, the naval gendarmerie. This fascinating profession is tasked with overseeing errant personnel, and regardless of rank, from admirals to soldiers, encounters with them instill a sense of trepidation, as none wish to be confined to the notorious Black Room, an experience far from delightful. As Admiral Zephyr's vessel approached Marineford, arrangements had already been made for him to utilize a designated passage, circumventing the common ships. Upon crossing through the grand gates of Marineford and entering the naval premises, Zephyr had matters to discuss with the naval chief, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, regarding the recent mission. Simultaneously, Zephyr wished to convey his desire to resign from his esteemed position as admiral, yearning to pursue endeavors that truly resonate with his aspirations. He instructed his secretary to escort our protagonist to a place of rest while also guiding him to the marketplace to procure essential supplies and garments in preparation for future endeavors. At that moment, a considerable assembly had gathered within the admiral's office. As Zephyr entered, he was greeted by the unmistakable sound of crunching senbei, indicative of the inimitable Vice Admiral Garp. Given Garp's unparalleled strength and renown as a hero, his eccentricities are often tolerated by those around him. At this moment, Garp is not yet the elderly figure with a head of white hair that he will later become. He is still a striking middle-aged man. However, one can discern from his current demeanor that his future unorthodox style of conduct is not solely attributable to age, for he is inherently a jester. Beside Rear Admiral Garp sits a robust man sporting frog-like glasses, an explosive hairstyle, and a small braid in his chin beard, with a seagull perched atop his head. It goes without saying that this is none other than the future renowned Fleet Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. Nevertheless, he currently holds the rank of Admiral. The office of the Fleet Admiral is rather modest, accommodating only these 2 individuals. A group of generals, draped in the Navy's justice cloaks, stands before the table, while an elderly man occupies a seat behind it. Yet, this elder defies the typical attributes of age, with an M-shaped mustache and a muscular physique. He exudes an imposing presence, adorned by a large plaque of justice hanging behind his head. This man is none other than the current Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Akaino. The assembly is engaged in a discussion of paramount importance when Zephyr enters the room. Apart from a few, the others promptly greet him. As the Navy upholds a strict hierarchy, Zephyr nods with a smile and glances at Fleet Admiral Akaino seated at the head of the table. Before Zephyr can utter a word, A bag of senbei appears before him, an action undoubtedly orchestrated by Rear Admiral Karp. Karp exclaims, "Hey, Zephyr, this is the latest flavor. Come and try it." Were it anyone else, Zephyr would have landed a solid punch to emphasize the power of Black Bull Zephyr. Yet, given that this is an old friend, such severity is unwarranted. Thus, Zephyr shakes his head in resignation, accepts the bag of senbei, and expresses his gratitude to Karp. Ignoring the furious glares from Fleet Admiral Akainu and Sengoku, Karp cheerfully waves his hand and says, "No worries. I'll leave those disobedient brats under your care from now on." Clearly, he has received some inside information. Zephyr smiles and addresses Fleet Admiral Akainu, "Admiral, you are aware of my current state of mind. I am unable to continue fulfilling the role of Admiral. Since Karp is here and has more than earned his promotion, why not elevate him to Admiral while I step down from this position to rest and pursue some of my own interests?" Observing Zepha's despondent demeanor, Admiral Kong couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. As his most capable subordinate, Zephyr had faced such unfortunate circumstances. This was not merely a stinging slap in the face of the Navy, but also a blow to Kong himself, the Admiral. This incident served as a clarion call for the Navy, compelling them to allocate a portion of their strength to safeguard their own families. Many naval families had been relocated to Marineford, thus creating a bustling scene in the once quiet town. Admiral Kong's eyes brightened. This notion had long been in his mind, merely awaiting the nod from Garp. Once Garp consented, dealing with the 5 elders of the world government would be a mere formality. With this thought, Kong turned to Garp, who was taken aback. Suddenly, the rice crackers in his hand lost their appeal. Garp rolled his eyes, glanced at the others, and promptly exclaimed, "Oh dear, my stomach aches. I can't bear it any longer." In a flash, he dashed out of the Admiral's office, utilizing his excuse to relieve himself. Garp swiftly escaped the confines of the Admiral's office. The onlookers, familiar with this scenario, couldn't help but chuckle. This was not the first time Garp had declined the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Admiral, while Admiral Kong could only shake his head in frustration, muttering about the old trickster. It was evident that Garp, a formidable man who could contend with the notorious Pirate Rocks, was not one to be easily persuaded. Moreover, his refusal to take up the Admiral's mantle stemmed from a desire for freedom, so he deftly used a bathroom excuse to evade responsibility. At this moment, Admiral Kong, with a helpless expression, turned to Zephyr and said, "Zephyr, as my subordinate, I fully empathize with your sentiments. However, at this juncture, there is no one who can take your place. You must continue to bear the weight of the Admiral's duties for now. Rest assured, we shall wholeheartedly support your endeavors. Pursue your ambitions without hesitation." Moved by Kong's words, Zephyr felt a swell of gratitude. Observing the Admiral's troubled expression, he replied, "Very well, I understand. Please do encourage Garp further. He cannot continue to be so willful. He is also a part of the Navy and should step up. For now, we must proceed as we are." Though the naval forces are undeniably formidable at this juncture, it is important to note that while high-level capabilities abound, the mid-tier and lower-tier strengths are not particularly robust. The overwhelming power at the upper echelons compensates for the deficiencies found in the intermediate and foundational levels. Furthermore, the actions undertaken by Zephyr are thoroughly justifiable and represent a significant contribution to the future development of the Navy, earning him widespread admiration. With a consensus reached among the upper echelons of the Navy, Zephyr naturally ascended to the role of head of the elite training program, dedicated to nurturing talent within the Navy. High-level combat prowess requires gradual accumulation, yet there is confidence that, under the meticulous guidance of Admiral Zephyr, the mid-tier and lower-tier strengths will swiftly be bolstered within the naval ranks. Simultaneously, the Navy has embarked on a recruitment era, aspiring to attract a multitude of capable individuals, those who possess benevolence, a broader vision, and a willingness to contribute, all for the purpose of maintaining maritime order. Moreover, Admiral Zephyr himself is a highly esteemed figure during this period, as society tends to idolize strength. His reputation as a universally acknowledged powerhouse inspires many to seek his mentorship, ensuring that their future achievements will be significant. Consequently, the enthusiasm for enrollment in the elite training program is palpable. Entry into this inaugural class is not merely a matter of desire. It necessitates rigorous evaluation, reflecting the Navy's commitment to its own standards. Indeed, the elite training program has successfully cultivated a substantial pool of talent for the Navy, with many of its future elite personnel being Zephyr's protégés, including the less favored smoker, the White Hunter. It is astonishing that figures like Borsellino and Sakazuki emerged from this first cohort. However, as time progressed, a variety of eclectic individuals infiltrated the upper echelons of the Navy, presenting considerable challenges to Admiral Zephyr's educational endeavors. During subsequent meetings, the Navy resembled a syndicate, populated by a diverse array of characters. Yet, these developments belong to a later narrative. At this moment, our protagonist, Cunning, remains somewhat bewildered while trying on new attire. Although young, Cunning has undergone some foundational physical transformations, rendering him less gaunt than before. As he dons his new garments and gazes into the mirror, he is pleasantly surprised to discover that he is quite handsome. With a sense of vanity, Cunning muses about the importance of securing the favor of his patron, Admiral Zephyr, and contemplates how best to achieve this. With little to offer apart from culinary skills, one might as well prepare a delightful meal to broaden horizons. After Zephyr completed his tasks, he returned home, initially intending to invite Cunning to the naval mess for dinner. However, upon discovering Cunning industriously engaged in the kitchen, with a table already adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, an inexplicable haze enveloped Zephyr's heart, rekindling the warmth of a familial ambience within this wounded man. Upon noticing Zephyr's return, Cunning beckoned him, urging him to sample his culinary creations. Living alone necessitates the acquisition of certain skills. If you have no objections, allow me to cook for you, he suggested. Awakened from his reverie, Zephyr smiled softly, his gaze toward Cunning growing gentler. As they dined, Zephyr unexpectedly broached the subject of a training program. I have a training course here. Would you consider being an audit student? I will be rather occupied in the near future and unable to attend to your needs. Only with you by my side can I feel at ease. Cunning pondered this proposal and found it quite agreeable. After all, being alone anywhere was the same, and by serving this ally well, he could potentially align himself with future naval elite. Unbeknownst to him, a joyful expression dawned on Cunning's face. Observing this delight, Zephyr recognized his acquiescence and chuckled. You are still young. Let us do this. Tomorrow, I shall assess your abilities. I noticed your strength when you faced the pirates. Is your power innate or derived from a devil fruit? I've been meaning to ask you, have you ever consumed a devil fruit? Without delving into the subject of devil fruits, our protagonist Cunning had yet to realize that he possessed one himself. Although he had never encountered it, he felt assured it was a worthwhile product of the system. Therefore, he replied, No, I have not consumed a devil fruit. My abilities feel inherent, however, as you know. I have always struggled with hunger, so I hesitated to exert myself for fear of exhausting my stamina. In earnest, he reflected that his unusual strength did not deplete his energy, he simply had not utilized it before, concocting an excuse for this newfound ability to avoid arousing suspicion. It is thus evident that Cunning is indeed a shrewd individual, meticulously contemplating solutions to such matters. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marine Ford, on a radiant morning, the elite training class was vocally counting off 1, 2, 3, 448, 49, 50, 51. Upon hearing the final voice, an odd expression washed over the faces of the participants. Yet disciplined adherence compelled them to maintain composure, regardless of the multitude of questions swirling within. The abrupt sound emanated from none other than our protagonist, He-1, a remarkable young lad who, at the tender age of 11, had secured a place in the inaugural class of the Navy's elite training program. But what led to his enrollment in this prestigious cohort? The tale unfolds as Zephyr, a naval admiral and the overseer of the elite training program, once posed a question to He-1, inquiring whether he wished to partake in preliminary training at the Naval Academy, primarily aiming to establish a solid foundation for him. He-1, curious, asked Zephyr, which cohort is this? This query left Zephyr momentarily perplexed. What did He-1 mean by which cohort? The program had yet to commence. So how could it already be categorized? With a chuckle, Zephyr replied, This is the first cohort. Do you wish to join us? However, given your youth, you would only qualify as an auditor. Do not overthink it. Your tenacity is impressive, and your desire to protect the weak aligns perfectly with our naval principles of justice. This early training will prepare you for the rigorous challenges that lie ahead. The notion of being merely an auditor left He-1 feeling quite disheartened. What did it mean to be an auditor? Did this imply he was unworthy of full enrollment? Observing He-1's crestfallen expression, Zephyr dismissed it as mere childish frustration and reassured him. This inaugural cohort is the most anticipated in the entire Navy, composed of individuals of notable repute, many of whom have made significant names for themselves on the high seas. Their ages are generally more advanced, and since you are still quite young, I cannot impose the same expectations upon you. Thus, your time in the training program will be considerably extended. Ah, I see. The age of He-Wen himself is rather young. Of course, his past life does not count. If we were to include that, he would indeed be considered an old soul. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his body has yet to fully develop. Thus, his physical prowess may not match that of others, who possess inherent advantages. Therefore, Zephyr has decided to allow him to participate as an auditor, learning to train himself. Once he matures a little more, he can formally join the elite naval training program and become a part of that esteemed cohort. This reflects the high hopes Zephyr harbors for He-Wen. With a smile gracing his face, Zephyr observes He-Wen's joyful countenance, which truly resembles that of an 11-year-old child. Throughout their journey, He-Wen has often projected an air of maturity that belies his youth. One might wonder how a child could possess such intricate thoughts. Thus, he addressed He-Wen, "Rest well. Tomorrow morning, I shall conduct a series of basic tests on your physical capabilities. Although you are merely an auditor, I must tailor your training intensity based on your physical condition to enhance your strength and overall fitness. I have witnessed your engagements with pirates. While somewhat inexperienced, your physique seems to harbor unique abilities. I am eager to explore whether we can unlock your potential, enabling you to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. In this world, it is only through one's own strength that one can better protect themselves and those they wish to safeguard." These words stirred memories within He-Wen of those who had cared for him in the village, who had fallen victim to the pirate invasion. If only he could have been stronger sooner, perhaps such tragedies could have been averted. Contemplating the upcoming assessment, He-Wen felt a pang of anxiety. What should he do? Should he reveal some of his hidden strengths to garner more attention from others? Or should he continue to bide his time until he is powerful enough to sweep all before him? Ultimately, He-Wen concluded that since Zephyr was already aware of a portion of his abilities, he might as well display them without reservation. This would allow him to receive the most accurate guidance from Zephyr, the chief instructor. However, he pondered whether revealing all his strengths would be excessive. What if Zephyr could not handle it? Such thoughts were merely the fanciful musings of a child. He was acutely aware of the vast experience Zephyr possessed, having traveled a path laden with more challenges than He-Wen could imagine. Thus, on the following morning, Zephyr promptly roused He-Wen from his slumber. After both had completed their morning routines, they arrived at a small training ground, devoid of any other presence. Certainly, as a vice admiral of the Navy, Zephyr wielded some authority. Observing the empty expanse of the training area, He-Wen gained a deeper understanding of the privileges that came with the rank of admiral. At that moment, Zephyr smiled at him and said, "Come now, let me witness the abilities you demonstrated last time. Based on your capabilities, I will further tailor your training. Such remarkable talent should not be squandered." He-Wen inquired, "Well then, General Zephyr, are you prepared?" The Grand General retorted, as a dignified general, "Must I be instructed by you on how to fight? What should this insolent child call me?" Listening to these words, Zephyr maintained a stoic expression as he addressed He-Wen. Though Zephyr's visage was notably grave, our protagonist He-Wen was filled with delight, exclaiming once more, "Father by oath." Upon hearing this call, a faint smile graced Zephyr's face, his eyes softening as he responded, "Come now, child, let us engage in a serious contest." Before Zephyr could finish his sentence, He-Wen suddenly leaned forward, his foot deftly shifting as he lunged at Zephyr, delivering a punch to his abdomen. However, with a resounding thud, He-Wen found himself sent back to where he had started. A dark mark appeared on Zephyr's midsection, leaving He-Wen utterly astonished, pondering, "Does he really need to utilize hockey even against me?" With a smile, Zephyr replied, "Child, I cannot fathom how many wars I have endured, far surpassing the paths you have traversed. Today, I shall impart to you your first lesson: never underestimate any adversary you face. Otherwise, encountering failure in the most trivial manner could ultimately cost you your life." He-Wen felt disheartened, reflecting, "I am merely an unskilled child of 11, with frail limbs. How could you truly harm me, being a naval admiral? How am I to contend with you?" Observing He-Wen's glum expression, Zephyr unabashedly exclaimed, "Stop dawdling. Come at me, or I shall have no choice but to discipline you severely." Startled by this declaration, He-Wen immediately sprang up, once again charging towards Zephyr. This time, they engaged in a semblance of combat, though it was evident to all that Zephyr was holding back. Otherwise, a mere fingertip could have sent He-Wen flying. After a morning of testing, it was indeed a privilege for He-Wen. Typically, such evaluations would not be conducted by an admiral in person, and the accuracy of assessments could vary. However, Zephyr personally testing He-Wen eliminated these concerns, demonstrating the genuine regard this naval general held for him. Throughout the morning, Zephyr evaluated He-Wen's physical capabilities, speed, and tactical acumen, all while Hewen remained blissfully unaware of the lessons being imparted. Zephyr had already come to understand the situation. Simultaneously, he had a rough idea of the direction that Hewen would take in the future. After concluding their training, the two of them meandered homeward. During their walk, Zephyr evaluated the prowess that Hewen had demonstrated throughout the morning, along with the minor errors that had surfaced, offering numerous insights into combat, which were precisely the invaluable advice that Hewen needed. Gradually, they departed from the training base and arrived at the bustling market. Observing the vibrant surroundings, Zephyr resolved to take Hewen on a leisurely stroll, intending to ascertain what items were missing from their home and to procure them. As previously mentioned, the heavy blows Zephyr had endured forced him to rely on work and alcohol to numb his senses. However, with the unexpected addition of another person in his household, he could no longer indulge in his previous whims. Hewen, without a moment's hesitation, approached the vegetable market and cheerfully inquired of Zephyr, "Father, what would you like to eat? I can prepare anything for you." Hearing such playful banter, Zephyr burst into hearty laughter and replied, "There's no need for trouble. How about we dine at the Navy's mess hall?" Hewen quickly shook his head in response, saying, No, that's just communal cooking. Unless absolutely necessary. We should avoid competing with others for that. Eating that every day would be dreadfully dull. With my culinary skills, let me showcase my talents for you." Zephyr was thoroughly amused by this declaration. It had been quite some time since this naval admiral had laughed so heartily. He said to Hewen, "Go on, child. Gather what you need. I shall wait here for you. I am not particularly knowledgeable about these matters. Once you are finished, we shall return home. And I am eagerly anticipating the grand feast you will prepare." When Hewen emerged from the market, Zephyr's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected this young lad to purchase so many items. Naturally, Zephyr took some of the goods from Hewen, and together they brought their bounty home. Upon returning, Hewen seemed liberated, gazing at the abundance of ingredients without a hint of urgency. He smiled joyfully, reflecting, "The days ahead may be challenging, but for now, we must learn to savor life. And true enjoyment of life begins with indulging in good food and drink." Thus, a sumptuous feast soon materialized under Hewen's skilled hands. Once the meal was prepared, Hewen called Zephyr over, who, upon seeing the spread laid out before him, was utterly astonished. He couldn't help but wonder if this young fellow had once been a chef, given his remarkable culinary prowess. As the final dish was served, the father and son began their meal. In a whirlwind of appetite, the table was soon left spotless, with not a morsel remaining. Both their bellies slightly protruded, and they reclined in a state of complete lethargy, unwilling to move. Observing this scene, Zephyr felt a blush creep onto his face. Although he held the esteemed rank of admiral at the Navy headquarters, his time was predominantly consumed by administrative duties or battling foes on the battlefield. He seldom indulged in the simple pleasures of life, finding relaxation only when he returned home to his wife and child, allowing himself to be a genuine human being. Thus, faced with this sight, Zephyr felt a tinge of embarrassment, offering a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, watching the blissful expression on Hewen's face as he savored his food, Zephyr couldn't help but envision a bright future ahead, assured that with this young lad's care, life would be delightful. As for our protagonist, Hewen, he had thoroughly satisfied his hunger and lay there, reluctant to stir. It is often said that a full stomach invites slumber. And after a morning of inadequate rest followed by rigorous training, he found himself drowsy after a hearty meal. Once he had unwound, he felt the urge to clean up the remnants of their feast. After tidying up, he lay on his bed, reflecting on the events of the morning and summarizing his thoughts. Once he concluded his musings, he closed his eyes and drifted into a midday nap. Awakening from his slumber, he found that dusk had arrived, signaling the time to prepare dinner. One must acknowledge that individuals in this pirate world possess remarkably robust appetites, despite a substantial lunch. They still managed to consume dinner, a marvel indeed. Hewen was a person of remarkable self-discipline. After dinner, he set about drafting a detailed plan for his life in the elite training class. This meticulously organized schedule revealed how Hewen structured his day with great regularity, rising to prepare breakfast, attending his training class, returning for dinner post-training, and engaging in further study before retiring promptly at 9 p.m. He skillfully balanced his training and rest periods, and as he perused the plan, Hewen felt immense satisfaction. Although he possessed an extraordinary ability that allowed him to train for a day equivalent to the training of others for 5, he meticulously calculated that if a person trained for a standard 7 hours a day, then his own 10.5 hours would equate to training others for a week and a half. Contemplating this, Hewan felt it was entirely plausible, and he awaited the next day's training to confirm his hypothesis. With this thought in mind, Hewan tidied up, preparing for his experimental training the following day. Meanwhile, after dinner, Zephyr was diligently reviewing the personnel information for the training class, swiftly verifying the majority of the participants' details. After all, a day had already been wasted. And with less than a month remaining before the Navy elite training class commenced, time was of the essence. In the stillness of the early morning, a formidable figure diligently toiled away in his study, meticulously reviewing his prepared materials. Zephyr felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, perhaps it was merely an illusion, as he sensed a couple of strands of hair gently falling from his head. The following morning, when Kevin prepared breakfast and ventured out for training, Zephyr awoke to find a delightful meal awaiting him. Noticing the note left on the table, he realized that this young lad was truly beginning to apply himself. This was indeed a positive development, allowing him to gradually acclimatize to the rigors of training. Unbeknownst to them, a month had swiftly passed. Throughout this time, our protagonist, Kevin, engaged in extensive experimentation and training, discovering that his prior assertions were entirely feasible, enabling him to achieve his goals ahead of schedule. Remarkably, if the training duration exceeded the prescribed time, subsequent training sessions remained effective. This revelation filled Kevin with immense joy and excitement, for it meant he could significantly bridge the gap between himself and those formidable adversaries he would face in the future. Over the course of a mere 2 years, many individuals would experience a growth rate that far surpassed what others had achieved over decades. Thus, aside from the necessary periods of rest, our protagonist devoted all his time to enhancing his physical prowess. Zephyr keenly observed Kevin's relentless efforts, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. In his eyes, Kevin was a remarkably ambitious and self-disciplined young man who could resist admiring such an exceptional child. Although their training sessions often extended late into the night, Kevin remained diligent, consistently preparing meals and attending to Zephyr, the Admiral of the Navy, with utmost care. It was indeed curious that such a powerful man, despite his busy schedule, returned home promptly each evening to dine with Kevin, sharing intriguing stories and enriching his understanding of the world. Occasionally, Zephyr would inquire about the challenges Kevin faced during his training, providing alternative solutions to those problems, nurturing Kevin's development like a master chef tending to a budding apprentice. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between the two deepened, evolving into a genuine father-son relationship. Their connection was akin to a sturdy chain, binding them together with unyielding strength. During this month, Kevin's training was exceedingly demanding. He seized every opportunity, compressing his rest periods as he gradually adapted to the intensity of his regimen. Through unwavering dedication, what normally would have taken 5 months of training was compressed into a mere month under Kevin's fervent efforts, achieving the equivalent of 7.5 months of progress. This was no small feat. It was akin to the duration of a typical training cycle for an ordinary Navy recruit. During this period of training, our protagonist, Hewan, has attained a level of a naval soldier. He has mastered some simple movements and training techniques, thus gaining a modicum of confidence for the upcoming elite naval class. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware that the individuals in this class are formidable. Consequently, Hewan remains diligent, continuing his daily regimen without slackening his efforts. Previously, during a meal, Zephyr had enlightened him about the fundamentals of the Navy, mentioning certain techniques known as the 6 styles of the Navy. The 6 styles demand exceptionally high standards of personal quality. Through his own understanding, Hewan quickly grasped this principle, estimating that he would need nearly a year of dedicated training to meet even the most basic requirements of the 6 styles. These techniques are of great significance, typically mastered only by naval officers, and are seldom employed by ordinary individuals. Despite the monotony of training, Hewan never allows himself to waver in his commitment. At times, he does feel fatigued from the rigorous regimen. However, with guidance from Zephyr, this esteemed admiral and the foremost educator in the world of pirates, Hewan adeptly adjusts his mindset during practice. He diligently corrects his mistakes and discovers effective modifications to his training methods, enhancing the synergy between different exercises. This not only optimizes his training time but also accelerates his progress, filling Hewan with exhilaration. Each morning, before dawn breaks, one can observe Hewan running alone through the naval town. Upon reaching secluded areas, he engages in physical training. After completing his workout, he returns to the town, where he visits the various food stalls as they begin to open, purchasing provisions to prepare breakfast for Zephyr. Subsequently, He rushes back to his residence to arrange Zephy's meal before embarking on his own planned training. By midday, he returns home early to prepare the necessary ingredients. He recalls having read somewhere that practicing self-control can be effectively trained through cooking. How does one train in this manner? As he perused a book, he recalled a passage that stated, "A master chef, each time he prepares the same dish, achieves a consistent flavor because he meticulously controls the timing, the seasoning, and even the uniformity in the size of every ingredient he slices. Thus, every dish possesses a harmonious taste." He thought this was an excellent method for novices to practice their control. Regardless of its veracity, he decided to give it a try. Each day, as he cooked, he maintained strict oversight over each dish, ensuring that the ingredients were cut to uniform sizes, that seasonings were added at precise moments, and that the heat was meticulously regulated. Gradually, he discovered that while the improvement was not overly significant, it nonetheless enabled him to gain some insight and refinement in his precise control, which greatly excited him. Each day, he approached cooking with even greater diligence. Furthermore, adhering strictly to the procedures and processes not only enhanced the flavor of his meals, but also made them increasingly delectable. This delighted our Navy Admiral Zephyr immensely. Each day, he savored delectable meals while observing his adopted son diligently training, which brought him great satisfaction. However, Zephyr soon pondered the potential consequences. If he indulged daily in Cunning's exquisite cuisine, he might cultivate a refined palate, rendering him unable to endure the simple fare of sea voyages in the future. Faced with this dilemma, Zephyr resolved to keep the protagonist close, ensuring that he would not be away for extended periods. This decision stemmed not solely from Cunning's culinary prowess, but from Zephyr's genuine affection, regarding Cunning as a cherished junior and a beloved family member, making it difficult for him to let go. This was his last remaining kin, should he be released. Any ensuing calamity would lead to profound regret. Naturally, this profound love is something our protagonist, Cunning, is currently unable to comprehend. He remains oblivious to the fact that his future has been meticulously orchestrated by his newly acknowledged adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr. Had he been aware of this earlier, his joy would have been immeasurable. Initially, he had been preoccupied with devising reasons to remain by Zephyr's side, striving to shield him from the impending misfortunes that loomed ahead. In that case, the rationale becomes apparent. However, our protagonist, Cunning, remains oblivious to these matters, each day devising various methods to recreate the diverse culinary traditions of our great Tianqiao. Naturally, while these dishes may differ, alternatives can invariably be found. With ingenuity, one can recreate delicacies reminiscent of those from a previous life. Thanks to our protagonist's efforts, the myriad cuisines of our great Tianqiao have once again begun to shine in this world. During this period, a month passed quietly, heralding the commencement of the elite naval training program. Throughout this month, Zephyr conducted extensive preliminary screenings of the naval personnel who registered. He meticulously analyzed each application, discerning who among them possessed potential worth cultivating, and organized the materials of these promising candidates. This was no simple task, considering the vastness of the Navy. The number of individuals worthy of recommendation was scant, yet the sources of recommendations were numerous, spanning various departments and bases. Nevertheless, as this was the inaugural session, a trial phase, only a limited number of participants would be accepted into the elite naval training program. It was essential that only the Armée of the Navy be included. Following the analysis of the information, Zephyr submitted the personnel data to the highest naval authority, Air Marshal Cunning. Moreover, Zephyr's submission carried a clear intent. He hoped that Air Marshal Cunning would verify whether these individuals were indeed loyal members of the Navy. For if those trained were to turn out as spies, it would amount to crafting garments for another. Air Marshal Cunning understood well that the Navy possessed its own intelligence network. Relying solely on the unreliable CP would leave them devoid of secrets. Though these intelligence agencies may not wield the formidable influence of the CP agents from the world government, they remained formidable in their own right. Through meticulous investigation, these agencies unearthed individuals previously overlooked who exhibited various discrepancies in their accounts. In the past, they had operated beyond scrutiny, but now, some of these hidden corruptions were being unearthed. For such individuals, Air Marshal Cunning would promptly dismiss them. Some, identified as spies, would be assigned to missions with negligible chances of survival or face covert execution. One should not underestimate the Navy. Upon uncovering their affiliations, they would swiftly seek justifications to issue warnings. To ensure the effective recruitment and training of the new recruits, Zephyr submitted a request to Air Marshal Kong for a contingent of seasoned veterans to serve as instructors for the elite naval training program. These veterans, having survived in this chaotic world, undoubtedly possessed exceptional skills. Thus, Zephyr established a cadre of officer instructors to train the new recruits. These individuals, at the very least, held the rank of second lieutenant. In this era, military ranks were not as commonplace as they would become in later times, where generals were as ubiquitous as condiments. During this period, junior officers truly embodied the essence of military leadership. After meticulous preparations, everything was in place, awaiting the commencement of the event. On this day, the sky was clear, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air at the elite training square designated for the military. Zephyr had specifically invited the Grand Marshal Kong and the renowned General of the Warring States to grace the opening ceremony of the Navy's elite training program, effectively providing a platform for this initiative. Of course, one might wonder if someone was notably absent. Indeed, the erratic Vice Admiral Karp was missing. This was due to a previous incident where this naval hero had undermined the Grand Marshal's authority, resulting in Karp now discreetly avoiding any encounter with him, fearing the Marshal might cast a glance in his direction. Consequently, he was not invited to this grand occasion. The format of the speeches delivered by the officials was quite uniform: lengthy, impassioned discourses that left the audience in a state of lethargy, until they were roused at the sound of the Grand Marshal declaring, "I shall speak a few more words." At this juncture, it became evident that he was nearing the conclusion of his address. The officers and soldiers present mustered their attention to catch those final remarks. The Grand Marshal's resonant voice proclaimed, in conclusion, "Your ranks will be elevated. Positions and honors will abound, provided you successfully graduate and earn the recognition of General Zephyr. In that case, you shall become a vital part of the Navy's future." The group of officials and soldiers below were finally swayed, after a prolonged period of calm. The esteemed leader concluded his lengthy discourse and finally delivered some substance, which invigorated the spirits of all present. Observing the atmosphere gradually shift, the Air Marshal felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Subsequently, the great general of the Warring States rallied the attendees with a stirring exhortation. And then Zephyr took to the stage. Glancing at the enthusiastic young men, he could not help but smirk coldly before declaring, "Instructors, please bring forth the materials and distribute them to the troops." At this moment, a group of officials and soldiers in the audience were taken aback as a contingent of seasoned veterans emerged from either side of the training ground. Without uttering a word, they hurled several pieces of training equipment onto the field. A loud crash ensued, and an instant cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Witnessing this scene, the esteemed general from the Warring States period, Commander Kong, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The general remarked, "Isn't the intensity of this training a bit excessive? This is not a matter of General Sengoku being soft-hearted. He understands that great expectations have been placed upon these elites. They must be subjected to rigorous training to evolve into the desired outcomes envisioned by all. Their current state is merely a preliminary warning." General Zephyr smiled, offering no explanation to General Sengoku. He glanced at the individuals below and remarked, "Charming young men, the arduous days have commenced. I hope you find joy in this experience." At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that they might have been deceived. With the commencement of the elite naval training program, the atmosphere of the training ground was invigorated. Initially, it was believed that the first day would merely serve as a preparatory phase, allowing everyone to acclimate and prepare for the impending rigorous training. However, to their astonishment, they were immediately subjected to intense and extensive training. This high-stakes regimen compelled these so-called naval elites to adjust their mindsets, bracing themselves for the arduous days that lay ahead in the elite naval training program. As the days passed, no one truly comprehended the trials these naval elites endured. Through the course of this intense training, in the eyes of Admiral Zephyr, these so-called elites began to exhibit faint signs of burgeoning strength. Nevertheless, these initial achievements did not suffice to satisfy Zephyr, for these individuals were the Armée de l'Armée, handpicked from the Navy. Consequently, he resolved to amplify the intensity of their training, which ultimately resulted in heightened physical and mental exhaustion among the elite trainees. Nonetheless, relatively speaking, this period served as an optimal phase for honing both physical endurance and willpower. In this environment, deemed an absolute sanctuary, devoid of genuine threats, it became the quintessential setting to consolidate their acquired skills, thus earning the moniker of true training paradise. Once the participants grasped this principle, they embarked on relentless training sessions. Understanding that such invaluable opportunities were scarce, they were acutely aware that successful training here would pave the way to prestigious positions. And their experiences during this elite naval training would serve as a foundation for future promotions, prompting everyone to seize this opportunity with fervor. Moreover, they understood that the individual overseeing the training was none other than Admiral Zephyr, a man intolerant of any form of deceit. If one were to squander their future through personal negligence, that individual would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Even under the strain of rigorous training, not a single soul voiced their discomfort or fatigue. Upon completion of their physical conditioning, they were thrust into survival skills training without warning. Cast onto a deserted island for a duration of 2 weeks to a month, reminiscent of a wilderness survival scenario. In an era when colossal carnivorous creatures roamed, danger lurked everywhere. Even a small spider could pose a lethal threat. And what was this place? The world of pirates, where the extraordinary was commonplace, as evidenced by the bizarre sea creatures that inhabited the depths of the ocean. In Zephyr's perspective, the training sessions were mere child's play. What truly drove this elite group to the brink of despair was the customary conclusion of each training period, where Zephyr would personally administer a so-called test to each of them, which essentially amounted to delivering a thorough beating. Regardless, this method proved to be remarkably effective. Through dueling with one another, it became evident whether an individual's strength had indeed improved. Given that the opponent was none other than Admiral Zephyr himself, the beatings were not without purpose. Through these confrontations, Zephyr would elucidate the issues that arose, providing explanations and guidance. As it was the inaugural Navy training class, the upper echelons placed immense importance on this batch of recruits. Thus, Zephyr often oversaw the training personally. Those who misbehaved would invariably receive a warm yet firm reprimand from him. Yet, despite this vigilance, there were still those who sought to cut corners. Notably the future infamous Admiral Kizaru. Ironically, while he was indeed slacking off, his strength continued to ascend steadily, much to Zephyr's chagrin. In Zephyr's eyes, had Kizaru committed fully to his training, his prowess would have reached even greater heights. This discrepancy likely sowed the seeds of future discord between the two. Although Zephyr later remarked that Kizaru's martial arts were lacking and overly reliant on his devil fruit powers, this criticism was relative. It did not imply that Kizaru's physical capabilities were subpar. Just recall the events on Sabaody Archipelago, where he effortlessly dispatched supernovas with a mere flick of his foot. This is also a manifestation of one's affection, albeit through somewhat radical means. Among this group of trainees, many possess remarkable potential, adeptly absorbing the teachings imparted by Zephyr. Unbeknownst to them, their capabilities steadily improve. After each training assessment, information is meticulously compiled and presented to Zephyr. Should a trainee fail to meet the requisite standards, Zephyr does not hesitate to impose severe penalties. Despite the fact that these naval personnel are the elite of the military, ultimately, for individuals were dismissed by Zephyr. The higher-ups of the Navy held great expectations for this cohort, and they did not disappoint. During training, Zephyr focused not only on enhancing their physical prowess but also on cultivating their team spirit and combat mentality. While watching the anime One Piece may evoke a sense of fervor, it is not a time for individual heroism. One person may withstand thousands, but such instances are rare. In battles against ordinary navies and pirates, the disparity in combat effectiveness between a disciplined unit and a disordered one is profound, making teamwork exceedingly vital. Throughout this process, Zephyr enlisted seasoned veterans, experienced in troop deployment and strategy, to train these elite class members, thereby imparting a deeper understanding of naval warfare. Simultaneously, he subtly guided the ideological development of these naval elites, instilling a greater loyalty to the Navy and fostering a commitment to its mission. Zephyr could not allow his meticulously nurtured students to become traitors. Ultimately, the adage holds true: a master opens the door, but the journey is up to the individual. The entire Navy is observing this elite training class, placing immense pressure on them. Each member absorbs knowledge like a sponge, striving to swiftly transform this nourishment into their own strength. After a year of rigorous physical training and comprehensive skill development, every participant demonstrated improvement in various aspects. For instance, those with devil fruit abilities expanded their powers significantly, moving beyond mere usage to uncovering myriad applications of their fruits. Moreover, during the training, Zephyr identified shortcomings in the application of their devil fruit abilities and established corresponding requirements. It became essential for these users to engage in counter-training. preparing them for encounters with opponents whose abilities might counteract their own, thus preventing their powers from being neutralized. Simultaneously, they are urged to cultivate a sense of independence from the formidable powers of the devil fruits. For those engaged in physical training, a year of rigorous practice coupled with the establishment of beneficial training habits significantly aids in their subsequent breakthroughs in physical prowess and mastery over their bodies. Among them, some have even awakened hockey, prompting Zephyr to impart the fundamental application of this extraordinary ability to these elite trainees, a truly remarkable accomplishment, considering that the formidable figures of the later stages are often masters of hockey. In summary, this past year has presented an unparalleled opportunity for the naval officers, who have long been stationed on the battlefield, as well as for the newly inducted maritime warriors. The enriching training environment, the guidance of seasoned oceanic experts, and the philosophical education have progressively strengthened their sense of belonging to the Navy. The accomplishments of the training program have not gone unnoticed by the upper echelons of the Navy, who regard Zephyr's training methods as exceptionally proficient. Consequently, the Air Marshal has formally appointed Zephyr as the chief instructor for the Navy's elite training class. However, as the saying goes, one must eventually take a thorough measure of one's capabilities. Thus, the time has come to assess the results. Zephyr arranged for the members of this elite training class to undergo tests on a perilous deserted island. Furthermore, the outcome of this graduation assessment directly correlates with their future rewards. To motivate the trainees for this pivotal evaluation, Zephyr procured a zoan-type devil fruit from the Navy's headquarters storeroom, the impact of which was undeniably profound, invigorating the young recruits significantly. What is the devil fruit? It is one of the most expedient pathways to becoming a formidable force on the high seas. Despite its inherent weakness and aversion to seawater, it remains a coveted prize for many. In auction houses, even the most modestly valued devil fruits fetch prices exceeding 100 million berries, not to mention the zoan type, which is relatively easier to master. Although the upper limits of growth may be constrained, the ability to enhance one's strength is crucial for survival in the treacherous waters. On yet another sun-drenched day, a colossal warship cut through the waves, boldly facing the tumultuous sea as if oblivious to the surging tides surrounding it. Such a grand warship is indeed a rarity in this age, for its owner is no ordinary figure. It is the flagship of Admiral Zephyr. Thus, the materials and design of this vessel must be of the utmost quality, as the pirates requiring the intervention of an admiral are not mere petty troublemakers, but formidable individuals capable of stirring great chaos. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from within the ship, followed by a sharp whoosh, and a man spoke. "Zephyr, rest assured, after your training, I can already sense the strength of these young ones. With both you and me here, why would there be any cause for concern? Have a bit of confidence, brother, nothing will go awry." Once again, the familiar cracking sounds rang out, and Zephyr, observing Carp, felt a twinge of helplessness, thinking to himself that it was precisely this demeanor of Carp's that unsettled him. Beside them, Cunning found it amusing. After a year of growth, Cunning had noticeably gained height. It was evident that at this age, individuals develop rapidly, and in this world, the height of people is quite extraordinary. One could surmise that Cunning's future stature would be impressive. Noticing the laughter, Carp glanced up and asked Cunning, "What are you laughing at, young Cunning? Am I mistaken? Are you perhaps eager to experience my beloved iron fist?" Taken aback, Cunning thought, "What do the matters between the two of you have to do with me? Why am I being dragged into this?" He quickly replied, No, I was merely contemplating what delicious meal to prepare for you tonight." At the mention of food, Carp instantly perked up. This old man seemed to think of nothing but eating. How did these two become acquainted? As fate would have it, one day Carp visited Zephyr just as mealtime approached and stumbled upon Cunning bustling in the kitchen, preparing lunch. Carp was taken aback, wondering when a child had appeared in Zephyr's residence. Initially, he assumed the child was a caretaker hired by Zephyr, but upon reflection, he realized that such a small child could hardly manage such responsibilities. Thus, he inquired with Zephyr about the matter, who revealed that Cunning was his newly adopted son. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Carp was quite surprised. Everyone knew the hardships Zephyr had faced in the past, and recalling those events, he remarked, "This is your adopted child? Why didn't you inform us?" Zephyr explained, "My acquaintance with the boy is still quite brief, yet I feel a remarkable connection with him, so I took him in. I've been quite busy lately, which is why I hadn't mentioned it." As he spoke, Zephyr gazed at Cunning with warmth in his eyes. Carp, observing the exchange, glanced between Zephyr and the industrious Cunning in the kitchen, quickly understood that Zephyr was sincerely committed this time. Curiously, he looked at Cunning. When Cunning finished cooking and emerged to find an unfamiliar man in his home, he felt a sense of surprise, for Zephyr seldom entertained his subordinates in his residence. Then, upon closer inspection, he thought, why does this man seem so familiar? As Carp gazed at Cunning, he was taken aback by the peculiar look in the young man's eyes, which prompted him to chuckle heartily. Upon hearing this laughter, Cunning instantly realized that this was none other than the heroic Carp from the theatrical narrative. His eyes gleamed with recognition. Among the Navy, there were only two renowned for their formidable fists, the infamous black-armed Zephyr and the iron fist Carp. How fortuitous it was that he had someone capable of imparting knowledge before him. However, Carp felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny of the young lad, who seemed to be observing him intently. He couldn't help but address Cunning, saying, "What are you staring at, little one? Never encountered a dashing hero before." At this remark, Cunning involuntarily twitched his lips, as if oblivious to the comment, and inquired, "Foster father, who is this fellow?" With a chuckle, Zephyr replied, "This esteemed individual is none other than the illustrious hero Carp of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Cunning feigned surprise with an exaggerated "oh" and fell silent, leaving Carp feeling rather awkward. He then queried the protagonist, "Do you not recognize who I am? Are you not in awe of my reputation?" Cunning looked at Carp quizzically and responded, "What is there to be astonished about? Are you a general? Do you consume people? Your rank is not superior to that of my foster father, and I am but an ordinary person, not a cannibal." Carp replied, "Well, in terms of fame, is yours greater than that of my foster father's?" After a moment of contemplation, Carp answered, "We served in the military together and are quite good friends. Our reputations are somewhat comparable. After all, your foster father is a general, so his renown likely surpasses mine slightly." Then Cunning inquired, "So, are you my relative?" Upon hearing this, Carp rolled his eyes and retorted, "Don't speak nonsense. I am not related to you. I do not know you, so refrain from making such claims." Following this, Cunning grinned and remarked, "You are neither a man-eater, nor do you hold a rank greater than my foster father. And your fame is not as great either. Besides, you are not my kin, so why should I be astonished?" This greatly vexed Carp, who was immediately inclined to confront Cunning, but was halted by Zephyr, who smiled at him. Zephyr glanced at Carp and inquired, "Has my son said something amiss?" After pondering for a moment, Carp realized that indeed, the boy had not erred in his words. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt a disquiet in his heart. Through this brief exchange, our protagonist Cunning discerned the temperament of the esteemed Vice Admiral Carp and cheerfully remarked, "Since you are a guest in my humble abode, why not sample my culinary skills?" Carp initially intended to decline, but upon inhaling the fragrant aroma of the meal, he found himself unable to resist. With a haughty snort, he declared, "Do not assume that a single meal will suffice to placate me. I am not so easily appeased." Observing Carp's demeanor, Zephyr felt both exasperated and amused, responding, "At your age, must you still quibble with a mere child?" Upon hearing these words, Carp snorted again and took a seat at the table, picking up his chopsticks to sample the dishes. Once the first morsel graced his palate, he could not stop. Sipping on fine wine and relishing the delectable fare, the atmosphere at the table quickly became lively. Before long, an array of dishes had vanished into the bellies of Carp and Zephyr. This time, Carp found himself at a loss for words, and from that moment on, whenever he had the opportunity, he would visit Zephyr's home for a meal. As the saying goes, a man is short of hand when he has eaten from another's plate. After indulging in so many meals, Carp, with his audacious demeanor, felt a tinge of embarrassment and thus proposed to teach Cunning a few techniques. Cunning, grinning broadly, readily accepted, for no one else enjoyed such privileges. Through a year of dedicated study and training, Cunning's strength had grown remarkably, especially under the direct tutelage of Zephyr and Carp. It would indeed be peculiar if his prowess did not flourish. What he lacked was merely experience in combat. Originally, Zephyr had not intended to bring Cunning along, but the child persistently pleaded until he secured Zephyr's consent. Carp had been summoned by Admiral Sengoku to assist with matters at hand. Zephyr had initially planned to enlist the Admiral's help, but with numerous responsibilities weighing on Sengoku, and Zephyr focusing on the training of the Navy's newcomers over the years, he delegated most of the tasks to the Admiral. Ultimately, both Zephyr and Sengoku agreed to bring this idle individual from the Navy headquarters into the fold. Thus, Carp was drawn into the fray. He had hoped to take advantage of Zephyr's trip with the elite training class of the Navy to enjoy a few days of hearty meals at Zephyr's home. However, Upon learning that Hewan would accompany them, Garp promptly lost interest in the idea and hurried to Zephy's ship to lend a hand, though it was likely more about his cravings. As noon approached, Garp glanced at the sun outside and cheerfully asked Hewan, "What do you plan to eat today?" Hewan, smiling, replied, "On such a splendid day, if we catch some fish, I shall prepare a spicy fish head for you." Although Garp had never encountered this dish, the name alone suggested it was a grand creation, instantly elevating his spirits. He quickly exchanged pleasantries with Zephyr and eagerly dashed outside, intent on diving into the sea to catch a few large fish to satisfy his appetite. Seeing Garp's exuberance, both Zephyr and Hewan exchanged knowing glances, filled with a sense of resignation. The key was that this formidable man was beyond their capabilities to restrain. He was a force of nature, and the only one who could manage him would be the future Granny Crane, now known as Aunt Crane. This individual has been diligently occupied in the Navy, serving as the aide to Admiral Sengoku, attending to various pertinent matters. Over the years, the esteemed Admiral Kong has grown older, beginning to delegate certain responsibilities to Sengoku, entrusting him with these affairs. Shortly thereafter, Garp, brimming with enthusiasm, arrived at Zephyr's office, carrying 2 sizable fish. While the ever-exasperated Hewan could only shake his head at the daunting task ahead. With no recourse, being the least senior, he resigned himself to fate. Upon lifting his gaze, Hewan met Zephyr's equally hopeful eyes and realized, once again, that he was destined for a laborious afternoon. Ultimately, Hewan prepared a sumptuous lunch for them, and after they had dined to their satisfaction, they went about their business, leaving Hewan alone to survey the chaotic aftermath, a resigned smile gracing his lips. After a couple of days, the Navy's grand vessel finally reached the designated isolated island. Observing the eager expressions of the naval elites aboard, Garp and Zephyr exchanged knowing glances and chuckled coldly, remarking that while they may revel in joy now, the time for their tribulations would soon arrive. Upon their arrival, Zephyr instructed that each elite cadet be provided with a signal flare, to be utilized in the event of extraordinary circumstances or if they found themselves unable to manage a situation, thereby allowing them to send a distress signal. Amidst the dense jungle, a small figure suddenly emerged from behind a tree, spitting onto the ground in frustration. "What on earth is this? Why are there so many bizarre species?" he exclaimed. Throughout this journey, Hewan experienced an exceedingly tumultuous path. For instance, he encountered a swarm of fist-sized bees, packs of wolves, and rhinoceroses as massive as elephants. These were merely the commonplace challenges. Had he ventured into the ocean, the enigmatic denizens of the deep would have devoured all who dared to tread there. Hewan proceeded with utmost caution, skillfully maneuvering through the myriad crevices along the way. However, his current abilities did not suffice for a thorough exploration of the island. He could only traverse its periphery. During this endeavor, he engaged in fierce battles with various medium-sized wild beasts, honing his combat experience. Furthermore, our protagonist, Hewan, was no fool oblivious to the circumstances. He refrained from confronting beasts stronger than himself or those that appeared ordinary yet possessed formidable strength. Through these encounters, he applied the teachings imparted by Zephyr and Garp, as well as the survival skills shared by seasoned naval veterans. Indeed, practical experience unveiled truths. Matters were far more intricate than he had presumed. Of course, he recognized that his current rank was insufficient. Had he attained a level akin to that of his adoptive father, Zephyr, he would have entrusted such affairs to his subordinates, sparing himself from unnecessary worries. The presence of several competent individuals within his team would have been even more advantageous. Unbeknownst to him, nearly half a month had elapsed. During this graduation training, a month had been allocated, and throughout this duration, everyone experienced rapid growth. The island above has already been surveyed by the Navy, which has successfully eradicated the particularly formidable beast present. What remains are creatures whose strength slightly surpasses that of the Navy itself. Hence, as long as 2 individuals collaborate effectively, they should not encounter significant challenges. After all, these are the elite of the Navy, with the exception of Cunning, a former reclusive individual who finds himself engaged in genuine combat for the second time in this world. However, one cannot truly label it as combat. It is merely an opportunity to hone his survival skills. Suddenly, a colossal spider emerged. This arachnid was immense, its size comparable to that of a cow. Strangely, this behemoth quietly ascended the tree, making not a sound. It must be noted that, regardless of the world, spiders are exceptional predators. Moreover, one must commend the giant trees of the One Piece universe. Such magnificent specimens stand tall and unwavering. The spider leaped down from the tree, launching an attack towards Hewan. Prior to this, Hewen seemed to sense its approach and instinctively leaned forward. He narrowly avoided the spider's initial lunge, however. The creature's assault did not relent. Its two forelimbs, akin to broad blades, slashed horizontally towards Hewen's waist. Unfazed, Hewen gracefully leaped to the right side of the spider, seizing the moment when the massive arachnid's attack had momentarily exhausted itself. With formidable strength, he delivered a powerful punch that shattered one of the spider's legs. The creature, shrieking in pain, swung its blade-like appendages downward once more. Observing the descending strike, Hewen swiftly executed a roll, evading the blow, and then turned to strike at the remaining legs in rapid succession. After a flurry of blows, the colossal spider could no longer maintain its footing and collapsed with a resounding crash. Seeing this, Hewen smiled, approaching to deliver the final blow to the defeated beast. One glance at Hewen's nonchalant demeanor revealed that this was not his first encounter with such peril. Through experience, he had matured considerably. However, this time, Hewen had sneaked out on his own. Zephyr had intended for the protagonist to accompany him for training, but unexpectedly, as soon as the ship docked, Hewen discreetly disembarked. Yet, being a savvy young man of the new century, he had cleverly pilfered provisions from the naval kitchen in advance for this excursion. What could enhance his journey? After much contemplation, Hewen finally settled on an item well known throughout our great nation: fried noodles. Indeed, you heard correctly. Hewen shamelessly appropriated this culinary treasure of our homeland. Nevertheless, Hewen was far more affluent than in times past, although he only carried some jerky with him. It was not for lack of desire to bring more. Rather, on this island, animals were plentiful, and Hewen was determined to savor something fresh. That night, while everyone else rested, Hewen stealthily leapt from the ship. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, two figures emerged from the spot he had vacated, none other than Zephyr and Carp. Observing Hewen's furtive actions, Zephyr felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation, only to be interrupted by a burst of laughter. The unmistakable voice belonged to none other than our Vice Admiral Carp. Zephyr was taken aback, realizing the audacity of his adopted son, who dared to venture beyond the safety of the naval vessel. Did he not comprehend the dangers that lay beyond? Upon finishing his words, Zephyr's eyes were tinged with a hint of concern. Carp, discerning Zephyr's unspoken thoughts at a glance, chuckled and reassured him, "Do not worry, my old friend. Your boy is far from an easy target. He is the one who stirs up trouble for others, not the other way around. Mark my words. This time he will certainly create a stir. However, you need not fret, for with the two of us together, what on this island could possibly challenge our combined strength?" Although a flicker of worry still lingered in Zephyr's gaze, he chose to remain silent and followed Carp back aboard the ship. In truth, Carp, this old rascal, was well aware of everything. He had long understood Zephyr's thoughts. Thus, he busied himself with light-hearted banter to distract Zephyr from his worries, keeping his mind from wandering into darker musings. Upon their return to the ship, we shall momentarily refrain from discussing their actions and instead turn our attention to Hewen. This was his inaugural venture into the world, and he found himself utterly captivated by the enchanting forest. Nevertheless, he remained mindful of the knowledge he had acquired, for what may appear to be mere commonplace wisdom often proves invaluable when put into practice. Although he had lived a considerable number of years in his previous life, he had not experienced such a wealth of adventures, and his current form was that of a mere child, perhaps influenced by his present mindset. Hewen felt an overwhelming curiosity towards his surroundings. Of course, curiosity does not come without its costs. Lacking experience, he found himself pursued by various ferocious beasts, and in the course of his flight, he sometimes unwittingly entered the territories of other predators, ultimately becoming the target of a pack of wild animals. However, when Hewen took the time to calm his mind and observe the intricacies of his environment, he derived significant insights. In the days that followed, armed with the lessons learned, he navigated life with remarkable ease. While he enjoyed a carefree existence, the reality remained that he was traversing this unfamiliar terrain alone, which inevitably presented certain challenges. This circumstance deepened Hewen's resolve to cling tightly to Zephyr, his steadfast ally, for it was only through such a bond that he could secure his well-being. Perhaps it was true that those who came before him had sown the seeds of safety, for the efforts of the Navy had diminished the number of fierce beasts in these woods, although many formidable creatures still roamed. As long as Hewen refrained from encroaching upon their domains and sought out beasts of comparable strength for practice, he found this to be an exhilarating experience. What he initially expected to be a mundane existence transformed into a newfound joy, and unbeknownst to him, he began to exhibit signs of maturity. It is likely that Zephyr, his adoptive father with whom he had spent a year, would feel a twinge of surprise at the sight of Yuan's current demeanor. As the conclusion of this training approached, with merely 5 or 6 days remaining, our protagonist, Yuan, suddenly conceived an intriguing notion. Although the island had undergone a thorough cleansing, it was conceivable that within its hidden recesses lay treasures that could prove beneficial to him. This idea may well have been inspired by the many treasure-hunting tales he had encountered in his previous existence. On this secluded deserted island, what could there possibly be? Perhaps only a few dangers, and that would be about it. Thus, our protagonist, Yuan, promptly organized his belongings and set forth, step by step, toward the unexplored territories he had previously scouted, eager to see if any new discoveries awaited him. These places were either rugged mountain paths or the lairs of ferocious beasts. One cannot help but wonder where Yuan found the courage to venture forth. It is likely that his earlier caution had rendered him somewhat bored, igniting that insatiable spirit of adventure within him. Do not inquire about the absence of others. After all, this is an island, and each individual faces their own unique challenges. Furthermore, Yuan intentionally avoided the company of others, for how could one truly relish an adventure amidst a crowd? Naturally, as he traversed this path, he encountered a myriad of peculiar sights, such as fruits he had never seen before, yet based on his judgment, they appeared to be non-toxic. The impulsive individual, in a moment of folly, seized the fruit and tasted it, only to discover its exceedingly sour nature, nearly causing him to lose a tooth. This experience imparted a modicum of wisdom. Despite adhering to the guidance of seasoned veterans and identifying the fruit as non-toxic before sampling, he was unprepared for such a tart surprise. A lesson learned, he resolved to exercise caution in the future, refraining from indiscriminately tasting unfamiliar items, even if he believed he could ascertain their safety. Ultimately, he arrived at his intended treasure-seeking destination, only to be met with disappointment. Nothing was found, time and again yielding empty results. This left him somewhat bewildered. It was said that the protagonists destined for greatness often stumbled upon gold coins along their journeys. Yet, as a traveler himself, he felt he could not tarnish the reputation of his kind. Throughout his quest, he encountered nothing, and on several occasions narrowly escaped peril, leaving him frustrated and without recourse. Initially, he contemplated withdrawing and spending a few more days in leisure, when suddenly, a location flashed in his mind, his last identified treasure site, which he had always since held promise. Estimating that this time he might indeed uncover something, he recalled that traditionally, places believed to harbor treasures were often found beneath steep cliffs or in regions inhabited by fierce beasts, where so-called rare treasures lay hidden. Of course, these were merely the fantasies of a reclusive individual. In this world, true treasures were synonymous with the fabled devil fruits. Upon arriving at the site, he beheld the remains of a figure clad in tattered samurai garb, reverently kneeling on the ground. However, it was evident that this individual had perished here long ago. The skeletal remains were crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Based on his assessment, he surmised that this once-living samurai had succumbed to self-inflicted demise, a conclusion drawn from the posture reminiscent of a warrior he had read about in his studies. Before this skeletal samurai lay a gleaming katana, which filled the protagonist with wonder. After a year with the Navy, he had encountered many remarkable artifacts, including those from his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr, whose collection consisted of items coveted by notorious pirates. In the world of the sea, the spoils of the victors were taken from the vanquished. But the allure of this katana eclipsed those treasures, inciting his curiosity. Thus, we return to our narrative. Previously, we spoke of how he had discovered a samurai's long sword in his final location, a blade that exuded an extraordinary aura. This blade exudes an imposing aura, seemingly capable of instilling confidence in those who behold it. Upon its face are inscribed the characters for guard and defend. Engraved upon the hilt are 9 words: soldiers, approach; battle, all, arrayed, before, the formation. At this moment, our protagonist, Yuan, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he ventured forth with the intent of seeking solace and perhaps uncovering treasures, yet he never anticipated that, despite the quest for riches, the coveted artifact would present itself so effortlessly before him, imparting an overwhelmingly surreal sensation. It occurred to him that he might indeed be regarded as a destined child of another realm, perhaps not less fortunate than the protagonists of other novels. How remarkable it was that he had so easily acquired a magnificent sword. Yuan mused contentedly within himself. Isn't it rather ironic? Just moments ago, he was filled with uncertainty, and now, having obtained this exquisite blade, he found himself lost in contemplation, pondering various thoughts without any clear direction. As he reflected deeply, memories surfaced, reminding him of the origins and significance of these 9 characters. In his past life, their interpretation conveyed the essence of valiant warriors, standing resolutely in formation, unwavering before their adversaries, and courageously advancing towards them. This notion instilled a sense of inspiration and encouragement, which is why he once asserted that this sword bestowed upon him courage and confidence. Indeed, such intangible qualities exist in a profound manner. This sword can be regarded as one imbued with an inspiring essence. Observing this, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he unsheathed it and carefully stored it away. He then gazed upon the remains of the fallen warrior, presumed to have faced insurmountable challenges or perhaps suffered from an incurable ailment. In the end, he chose to isolate himself on this desolate island, quietly concluding his existence in solitude, unwilling to burden his family. He, with a hint of malice, mused on the frailty of the man's spirit, reflecting on his own tribulations and fears, which he believed far surpassed those of this individual. One must learn to let go, he thought, lest the weight of despair becomes unbearable. Despite his wandering thoughts, he remained resolute in his actions, for he held the belief that the deceased deserve utmost respect. Thus, he dug a grave in the earth, gently laying the remains of the man, known as the warrior, to rest. After covering him with soil, he sought a suitably sized stone from the nearby valley. Using the knife he named you.As, he carved a stone tablet and placed it at the head of the grave, inscribing upon it the words "Tomb of the Nameless Warrior." Given the urgency of the moment and the simplicity of his means, this was the best he could offer. After all, having taken something that belonged to the deceased, he felt a responsibility towards the consequences of his actions. With profound respect, he performed 3 deep bows before the warrior's grave, then turned to depart from the site. As he walked away, a wave of melancholy washed over him. After all, if the man had indeed passed, he had died far from home, a fate that could mirror his own in the future. In the best-case scenario, he would have someone to bury him. He shook his head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. After all, he was but 12 years old, supported by a formidable background and a position within the Navy. Fortified by such connections, he held a firm belief that he would not meet a premature end, for he had countless beautiful moments ahead to savor. He resolved not to let such musings disrupt his life. Yet, even as he reassured himself, he could not help but reflect on the deceased warrior, whose death on this remote island had long since erased the details of his demise from memory. The scene of desolation and carnage, in one way or another, profoundly affected our protagonist. Over the subsequent 4 to 5 days, he ceased his evasion and confronted formidable foes, endeavoring to engage in battle. Although his reckless confrontations gradually enhanced his combat experience, they also inflicted considerable injuries upon him. Fortunately, his physical prowess had significantly improved over the past year. Despite numerous interruptions during his rigorous training, his efforts were equivalent to over 6 years of training for others, and his recovery abilities had also seen remarkable enhancement. Ultimately, in these final moments, he persevered until the very end of the battle. When the naval graduation examination concluded, he returned to the naval vessel, bearing the marks of his injuries. Initially, he anticipated that his performance would earn him praise from his adoptive father. However, upon seeking him out, he was met with a playful yet affectionate thump on the head, filled with his adoptive father's love. This scene elicited uproarious laughter from Rear Admiral Carp, who doubled over in mirth, clutching his belly and rolling on the ground in exaggerated amusement. The audacious laughter echoed through Zephyr's temporary office, spilling out into the corridors of the naval warship. Passers-by, perplexed by the source of such mirth, exchanged curious glances, speculating on the commotion within. Our protagonist, felt a flush of embarrassment as the sound resonated around him. Observing Zephyr's irate expression, he cautiously offered an apology. "Father, I merely wish to challenge myself. I cannot always rely on your protection. I aspire to become a stalwart man capable of safeguarding you in the future. Let us not dwell on anger, for it is detrimental to your health." Upon hearing these words, Zephyr's heart swelled with satisfaction, contemplating the virtues of his son who constantly thought of him. Yet, he recognized the perilous nature of the island and resolved to keep from wandering recklessly in the future. Despite his internal concerns, his exterior remained stern as he chastised "You little rascal, after only a year of training. You wish to join those who have honed their skills for much longer? This is sheer folly. Return, and I shall see to your discipline." Realizing he had genuinely incensed Zephyr, Ewan's heart sank as he gazed at his mentor, his expression a portrait of despair, teetering on the brink of tears. Sensing a pang of guilt, Zephyr wondered if his reprimand had been too harsh, fearing it might leave a psychological scar on the boy. He discreetly shot a glare at the old rogue, Carp, who remained unperturbed, igniting Zephyr's ire. Channeling his formidable observation hockey, he directed his gaze toward Carp, who immediately understood the gravity of the situation. With a gentle cough, Carp drew the attention of both you and Zephyr, addressing Zephyr. Zephyr, your adopted son is still but a child. Is it truly appropriate to chastise him so sternly? Besides, he has not disappointed you this time. Perhaps grant him another chance. Who knows, he might behave better next time. Furthermore, during the month he has been away, I have scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. Initially pleased by Carp's understanding, Zephyr's demeanor shifted as he listened to Carp's increasingly absurd remarks, prompting him to interject sharply. Enough. Should you ever act so recklessly again, I shall deliver a thorough thrashing. At this declaration, he exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance towards Carp, only to find Carp's gaze fixed upon him. With a playful squint and an expression of unabashed pride, he seemed to convey, you ought to be grateful, young man. Prepare a few delectable dishes to reward me shortly. Carp's shameless demeanor left he exasperated, and with a resigned blink in Carp's direction, he signaled his acquiescence. Observing Zephyr's gradually softening expression, he realized he had narrowly escaped disaster today. However, had he known that he was merely intimidated by Zephyr, one can only imagine the expression that would have graced his face. At this moment, Carp suddenly exclaimed, glancing at you, holding a samurai sword in his hand. He addressed you, saying, Hey, kid, bring that sword from your waist over here for us to examine. Upon hearing Carp's words, Zephyr immediately reacted, wondering when this young lad had acquired such a fine blade. It should be noted that this sword had no sheath from the very beginning. Zephyr, preoccupied with worrying about the boy, had not noticed the impressive sword strapped to his waist, which, upon closer inspection, appeared to be of excellent quality. Carp took the sword and gently flicked it, swinging it a few times through the air with a somewhat serious expression. He said to you, we'll keep this sword for now. The two of us need to study it. You was taken aback, fearing that the shameless old man intended to seize his prized possession. He cast a look of indignation at Zephyr, who, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood Hewen's sentiment and found the situation amusing. Carp, however, was incensed, shouting at Hewen, you cheeky brat. Do you think someone of my stature would covet your samurai sword? You're overthinking this. What I collect is far superior to your blade. We are merely assisting you in examining this sword to analyze its remarkable sharpness. Where are your thoughts wandering? Carp continued, I initially noticed that your sword lacks a sheath, and I happen to have an extra one that I could offer you. But your expression has hurt my feelings, so I've decided against it. Carp's flamboyant antics left Hewen momentarily stunned. However, observing Carp's haughty demeanor, he realized that the old rascal could be appeased. If he played his cards right, he might still have a chance to acquire the sheath for the samurai sword. Hewen extended 3 fingers and proposed, how about I make you 3 grand meals? Carp, infuriated by the suggestion, retorted, 20 meals. Hewen was taken aback by this figure, thinking, I am not a professional chef. Yet he recognized he had been somewhat dismissive of Carp. After pondering for a moment, he raised 2 fingers and replied, 5 meals. At this moment, Carp grew increasingly displeased and remarked, are you squeezing toothpaste? Bargaining should not be done in such a manner. Anything below 10 tons is out of the question. Upon hearing this figure, Hewen immediately replied, deal. Observing Hewen's swift agreement, Carp felt an inexplicable sense of being deceived. Initially, Carp had intended to gift this item to Hewen, merely seeking a slight advantage in return. As the two men engaged in their playful banter, Zephyr remained unperturbed, instead picking up a katana and gazing contemplatively at it. After a brief quarrel with Carp, Hewen noticed his adoptive father had fallen silent and naturally glanced over at Zephyr, who, along with Carp, had also ceased their commotion and turned their attention towards him. Zephyr then addressed Hewen, saying, you may leave for now. Carp and I have a matter to discuss. Please return shortly, and I shall have Carp prepare a suitable sheath for you. Understanding that the two likely had important words to exchange, Hewen rose and respectfully bowed to them. After all, this was within the confines of the Navy, where formality was required, unlike the casualness of home. He then turned and exited, carefully closing the door behind him. Returning to his quarters, once Hewen departed, the expressions of the two men grew serious. Zephyr broke the silence, stating, this is a magnificent katana. It is evident that its previous owner was no ordinary individual. According to our records, the owner was a vital bodyguard to the daimyo of Ueno. Yet how did it come to be cast away on this desolate island, so far from Ueno? While Carp harbored some questions, he did not regard them as significant. Leaning back on the sofa with half-closed eyes, he replied to Zephyr, "It matters not. It seems Ueno's internal affairs are not peaceful, so such incidents are to be expected. In any case, it is that young lad of yours who ultimately benefits." He added with a hint of jest, "By the way, you, a high-ranking admiral of the Navy, are not truly afraid of those Ueno samurai, are you?" Upon hearing Carp's provocative words, Zephyr remained unfazed, instead reflecting on more pressing concerns. He replied, "I am unconcerned about that, but what truly worries me is our own internal matters. I fear someone may speak out of turn. External factors hold no sway over these strong-willed members of the Navy and can sometimes even yield contrary effects. These old-fashioned naval officers are particularly concerned with their honor. Should you cause them to lose face, they might very well demand your head. Moreover, there are instances when the camaraderie within the Navy surpasses one's imagination. However, exceptions exist, as there are always individuals who relish bullying the weaker, much like the katana acquired by He-1, which is anything but ordinary. Though this blade has yet to be officially classified, its renown is undeniably on par with the so-called supreme swords. Its absence from the rankings can be attributed to the fact that it was forged later than its illustrious counterparts. After the esteemed blades had been listed, this sword made its unexpected debut, a revelation that caught many by surprise. Adding another blade to the mix would, quite evidently, be inappropriate. Thus, this katana remains on the periphery of these famed weapons. However, these notions are merely whispers of speculation. Nonetheless, the existence of such rumors suggests that there may be some truth to them. Recently, according to intelligence from the Navy, it has been revealed that this sword has not graced the land of Ueno for a considerable time. Consequently, when Cunning received this blade, both Garp and Zephyr were astonished to discover that it had somehow found its way to this remote island, eluding detection even during extensive naval patrols. Here, one cannot help but remark upon the lamentable fortune of Zephyr. Ultimately, this renowned samurai sword was effortlessly seized by him. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Garp erupted into hearty laughter and assured Zephyr, "Fear not, my friend, for we are all comrades here. No one can usurp any one of us." Why? Because they cannot bear the consequences of offending our ilk. Hearing this, Zephyr's heart swelled with joy. After all, these old friends still held him in regard. Thus, he smiled and replied to Garp, "Rest assured, I have merely been preoccupied with the education of naval youths over the years, too weary to concern myself with trivial matters. However, should the unwise come knocking, I shall make it abundantly clear that I, Black-Armed Zephyr, am not to be trifled with." Witnessing Zephyr rekindle his fighting spirit for the sake of his adopted son brought Garp great delight, as he recognized that the ambitious Zephyr of your might have returned. Unbeknownst to him, once training concluded and all personnel had assembled, they presented their hunting trophies. Rather than mere certificates, they offered the remnants of their quarry. For some beasts were of such colossal size that only their teeth could serve as tokens for this trial. Observing the diverse array of spoils before them, both Garp and Zephyr expressed their satisfaction. The sight of these individuals reminded them of their own vibrant youth when Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku first joined the Navy. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the grand vessel had returned to Marineford. As Garp disembarked, he vanished from sight. Zephyr was not surprised, for they had already communicated matters through Garp, who had reported the situation to Admiral Akiji and relayed the news to his contemporaries, Sengoku and Tsuru. Of course, this was merely a straightforward exchange of information. They all believe that no one dares to extend their hand towards these formidable figures within the Navy. Those who rise amidst the blood-soaked chaos of the pirate world are anything but ordinary. Underestimating them would ultimately lead to one's own downfall, particularly within the Navy. When the name of Admiral Sengoku is mentioned, offending him could result in a fate so dire that one wouldn't even know how to meet their end. Consider how the pirate king, Roger, was ensnared by this very man, perpetually pursued by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, which attests to his formidable prowess. Upon receiving news regarding Cunning and his acquisition of the sword, neither the fleet admiral nor Admiral Sengoku expressed surprise. Rather, they were astonished by Zephyr's regard for the boy. It became evident from Garp's words that Zephyr genuinely considered Cunning as his own son, prompting the high-ranking officials within the Navy to reassess their perception of the child. Initially, they were merely aware that Zephyr had taken on an adopted son, Yet the extent of Zephyr's investment in this relationship remained unknown. However, with this newfound understanding, the situation shifted. After all, the Navy had previously neglected Zephyr, and now he had a child he truly wished to nurture. They could no longer treat Cunning as they had before. A range of subtle benefits began to be bestowed upon him. At this moment, our protagonist, Cunning, was busily preparing a sumptuous dinner for Garp and Zephyr at Garp's home. After such a lengthy period of toil, the predominant fare consumed at sea had been fish. The two individuals had grown weary of their usual fare and desired a change in palate. Thus, they entrusted Cunning with the task of preparing a sumptuous feast. However, Cunning was no fool. In response to the remarks of others, he remained indifferent. But when it came to Garp, he first requested the scabbard of a knife. Upon gazing at Garp's collection, Cunning's eyes sparkled with delight as he caressed the scabbard with great affection. Observing Cunning's rapture, Garp rolled his eyes and mockingly retorted, "Look at you. This is all you amount to. Among my vast collection, this scabbard is merely one of many ordinary items. Your naivety is truly a disgrace to your adoptive father, Zephyr." In the face of Garp's scorn, Cunning chose to feign ignorance, paying little heed to Garp's words. This only served to further irk Garp. When Cunning, satisfied, turned to Garp and noticed his lingering ire, he promptly approached to appease him. After all, it was merely a scabbard and not worth irreparably alienating Garp, as there would come a time when he would need the formidable Iron Fist Garp again. As Cunning approached to comfort him, the elder child turned away, dismissing him completely. Understanding what was required of him, Cunning retreated to the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal, subsequently bestowing a multitude of promises to win Garp back, which soon succeeded. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, the weather was fair. In the grand training arena of the naval elite, a makeshift stage was occupied by a robust and commanding figure, none other than Fleet Admiral Cunning. It was time for Admiral Cunning to deliver one of his impassioned speeches, filled with heartfelt yet cliché motivational platitudes. The audience, however, appeared to be immune to his words until he announced the rewards for the occasion, at which point they rallied their spirits. When Admiral Cunning began to unveil the names of the recipients, it came as no surprise that the first place was awarded to the future Fleet Admiral Akainu, and the second place went to the future Marine Admirals, Borsellino, famously known as the Yellow Monkey. When he reached the final name, that of Cunning, the audience erupted in uncontrollable laughter. The tale of Cunning's clandestine adventures on a deserted island had spread throughout the Navy, especially given his status as Zephyr's adopted son, which alone was enough to astonish many. Coupled with the recent escapade, the entire assembly was well aware of the spectacle. Our protagonist, unfortunately, lacks self-awareness and continuously seeks to develop quietly. Yet, how could this be possible? Thus, Cunning can only resort to a resigned indifference, hoping that time will erase all. In this manner, the young man gained a modicum of fame within the Navy. Initially, it was anticipated that Cunning would not finish in last place. But he remained unconcerned, for he was merely an observer in the elite naval training program. He was still young and had numerous sessions of elite training ahead of him. So this brazen protagonist chose to disregard the laughter of the crowd, observing Cunning with his head bowed in silence. Zephyr couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement, for his intent was to provoke Cunning, to embarrass him publicly, though not with malice, merely in jest. This incident also revealed a hint of childlike nature in Zephyr. Once the laughter subsided, everyone took the stage to collect their rewards. Not every individual was thoroughly satisfied with their prizes, but it mattered little. Even if some felt they had no need for such items within the Navy, one could exchange them for equivalent goods. For instance, at this moment, Sikorsky opted to trade his reward for a renowned blade for self-defense. At this juncture, the students of the elite naval training program were exceedingly exhilarated. Following Zephyr's instruction, the promises made by the higher echelons of the Navy were fulfilled. Upon completing their training, the lowest rank attained was that of captain, with Sikorsky and Borsellino even achieving the rank of major. Furthermore, this group of students was rewarded with a technique from the 6 forms of the Navy. Upon departing the training camp, these students were promptly assigned to various ships by other rear admirals or vice admirals, setting sail to earn military merits and further enhance their management capabilities. Their strength had garnered widespread recognition, especially as the Navy faced a transitional period marked by a shortage of personnel due to age, injuries, and fatalities. There was a collective hope that these individuals would swiftly mature to fill the vacancies that had arisen. It can be said that this cohort represented a significant investment of effort and nurturing by the Navy. With the conclusion of the first elite naval training program, A rare interlude followed, granting the father and son a cherished respite together, which, when compared to the rigors of earlier training, felt somewhat relaxed. During this period, the naval headquarters submitted several promising talents for verification by the Grand Marshal, who subsequently forwarded the information to Zephyr for preparation. Consequently, Zephyr found his leisure time rather constrained. However, this was inconsequential, as he utilized this time to train alongside you, continuously engaging in battles with him. Combat experience is an invaluable asset, and our protagonist, you possesses decades of life experience. He has developed his own ideological framework, enabling him to effectively analyze and synthesize various matters, thereby assimilating these experiences with great proficiency. In his confrontations with Zephyr, he adeptly absorbed the knowledge transmitted by Zephyr, applying it to draw inferences beyond the immediate context. His intellectual acuity, combined with his inherent self-discipline and diligence, earned him Zephyr's high regard almost instantaneously. As a result of this recognition, Zephyr imposed even stricter training standards on you, demanding that he complete 2 to 3 times the work expected of others. The training enhancements significantly benefited you, making the exertion bearable. Ultimately, the second batch of trainees arrived at the naval headquarters in Marineford, heralding the commencement of the elite naval training program. With Zephyr's prior experience, he approached this new cohort with a sense of familiarity, devoid of the anxiety that marked his initial encounters. Moreover, he brought the young you into the military fold. Having previously rewarded you, he now held the rank of Private First Class and was assigned as Zephyr's new aide, assisting in the management of various personal matters, thereby becoming Zephyr's life consultant. Zephyr was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement, as having his son nearby allowed him to monitor and oversee his training, fulfilling his paternal responsibilities. You, in turn, was equally content, as this marked the initial step towards the life he aspired to. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning. You needed to persist in his efforts towards his goals. The elite training program commenced swiftly, during which Zephyr persistently reflected on the educational methodologies employed for the new trainees, as well as rectifying any prior inconsistencies. In contrast to the previous session, this training exhibited a greater scientific rigor. Concurrently, due to the passage of time, you continued with the repetitive training regimen. At this juncture, you had reached the age of 12, yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the superior nourishment provided by the Navy, coupled with his own physical training and inherent advantages, he had grown significantly taller than the average child. In this manner, what benefits has it conferred upon the river culture? Firstly, it is due to the expansion of one's physical form that strength and speed can be harnessed more effectively. Moreover, during this training session, he awakened the power of armament hockey, which brought great joy to Zephyr, for only by awakening hockey can one truly become a formidable warrior. It is well known that the Navy relies on the 6 powers in its early stages, transitioning to hockey in the later phases. Secondly, Zephyr himself is a master of hockey. After all, the title of Black Arm did not come by chance. This becomes evident when one considers that the application of armament hockey significantly enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. Initially, this form of armament hockey was referred to as armament hardening, and upon activation, the weapon and relevant parts of the body would turn black. However, one must recall that prior to mastering hockey, Huon's formidable strength was already terrifying. Now, with the power of armament hockey at his disposal, his offensive prowess has been further amplified while simultaneously bolstering his defense. Furthermore, since acquiring the katana, Huon has begun to develop techniques for his formidable strength, intending to apply them to this weapon. He had long harbored this ambition, but lacked the means to experiment, as the Navy's standard equipment could hardly withstand the augmentation from his immense power. In practice, Huon discovered that the application of his formidable strength demanded an exceptionally rigorous physical standard. The technique requires a seamless integration of raw power and skillful execution. Despite numerous challenges, the results were astonishing. Over the past year or two, Huon has diligently summarized his experiences with the formidable strength. And with prior knowledge of the general application of armament hockey, he found it quite convenient to adjust both techniques in tandem. By combining armament hardening with his weapon and employing the techniques of his formidable strength, he could deliver devastating blows to his opponents. During his sparring sessions with Zephyr, Huon shared this technique with him. Although Zephyr attempted it, and his execution demonstrated far greater power than Huon's, Huon observed with a peculiar expression. Witnessing Zephyr's application of strength, Huon confirmed that he had indeed been a rather ambitious learner. While Zephyr's power surpassed Huon's by several tiers, it raised a question. Huon was merely a novice. It appeared that the system endowed him with not only techniques but perhaps also a portion of enhanced strength. Although this seemed scientifically implausible, Zephyr did not delve too deeply into the matter, attributing it to He-Wen's notable talent in this area. However, only He-Wen was privy to the truth of his own circumstances. As a child, he had no exceptional talents and initially struggled even with heavy objects. Yet, when unleashing his formidable strength, he felt no strain whatsoever. Upon careful calculation, He-Wen deduced that the energy released through his formidable strength was equivalent to 25 times his total energy. In contrast, an ordinary individual utilizing the techniques of formidable strength could only achieve a threefold increase in power. This revelation left He-Wen astounded. Yet he dared not speak of it openly, burying this secret deep within his heart. For in this world, there exists a notorious scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, known for his penchant for human experimentation. The later emergence of Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with numerous copies of him, attests to the fact that he too was a scientific madman, underscoring the need for caution. Modesty is the essence of one's true self and the path to survival in this world. I once found myself captivated by the anime One Piece, particularly by the character Virgo, who exuded an aura of formidable haki, a dark purple hue that endeared him to many young girls. This left the protagonist, Cunning, who had been single for decades, quite smitten. During one of his training sessions, he inquired about this matter from Zephyr, only to receive a peculiar glance from him. Zephyr then earnestly explained, "It is indeed my fault for not elucidating this to you. Have you not heard that the haki within one's body has a finite quantity? In a battle between skilled adversaries, every moment counts. If you lack haki while your opponent possesses it, a moment of inattention could lead to your demise at their hands. Those who rely entirely on haki are often the foolish ones. On the battlefield, they're the ones who meet their end. In a clash of equals, what is truly tested is the strength of endurance. The greater your stamina, the more likely you are to emerge victorious. If your haki dissipates faster than your opponent's, your only recourse is to withstand the onslaught using your own resilience." Zephyr further emphasized to Cunning the practicality of armed haki, noting that its utility extends beyond mere application. It also poses a threat to those with natural-type devil fruits, as only armed haki can affect them once they have transformed. The basic form of armed haki can be elevated to a more advanced state, allowing it to take on a fluid form that can be applied to one's weapon or the exterior of one's body, effectively donning a form of armor. This can inflict damage on the enemy without direct contact, albeit at the cost of turning the weapon or body black. Upon hearing this, Cunning experienced a moment of clarity, finally grasping the advanced application of armed haki, which had previously seemed rather abstract despite having observed it in the anime. With the insights provided by the esteemed educator, Admiral Zephyr, Cunning quickly comprehended the practical implications. Reflecting on this new understanding, Cunning asked Zephyr, "Is this not referred to as flowing sakura?" Zephyr paused slightly at this notion and replied, "How did you come to such a conclusion?" This is merely a higher application of armed haki. The term flowing sakura is simply what some individuals choose to call it. You may refer to it as you wish. Different people have different interpretations. Listening to the educator's explanation, Cunning experienced an epiphany and ultimately posed another question to Zephyr. "Father, is there an even more advanced form of armed haki?" Initially, Cunning had asked out of mere curiosity. But to his surprise, Zephyr chuckled and responded, "My child, it seems you are still quite unfamiliar with my capabilities." With that, Zephyr led Cunning away from the naval training grounds to a location near the sea. At that moment, Zephyr clenched his fist and struck forward with tremendous force. His punch seemed to embody the essence of the martial arts novels, radiating the formidable energy that only a master could wield. And it surged directly towards the vast ocean ahead. In an instant, the sea before him parted in response to this powerful blow, gazed in astonishment, pondering whether this was indeed the so-called method of employing high-level armed color dominance. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Zephyr. The latter, noticing the awe-in's gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, bursting into hearty laughter. It was a moment reminiscent of a father deliberately showcasing his prowess before his child. Once the laughter subsided, Zephyr turned to and said, "Practice diligently, my child. I shall guide you well." Upon hearing this, promptly nodded, declaring, "Father, rest assured. I will train earnestly and will not disappoint you." With that, the father and son ambled homeward. For the current session of the Navy Elite Training Program had yet to commence, and Zephyr cherished the opportunity to spend more time with his child. As time flew by, 3 years swiftly passed, bringing us to the year 1494 of the CY calendar. The Navy Elite Training Program had reached the conclusion of its third session, and as anticipated, had the fortune of meeting one of the future Navy admirals, Admiral Zephyr. However, at this juncture, the future admiral was merely a student. Sporting a languid expression, a hat atop his head, and glasses perched on his nose, unmistakably revealing him as yet another troubled youth. Finally grasped the sentiment expressed online about Zephyr's struggles, although he had not fully comprehended it before. Witnessing the multitude of wayward youths made him realize the immense challenge Zephyr faced in transforming these individuals into future Navy elites. The training had become monotonous, and come the final examinations, had lost interest in participating. After attending once and then again, the prospect of a third attempt failed to excite him. Treasure hunting had merely been a pastime, and after his inaugural experience, he believed he had exhausted his luck, relinquishing any hopes of discovering remarkable treasures thereafter. Thus, when it came time for the third graduation test, chose to remain in the cabin, seeking Zephyr's counsel on various training matters. Zephyr, observing S' earnest demeanor as he posed his questions, felt a tinge of helplessness. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he seldom involved himself in military affairs. Yet his days remained perpetually busy. Meanwhile, being but a child, had ample leisure time, often approaching him post-training for insights, leaving Zephyr with little opportunity to attend to his own responsibilities. Kapu was cast aside, and little did he know what that fellow had been up to lately, as he was nowhere to be found. Thus, feeling helpless and wary of the potential mischief that the young Cunning might cause, he had no choice but to keep him close. At this moment, due to the relentless accumulation of daily training, Cunning's prowess had reached a remarkable height. While it was certain he could not compare to those above him, he could manage to hold his own against those below. However, among his peers, he was nothing short of a monster. Consequently, Cunning began to conceal his true abilities, refraining from showcasing his full strength. Yet, here lies the crux. No matter how much he masked his talents, Zephyr, who frequently sparred with him, could sense a hint of Cunning's capabilities. The modest display of strength he presented was already enough to leave Zephyr both satisfied and perplexed. Although Cunning was merely 15 years old, his stature and strength were comparable to that of an average adult. Moreover, during battles, he could employ certain combat techniques, signifying that he had begun to intentionally cultivate his own fighting style. Through careful observation, Zephyr discerned that what this child lacked most was the crucial experience of bloodshed. Despite Cunning's seemingly mature demeanor, he was still only 15. If he were to be thrust into the world for training like others, there was a genuine concern that, in a moment of excitement, he might stir up trouble. If that were to happen, he would find himself without anyone to support him in the future. The thought of losing such a promising child weighed heavily on Zephyr's heart, leaving him in a state of distress, scratching his head in uncertainty about how to resolve the issue. Thus, although he maintained a composed exterior, his mind was preoccupied with calculations, projecting an air of distraction. With no solution in sight, he sought assistance from someone capable within their group, Buddha Sengoku. If you were to ask Kapu for contemplative insights, he might doze off on the spot. However, if you invited him to accompany you on the battlefield, he would face no challenges whatsoever. This was not due to a lack of intelligence. Rather, for him, problems solvable through action should not be approached with mere thought. Swiftly resolving issues to return home for a meal of senbei was far more appealing. Through the window, one could see a figure persistently engaged in training. At that moment, Cunning remained oblivious to the fact that his adoptive father, Zephyr, was troubled about where to send him for training. Meanwhile, through rigorous practice, Cunning had already mastered the observation haki, which only added to Zephyr's frustration. He had yet to teach Cunning the complete techniques of the Navy's 6 forms. Yet the boy had already acquired 2 forms of haki. As previously mentioned, the remaining Conqueror's haki was not something just anyone could learn, it was a matter of destiny. Regarding the awakening of observation haki, there were indeed early signs of it. During the inaugural elite training session of the Navy, in an effort to evade the movements of the Great Spider, Cunning had already brushed against the threshold of mastering observation haki. However, at that time, his singular focus on treasure hunting led him to overlook this significant development. Upon the completion of this awakening, Cunning commenced an endeavor to simultaneously cultivate his prowess during training sessions. The results were exceedingly gratifying. Both pursuits did not hinder one another, allowing for the enhancement of both skills and the augmentation of his innate energy reserves, thus achieving a most advantageous outcome. In this manner, should the training proceed as scheduled, Zephyr could amass an impressive reservoir of formidable energy. Consequently, during future battles, he would not need to fear the depletion of this energy, which left him quite pleased. Meanwhile, Zephyr grappled with how to address these matters and found himself at a loss until the assessments concluded. In a flash, he rushed to the office of Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, Admiral Sengoku was preoccupied with administrative affairs. Upon noticing Zephyr's arrival, he was taken aback and inquired, "What brings you here, Zephyr? Did you encounter issues during training? Do you require my assistance in coordinating any matters?" Seeing the expression on Sengoku's face, Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that his old comrade was being overly sensitive. Thus, he chuckled and replied, "Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you are being overly perceptive. Do not overthink it. There is nothing amiss, merely a personal matter." "A personal matter?" Sengoku was momentarily astonished, but quickly deduced the situation and asked, "Has something happened with your son? Is that why you, an admiral of the Navy headquarters, have come to see me?" Zephyr, feeling a bit embarrassed, confessed, "What can I hide from you? I am troubled regarding his training." Upon hearing this, Sengoku promptly inquired, "Is there an issue with the training? Do you require a devil fruit? If so, let us both report to Admiral Kong and strive to secure a suitable devil fruit." Sengoku was aware of how much Zephyr cherished his adopted son, and this was no secret among the Navy's upper echelons. However, Zephyr shook his head and clarified, "It is not about such matters. Rather, Colin has been progressing rapidly in his training, meeting my standards. Therefore, I believe he should visit some special locations to broaden his horizons, which would greatly aid in enhancing his abilities. However, I am uncertain about which places would provide the most beneficial training, so I seek your counsel." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's heart eased. Initially, he thought Zephyr had come to discuss a significant issue. Yet, upon learning the matter at hand, he found it rather amusing, especially given Zephyr's anxious demeanor. At the same time, Sengoku recalled a location where the Navy's deployment period had concluded and that personnel could be sent for rotation. However, upon revealing this location, Zephyr hesitated and questioned, "Isn't that somewhat against protocol? Given Colin's current strength, it doesn't seem to meet the standards." "What constitutes adherence to protocol is ultimately at our discretion," Sengoku asserted with authority. "Moreover, certain matters pertain to you as well. By the way, Zephyr, please summon Colin. I have some important instructions to convey to him." Upon receiving the notification from Zephyr, Ewan learned that the renowned general of the warring state sought his presence. Curiosity consumed him. What could this esteemed figure possibly want with him? What connection could they share? Eventually, Ewan arrived at the general's office, laden with questions. "Can I trust you, Ewan?" inquired the general. At these words, Ewan's mind raced, fearing he was being summoned for espionage, a stark deviation from his usual cautious approach. Yet, he hesitated to voice his concerns, acutely aware of the general's history of sending his own adopted son into the shadows of espionage. He dreaded the thought that he too might be thrust into such perilous circumstances. Moments later, noticing Ewan's troubled expression, the general asked, "What troubles you? Do you face any difficulties?" To which Ewan internally lamented, "Is it not evident that I am perturbed? Yet, I find no means of refusal in the presence of such a formidable figure." Observing Ewan's reluctant demeanor, the general was taken aback, pondering. "I merely requested his assistance with minor tasks. How has it escalated to this?" With Ewan's burgeoning strength, he would likely be capable in due time. Within a couple of years, he could indeed fulfill such responsibilities. Nevertheless, the general, though perplexed, maintained his gravity as he continued. "We have located the perpetrator responsible for the devastation of the Zephyr family. You are aware of your teacher's temperament. Despite his profound sorrow, his heart remains unforgiving. Thus, your role in this matter is crucial." With a subtle gesture resembling a throat-cutting motion, the general's countenance shifted to a smile as he asserted, "No one shall escape retribution after harming our naval kin. Regardless of who that individual may be, I shall ensure they face the consequences." At this display of authority, Ewan began to grasp the essence of the general's unwavering sense of justice. Although the general retained his smile, an ominous aura lingered. In that instant, a thrill surged through Ewan as he contemplated the purpose of his mission, silently declaring, "Ah, at last, the moment has arrived. Perhaps I shall collect a bit of interest first." With newfound resolve, he nodded emphatically to the general, who then entrusted him with a few additional instructions and presented him with an official transfer order. In this moment, Ewan's rank had been elevated to second lieutenant, ensuring that he would face minimal complications upon his arrival, for a second lieutenant is indeed a true officer. Upon exiting, Zephyr approached Ewan and inquired, "Did the esteemed General Jean relay any instructions to you? If you encounter any obstacles, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall speak to the general on your behalf." Seeing Zephyr's genuine concern, Hewan could not help but smile, replying, "Father, you need not worry. I shall resolve this matter with ease." After speaking, he took Zephyr by the hand and departed. Once Zephyr had escorted Hewan away, the door to Sengoku's office creaked open quietly. At that moment, the sagacious Sengoku leaned out, observing the father and son sharing a comforting smile, which further solidified his resolve to nurture Hewan's potential. As the saying goes, each flower blooms in its own right. Hewan, accompanied by Zephyr, made their way home. While the elderly Zephyr incessantly reminded Hewan of various matters requiring his attention, though Hewan felt somewhat overwhelmed, he was warmed by the affection being shown to him. After all, everyone appreciates being cared for in such a manner. Ultimately, the father and son enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. In the following 2 days, Hewan busied himself packing his belongings. He would accompany the naval fleet on a mission, requesting them to transport him to the infamous Impel Down. Impel Down is renowned, and Hewan had meticulously studied its various layouts in his past life. By now, the necessary facilities and equipment should be in place, and he intended to conduct a thorough inspection to seek opportunities for honing his skills. However, Hewan was confronted with a more pressing dilemma: where within this prison would be most suitable for his training? The pervasive surveillance made him restless. Moreover, only those recognized as serious offenders by the world government were deemed worthy of confinement in this prison. The prison housed a multitude of ferocious beastly guards, each exhibiting distinctive characteristics across the various levels. Impel Down comprises 6 levels, famously described as a fortress of iron and copper. Yet, this formidable structure does not guarantee that no one can escape. Historically, 2 notable figures managed to flee from this place, one being the infamous pirate Admiral, the Flying Pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, the other, the architect of Impel Down, the user of the push-push fruit, and later one of the Revolutionary Army's 4 commanders, Morley. The 2 individuals are distinctly characterized figures. Recalling a past life, many held a profound admiration for these characters. Given these circumstances, Hewan sensed that the days ahead would undoubtedly be tumultuous, prompting him to exercise even greater caution as he embarked on his mission. However, Zhanghua firmly believed that with Hewan's exceptional social skills, he would undoubtedly thrive within the confines of this grand prison. In the initial phase, Hewan had already demonstrated remarkable interpersonal abilities, earning the affection of the majority during the first 3 training sessions, an impressive feat in itself. As the naval fleet approached the imposing gates of justice, Hewan was filled with awe, for this place was extraordinarily vast, accessible only to a select few. Outside, numerous naval personnel stood guard, while beneath the surface, a multitude of sea kings swam gracefully. Each chamber was equipped with visual monitor creatures, ensuring constant surveillance, rendering this location virtually impregnable. In the world of pirates, it can be said that the existence of this prison effectively isolates the majority of malevolence, safeguarding the living conditions of ordinary people outside. Otherwise, should even a single criminal be released, it would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic upheaval. Within this prison, there are 6 distinct tiers of authority. The highest rank is held by the prison warden, followed by the deputy warden, chief guard, deputy chief guard, head jailer, and lead prison officer. Each of these positions is responsible for managing criminals of varying levels of strength and influence. These individuals employ various methods to exhaust the inmates here. After all, the number of pirates committing crimes every year is substantial, and no prison, regardless of its size, can accommodate them all. This place is hardly a favorable environment for pirates. Upon his arrival today, Hewan first underwent a series of rigorous inspections. Once these were completed, the gates of justice slowly creaked open. Upon entering, he was immediately awed by the grandeur of the prison, truly worthy of being one of the 3 great structures. Let us not dwell on the predicament of escape. Consider the location itself. The doldrums are notorious, and even if one yearns for freedom, the chances of departing are slim. With the gates of justice sealed, one is destined to wander in circles. Thus, the inhabitants here essentially lead lives of lethargy, merely biding their time until death. Of course, even in this aimless existence, if one lacks strength, securing basic sustenance is no guarantee. As for Hewan, what purpose does he serve here? As a mere second lieutenant, his influence is limited. However, he has been dispatched to act as a naval liaison within the confines of Impel Down. His role primarily consists of relaying information. Yet, to dismiss his position as that of a mere liaison would be a grave underestimation. Within the walls of Impel Down, one is perpetually confronted with various crises. Inmates often harbor fantastical notions about the outside world, which is hardly surprising in the realm of pirates. They frequently engage in outrageous behavior, such as prison breaks and even riots, necessitating the deployment of personnel to quell such disturbances, often employing ruthless measures to intimidate these desperate souls. The unfortunate truth is that they have a short memory for pain, quickly forgetting their injuries and repeatedly testing the limits. Upon Ewen's entry into the fourth level of Impelled Down to submit relevant documents, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance, one who recognized him, though he himself did not. This individual was none other than the renowned Shiryu of the Ring, who later gained fame as the captain of the 2nd Division of Blackbeard's crew. The individual, 2 decades later, bears a striking contrast to his former self. Although his complexion remains dark, his facial expressions now convey a sense of normalcy and positivity, reflecting a rather sunny disposition. One cannot help but wonder what experiences have shaped him over these 20 years. However, as time unfolds, this individual's reputation deteriorates significantly, becoming notorious for indiscriminate slaughter, a pivotal conflict with the then director of the advancing city, Magellan. His merciless acts extend even to his own comrades, a situation that piques the curiosity of Ewen. It is worth noting that, while the prowess of the senior naval commanders in the future pales in comparison to his, one cannot help but ponder the origins of such a character. Ewen is filled with a profound curiosity. Naturally, curiosity often yields unforeseen consequences, and the future remains uncertain. Nonetheless, Ewen's heart is tumultuous at this moment. Once the relevant reports are concluded, Shirlu, sensing Ewen's gaze akin to that of one observing a rare specimen, feels an uncomfortable shift within himself. Thus, he addresses Ewen. "Hey there, young naval officer. Do you have any questions or points of confusion?" Ewen, realizing he may have been somewhat abrupt, smiles and responds to Shirlu. "I have been diligently training in swordsmanship of late, and as I see you are also a swordsman, I hope we might have the opportunity for some exchange." At this point, however, Shirlu is merely the warden of the advancing city's prison, not yet the renowned chief guard he is destined to become. Being a youthful individual, he inevitably carries the pride characteristic of youth. Upon hearing Ewen's words, Shirlu raises an eyebrow, thinking, with your level of skill, you wish to engage in an exchange? Surely, you are overestimating yourself. Observing Shiryu's nonchalant demeanor, Ewen merely smiles, chooses not to respond, and departs from Shiryu's office, heading to the room that has been assigned to him. It is important to clarify that Ewen is not under the jurisdiction of the Navy outside the advancing city. Rather, he holds a rather unique position, directly under the auspices of the naval headquarters. His primary responsibility is to report on the internal conditions of the advancing city to the external Navy, serving as a bridge of communication between the two realms. At this juncture, one might question why the advancing city does not report to the outside world directly. This is, in fact, rather straightforward. There exists a concern regarding potential internal issues, leading to a collaborative effort to deceive the stationed naval forces, thereby establishing a supervisory function. Consequently, this position is of paramount significance, and thus, the individuals stationed here generally possess considerable capabilities. Perhaps this time, none anticipated that the Navy would assign a seemingly youthful lieutenant, just approaching adulthood, to be stationed within the confines of Impelled Down. Earlier, Shiryu contemplated such matters, recognizing the value of Ewen. Although Impelled Down operates as an independent entity, it remains reliant on the Navy's assistance, particularly since an imposing force of over 8,000 naval personnel is stationed outside its walls, numbers that surpass even those deployed during the infamous Demon Hunt. In times of rampant piracy and chaos, this military presence proves immensely beneficial. Moreover, the upper echelons within Impelled Down have received discreet intelligence regarding the newly appointed naval lieutenant, Ewen. Due to these circumstances, the prevailing attitude towards Ewen within Impelled Down is exceedingly favorable. Thus, apart from the 6th level, which is sealed by the world government, all other levels are accessible to Ewen. In fact, the Navy has already established favorable relations for Ewen. As long as he refrains from any acts of rebellion against the Navy, he will be safeguarded by the internal support of the naval forces, regardless of the circumstances that may arise. Among the various levels, Ewen particularly favors the 4th level. This level is the coldest, devoid of even the monitoring denizens known as snail phones, rendering it a sanctuary where Ewen can truly be himself. However, the pirate strength here is notably formidable. Indeed, beginning from the 3rd level, the bounties on pirates already exceed 50 million, a stark contrast to later times when billion-dollar bounties became commonplace. Typically, pirates of that era could be considered genuine outlaws. Therefore, should one wish to enhance their training through combat, it necessitates starting from the lower levels. Once Hewan settles into his new reality, he immerses himself in rigorous training within the prison. You may not have witnessed the sun at 4 in the morning within Impel Down, as it seems there is no sun, but at that hour, one would undoubtedly observe an individual training with reckless abandon, our protagonist, Hewan. Following the established routine, he engages in communication thrice daily to assess the situation and, upon confirming all is well, dedicates the remainder of his time to training. In this realm, there exist formidable figures capable of offering guidance to Hewan, and at times, engaging in corresponding duels. At this juncture, Magellan, the Vice Warden of Impel Down and a close ally of Admiral Sengoku, stands as a powerful individual, akin to Sengoku himself. Their mutual respect stemming from their shared strength. Sengoku harbors no secrets from this esteemed friend, for certain matters have transgressed the boundaries of tolerance for all involved. We are all familiar with the saying that calamity spares not one's family and loved ones. Moreover, Vice Warden Magellan is well acquainted with the incident concerning Zephyr. And with Admiral Sengoku's tacit understanding, this prominent figure of Impel Down chooses to turn a blind eye to Hewan's future actions. Such matters are far from trivial. The severity of the situation is not to be underestimated. Although Zephyr has become somewhat disengaged, he still maintains a faction of loyal individuals who are deeply dissatisfied with the circumstances surrounding their former superior. Zephyr has always treated his subordinates with considerable respect, and in an effort to quell the rising discontent within the Navy, the High Command reached a unanimous decision. Those connected to Zephyr's ordeal would face retribution in kind. Thus, a plan for vengeance was laid upon the desk of the Fleet Admiral, who ultimately endorsed it, tasking Admiral Sengoku with devising a strategy to foster relationships while letting Cowan handle the concluding operations. Consequently, an exceptionally efficient Navy emerged. The Navy first mobilized its intelligence division to uncover the pirates responsible for the massacre of Zephyr's family. Subsequently, these individuals were lawfully dispatched to Impel Down, and finally, arrangements were made for them to vanish quietly from the world. Initially, Admiral Sengoku pondered who might be suitable for this task, but fate intervened when Zephyr fortuitously approached him. Recognizing Zephyr as the ideal candidate, Sengoku seamlessly handed this opportunity over to his protege, Cowan. In Impel Down, the Vice Warden Magellan regarded the matter as inconsequential, reasoning that a reduction in the inmate population was hardly unusual. Without a second thought, he disclosed the location of the cells housing the crew of the pirate crew responsible for the slaying of Zephyr's family. Thus, a clandestine slaughter commenced within the confines of Impel Down. In any arena, power reigns supreme, only the strong command respect. Consequently, Cowan's training was nothing short of relentless, resulting in a remarkable surge in his strength over the course of just 6 months. At this juncture, Cowan began to encounter the faintest of plateaus in his development. Though seemingly minor, this limitation greatly affected him, compelling Cowan to undertake certain endeavors to stimulate his growth and shatter this barrier, ensuring his continued advancement. What activities could provoke such stimulation and guarantee an enhancement of his prowess? Engaging in life and death combat, of course, albeit with carefully selected opponents, such as those he would confront and Impel Down. First, Cowan sought out the vice captain of the pirate crew, a man in his mid-30s, sporting a rugged beard, a tattered hat upon his head, and clad in the standard attire of inmates, weighed down by heavy shackles, despite bearing numerous injuries. However, upon witnessing the defiant expression on his face, Cowan smiled silently, inwardly wishing, "I hope you too can smile before this is over." Shortly thereafter, he was escorted to a clandestine, enclosed location. This enclosed venue, specifically prepared by the influential figures within Impel Down for a duel involving Hewan, is heavily patrolled by numerous guards. Among those present in this arena is a familiar acquaintance of Hewan, the aforementioned Shiryu of the Rain. Curiously, despite Hewan's lamentable social skills, someone of Shiryu's stature would typically disdain interaction with an individual like Hewan. However, Hewan's audacity proved relentless, leading to an inevitable confrontation between the two, conducted in secrecy. As for the outcome, I shall withhold that detail. Nonetheless, following this encounter, Shiryu would frequently seek out Hewan for further duels, which were truly life and death battles, with Hewan often sustaining injuries. Returning to the narrative. Upon the release of the vice captain of the pirate crew, Shiryu, casually smoking, cast a languid glance at him and remarked, "If you manage to defeat the foes ahead, I shall ensure your release when the gates of justice next open. What do you think?" Shiryu had initially anticipated observing the reaction of the beleaguered pirate vice captain, fully aware that entry into Impel Down is a one-way street. The vice captain, not lacking in wit, spat disdainfully upon hearing this, retorting, "Do you take me for a mere child? Why would I believe your words? You are a pack of ravenous wolves. And while I hold no illusions about escaping this place, since you have released me, I shall fulfill my end by truly dispatching this brat before me." Upon hearing his arrogant proclamation, Shiri suppressed the murderous intent swelling within him, nodding slightly with a smile, and replied, "I hope your body proves as resilient as your words. Here's a weapon. The rest is up to you," he went. Following this exchange, the head guard brought forth a table and a chair. Settling down to brew tea as he observed the impending clash between He-Won and the pirate vice-captain. As He-Won sized up his opponent, his eyes narrowed. Recalling that the bounty for the vice-captain was approximately 35 million berries. This individual is indeed formidable. However, it serves as an opportune moment to assess one's own strength. What is my current prowess? Although I have engaged in exhilarating battles with Shiryu, ultimately we have always held back at the final moment. Yet today, I shall truly eliminate my opponent. Upon seeing that his adversary is a youth like Cunning, the pirate is momentarily taken aback, then sneers and remarks, "You, a mere child yet to sprout all your hair, dare to challenge others? Prepare yourself to meet your demise beneath my blade." As soon as the words leave his lips, the pirate lunges forward, brandishing his sword at Cunning. Caught off guard, Cunning did not anticipate this pirate's underhanded tactics. In truth, the strength of this pirate's first mate has been underestimated. Cunning, too, has fallen victim to the folly of youth, returning to Zephyr the items entrusted to him. If Zephyr were present, he would surely be infuriated. Confronted with such a powerful strike, Cunning deftly sidesteps the blow. However, recognizing the caliber of such seasoned nautical rogues, Cunning dares not underestimate him, swiftly retaliating by aiming for the pirate's arm. A glimmer of cold light flashes as Cunning's blade slices through the air. The pirate, no novice himself, does not flinch. Instead, he meets Cunning's strike head-on with his own weapon. Upon their blades clashing, a thunderous metallic sound resonates. In an instant, the first mate feels a tremendous force transmit through his weapon, causing him to nearly lose grip of his sword. It is no wonder they underestimate Cunning's capabilities. Even Shiryu, a master swordsman, suffered an unexpected setback during their initial encounter. This illustrates just how terrifying Cunning's formidable strength truly is. In a fleeting moment, the pirate's first mate distances himself from Cunning, regarding him with a look of astonishment, contemplating, "I did not expect this young lad to possess such skill." He then sheds his earlier disdain, acknowledging Cunning as a worthy opponent. Observing the prepared pirate, Cunning smiles and taunts, "Is that all the strength you possess? If so, brace yourself for imminent death." While boasting, he tightens his grip on his weapon. Through their initial exchanges, they have engaged in a brief yet telling test of their respective capabilities. Cunning begins to grasp the pirate's actual combat prowess, while the pirate realizes that Cunning is far from the simpleton he initially appeared to be. Thus, they commence a genuine clash. In the exchange of blows, one could occasionally witness the sparks that erupted when blades clashed. The turbulence generated by the combat caused the tea in the cup resting on the table before Shiryu to ripple continuously, creating gentle waves. Suddenly, amidst their fierce struggle, the pirate's first mate revealed a momentary lapse. In that instant, Cunning seized the opportunity and struck downward with his sword. As he did so, he noticed a cold smirk forming at the corner of the pirate's mouth. A chill ran through Cunning's heart as he realized the impending danger. The pirate, sensing the attack, swiftly pivoted and lunged at him from the side. Undaunted by the perilous situation, Cunning maintained his approach, opting to slash at the pirate's calf with the intent of exchanging injuries. With the mindset that if he were to suffer, so too should his adversary. He committed to inflicting a severe blow upon the pirate's first mate, regardless of the cost. The outcome was that he received a cut on his arm, though it was not gravely severe. Nevertheless, Cunning did not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away. He retaliated with a decisive strike to the pirate's calf. At this moment, the pirate found himself in a dire predicament. His mobility had significantly diminished, leading to an instantaneous reversal of the offensive and defensive dynamics. Shiryu observed Cunning's frenzied demeanor, taken aback by his ruthless and decisive nature, yet this predicament had ensnared the pirate's first mate. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to victory. Despite Cunning sustaining a wound, the repercussions for the pirate were far greater. Though both were injured, Cunning maintained a firm advantage. Shiryu, the Rainmaster, watched the clash between the two with keen interest, leisurely sipping tea and drawing on a cigarette, reminiscent of a spectator in an arena, witnessing two beasts engaged in combat. In this moment, Shiryu had not yet adopted the indifferent attitude towards life and death that would characterize him in later years. Although he appeared relaxed, His hand rested firmly on his prized sword, Raikou, never wavering. This posture revealed that he was not as carefree as he seemed. Rather, he was ever poised to strike down the pirate. After a period akin to the burning of incense, Cunning ultimately severed the pirate's head. Initially, Cunning had exhibited a hint of tension, but as the battle progressed, he grew increasingly adept, wielding his blade with dexterity. Moreover, the disparity in the quality of their weapons became apparent. Shortly after their engagement commenced, the pirate's sword shattered. Nevertheless, Cunning, intent on honing his swordsmanship, was not in haste to eliminate his opponent. He sought to leverage the intensity of battle to compel himself to achieve a breakthrough. Recognizing Cunning's intentions, Shiyu rose and tossed a knife from a nearby weapons rack to the pirate's first mate. The duel intensified, and it soon became evident to even the most obtuse observer that the pirate was merely a training partner. The more the first mate contemplated this revelation, the more infuriated he became. As his anger mounted, so too did the ferocity of their exchange, yet his previously unyielding vigor waned, hampered by his prior injuries. Gradually succumbing to fatigue, the pirate was no longer the fierce adversary he had once been. Within the brief span of their confrontation, he sustained numerous wounds inflicted by Cunning. Ultimately, due to excessive blood loss from his injuries, he found himself in a daze, with Cunning's blade poised at his throat. In the face of impending death, the pirate finally comprehended fear and began to lower his head. Yet what was the use of acknowledging his mistakes now? Had he not chosen the path of piracy? Since he had embarked on this journey, regret had no place. Death was the only conclusion. Observing the now powerless first mate, Cunning leaned in closer, whispering with a smile, "I send my regards to your family on behalf of my adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. I hope you and they find joy together." Upon hearing these words, the once somewhat renowned pirate widened his eyes and gazed at Cunning. Without further ado, Cunning swiftly drew his blade and dispatched the pirate with a single stroke. In an instant, the pirate felt as though he were soaring into the air, spinning several times before witnessing a figure collapse. At that moment, he pondered why this person bore such a striking resemblance to himself. Before he could comprehend the situation, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Shiryu observed the skirmish. Although it was a mere trifling altercation, it marked Cunning's inaugural endeavor in vanquishing a pirate. For a master like Shiryu, it was hardly noteworthy, yet the encouragement deemed necessary was not to be overlooked. Thus, he gently applauded, offering his commendations to the victor. As the two continued their sparring, unexpectedly, amidst the exchanges, a bond began to form between them, leading to friendship. This was one of the few individuals Shiryu came to acknowledge within the confines of the Grand Prison. After the battle concluded, Shiryu shouted towards the door, and soon after, two hooded prison guards entered the chamber. Observing their arrival, Shiryu instructed them, "Take him and dispose of him on the second level," treating him as mere refuse to be repurposed. Upon hearing their superior's command, the guards slowly cast the body into the depths of the second level. Once they had removed the corpse, the outcome was all but predictable, for that level housed several formidable beasts. It is said that the prison is merciless. Consider the fate of the dead, thrown directly into the second level of imprisonment. What kind of place is the second prison? It is home to a host of ferocious creatures. Aptly named the Beast Prison, the beasts there do not partake in the trivialities of domestic fare, such as weeds or canned food. They feast upon human flesh. Allow me to introduce these guards and the menagerie of beasts they oversee. This level is populated by various monstrous and savage entities, including the cockatrice, the man-faced lion, and venomous scorpions, with the dominant creature being the Sphinx. The prisoners confined in this level are acutely aware that they will sooner or later become sustenance for these beasts, leaving them with little choice but to relinquish any hope of resistance. First, let us discuss the cockatrice. Known as the basilisk, a creature born from the union of a hen and a serpent. One must wonder how these two disparate species came to intertwine. This creature, once released, indiscriminately devours humans, thus it has been confined to the second level. Then there are the charming little scorpions, known as passer scorpions. Their method of combat is particularly amusing, as they stack their bodies upon one another, resembling a centipede from a distance, and they themselves are venomous. The man-faced lion manticore bears a resemblance to a statue from a former kingdom of Riverwind, known as the Sphinx. However, these beings are significantly more malevolent. They devour human remains and mimic human faces, and intriguingly, this group possesses the ability to articulate human speech. Finally, we encounter the ultimate boss, the man-faced feathered Sphinx, a formidable entity with the visage of a weathered middle-aged man, resembling Riverwind, endowed with an almost unearthly strength. He too can communicate in human language and primarily serves as the guardian of the stairs. Given this configuration, one must ponder, do you truly believe you can escape? However, in the later stages, these individuals, in their efforts to pave the way for the world's beloved son, Luffy, vanished in an instant, and subsequently, there was little further development regarding them. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but find it astonishing. Wherever Luffy ventures, everything seems to diminish in intelligence. And these formidable beasts of Impel Down are no exception. For years, no one dared to attempt an escape from the second level, yet upon Luffy's arrival, groups began to flee en masse. This scenario defies all logic. Ultimately, the conclusion of this matter no longer concerned Cunning, for he had no involvement in such affairs. Thus, after the body of the pirate vice-captain was discarded here, he ceased to intervene further. During the subsequent training, numerous so-called desperate pirates became Cunning's practice tools. In the midst of this, Shiryu, too, would occasionally feel the urge to spar with him. Initially, Cunning was no match for Shiryu, but his rate of improvement was exponential. Gradually, the two found themselves occasionally reaching a stalemate. However, peculiar occurrences unfolded during their bouts. Cunning discovered that Shiryu, in moments of heightened excitement, would lose control, disregarding the surrounding circumstances and recklessly charging forward. At first, Cunning paid little heed to this behavior, but as their sparring continued, he sensed something was amiss. Shiryu became overly focused during their duels, unable to differentiate his surroundings. If he felt that the environment hindered him, he would indiscriminately eliminate any obstacles in his path. After several encounters, Cunning finally confirmed Shiryu's issue. In private, he attempted to communicate this to Shiryu, who remained blissfully unaware, believing his behavior to be entirely normal. Thus, Cunning initiated another round of sparring, reminding Shiryu to be mindful during their matches. Initially, Shiryu appeared attentive, yet when the true battle commenced, it became evident that he was reckless, displaying a rather wild demeanor. Faced with such a situation, what could they do? Both were somewhat exasperated, left with no choice but to seek the counsel of the current deputy warden of Impel Down, Magellan. Additionally, there is another individual we have yet to properly introduce. The pharaoh-like Hannibal. How would you introduce this individual? One might describe him as diligent, which he indeed is, and one could also label him as just, for he possesses a commendable sense of righteousness. However, his myriad flaws cannot be overlooked, the most significant of which is his insatiable lust, a fatal flaw that remains unresolved. He is the type of man who finds himself utterly transfixed at the sight of a beautiful woman. Yet he stands as one of the two honest souls in the world of pirates. What does it mean to be an honest person? To put it plainly, it refers to someone unable to conceal their thoughts. One such individual is the renowned Bartolomeo, who makes his entrance later in the story. He serves under Kizaru, perpetually clad in a large apron and wielding a massive axe, vocalizing his thoughts with utmost transparency. When questioned, he answers without hesitation. The other honest soul, however, is the one we discuss here. In the future, he continuously dreams of becoming the warden of Impel Down. Yet therein lies a pivotal issue. If you aspire to such a position, you must keep those ambitions to yourself. How can one hope to achieve such a role while allowing their tongue to run rampant? Otherwise, one might wonder why Magellan frequently finds it necessary to reprimand this foolish fellow. Nevertheless, this man is quite dependable. When addressing issues concerning Shiryu, he is brought into the fold by Cunning, for it is said that 3 cobblers can outsmart a Zhuge though, in this world, there is no Zhuge, only a figure named Cunning. Within the confines of Impel Down, his circle of trust is limited to a few individuals. They engage in hushed discussions, contemplating solutions to Shiryu's predicament, yet the complexities surrounding Shiryu are far from easily resolvable. Initially, upon realizing that no one could offer a solution, Shiryu remained indifferent and planned to let things be. However, Cunning made it abundantly clear that if Shiryu continued to disregard the situation, his mindset would inevitably undergo significant transformation over time. He is already ensnared in the depths of a dark abyss, and maintaining even a glimmer of light within is no simple feat, especially given his bloodthirsty tendencies. If he remains oblivious when darkness truly begins to consume his soul, he will find it impossible to resist, and he is destined to become an emotionless monster. Upon hearing Cunning's words, Shiryu's expression grew rigid, and the others found the scene rather amusing. Yet, laughter aside, they were devoid of any viable solutions. At a crucial moment, the somewhat eccentric Hannibal posed a question, suggesting, what if, in the future, Shiryu were to leave Impel Down and first join the Navy? Upon the raising of this question, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. It was not that the proposed method was deemed inadequate, but rather that it appeared particularly well-suited to address the issues surrounding Shilio. Only by directing one's heart toward the light can one gradually amend Shilio's disposition. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that everyone recognizes the latent potential within Shilio. This very acknowledgement raises concerns that the formidable individuals poised to advance from impelled down might abandon it, which would indeed be a significant loss for the prison. Listening to their discourse, Shilio felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wasn't the objective to resolve his own issues? The implication seemed to suggest an expulsion from impelled down. What prospects would await him within the Navy if he were cast out? Observing the consensus among the group, a sense of discomfort surged within Shilio. He thought to himself, this group truly does not regard me as an outsider. They reached an agreement without my consent. Consequently, the venerable Shilio interjected, "Hey, what on earth are you all discussing? Why must the resolution of my issues lead me to the Navy? Can it not be accomplished here in Impel Down?" The assembly turned to glance at Shilio, suddenly realizing that this towering figure seemed somewhat lacking in perception. How had they failed to notice this before? At this moment, they were all engaged in assisting him, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Soon after, a voice broke the silence. Deputy Warden Magellan, who struggled to suppress a wave of nausea, cast a bemused glance at Shilio before speaking. "Brother, I am perplexed by your thoughts. Are you, perchance, jesting with us? What kind of environment is this? It is rife with criminals. And the offenses committed by these wrongdoers are often severe enough to warrant multiple capital punishments. In such a place, it is fair to say that only those of exceptional mental fortitude can maintain a tranquil mindset. However, you are different. You possess an inherent bloodthirsty trait, and your disposition is particularly susceptible to environmental influences. Each day, as you confront these inmates, your latent negative emotions can be easily provoked by their presence. Even if you endeavor to suppress these feelings, harboring them internally over time will only lead to an accumulation that becomes increasingly difficult to manage. Once your mental state deteriorates, it could result in significant complications, and surely you do not wish to find yourself in an irretrievable situation a decade or two later. Remarkably, Magellan, with his notorious foresight, foresaw this outcome. Who could have imagined that over 20 years later, he would ascend to become the second captain of the notorious Blackbeard's Grand Fleet? One of the future 4 emperors? It was during the chaotic killings instigated by Shirita that Magellan imprisoned him within the confines of Impel Down. In that situation, there was no way to alter his fate. At that juncture, Shirlio's character had become immutable. The indifference he had cultivated over time was profoundly ingrained in his very essence. Unlike the present, when the two were still close friends, supporting and aiding one another. Moreover, Magellan had no intention of disposing of his dear friend. From the few episodes that featured him, it became evident that Magellan placed great value on relationships. Even when Shirley encountered significant issues later on, he refrained from taking his life, opting instead to imprison him. Ultimately, in a state of utter bewilderment, Shirley found himself assigned to the Navy. However, the circumstances were still precarious. It had only recently been discovered, and more meticulous research was required on these individuals. If the situation was not as dire as it seemed, Impel Down would not wish to release Shirley from their confines. Shirley consented to remain there for the time being, hoping to find a resolution. As the days passed, our protagonist, Cunning, continued to grow stronger at an astonishing rate, even startling Magellan. He believed that in the vast expanse of the ocean, Cunning would undoubtedly carve out a place for himself. Upon hearing Magellan's praise, Cunning humbly smiled and discreetly urged him to keep this information confidential. Initially, Magellan perceived Cunning's humility as mere modesty, but after Cunning's explanation, he comprehended the young man's intentions and empathized with him. In this world, not everyone yearns for the spotlight or aspires to become a great hero. Some, like Cunning, prefer to remain unnoticed and concealed. After all, survival is paramount. A single misstep could lead one to cross paths with the 4 emperors, a situation where lamentation would be futile. Though the concept of the 4 emperors had yet to fully materialize. Nonetheless, Magellan believed that this time would not be prolonged. Young men like Cunning, filled with dreams of the sea, would not be deterred by their current circumstances. At times, one cannot help but regard Magellan as a prophet, as he discerned Cunning's potential with remarkable clarity. Not long after, an event transpired that nearly prompted Magellan to chastise himself. Setting aside thoughts of the future, let us focus on Cunning in the present. He was living a life rich in experiences, while on the Navy's side, Zephyr found himself preoccupied with thoughts of him, yearning for an opportunity to visit. However, he was unable to abandon his responsibilities, leaving him in a quandary, constantly contemplating how to find Cunning. Yet, despite his longing. Zephyr was a man of principles. He was determined to complete his tasks, even though he faced the daily struggle of being away from his cherished adopted son. What was he to do? In an effort to divert attention from troubling thoughts, the burden fell upon his subordinates, who endured the rigorous training imposed by Zephyr. Unbeknownst to them, these individuals believed that their esteemed superior, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, had merely raised his expectations. Thus they faced the intensified training regimen with a mix of pain and joy. Little did they realize that Zephyr's aspirations would soon come to fruition. Perhaps fate took pity on him, for it was not long before Zephyr personally ventured to impel down to reunite with his beloved adopted son. This time is no exception. It is not merely a casual stroll in the capital, but rather a significant event unfolding. To speak of the magnitude of this occurrence is to say that the Navy has issued the long-awaited Demon Extermination Order. One might note that this order has seldom been invoked in the realm of pirate anime. Its activation this time is purely coincidental, a serendipity that befell He-Wen. Upon encountering this matter, He-Wen could hardly contain his astonishment, chiding himself for his curiosity that compelled him to witness it. The moment he laid eyes upon it, he was taken aback, for it was utterly unforeseen that a figure the world government sought to erase had vanished. To elaborate on this matter would require a lengthy discourse. No one could have anticipated that, shortly after the inception of the pirate timeline, a momentous event would unfold. This event pertains to Bondi Wald, the World Destroyer, who miraculously vanished within the confines of the sixth layer. Continuing from where we left off, let us proceed. During the time spent in Impel Down, day by day, He-Wen diligently trained without fail, and by now, he had reached the age of 16, which corresponds to the year 1496. This year is quite familiar, isn't it? In a year and a half, the infamous Pirate King, Gold, Roger, shall be captured, heralding a period of turmoil across the seas. It is imperative to seize this time for rigorous training, taking full advantage of the abundant resources available, and becoming a renowned master of time management. During this period, one should refrain from distractions such as seeking romantic relationships, for He-Wen firmly believes that a heart free of romantic entanglements allows for unimpeded focus. Though merely 16 years of age, He-Wen has already garnered the respect of many within the confines of Impel Down, a place where strength reigns supreme. Daily, one can observe He-Wen traversing the various levels, confronting unruly pirates with decisive force. When faced with those of considerable strength, he enlists Shiryu as a referee, leading the pirate into a secluded chamber for combat. Regardless of the outcome, these pirates are seldom seen again, as He-Wen articulates. Battling such nefarious foes allows him to unwind, devoid of guilt for having taken their lives. After all, their futures are dire within these walls. Anyone dispatched to Impel Down should abandon any hope of survival. Each day, numerous pirates are ushered into this fortress, many of whom are unceremoniously cast into the second level, becoming fodder for the beasts that dwell there. Rather than succumb to such a fate, it is better to let He-Wen make use of them. Consequently, in confronting the majority of these vicious pirates, He-Wen engages them directly, ultimately ending their lives, leaving the cleanup to a team responsible for disposing of the remains. Through these battles, he acquires invaluable combat experience from seasoned pirates who have weathered the tumultuous seas for years, thus compensating for his own relative inexperience. During his sparring sessions with Shiryu, the two friends avoid lethal force. There is no need for that, nor is the situation dire enough to warrant such extremes. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Impel Down are devising ways to mitigate Shiryu's bloodthirsty impulses. Each bout serves as an outlet for Shiryu to vent the pent-up negativity accumulated over time. Although this emotional burden gradually lessens, it has not been completely eradicated, likely due to Shiryu's previous lack of proper psychological guidance. As he relentlessly pursued the enhancement of his own abilities, neglecting his mental state, it must be acknowledged that he is indeed a prodigy, capable of rising to power amidst such adversity. Presently, however, Shiryu, known as the Rain, no longer possesses the ease he once exhibited during his encounters with He-Wen. Even when He-Wen is momentarily distracted, Shiryu finds opportunities to strike, causing him to act with haste. As a result, Shiryu is compelled to intensify his training to maintain his edge over He-Wen. However, He-Wen, in his idle moments, finds amusement in teasing Shiryu, who, due to his own verbal shortcomings, consistently loses their exchanges, leading to an increasingly irritable disposition. The back-and-forth banter has become addictive, each time He-Wen provokes Shiryu. The latter falls into the trap, only to find himself unable to win the verbal sparring, exacerbating his frustration. At times, Shiryu feels that his sour mood stems not from training but from the vexations caused by He-Wen, rendering him increasingly sullen, as if the world owes him a considerable debt. Ultimately, Yuan's incessant teasing culminates in Shiryu, disregarding all else, drawing his blade, thunderstorm, and unleashing his full might upon the loquacious youth. Gazing upon Yuan's battered visage, Shiryu exhales deeply, reveling in the satisfaction of having delivered a well-deserved lesson. Looking down at Yuan, he remarks, "Little brat, let us see if you dare to speak so freely in the future. Should I hear any more of my gossip? You can be certain I will come for you once more." Having spoken, he lit 2 cigars in one breath and gracefully departed from the battle room. Although the atmosphere appeared somber, even Shiryu himself was oblivious to the change. It was only Magellan and the others who noticed that the longer he spent with Yuan, the more his own mindset became swayed. He was no longer as indifferent as before. Now, at times, the current Shiryu would even reveal glimpses of youthful emotions. Such a scene brings immense joy to everyone, as comrades truly require the care of their own kind. Moreover, the little rascal Yuan, in his moments of idleness, has taken to matchmaking, for sometimes, beyond rigorous training, one must also temper their mindset. Otherwise, over time, one's mental state may falter. What if another Shiryu were to emerge? Thus, to adjust one's mentality, one must stir things up. How, you might wonder? By playing matchmaker and introducing people to one another, a notion that could only be conceived by Yuan. At times, the prominent figures advancing into the city ponder the idea of cracking open Yuan's mind, curious to discover what peculiar thoughts reside within. It is filled with whimsical notions. And only he could conceive such ideas. In this daunting realm of the impertinent maximum security prison, who would have imagined that matchmaking would become a pursuit? On that day, many newcomers arrived at Impel Down. Upon seeing them, Yuan exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, I assent that the very few who clashed with Luffy during his tumultuous escapade here." Among these familiar faces, one stood out, a woman named Sadie. It seemed that her character was poised for significant development, as Yuan recalled that she appeared to have taken a liking to Magellan. Contemplating this, Yuan swiftly turned to observe Magellan and then Sadie. Noting the striking contrast between the imposing figure of a robust man and that of a petite woman, this peculiar juxtaposition sent shivers down Yuan's spine. However, as if struck by a whimsical thought, a sly grin crept upon his lips. Witnessing this mischievous smile, those present could not help but feel a chill. They likely suspected that Yuan was concocting some mischievous scheme, prompting them to interrupt him just as he was about to speak, which left him feeling utterly frustrated. Finally, let us take a look at who else has arrived here. Many are familiar faces, such as a diminutive character resembling a mascot, known as Sardeus. This individual possesses a personality akin to that of Yuan, characterized by a humorous disposition. However, he seems to exude a subtle air of restrained allure. This individual, in the future, will undoubtedly emerge as a prominent figure in the advanced city, overseeing the Blue Stars on the first floor, serving as their commander. Next, we have a lady named Domino, a serious-minded beauty with flowing blonde waves, clad in a crisp uniform and already donning glasses. Indeed, it is said that beautiful people look exquisite in anything they wear. One could almost see the astonishment in Yuan's eyes, as if they were about to pop out. However, isn't there a saying that perfectly captures this sentiment, a rose with thorns? Observing Domino's stern demeanor, Yuan ultimately shook his head. Although it seemed he had much to ponder, it was merely a fleeting moment of contemplation. Who would have imagined that the irreverent Yuan would indulge in such whimsical thoughts? After countless years, Advanced City has finally welcomed some newcomers, including several women. Much to the excitement of the older gentlemen. While there were female soldiers in Advanced City, most had dwindled following Yuan's matchmaking endeavors, leaving only a handful behind. Consequently, Yuan had offended a significant portion of the soldiers, including some who fancied themselves as formidable warriors, seeking various unfounded reasons to challenge him to duels. Ultimately, it became evident to all that they were simply bested by Yuan, who realized one crucial truth. If one seeks a sparring partner, there is no shortage of justifications. And what better reason exists than this? In the end, the induction of these new members transpired rather unremarkably, devoid of the anticipated events. However, each time Yuan spotted little Suddy and Magellan together, he couldn't resist teasing them. Initially, one might assume that Magellan, the longtime bachelor, would possess a thicker skin. Yet only those who have interacted with him would know that he harbors a rather shy nature. Moreover, he tends to blush easily in the presence of outsiders. While little Suddy, in contrast, is refreshingly candid, devoid of any pretentiousness. This led to a situation where every time Yuan made a jest at the expense of Magellan, the audience would erupt in unrestrained laughter, leaving Magellan utterly embarrassed. Eventually, this seemingly honest yet surprisingly reserved older gentleman could no longer contain himself and decided to intervene personally, using the excuse of proper training. However, as the old adage goes, what a person does is observed by heaven. Retribution may not come immediately, but when the time arrives, it will come in full measure. Whether intentional or not, he consistently directed his blows at Huan's face, left and right, leaving Huan battered and bruised, unable to face anyone. Moreover, this deputy director of the advancing city, Magellan, discovered that he seemed to develop an addiction to beating Huan, yet he promptly dismissed this notion. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of striking Huan was undeniably delightful. In the subsequent days, Huan endured pain while simultaneously experiencing joy. On one hand, he observed significant improvements in his strength, while on the other, he greatly enhanced his resilience to adversity. Consequently, Huan's confidence in his own abilities soared, leading to a somewhat inflated ego. However, taming Huan proved to be an effortless task. Before long, an incident occurred that would serve as a striking blow to Huan's pride, catching everyone completely off guard. On that day, Huan, adhering to his customary routine, established communication with the Navy from beyond the sea. After both parties jointly confirmed that all was tranquil, Huan resolved to venture into the city of Caojing, intending to explore and reminisce about matters he might have overlooked. As I meandered through the surroundings, I arrived at the second level of the advancement city, a layer previously introduced as the realm of beasts. However, these creatures recognized Huan. In fact, a peculiar chicken snake even nodded its head in his direction. Amused by the chicken snake's antics, Huan burst into laughter and waved at it. Upon reaching the staircase, he spotted a long immobile lion with a human face. He greeted the creature, and upon recognizing Huan, the lion glanced sideways, wagged its tail in acknowledgement, and promptly rolled over, succumbing to slumber within moments. Observing the peacefully sleeping lion, Huan chuckled and shook his head, continuing to stride past it. Yet, after only a few steps, Huan sensed something amiss. There lay a protruding brick beneath his feet. Where is this place? It is the push-forward city. Brothers, who would dare to cut corners and neglect their duties while constructing in such a place? Is one not intent on surviving? Do they wish to be cast down to the second level of push-forward city to become mere fodder for these ferocious beasts? If one finds themselves in the third level, the realm of hunger, upon death there remains a thick layer of dust, whereas in the second level, there would be naught but bones left. What would one become? Merely the refuse of a pack of wild beasts. At this thought, Huan felt a surge of excitement, pondering who among the gods could have wrought such a scenario. Fearless and audacious, this indeed piqued Huan's interest. In the face of this situation, he remained discreet, glancing around. Apart from a slumbering lion man, there was no one else present. Thus, Huan pried open a brick, only to be taken aback. Good heavens, it was not merely a case of poor construction. Someone had audaciously excavated a tunnel within push-forward city. Gazing into the profound tunnel, Huan, feeling a bit lightheaded, leaped down without a second thought and began to explore this passage. One must admit, Huan was indeed fortunate. He encountered no unforeseen mishaps along the way, quietly advancing through the corridor. As he silently calculated the distance, he lost track of time until he perceived a faint glimmer of light ahead, prompting him to finally halt his steps. Although Huan was somewhat inebriated, he was not foolish. He sensed the distinct atmosphere ahead. Here, he could faintly hear the murmur of conversations, indicating that there were indeed many people within. After some contemplation, Huan rummaged through his belongings and ultimately unearthed a small device, a surveillance recording insect. In this world, there exists a myriad of peculiar telephone insects, each more bizarre than the last. The reason why Huan possesses such an unusual telephone insect is a tale worth telling. Initially, it was intended to oversee Huan, to prevent him from shirking his duties at work. Simultaneously, it serves to ensure that the communication between the city and its surroundings remains unimpeded. At regular intervals, designated personnel are assigned to retrieve the surveillance footage stored within the telephone insect. This is indeed a commendable measure. However, it bears no relevance to the current situation. The surveillance feature of the phone bug is activated, meticulously documenting the circumstances on site. At this moment, Huan also surveyed the scene, and upon seeing it, his gaze involuntarily narrowed. This group of individuals clad in prison garb could only be identified as the inmates here. Who else could they be, if not pirates? Before him, these prisoners were reveling in a space equivalent to several football fields, celebrating in a party. Do not inquire how Huan is aware of this. Simply observe the cups filled with a yellow liquid in their hands, the nature of which remains uncertain. A group of individuals engaged in boisterous discourse, boasting of their illustrious past. Listening to their exaggerated claims about striking down kingdoms and obliterating formidable foes, one could not help but feel a sense of incredulity. If it were truly that simple, chaos would have long ensued. While the boastful tales did not particularly concern him, one question lingered in his mind: how had they managed to arrive at this place? Was it solely by means of such dubious tactics? Yet, as he pondered over certain narratives pertaining to Impel Down, a particular figure dawned upon him, elucidating the enigma. Indeed, a thorough investigation into the inexplicable disappearances of pirates within Impel Down, both recent and from years past, seemed warranted. Resolute in his decision, he began to prepare for his departure, meticulously erasing any traces of his presence to avoid detection. Continuing the narrative, having deduced the origins of this locale, he recognized that the circumstances surrounding it were far from ordinary. The pathways leading here were manifold, and it was evident that this was none other than the enigmatic level 5 of Impel Down. In light of this revelation, he refrained from drawing attention to the matter, uncertain if other incidents might transpire within the confines of the prison. With numerous routes available, he feared that any misstep could inadvertently alert those who might be monitoring. Thus, he resolved to explore the depths of Impel Down alone, seeking to uncover the hidden locations that even the surveillance systems could not detect. Ultimately, through his explorations, he discovered several entrances, some of which were guarded while others appeared neglected, suggesting that certain prisoners may remain oblivious to their existence. Despite identifying numerous exits, the lack of information regarding the individuals within rendered him hesitant to delve further. Soon after, he sought out his trusted friend, Shiryu of the Rain, and together they ventured into the archives of Impel Down to investigate the inexplicable disappearances of individuals over the years, as well as to review the records of the prisoners they had documented. To their astonishment, their inquiries revealed a troubling pattern. Many significant figures from critical periods had been incarcerated in Impel Down, only to vanish without a trace years later. The vanished populace remains unaccounted for even by the prisons. Nonetheless, there exists a prevailing belief among the people that they have perished, leading to their records being amended to reflect their presumed death. The veracity of their demise, however, remains unverified, as no one has definitively witnessed it. Consequently, he sought permission from the records office to obtain the authority to investigate the information pertaining to these individuals. Observing Hewen's unusual maneuvers left Shilu bewildered. Yet Hewen, with a grave expression, advised his dear friend to prepare for what lies ahead, as they might soon find themselves quite occupied. Leaving Shilu in a state of confusion, Hewen returned to his residence within the confines of Impel Down, where he proceeded to play the video recorded by the phone book. He then compared it with the personnel records of the missing individuals over the years, discovering that a startling 65 of them had inexplicably vanished from Impel Down. This revelation took Hewen by surprise. Upon careful reflection, it became evident that the current leader was not the one widely recognized. Rather, it was Ivan Koff, known as the Transvestite King. However, according to the current timeline, he had yet to be captured, indicating that these pirates were merely coincidentally present. Fortunately, the chaos wrought by Luffy during his assault on Impel Down had resulted in significant destruction, catching many off guard due to their lack of preparation. Unsettled, Hewen resolved to investigate further. Finally, on a dark and tempestuous night, he donned his pre-prepared nocturnal attire and stealthily descended from the 5th level of Impel Down, known as the Extreme Cold Hell, once again arriving at the so-called level 5. The arrival this time nearly plunged Hewen into peril. As Hewen traversed the entrance and ventured into the corridor, he unexpectedly discovered that a pirate was stationed within this passage. What is the situation? During my previous exploration of this passage, no one was stationed here. Could it be that the pirates have established corresponding defensive measures? With a mind full of questions, Hewen quietly concealed himself. After an indeterminate duration, he observed a swaying pirate approaching the guard. The unsteady pirate was the first to speak, saying, "Jimmy, I'm here to relieve you. There are some good things waiting for you inside." Upon hearing this, the pirate named Jimmy broke into a delighted smile. They engaged in a brief exchange, while Hewen silently filtered the information, diligently recording what was useful. At that moment, the two men remained unaware that their conversation had been documented by a significant figure within the Navy. However, since essential information had yet to be acquired, Hewen, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, resolved to continue eavesdropping, hoping to glean further insights from their dialogue. Once the two pirates completed their handover, Hewen, realizing he was unable to obtain anything of value, initially intended to depart. Yet, at that moment, the pirate named Jimmy, who should have been at the banquet, addressed the inebriated pirate, saying, "Our captain is quite mysterious. Have you heard how he arrived here?" In response to Jimmy's inquiry, the drunken pirate chuckled and replied, "Have you heard of the esteemed figure who opened up this level?" Jimmy paused for a moment before responding, "I've heard of him. But I believe he recently left Impel Down. Has he?" Upon hearing this, Hewan was drenched in cold sweat. The fortress renowned as the most impregnable on the seas had been quietly vacated without their knowledge. After documenting their conversation, Hewan perked up his ears, filled with anticipation, as he wondered what events might unfold next. Just as he settled down, he overheard the two discussing, "The person who established this level is no ordinary individual. He was originally imprisoned on the 6th level, but later, he managed to escape. Not long after, he stealthily returned to the 6th level of Impel Down." At this point, the pirate named Jimmy suddenly gasped, realizing that the 6th level was indeed that notorious place. Just as they reached this juncture, Jimmy was abruptly silenced by the drunken pirate, who then sensed that his intoxication was fading. Leaning in closer to Jimmy's ear, he whispered, "Brother, are you courting death? Is that place something to speak of lightly? Just act as if you know nothing." Upon hearing this, Jimmy also came to his senses and replied to the inebriated pirate, "Thanks, brother. I understand the situation now. We should sit down for a drink together another day." The drunken pirate smiled and said, "All right, no problem." After exchanging pleasantries, the pirate named Jimmy prepared to depart. At that moment, it was unclear whether it was due to having overindulged in dinner or the shock of the news, but Raven, caught off guard, inadvertently let out a burp. Typically, such an occurrence would elicit little attention, yet in the vast emptiness of this corridor, the act of burping could prove perilous, as the sound would carry far and wide. The two pirates, having just concluded their conversation and ready to part ways, immediately caught wind of this unexpected noise, their faces transforming into expressions of skepticism. In unison, they turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, causing Raven to break into a cold sweat. He glanced left, right, up, and down, earnestly searching for a way to conceal himself. At that moment, the two pirates ambled over, and Raven, seizing a stroke of inspiration, gripped his weapon in one hand while the other discreetly moved to his mouth, mimicking the sound of a rat squeaking. This clever ruse momentarily bewildered the two pirates. One of them, Jimmy, remarked, "It's merely a mouse. I thought someone had intruded, giving me quite a fright." The other pirate nudged Jimmy and suggested, "Go on and enjoy the party. I shall remain here to keep watch." In the end, the two of them left the area, engaged in light-hearted banter. Watching the two depart, Hewan was drenched in cold sweat, cautiously retreating step by step from the entrance of the cave, leaving that place behind. In such circumstances, Hewan had, to put it bluntly, prepared for a surprise attack on the pair. At that moment, the risk of exposure was no longer a concern. He had come to the realization that something monumental was about to transpire in this location, the prospect of a prison break. Typically, the notion of an escape would not provoke much astonishment, for this was Impel Down, a fortress that welcomed countless individuals daily. However, Hewan learned that a significant portion of these individuals had descended from the 6th level, a tier deliberately concealed by the world government to obscure the truth. The sheer number of escapees raised the prospect of considerable chaos, and this thought left Hewan restless. Thus, he promptly returned to his quarters within Impel Down. The situation had escalated beyond the capabilities of a mere junior officer like himself. Simultaneously, Hewan summoned Magellan and Shirido. Initially, he contemplated inviting Hannibal, that flamboyant little man. Yet, recalling Hannibal's susceptibility to temptation, Hewan wisely abandoned that idea, fearing that the latter's loose tongue might inadvertently jeopardize his plans. He then recounted his observations within the cave to the two of them. Upon hearing Hewan's account, an amusing scene unfolded. Both men were momentarily taken aback, then instinctively rubbed their ears in disbelief, casting incredulous glances at Hewan. After a brief exchange of looks, it was Magellan who broke the silence. Addressing Hewan, "Brother Hewan, you cannot be serious. We are in Impel Down. How could there possibly be a hidden lair? Such a thing is inconceivable." Following suit, Shiryu remarked, "The likelihood of such an occurrence is slimmer than the sky collapsing. This grand prison, Impel Down, was constructed through the labor and ingenuity of countless skilled artisans at great expense. It could not be so easily compromised from within." Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the two individuals, Hewan refrained from providing excessive explanations. Instead, he showcased the footage he had captured within the corridor. As the images of the telephone insect were projected onto the wall, Hewan found amusement in the ever-shifting countenances of his companions. Their faces transformed like a theatrical mask, shifting from pale to dark. However, due to Shilio's particularly deep complexion, the change was less discernible. Yet, it was clear that this was not a moment for levity, given the urgency of the situation. Subsequently, the trio engaged in a fervent discussion within the small, dimly lit room, their voices echoing for 4 hours. The specifics of their deliberations remained a mystery to outsiders, but upon their exit, the relaxed demeanor of Magellan and Shilio offered no cause for suspicion. However, once they returned to their respective quarters, their expressions turned grave. Magellan addressed his subordinate, commanding him to summon back all recently furloughed personnel and to enhance the patrols around the advancing city. He added, casually, to release the chickens and snakes, entrusting the second layer to them. After issuing these orders, Magellan continued, instructing his aide to expedite the reassignment of some of the blue guerrillas stationed on the first layer to form a mobile unit. He prepared them for what he anticipated would be a significant internal drill in the coming days. Lastly, he urged his subordinates to remain vigilant during this time, for they could be called to action at any moment. Upon witnessing Magellan's demeanor, the poor assistant initially found himself in a state of heightened anxiety, fearing that the ensuing actions would entail Magellan leading the prison guards into battle against the pirates. However, as the events unfolded, he gradually realized that it was merely a drill, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had intended to counsel the formidable figure of Impel Down to refrain from erratic behavior. Once the assistant departed, the seemingly relaxed atmosphere of the office suddenly grew oppressive. Magellan silently lit a cigar, lost in contemplation. After Shiryu returned to his quarters, he sought out the awakened Zoan fruit users on the 4th floor, ensuring they were well fed. He also arranged for the awakened bull-headed creature from the 3rd floor to be moved closer to him, all while intensifying his training regimen in preparation for any unforeseen events that might arise. Once these two individuals had left, Cowan changed into a more comfortable outfit and sauntered over to the data storage room to search for potentially relevant information. He also requested access to the 6th level from Magellan. After reviewing the materials, he called for Shiryu, and together they ventured to the long-forgotten 6th level of Impel Down. Upon their arrival, they compared the earlier records and discovered that several notorious pirates had mysteriously vanished from this level, including the so-called World Destroyer, Bondi Walt. Cowan, while investigating the circumstances surrounding these disappearances, noticed that some tiles on the floor differed from the others, although the surface appeared smooth and devoid of any marks. It was evident that these particular tiles were slightly loose compared to their counterparts. Moreover, minute fragments of dirt surrounded these tiles, leading Cowan to surmise the identity of the culprit. In the original narrative, there existed a figure we had previously mentioned, the renowned commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Division. Mori, an illustrious user of the pushing fruit and a remarkably long-lived individual, who, by now, had presumably departed. This revelation caused Cowan a moment of vexation, as he pondered how the man, shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, had managed to escape. The 6th level of Impel Down, under such circumstances, was evidently not secure. What actions to take next were unnecessary for Cowan to articulate. He feigned a casual observation of the situation on the 6th level. Fortune favored the diligent, as his scrutiny revealed some discrepancies. Although the prisoners on this level were vociferous in their outcries, their eyes shone with an unmistakable glimmer of hope. But what could be the source of this hope? It is evident without needing to articulate that it is indeed them. The realization that someone has escaped from here is quite terrifying. Within the 6th level of Impel Down, it is likely that certain individuals are consistently providing information to those pirates who have departed. Given these circumstances, it is not improbable that such events may transpire. Thus, Cowan feigned the guise of a routine patrol. However, deep within his heart, he understood clearly that a significant upheaval might soon unfold here. In his previous life, Cowan had never encountered such scenes in the pirate anime. It is highly probable that his arrival has indirectly triggered a butterfly effect. In any case, Cowan pretended to remain oblivious to the crude remarks of the pirates, proceeding directly towards Shiryu. After an exchange of meaningful glances with Shiryu, he silently ascended to the higher levels. Yet, the moment Shiryu caught Cowan's gaze, a sense of alarm surged within him, realizing the gravity of the situation. Consequently, upon their departure from the 6th level of Impel Down, they hastily made their way to Magellan's office without any pretense. Originally, Magellan, who was casually smoking and feeling self-assured about his arrangements, was immediately chilled by their urgent arrival. He understood that the matter at hand was far more complex than he had initially imagined. With no other recourse, he could only observe Cowan to see if this young mind could devise a solution to the problems at hand. Upon listening to Cowan's report, he was taken aback to discover that the old man Bon Clay was missing. Magellan's countenance fell at this moment. He had not yet acquired the fearless demeanor he would possess over 20 years later. Presently, he was slightly perturbed, for the evaluation of this individual was exceedingly high. Sengoku had once stated that this man could rival an emperor of the sea single-handedly. This underscores the high regard in which Sengoku held him. Yet, there was no alternative but to covertly ascertain the number of other individuals who had mysteriously vanished from the 6th level or from other floors. As Magellan watched Cunning and Shiryu depart, he sank deep into contemplation. Simultaneously, the duo began to identify several suspicious individuals among those who had gone missing over the years. Additionally, Cunning took Shiryu to explore some of the entrances he had previously encountered. Upon witnessing the multitude of caverns, Shiryu was left astounded, questioning whether their daily patrols were merely a facade. Why were there so many vast passageways that had gone unnoticed? What a significant oversight this is. At this moment, in a desolate location, Magellan conducted an assessment of the newly recruited individuals, evaluating their capabilities. Subsequently, he assigned them to their respective positions, much to their delight. They had not anticipated that upon their arrival, they would receive such attention from the second-in-command of the maritime venture. These individuals felt a profound sense of loyalty, akin to that of a soldier willing to sacrifice for a worthy leader. Yet, only Magellan was aware of the turmoil that lay ahead, pondering how many of these newcomers would remain after the impending storm. This thought evoked a deep sense of regret within him. These individuals are the carefully selected elite, painstakingly chosen from the outside. If possible, it is essential to provide them with ample care and support. Subsequently, Magellan elaborated on their training and reinforced the requirements, ensuring that they swiftly adapt to their positions and capabilities during this period. Over the past few days, Cunning has been diligently monitoring the pirates within the channels, intercepting their communications, and occasionally comparing information on those pirates who have vanished, continually verifying their claims. Ultimately, after gathering the information, Cunning summoned Magellan and Shiryu to his chamber, presenting them with the corroborated details. Upon reviewing the information, both were astounded, unable to fathom that their prison had housed such notorious death row inmates from the Grand Line over the years who had managed to escape to that location. Among the multitude of notorious pirates, countless exceed the staggering figure of 500 million, not to mention the formidable Bondivard. Although his bounty is relatively modest, his extraordinary strength cannot be overlooked. Faced with this reality, the three individuals understood that the current situation was beyond the capacity of Impel Down to manage alone. Even if they could resolve the matter at hand, the overall strength of Impel Down would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline, rendering them incapable of instilling fear in the terrifying pirates that lurked nearby. Furthermore, the situation was exacerbated by the hopeful pirates within the 6th level of Impel Down, who were eagerly anticipating their rescue. Their potential unrest posed an additional threat, jeopardizing the entire prison. Consequently, Cunning swiftly advised Magellan to contact the Navy headquarters, as their assistance was urgently required. After deliberation, Magellan reluctantly acquiesced to Cunning's suggestion, recognizing it as the only viable course of action given the dire circumstances. Without further ado, Cunning established communication with Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, in the Navy headquarters at Marineford, Admiral Sengoku was engaged in a small meeting to address various pressing matters. The words "Justice of the World" above him were impeccably clean. At this juncture, Sengoku's secretary approached, holding a distinctive red transponder snail, which he presented to the Admiral. Without lifting his gaze, Sengoku addressed the transponder snail, inquiring, "Who is it? What business do you have with me?" Observing the transponder snail's display, Cunning felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he replied, "Admiral Sengoku, it's me, Cunning." Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Sengoku lifted his head, his expression brightening at the sight of the transponder snail, indicating that Cunning was faring quite well in life. With a hearty laugh, Sengoku rose and ushered everyone else out of his office. Once they had departed, he turned to Cunning with a smile, asking, "What brings you here, young Cunning? Is there something on your mind? Have you completed the tasks I assigned to you?" "We're nearly finished. Just one last piece remains, the main perpetrator, the captain. All other personnel have been dealt with according to protocol," Cunning responded. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was immensely pleased, relieved to finally provide an update to his old friend. He was acutely aware that the true measure of the child's strength lay not in merely eliminating the adversaries, but rather engaging Cunning's growth as a formidable force. Based on the feedback received, it was evident that over the past 2 years, Cunning had developed to an impressive degree. It must be said that this child is indeed a prodigy. Reflecting on the years past, the Navy has continuously welcomed an influx of exceptional young talent, bringing immense joy to all, and thus the mood of General Zhanghua is exceedingly buoyant. Who would not be elated to have such promising descendants? Observing the inexplicably cheerful General Zhanghua, Hewen felt quite bewildered. Nonetheless, seeing his superior in high spirits, Hewen also felt a surge of happiness. Thinking to seize this opportunity to promptly address pressing matters. When Hewen directly informed General Zhanghua about the situation at hand, the once smiling general was abruptly silenced. It must be acknowledged that the issues Hewen reported were indeed quite grave. In this predicament, General Zhanghua found himself at a loss. What could he do now? The only recourse was to seek assistance from his superior, Marshal Kong, to resolve the dilemma. Upon hearing these revelations, Marshal Kong, too, felt overwhelmed, realizing that such matters could not be resolved unilaterally. Consequently, he summoned all the senior officials within the Navy for an urgent meeting. Meanwhile, on a thriving small island in the East China Sea, a middle-aged man clad in shorts was meandering about, leisurely sipping beer pilfered from a tavern, embodying the essence of a carefree life. Yet, fate had other plans in store for him. At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The man took it out, glanced at it, and promptly hung up. Yet, within 2 minutes, the phone rang again, and he disconnected it once more. When the phone rang for the third time, the man, exasperated, answered the call. On the other end, a man with a wild hairstyle, sporting frog-eyed glasses and a small braid on his chin, made a grand entrance, unmistakably resembling a general from the Warring States period. He bellowed at the man before him. "Kapu, you scoundrel! How dare you ignore my calls? Do you wish to be beaten?" Despite the general's furious demeanor, the man remained unperturbed and chuckled. "Ha ha ha. No need to rush, Warring States. Take your time to explain. After all, I am on vacation, and you can't find me. It will only infuriate you further." The general, irritated by Kapu's flippant attitude, was on the verge of smashing the phone and shouted into it, "This is a top-secret mission. If you do not return, prepare for dire consequences." With that, the general hung up without waiting for a response. Observing the disconnection, Vice Admiral Kapu couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. He pondered, has that fellow Roger been unusually quiet recently? What misfortune has befallen us again? Look at this, my old friend is quite exasperated. Alas, it seems that a day of joy is not meant for me. There is no alternative but to return to the Navy headquarters. At this moment, within the office of Admiral Sengoku, 2 figures are seated. One is the legendary Granny Hiyori, who is now affectionately referred to as Aunt Hiyori. The other is Zephyr, our current admiral, who has yet to retire. Upon overhearing the conversation between Garp and Sengoku, the middle-aged lady and Hiyori burst into laughter. Witnessing this spectacle, Zephyr couldn't help but smile as well. It is indeed a rare occurrence for the Navy's renowned strategist to be rendered so flustered. And only the unpredictable Vice Admiral Garp could achieve such a feat, however. Both of them find amusement in the situation, as they share a profound understanding of each other. Observing Admiral Sengoku's state, one can only surmise that once Garp returns, a thorough reprimanding will undoubtedly ensue, for Sengoku is hardly known for his magnanimity. As the two revel in their mirth, Admiral Sengoku, with a resigned expression, silently supports his forehead with his hand. The sight only provokes further uncontrollable laughter from the two, echoing throughout the office and drawing curious glances from those passing by, who were left wondering what transpired within. After a day filled with intense mobilization, the majority of the Navy's elite forces have returned to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Just then, a peculiar dog-headed warship wobbles its way through the gates of justice at Marine headquarters. All who witness this vessel immediately stand at attention, saluting it. Such an eccentric sight is a rarity within the Navy, and this ship belongs to our hero, Garp. Upon disembarking, Garp, clad in oversized shorts and large flip-flops, casually drapes a justice cape over his shoulders, appearing as though he has just awoken from slumber. He meanders toward the office of his friend, Admiral Sengoku. Upon arriving, he finds the office completely empty and, while absent-mindedly picking his nose, inquires of Sengoku's secretary, "Where has that old fellow Sengoku gone? He hurriedly summoned me back. Yet now he is nowhere to be found. Is he toying with me?" The secretary, sweating profusely, can only smile apologetically as he responds. They are currently convened in the main conference room at the Navy headquarters. This meeting is quite significant, and you are already approximately half an hour late. Garp, realizing the urgency, hastens on his way, lest Admiral Sengoku and Marshal Kong unleash their tempers once more. Who would have thought that Garp, this unabashed individual, wore a nonchalant expression as he chuckled dismissively and swaggered into the conference room? Upon entering, he kicked the door open with a forceful stomp, instantly drawing the attention of all present. who turned their heads to see which esteemed figure dared to exhibit such arrogance in this setting. However, upon recognizing the infamous Vice Admiral of the Navy, the attendees silently averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. At that moment, anyone who dared to speak out might find themselves on the receiving end of Carp's formidable iron fist, a blow they could hardly withstand. While others feared Carp, his close friends and colleagues showed no such trepidation. Even Zephyr looked on with a smile, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Observing Carp's amusing demeanor, they realized he had a knack for enlivening the atmosphere. Aunt Crane regarded Carp with an expression of exasperation. Meanwhile, the two figures seated at the head of the table, Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku, were visibly perturbed, their expressions darkened. Yet, in a moment, their faces transformed into masks of fury directed at Carp. Initially, Carp was quite pleased to be the center of attention after his grand entrance, but the others quickly resumed their business, dampening his enthusiasm. Just as he was about to say a few words, the sight of the furious leaders above him stifled his impulse, compelling him to find an empty seat and sit down obediently. Recognizing Carp's relatively docile demeanor, the two leaders chose to temporarily spare him, understanding that he would still play a crucial role. Nonetheless, their gazes remained sharp and unfriendly, revealing their restrained anger. Admiral Sengoku, barely managing to suppress his desire to strike Carp, continued with his earlier remarks. After summarizing the situation regarding the developments within Impel Down, he intended to make a brief strategic deployment when he was interrupted by a series of disrespectful snores. Instantly, a large hashtag appeared above Sengoku's head, and he glared down at the audience to discern which prominent figure had the audacity to show such blatant disrespect during his meeting. However, upon discovering the culprit, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury. Enraged, he hurled the documents in his hand at Carp's head, resulting in a resounding thud as Carp fell to the ground, illustrating that Sengoku was not about to relent. Rising from the floor, Carp rubbed his eyes with an air of feigned innocence and inquired of Sengoku, "So, has the meeting concluded?" While I was enjoying some leisure time on a small island, I stumbled upon a delightful tea. Come, let us go for tea." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a tremendous force descending upon him, as if a massive fist were crashing down from above. With a resounding thud, a sizable bump appeared on the head of Vice Admiral Garp. The assailant was none other than our formidable Admiral Zephyr. In the entire Navy, there were only a few capable of handling Garp. Before Vice Admiral Garp could even reach up to touch his forehead, a thunderous roar resonated from ahead. "Garp, war is upon us, and you're still dawdling around. Do you have a death wish?" Initially, Garp thought there was no significant matter at hand. But upon hearing the mention of war, an aura of intense determination radiated from him, startling the two rear admirals beside him, who instinctively distanced themselves from Garp. Observing Garp's current demeanor, Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku felt a flicker of satisfaction. Just then, Garp inquired, "Oh, is Roger planning to attack our headquarters?" The situation appeared to be more severe than the initiation of a demon suppression order. Fleet Admiral Kong chuckled softly, responding to Garp, "Garp, this situation is graver than we anticipated. If we mishandle it, all the efforts of the Navy thus far will be in vain." As it concerns the incident at Impel Down, upon hearing that there was trouble at Impel Down, Garp could no longer remain composed. He swiftly turned to Zephyr and asked, "Zephyr, ISNT your boy at Impel Down? Has he been affected?" Garp was a man of few words when it came to casual acquaintances, often indifferent unless the relationship reached a certain threshold, akin to his disdain for the celestial dragons. However, when he truly regarded someone as kin, one could experience his unique brand of elderly concern, which was profoundly reassuring. Hearing Garp's concern for his adopted son initially filled Zephyr with joy. It was heartening to see that Garp genuinely viewed his protege as a younger family member. Yet, when Zephyr heard the latter part of Garp's statement, he was filled with indignation. Garp solemnly remarked, "Zephyr, if that boy from the River Clan is lost, what shall we do for our meals and drinks in the future?" The words ignited Zephyr's fury as he shouted at Garp, "You scoundrel! If anything happens to my son, it's on you, your cursed tongue. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I will make you pay dearly." Observing Zephyr's wrath, Garp remained unfazed, waving a dismissive hand and stating, "What I mean to convey is, do not fear. With us here, we shall surely bring back that scoundrel, Huon." After uttering this, he spread his hands, pouted, and adopted a look that suggested Zephyr's comprehension was woefully lacking, which seemed to infuriate the Admiral even further. The onlookers, bemused, found themselves exasperated by Garp's peculiar thought process. At that moment, Admiral Kong resumed speaking, redirecting everyone's attention. He addressed the assembled vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, saying, "The situation is exceedingly grave. In the 6th level of Impelled Down, numerous prisoners secretly detained by the world government have escaped their confines and reached an unknown corner, discovered by our station liaison, Cunning. I have reported this to the elders. Although this incident pertains to Impelled Down, it is inextricably linked to our Navy, for when trouble arises, we are the ones left to clean up the mess. We must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, the repercussions of dealing with these escaped prisoners will be monumental, as you are all aware. Therefore, we must unite our efforts to ensure these pirates remain confined within this grand prison, preventing them from taking a single step outside, until we receive explicit orders. Everyone is to return to their quarters, and under no circumstances should any details of today's meeting be disclosed without permission. Lastly, I urge you all to limit your outings in the near future. Should I discover who leaked our battle plans, that individual will undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. I assure you." As they beheld Admiral Kong, though his hair bore traces of gray, his spirit was vibrant, emanating an aura so formidable that none dared underestimate him. The intensity he radiated was nothing short of overwhelming. This is precisely the essence of a formidable force within the Navy. Otherwise, the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and even Rox, who led the Navy in fierce opposition, would not have been so easily matched. After the meeting concluded, Admiral Kong retained a few trusted aides and addressed Sengoku, saying, "Sengoku, you possess the keenest intellect. Please assist us in analyzing the current situation and propose how we might more effectively address these challenges within the Navy." Sengoku contemplated thoughtfully for a moment, ready to articulate his thoughts, when suddenly a sound of cracking interrupted him, followed by a voice that declared, "Admiral Kong, there is no need for such complications. In my view, we should charge directly and let them experience the full extent of our might." Such thoughtless remarks could only be uttered by Garp in the room. Admiral Sengoku, suppressing his frustration, chose to feign ignorance. Garp addressed Admiral Kong, saying, "Admiral Kong, if the information relayed by that brat Cunning is accurate, it is exceedingly grave. If not, and should we lack a solution, then we must invoke the demon-slaying order. However, this time, let it be issued internally by the Navy, keeping it concealed from outsiders. We have over 8,000 elite Navy personnel stationed around Impelled Down. We need only mobilize a small contingent to join those 8,000. At that point, we can leave approximately 2,000 to guard the exterior while the rest enter Impelled Down to quell the prisoners. Furthermore, I hope the Admiral can seek permission from the Gorosei to allow us to engage in combat within Impelled Down, as this is imperative for safeguarding our Navy and minimizing casualties." Listening to Admiral Sengoku's words, Admiral Kong nodded in agreement, stating, "Your suggestions are quite sensible. Let us proceed as Sengoku has advised and commence preparations. I shall also contact the Gorosei to see if we can directly utilize the demon-slaying order for this operation. By the way, Zephyr, your adopted son has been in Impelled Down for quite some time. It would be prudent to bring him back. You should consider rewarding the boy, as he has now reached the age of 16 and is ready to take on more responsibilities." Zephyr laughed heartily and replied, all right. I think it best to leave it at that. We can discuss this further after the matter concludes. Perhaps this incident will provide him with a broader perspective." Meanwhile, upon receiving the internal Navy notification, Cunning promptly relayed the information to Magellan and Shiryu. Simultaneously, a tense atmosphere began to envelop Impelled Down. Although the two declared publicly that it was merely a large-scale military exercise aimed at strengthening the capabilities of all personnel, fearing that the special ability prisoners might acquire the relevant information prematurely. During this period, Cunning diligently intensified his training, leading to significant advancements in his strength, notably achieving a breakthrough in swordsmanship, elevating himself to the level of a swordmaster. This incident thoroughly infuriated our illustrious Yujishio, who pondered in frustration, how is it that this troublesome child can consistently break through? This time, he has ascended directly to the realm of the swordmaster. Is the status of swordmasters now so devalued? Who has managed to achieve such a breakthrough? Regrettably, this audacious individual has broken through. I must reluctantly accept the situation. In future encounters, it appears I shall have to exercise greater caution. After all, he possesses a certain advantage. Having engaged in that dubious practice, while others may train for a day, he effectively trains for 6 or 7. Consider how many years have passed since his arrival. To put it bluntly, he has amassed the equivalent of decades of experience in cultivation, which is indeed a daunting prospect. However, from another perspective, He-Wen's talent is not exceptionally remarkable. Achieving this level after decades of training means his physical prowess has only increased threefold compared to an ordinary individual. Yet, Cunning remains unfazed. Although his physical enhancement is not rapid, the sheer volume of his domineering aura is quite extraordinary, sufficient for him to endure a protracted battle. Contemplating the future, Cunning intends to quietly amass his strength, adopting the guise of an inconspicuous individual. There is no other choice. With power comes confidence. Regardless of the chaos unfolding outside, Cunning remains unperturbed, adhering to his training regimen without being swayed by external circumstances. Even as the atmosphere in the city of Advance grows increasingly tense, the current situation is no longer as it once was. Each time Cunning ventures into the passage for observation, he is accompanied by Shirley and Magellan, who silently shadow him. Whenever he seeks to delve deeper into the circumstances, he entrusts his safety to these two, a precaution to avert any unforeseen incidents. Consequently, Magellan and Shirley are also able to acquire first-hand information promptly. In light of this intelligence, the three of them convene in a small room to deliberate repeatedly, crafting targeted strategies based on each individual's strengths. As their operation is on the verge of commencing, they can no longer keep certain individuals in the dark. They summon Hannibal to Cunning's quarters. After listening to Cunning's account, Hannibal erupts in fury. After all this time, he finds himself the last to know about such a significant matter. Realizing with dismay that he is the fool in this scenario. Initially, he believed he was summoned for casual banter, drinking, and camaraderie, but this revelation leaves him astounded. At first, he is at a loss for words, but as he contemplates the situation further, it dawns on him that while the other three remain remarkably composed, he alone is the last to be informed of such crucial news. Enraged, he turns to Magellan and the others, demanding to know why they did not inform him sooner, questioning their intentions and whether they see him as a potential traitor. Without you, even if I were to embark on this investigation alone, I would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Magellan, you have truly vexed me. However, when Cunning casually inquired, "Hey, Hannibal, what is your recent aspiration?" Hannibal was momentarily taken aback and instinctively blurted out, "What else could it be? Naturally, it is to become the deputy director." Realizing his slip, his face turned crimson. He then shouted at Cunning, "What do you mean by that, my younger brother? Are you mocking me? In all of Push City, who is unaware that my lips are sealed? I hold a profound enmity towards evil." The scene was so theatrical that it could have used a couple of lackeys applauding. Observing Hannibal in such a flustered state, Cunning couldn't help but smirk mischievously and interjected, "Hannibal, did you truly just express a desire to become the deputy director?" There it was. Hannibal had once again fallen into Cunning's trap. Without a second thought, he replied, "Of course," but before he could finish, the atmosphere shifted eerily. Moments later, uproarious laughter erupted from Cunning's room. At that instant, Hannibal's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red. Yet, he continued to protest, "This doesn't count. Cunning, what are you doing? Such an ambush is most unprincipled for a young lad like you." Meanwhile, glancing at the crowd doubled over with laughter, Hannibal felt a twinge of guilt. After all this time, he had failed to conceal his true thoughts. Would Magellan not take the opportunity to undermine him in the future? How had Cunning discovered this? He resolved to inquire in due time. Once the laughter subsided, Cunning skillfully redirected the conversation, formally stating, "Now, the plan we shall implement is to maintain a relaxed exterior while ensuring strict vigilance, monitoring every prisoner at each level of the prison at all times. This time, let us not falter at the 5th level. We can deploy additional personnel to patrol outside, safeguarding against any unforeseen circumstances. Simultaneously, during these patrols, we must intensify our scrutiny to ascertain which pirates' handcuffs or leg irons have been tampered with. In such instances, there is no need to rush. Discreetly recording their conditions will facilitate our subsequent measures, thereby preventing this group from slipping through the cracks." However, turning his attention, Cunning pondered further matters and addressed Magellan, saying, "Brother Magellan, during this period, there is another task you must attend to." Upon hearing Cunning's words, everyone appeared perplexed, anticipating a significant development. Consequently, Magellan prudently inquired, "Cunning, is there something else that requires our attention?" Yet, as the group's gaze shifted towards Hannibal, he looked bewildered and questioned, "Why is everyone looking at me? I am not their traitor. Persistently doing this will leave you friendless." At this moment, Magellan and the others comprehended the situation, and looking at the still excited Hannibal, one remarked, "You fool, do you not grasp what this means?" As they observed Hannibal's befuddled expression, he felt a sense of frustration. He had likely exercised his brain more today than ever before, yet remained oblivious to the riddle they were playing. Magellan, with a smile, remarked, "Look at yourself, and that loose tongue of yours. The rigor of this operation surpasses your imagination. Your indiscreet chatter may inadvertently leak crucial information, and if that occurs, the three of us will have nowhere to lament our misfortunes, as the Navy will undoubtedly seek trouble with us. Hannibal, upon hearing this, wore a face of existential doubt. Ever since he had aligned with Cunning, his heart had been pierced by countless metaphorical arrows. He mused to himself, "Clearly, I should not have ventured out today. There is not a single good piece of news, only calamities, and several of them pertain to me. Why must my fate be so dismal?" Upon reflection, an overwhelming sadness enveloped me. The onlookers gazed at the mischievous river spirit, who had managed to leave Hannibal looking utterly despondent. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into laughter once more. As the blossoms bloomed distinctively, let us momentarily set aside the preparations on the impel-down front and turn our attention to the internal affairs of the Navy. The Air Marshal convened the various vice admirals, imparting the directive issued by the 5 elders for their perusal. The measures detailed therein were abundantly clear. The 5 elders had entrusted the Navy with full authority to manage this conflict. Upon receiving this command, the officers were taken aback, astonished at the rapid acquiescence of the world government. Could it be that the world government had undergone a transformation? Nevertheless, since the matter had been settled, it was no longer their concern. They merely needed to focus on their own duties. In truth, it is not difficult to deduce that the world government finds itself rather powerless in these situations, incapable of mobilizing troops on a grand scale. Should any losses arise from this endeavor, the world government would have to bear the consequences themselves, rather than shoulder such burdens. It would be prudent to shift these losses onto the Navy, as they had reported the situation initially. The Navy serves as the front line of the world government. Once this conflict concludes, a generous reward for the Navy would suffice, regardless of the extent of losses, as it would not jeopardize the foundation of the world government. Observing the actions of their CP units, it becomes apparent that those individuals revel in clandestine operations, yet when faced with the prospect of large-scale combat, their significance diminishes. At this juncture, all eyes remain fixed on the formidable war machine that is the Navy, initially established to deter nefarious elements. Thus, the 5 elders convened a small gathering to deliberate on how to mitigate their losses. Ultimately, the words of the sword-wielding elder resonated as he stated, "If everyone concurs, let us allow the Navy to take the lead in addressing this matter. We might even use this occasion to initiate a demon-slaying order. However, given that this situation represents a scandal for the world government, we must impose a gag order and deploy numerous spies to secure the perimeter of Impel Down, thereby preventing any external inquiries into this information. Subsequently, we shall assign the CP to monitor the Navy's actions closely." Simultaneously, the Navy began to quietly and discreetly implement the necessary arrangements. Several mid- to senior-ranking officers were secretly brought aboard naval vessels stationed outside the advancing city through various covert means. Due to the deployment of a substantial number of personnel, the naval headquarters was left relatively vacant, compelling the old Marshal Kong to remain at the naval base to maintain a show of force. He entrusted wartime command to General Zhanghua and General Zephyr, who led the several dozen lieutenant generals present in the vicinity. While the troops under these lieutenant generals had already arrived outside the advancing city under various pretexts, thanks to the intelligence provided by the little spy, Hewen, the Navy had acquired a relatively detailed plan regarding the personnel attempting to escape from the advancing city. Upon reviewing the list of escapees, although their expressions remained stoic, a wave of astonishment washed over them, particularly at the mention of the notorious madman, Old Bastard Bandevald. The sight of this name left everyone in shock, especially Hewen, who recalled that this individual should have been frozen within the 6th tier of the advancing city at this time. Yet, he had somehow managed to slip away, which could perhaps be attributed to the so-called butterfly effect triggered by his own arrival. This revelation heightened Hewen's vigilance regarding the unfolding events. The ocean harbors an array of peculiarities, making it impossible to predict the oddities one might encounter. Consequently, each department exercised extreme caution while devising their strategies. The unintentional escape of numerous individuals from the 6th tier had already occurred, and prior to this, many were left uncertain about their fate, whether they had escaped or perished, as their records had long been obliterated. In response to these varying circumstances, General Zhanghua formulated appropriate emergency protocols and relayed them to Marshal Kong. Upon reviewing the information and confirming its accuracy, the Marshal reported the situation to the 5 elders. Despite being the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, the gravity of the situation necessitated communication with these 5 elders to ensure they were fully informed. Upon reviewing the report, the 5 venerable elders recognized the gravity of the situation. One of them, leaning against the wall, suggested, "Perhaps we should also dispatch the CP agents to the site. This might grant us a greater sense of assurance." Another elder, known for wielding a sword, inquired, "If we were to send the CP, who would be in charge of whom?" The elder who had initially spoken responded, "Since this operation plan has been formulated by the Navy, let us appoint the Navy as the supreme commander of this mission. We can send the CP to oversee the proceedings, allowing them to cultivate their understanding of warfare and witness these grand spectacles." The other four elders readily concurred with this proposal, which they subsequently relayed to Admiral Kong. Upon learning that the CP would be involved, Admiral Kong was taken aback, yet he acknowledged that the management of this matter was beyond his control. Without hesitation, he communicated this challenging issue to Admiral Sengoku, for he trusted that Sengoku's wisdom would adeptly navigate the complexities surrounding the so-called world government CP, true to form. Admiral Sengoku did not disappoint Admiral Kong. Upon reviewing the already approved operational plan, he added a stipulation for CP9 to oversee the operations. This does not affect the overall situation. The mind of the general has already conceived the corresponding supplementary plans. It merely requires slight adjustments to the combat strategy, without altering the framework of the entire operation. The designated personnel are to be assigned to conduct surveillance outside the advancing layers, under the pretext that they have not engaged in large-scale operations or coordinated substantial military efforts. They are to safeguard the areas beyond the gates of Impel Down, addressing the escape of other pirates. Consequently, a plan has been devised for them to leverage the prestige of the world government to secure a blockade over a radius of several hundred kilometers around Impel Down, thereby preventing any information about the war from leaking. In this regard, their role is undeniably significant. Otherwise, how could the general be esteemed as a strategist? Observe his high emotional intelligence. He grants you face while ensuring you cannot find fault, compelling you to adhere to his directives. Thus, within the framework of this plan, each individual has become an indispensable role, diligently engaging according to their scripts. On the naval side, due to the recent idleness of Vice Admiral Garp, he was ultimately assigned the role of liaison officer. Garp could often be seen taking a small boat into Impel Down. After a few hours, as soon as the gates of justice opened, he would return to the temporarily established command center with a ship laden with supplies. Moreover, each time Vice Admiral Garp entered the gates of justice, he would invariably bring along several soldiers, yet upon his exit, only he remained. Although everyone found this peculiar, no one dared to voice their thoughts on the matter. Those who have reached this place understand that in such tense moments, refraining from idle chatter is indeed the wisest choice. This is but one aspect. At the behest of the General of the Warring States, the Navy dispatched a multitude of submarines to patrol the waters beneath the surface surrounding the advanced city. While there are indeed Sea Kings stationed for defense beneath the city, one must not underestimate the limitations of beasts. After all, they are merely creatures of instinct, incapable of high intelligence. The General of the Warring States pondered this and deemed it safer to rely on his own men. The entire advanced city, due to the strategic planning of the Warring States General, was encircled by layers of defenses impenetrable from the outside. Each day, personnel were tasked with scouting for any escapees from within the city. With so many individuals, the river text has already been liberated. Over such a prolonged period, a significant number had been documented. However, the General's plan required at least 3 more days to come to fruition, necessitating that the internal guards meticulously monitor the prisoners during this time, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. I nearly forgot to mention an important detail. Every time Vice Admiral Karp returned, he brought not just any items, but a collection of uniforms worn by the prison guards within the advanced city. These garments are of utmost importance. The Navy cannot afford to swagger in wearing their own attire, as that would signal to others that they are aware of the impending turmoil. This elucidates the reason why the Navy sought to acquire a substantial quantity of prison guard uniforms from Impel Down, aiming to distinguish between the prison guards of Impel Down and the soldiers of the Navy. On their right arms, certain modifications were made, according to the established protocol. A vice admiral would adorn their arm with 3 white circles for differentiation, while a rear admiral would display 2. And other officers of lower rank would uniformly exhibit a single stripe. Navy soldiers would then identify their superior officers based on these markings. One need not underestimate the caliber of individuals present here. All are skilled persons whose expertise made them suitable for such a demanding assignment. The introduction of these stripes ensured the cohesion of the Navy's operations within Impel Down, thereby enhancing the likelihood of mission success. At this moment, an unspoken war is silently unfolding, with no one able to foresee its eventual outcome. I am the world-renowned pirate, a figure who once caused profound headaches for the entire world, Bondewald, the destroyer of worlds. I am the captain of the Ward Pirates. Can you imagine that I fell victim to the schemes of my own rebellious subordinate? The world government cipher pole tracked my movements and ultimately cast me into the 6th level of Impel Down, a forsaken place where not even the birds dare to tread. My fruit is a paramecia type, known as the Momo fruit, or the multiplication fruit. It is no ordinary fruit. It can amplify the attributes of objects by 100-fold. Whether it is an object's speed, weight, size, or even the abilities of the user, one can enhance their speed by 100 times, enabling swift movements to combat and obliterate all obstacles. The world government, therefore, harbors a profound fear of me. Yet, do you think I desired such power? Indeed, I did. For it is the only means by which my brother and I can lead better lives. The cipher pole of the world government, these unscrupulous individuals, I shall not spare them in the future. I have been frozen here for an extended period. Who shall be held accountable for the time that has stolen my youth? Upon my escape, I shall exact a severe vengeance upon you all. I do not speak of grandiose claims lightly, for I have been inexplicably placed in a compartment within Impel Down, where, to my astonishment, I have encountered many old friends. It is surprising that they, like me, have found themselves here without reason. Could it be that fate, too, disapproves of the injustices I have suffered? As for how we all arrived here, the truth is that each person is somewhat unclear. We only know that a little chubby figure with wings ushered a group of us to this place. Alas, I shall not dwell on such matters, for now. I will take the time to recuperate, ensuring my health swiftly returns to normal, while also keeping an eye out for any fellow companions who may arrive soon. It is unfortunate that the little chubby figure slipped away not long ago, but before his departure, he assured us that many like-minded friends would come here, and this place would become our sanctuary for survival. In the future, we must cultivate this haven, yet I cannot fathom why my eyelids have been twitching incessantly, as if heralding some significant event, though its nature eludes me, leaving me quite agitated. By the way, it has been rather noisy outside lately. I wonder what is afoot. Perhaps I shall seek someone to venture out and discern the situation. The saying goes, the new waves push against the old, while the old waves perish upon the shore. It has been quite some time since I have ventured outside, only to discover a multitude of unfamiliar faces. Good heavens! It appears that people like us are increasingly forgotten. Even my old friend, Rox, is no longer around. However, it seems that some of his subordinates are thriving, particularly one named Newgate, and another whose name I cannot recall, a consequence of age, I suppose. Observing this new generation, so naive and with such feeble combat abilities, I find myself troubled for the youth of today. Yet, it seems that among the pirates, there has emerged a traitor, quite audacious indeed. In our time, no one dared to claim such titles for themselves. Nevertheless, I wonder why the current leader of the Navy remains vacant. This old fellow, despite his age, seems oblivious to the need for space. Yet, I have heard that the Navy remains quite formidable. Why is it that this group of individuals continuously opposes us pirates? The sea is inherently a realm of freedom. Once I manage to escape, my first act will be to obliterate your Navy headquarters. Ha 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 ha. I have also heard whispers of a remarkably powerful figure within Impel Down, known as Magellan. Let us proceed to test his prowess and ascertain just how formidable he truly is. After all, how else could he maintain control over the entirety of Impel Down? Oh, and I recall there is another notable individual here. I believe that little fellow is Zephyr, the adopted son of that man. This is no simple matter. According to the prisoners within, that little fellow holds a remarkably esteemed reputation among these individuals. One can only ponder the future, whether he might be persuaded to join my ranks and become one of my subordinates. Haha. The adopted son of an admiral becoming a member of a pirate crew would surely send shockwaves throughout the world. I must take the opportunity to try. Yet, I must cease my thoughts. I cannot afford to dwell further, for I fear I might be unable to resist the urge to act and leave Impel Down. Recently, a few old acquaintances from my past have arrived. They are unable to escape from this grim and sunless place, but the time is drawing near. When that moment arrives, they shall truly witness what it means to be a pirate of the old era. With this thought, the once renowned pirate scratched his ear, casually draping his legs over the table, and gently swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, watching as the wine danced within the cup. The origin of the wine remains a mystery, as these individuals gather here, reveling in a cue to celebrate their impending rebirth. However, should these individuals venture forth, the future may inevitably bring forth a more formidable storm of turmoil upon the vast sea. Yet, is the reality as splendid as they envision? Amidst the fervent preparations, A substantial naval force has clandestinely infiltrated the city of Advancement. With each step forward, irrelevant personnel are progressively being purged from the city. In a relative sense, minor offenders and those of lesser strength are being detained collectively, with designated personnel assigned to oversee them, ensuring that no unexpected incidents arise during critical actions. Furthermore, management of levels 4 and above has been reinforced, with personnel discreetly positioned to monitor the prisoners on these tiers, utilizing rudimentary maps sketched by you.1 and others. Relevant parties have effectively organized the distribution of troops to guard various passageways, employing long-distance monitoring devices to keep a watchful eye on all entry and exit points. This vigilance is crucial to prevent unforeseen events, and corresponding emergency measures have been established for these access points. Regardless of personnel movements, their actions remain unaffected. During these days, Shilio and he would have been secretly training the Naval High Command regarding these entry and exit points, imparting vital knowledge about the city of Advancement to avert blind command during wartime or the embarrassment of being unfamiliar with the terrain when directing operations. All naval officers present have been discreetly informed that this may escalate into a significant conflict, with authorization to employ the demon-slaying decree already granted, alongside the involvement of the world government. Thus, if the situation has deteriorated to a point where measures must be enacted, what course of action shall be taken? There is no alternative. Everyone must strive relentlessly onward. However, when General Sengoku surreptitiously infiltrated Impel Down to assess the fortifications of the prison, he uncovered a significant dilemma. The Navy was rife with skilled individuals, many of whom occupied high-ranking positions. Their formidable prowess posed a considerable threat, and the escaped prisoners were no mere pushovers. Their numbers were substantial, with many more lurking in the shadows, unknown to all. At this juncture, Impel Down might prove unable to withstand the onslaught of such powerful adversaries. This underground prison, if compromised by their might, could lead to catastrophic consequences that the Navy could ill afford to bear. Thus, a strategy had to be devised to lure the pirates upward. Consequently, General Sengoku worked through the night to draft a new operational plan, one that offered greater assurance than its predecessor. He was quite pleased with this plan, as time was of the essence and current challenges took precedence over all else. General Sengoku instructed the Navy personnel to establish defensive measures across various levels of Impel Down, refraining from proactive engagements with the more formidable pirates. Instead, they were to create a blockade, strategically drawing out the pirates and methodically wearing them down through successive layers of defense. By the time these adversaries managed to escape Impel Down, their physical strength would likely be sapped, leaving them unable to mount any further resistance. In this scenario, it would be the Navy's elite who would unleash their might, decisively vanquishing the weary and beleaguered prisoners. This approach serves to avert any damage to this formidable fortress, reputed to be the most impregnable prison in the world. As the general of the warring states issued the command for battle, every general was strategically positioned, familiarizing themselves with their respective orders, fully aware that only by adhering to these directives could they hope to survive this impending conflict. Soon, a cataclysmic war, destined to astonish the world, was set to unfold. After the general had completed his orders, he noticed a man seated in the last row, shrouded in darkness. It was evident that this individual represented the CP. Observing his demeanor, the general smiled inwardly, contemplating how such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. It would be remiss to overlook the chance to ensnare these prisoners who had so fortuitously created this opening. With this thought, the general, unperturbed, turned to the CP representative and said, "Though you are assisting us, the task at hand is formidable, and I must kindly request that you exert yourselves a little further. In this operation, I hope you will effectively secure the outer environment of the sea, preventing any information from leaking out. Moreover, the 5 elders are not keen on these matters being disseminated, as it would tarnish the reputation of the world government." Listening to the general's words, the CP representative, not one to be easily trifled with, instantly comprehended his intent and inwardly scolded him as a cunning old fox. Recognizing this as an attempt to leverage the might of the world government to coerce their cooperation with the Navy. Initially, he had contemplated advancing to claim some credit. Yet now, the general had relegated them to the periphery, tasked with menial duties that bore no glory. However, one's arms cannot outmuscle a great thigh. They were, after all, on enemy territory where 2 admirals of the Navy had assembled. Furthermore, several individuals dubbed as the Navy's new stars were also present, and most crucially, the Navy was rallying under the banner of protecting the world government's strength from any losses, which left them utterly appalled. The original intention was to seize this opportunity to discreetly assess the internal dynamics of the Navy. In light of the current situation, measures would be proactively devised to counteract the Navy's influence. Recently, there has been an influx of talents within the Navy, and their confidentiality protocols are quite robust, leaving our side unable to infiltrate effectively. Sitting before him, Admiral Sengoku observed the CP head's begrudging expression and smiled quietly, aware of the underlying dissatisfaction. However, there was little that could be done. He was the one in command here. He had already secured his position within the Navy, destined to succeed the fleet admiral and safeguard the vast oceans. This occasion was merely to enhance his prestige. With preparations already in place within the Navy, no one could confidently claim victory against Admiral Sengoku, especially with the presence of that iron-fisted figure. He was certain that the CP had also received pertinent notifications and would not dare to offend him, as he was to become the Navy's future leader. Here, he was not alone. His allies, including Crane and Garp, were also present. A saying once echoed across the seas: no individual could withstand the assault of two admirals. And here, there were not merely two. At this moment, the emerging figure of Magellan and the formidable individuals from Impel Down showcased their extraordinary prowess. It was said that even Zephyr's adopted son, Cunning, was here, having gained the approval of most within Impel Down, which served as his source of confidence. As the saying goes, two flowers bloom, each displaying its own charm. Regardless of how Admiral Sengoku navigated the intrigues of the upper echelons, it bore little relevance to the young ensign Cunning. Recently, Cunning had been extraordinarily busy, aside from his training. He was also responsible for leading a covert infiltration of various commanders into Impel Down, familiarizing them with their respective positions, in preparation for future confrontations. Meticulous strategies must be devised to fortify one's defenses and avert any potential vulnerabilities, for this engagement transcends the realm of ordinary warfare. To safeguard against the leakage of operational plans, 3 days prior to the commencement of this campaign, the illustrious general of the warring states instructed his subordinates to discreetly position a portion of the previously infiltrated forces at all accessible entrances to the 5.5 level of the advancing city, ensuring that not a single individual could breach their defenses. Concurrently, the inconsequential prisoners, whose capabilities were negligible, were systematically relocated to naval vessels stationed beyond the advancing city's confines. Consequently, the prison population was reduced by a staggering 60%. Leaving the remaining 40% to wander outside, a calculated maneuver intended to lull the prisoners of the 5.5 level into a false sense of security. The Navy also initiated a positional warfare strategy, establishing effective control measures across each tier. These precautions serve as a formidable shield, allowing for a well-coordinated retreat should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful. During their withdrawal, they can execute segmented counterattacks, ensuring their survival while inflicting significant damage upon the adversary. Furthermore, in anticipation of confrontations with certain empowered individuals, a substantial quantity of sea prison stone handcuffs was requisitioned from within the Navy and distributed among the naval forces and the guards of the advancing city. This time, the higher-ups are exceedingly incensed, unaware of the circumstances that have unfolded, leading to such troublesome events. Consequently, orders have been issued to apprehend anyone who can be captured. For those whose capture poses excessive risk, execution will suffice. Upon encountering a user of devil fruit abilities, all personnel are to swiftly employ sea stone handcuffs for arrest. Furthermore, to guard against certain unique abilities, a set of codes has been established in collaboration between the Navy and the prison guards of Impel Down, effectively serving to distinguish whether an individual is a comrade in disguise. In the face of such scenarios, the likes of young individuals such as Cunning and Shiryu are undeniably exhilarated. However, those seasoned by tumultuous experiences harbor only caution and wariness. Take Carp, for instance. The old rascal, who usually engages in light-hearted banter, playfully chastising Cunning with his iron fist of love. Yet, in this moment, one would see none of his usual playful demeanor. It seems that this individual is capable of distinguishing between work and life. In the face of such a formidable challenge, no one would dare to be complacent. Notably, Zephy's persistent thoughts of Hewen have finally led him to a much-anticipated encounter. He is a person of subtlety and restraint, who struggles to articulate his paternal affection. Instead, he adopts a facade of sternness while inquiring about Hewen. Yet the tenderness in his eyes betrays an unmistakable fondness that Hewen cannot fail to notice. Since Zephyr wishes to present a serious demeanor, Hewen obliges him. Yet he feels a quiet joy within, for who would not be elated to see their kin? Consequently, Hewen prepares a sumptuous meal for Zephyr, and the father and son sit together, savoring their food and nurturing their bond. However, after only a few bites, two familiar faces enter He-Wen's abode, Aunt He and Kapu. Kapu, feeling quite bored that day, had dragged Aunt He along to explore Impel Down. Yet, midway, he remembered that He-Wen was still here and decided to pay him a visit. Upon reaching the door, he caught a whiff of a familiar aroma and, without ceremony, kicked the door open, exclaiming his intention to join the meal. The casualness of his entrance caused Zephy's forehead to twitch in irritation, as he felt a sudden urge to deliver a punch to Kapu's head. Seeing Kapu's embarrassment in front of the younger generation, and he felt a tinge of discomfort and chastised him with a stern expression. However, Kapu, with his thick skin, remained unfazed and comfortably settled himself at the table, picking up chopsticks to relish the culinary delights prepared by He-Wen and Zephyr. Observing this scene, both Zephyr and He-Wen felt a sense of helplessness. He-Wen invited Auntie to sit beside them and handed her a bowl and chopsticks, encouraging her to taste his culinary skills. To their surprise, after just one bite, Auntie could not stop eating, leading everyone to think, well, yet another individual has succumbed to the allure of the food. As the dishes rapidly diminished, the group thought to themselves that if they were slow, they would end up with empty plates. Going hungry was not an appealing option. Before long, the entire table was cleared. Witnessing the so-called clean plate movement, Aunt He, being a lady of some decorum, felt a bit embarrassed and remarked, "It was truly wonderful." I lost my composure for a moment. Delighted by the acknowledgement of his culinary prowess, He-Wen beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Kapu, entirely oblivious to such sentiments, burst into laughter and said, "So, little He, I once told you that this kid, He-Wen, is an exceptional cook. You didn't believe me, but now you do, right? Indeed, he is quite remarkable, and a fine young man at that. I understand you are Zephy's adopted son, although I've known of you for quite some time. We have never truly met. I must apologize for that, and the next time we meet, I shall bring you a gift." He-Wen quickly waved his hand and declined. And seeing how understanding He-Wen was, and he felt even more satisfied. She then inquired about some matters concerning Impel Down. The warmth of everyday life is always fleeting. After just a few days, a guard at a corridor, engaged in the handover of prisoners, suddenly felt an unusual presence around the corner. In an instant, he was blinded, signaling to his colleague who was with him during the exchange that there was something amiss just behind him at the corner. His companion, being quick-witted, immediately grasped his meaning. The two moved forward discreetly while engaging in a low-toned conversation to lull any hidden observers into complacency. It was possible that the concealed presence lurking at the corner had already sensed that it had been discovered by the enemy and felt someone approaching. Without a word, it swiftly dashed away into the distance. At this moment, the unusual circumstances became evident as two pirates swiftly divided their tasks. One ran back to their base to report the situation while the other immediately pursued the individual at the scene. It was needless to say, in such an abrupt scenario, the only ones oblivious to the situation were the pirates. Who else could witness this scene and not recognize it as the Navy's plan to draw out the snake from its hole? A meticulously orchestrated war was about to commence. The fleeing prisoner promptly reported this intelligence, and within 2 minutes, it reached a particular table occupied by a unique group of prisoners. Surrounding this table were a cohort of robust individuals, none of whom were ordinary. They were the leaders of the prisoners. Particularly, at the head of the table sat a man whose presence was striking. He was missing a piece from his head, had lost several front teeth, and spoke with a slight lisp. However, one should not underestimate him. He was none other than Bondewald, one of the infamous pirates mentioned earlier. Beside him sat a group of individuals who appeared to rally around Bondewald. At that moment, he was drinking heartily, displaying no signs of panic, exuding a calm demeanor. From the very beginning, he had never believed that these events could escape the notice of the guards and Impel Down, hence they had been preparing for days, intending to incite a riot within the prison. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, no one remained unruffled. However, these were, after all, desperate men. Death was perhaps their ultimate destiny, as their heinous crimes rendered it highly unlikely for them to ever leave Impel Down. Among them, particularly notable are the long-established pirates whose bounties soar into the hundreds of millions, even reaching the staggering billions. Several of these notorious figures are present here. Yet, one might ponder why an esteemed elder, despite his fame, possesses a comparatively modest bounty. The answer lies in the fact that he was apprehended long ago, rendering him a figure of considerable underestimation. Upon his liberation, few were acquainted with his formidable reputation. However, as the saying goes, a horse is still a horse, even if it is let out for a stroll. In light of this circumstance, nothing proves more effective than a simple duel between two individuals. The ultimate outcome remains uncertain. Yet the one who truly occupies the pinnacle is none other than Bondewald, the harbinger of destruction in this world. Having received the message, he conveyed the situation to the restless prisoners below. However, not every individual was overtly enthusiastic. Some had begun to sense an unusual atmosphere. Nevertheless, the fervent ambience surrounding them ultimately overshadowed their rationality. A former leader, true to his past, effortlessly united the disarrayed hearts with just a few simple words. Based on their prior preparations, Bondewald promptly issued commands. Each pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million was instructed to lead teams to liberate certain prisoners from their cells, inciting rebellion, while other personnel were tasked with heading to the 6th level to release key figures, thereby orchestrating chaos within the prison. The inmates of the 6th level are those whose existence has been erased from history. He personally led a group to assault the control room of the Justice Gate in the advancing city. Within this control room, the vital lifeline for their escape lay in the Justice Gate itself. Without it, the prisoners found themselves in a nightmarish predicament. Trapped in a windless zone of the advancing city, a formidable barrier to their freedom. Ultimately, under the orchestration of these astute individuals, the confrontation between the prisoners and the Navy commenced in earnest. The prisoners had not anticipated such a sudden onset of conflict, yet being seasoned figures accustomed to bloodshed, they swiftly prepared themselves. Although they had encountered some delays before their departure, it was of little consequence. The advancing city harbored numerous passageways, and the organized prisoners set forth in batches from various routes. Some had already embarked ahead of time, navigating certain corridors to significant locations within the prison to sow chaos and divert attention, thereby rendering the guards of the advancing city blind to their rescue efforts. This strategy was designed to create the most advantageous conditions for their escape. As the turmoil escalated, minor characters naturally faded into obscurity. The earlier prisoners who had pursued a suspicious figure had been forgotten amidst the flurry of activity. This unfortunate soul, having just emerged from a passage, was immediately apprehended by the Navy forces lying in wait, who clandestinely whisked him away for urgent interrogation, seeking to ascertain the veracity of the information within. Once all personnel were in position, the true contest between the two factions began in earnest. Outside, the vigilant Navy personnel, equipped with surveillance devices, detected the prisoners' exit through various entrances and promptly dispatched specialized units to their former hideouts for reconnaissance, confirming whether any personnel remained behind and laying an ambush for potential returnees, who would then face an unimaginable nightmare. The first target, to lure the serpent from its den on the 5.5 level of the advancing city, was successfully achieved, with the remaining objective now focusing on the 6th level, where a small-scale battle was poised to erupt, an event unprecedented in historical records. After considerable time spent gathering forces, the number of prisoners had grown substantially, yet such a sizable contingent had seemingly vanished from the records pertaining to the advancing city. After such an extended period, it is remarkable that no one has taken the initiative to ascertain why the supplies have been depleting at such an alarming rate. Nor has anyone conducted an inspection. It was only after inquiries were made that Hewan began to grasp the general circumstances. In this subterranean prison, it is ill-suited for the preservation of food and other goods. Consequently, the replacement cycle for consumables like food is relatively swift. At times, certain provisions become obsolete before they can even be utilized. Thus, their standards for food are not particularly stringent. Additionally, the area known as the Advancement City harbors a plethora of subterranean creatures, such as rats. These creatures opportunistically infiltrate the warehouses during moments of vacancy to pilfer food supplies. As a result, a significant portion of the annual food consumption remains inexplicable, often attributed to the consumption by these rodents. While this notion may initially seem implausible, upon deeper reflection it appears quite reasonable. Advancement City, being backed by the world government and possessing considerable wealth, does not concern itself with such trivialities. Hence, amidst a series of fortuitous coincidences, this phenomenon has emerged. This time, no one anticipated the profound consequences that would ensue. Simultaneously, it served as a stark warning to the prominent figures within Impel Down, urging them to prevent such occurrences in the future. However, now was not the moment for discourse on this matter. The conflict had erupted. A multitude of prisoners surged forth from the passage, where the Navy and the guards of Impel Down had long been lying in wait, immediately engaging in a fierce exchange of fire. At the onset of the skirmish, the prisoners found themselves on the brink of collapse. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, among these inmates were formidable individuals. As they retreated, they mounted a resistance, wreaking havoc and sowing chaos, thereby delaying the Navy's pursuit. Nevertheless, the Navy, perceiving the situation, refrained from aggressive pursuit and instead slowed their advance, gradually herding the prisoners in a specific direction. As the Navy secured the passage and directed the pirates toward a single location, an ominous feeling began to permeate among the prisoners. In the distance, they spotted a future powerhouse awaiting their arrival. It goes without saying that those deemed significant within the Navy are few and far between, and this individual was none other than a familiar face, Admiral Sakazuki. He had been waiting there for some time. Upon witnessing the arrival of the majority of the prisoners, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Sakazuki's eyes. Having consumed a devil fruit, he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Observing the approaching throng, Sakazuki clenched his right fist, launching a devastating magma fist at them. The group of prisoners, having encountered such a scene before, erupted into anguished cries. Among them were several notorious pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, possessing a certain level of awareness. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, they contemplated abandoning their current course and attempting to break free in another direction. Having discerned that this so-called Navy officer exhibited the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. Such devil fruits are exceedingly rare and typically bestow formidable strength, making them nearly insurmountable for ordinary individuals. Thus, they began to seek alternative escape routes from Impel Down. However, setting aside whether escape was even feasible, one must consider the presence of a man who harbors an unwavering vendetta against evil. Would he allow their departure with such ease? Moreover, the majority of those present found themselves as mere lambs awaiting slaughter in his presence. After a brief interval, the prisoners, who had been driven forth by the Navy and the guards of Impel Down, were swiftly dealt with by Admiral Sakazuki and his associates. Those who had harbored hopes of fleeing found themselves thwarted, for aspirations often clash harshly with reality. Once these individuals were subdued, and in accordance with the initial combat strategy, Admiral Sakazuki, not yet the audacious figure he would later become, tempered his demeanor and proceeded towards another area that was currently under siege by the Navy. His skirmish was but a microcosm of the broader conflict, as the brutality of war is inescapable. Despite the Navy's meticulous preparations, they remained vulnerable to the treacherous ambushes of the cunning prisoners. Not everyone is named Sakazuki. Some missions to eliminate pirates are exceedingly arduous, and a number of Navy personnel, alongside the elite from Impel Down, have unfortunately perished at the hands of formidable prisoners. Similar scenes unfold in various corners, where future leaders of the Navy gradually begin to emerge. They possess considerable strength, and after methodically dispatching a group of ignorant prisoners, they swiftly move to assist in adjacent areas, preparing in advance for the impending grand battle. In truth, the current efforts of the Navy and the guards of Impel Down merely involve the cleansing of the remaining feeble prisoners. The truly powerful adversaries will be confronted by the talented individuals, which sometimes leads to an amusing sight. When those formidable prisoners face the Navy and realize they cannot prevail, they are granted an opportunity to escape the encirclement, thus sparing them from a desperate struggle that could lead to their demise. For instance, among these prisoners, there are those who, upon realizing they can flee, do so with great joy, leaving their subordinates behind. Observing their retreating figures, a Navy officer smiles quietly, remaining silent. Though his gaze grows increasingly stern, he secretly chuckles to himself, contemplating, "Here, we are merely playing child's play, while the true danger awaits you above." Those who are elated now are perhaps too premature in their joy. Had we been assigned those monsters, you would have witnessed a far more entertaining scene. With this thought, the officer composed himself, resolving to either let those pirates who could escape do so, or to execute those who could not. This was a way to account for the brothers who had inadvertently lost their lives in battle. With this in mind, the Navy officer issued a command, coldly regarding the prisoners who still sought to resist, showing no mercy. At this moment, there is another location that warrants particular mention, the 6th level of Impel Down. Long before these prisoners realized the situation had exceeded their expectations, some had already made their way to the 6th level, releasing those prisoners who could be freed in advance, thereby stirring chaos within the confines of Impel Down with these ruthless individuals. This circumstance proves to be increasingly advantageous. As chaos ensued, those individuals managed to escape from Impel Down, yet their elation was short-lived. Suddenly, four elite vice admirals of the Navy, accompanied by a multitude of prison guards and naval soldiers, stormed into the 6th level. The reveling inmates, caught off guard, were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding scenario. And silence enveloped the scene. Without further ado, seasoned by years of experience, they understood that striking first was paramount. Observing that a portion of the inmates had already unshackled themselves, it was clear that the situation might spiral out of control. Confronted by the formidable adversaries of the 6th level, one of the naval vice admirals commanded the troops to load their firearms and open fire on those who had freed themselves from their chains. Simultaneously, he ordered the snipers to switch to sea-stone bullets and target the freed devil fruit users. From the moment the first shot rang out, chaos erupted. There was no time to ascertain the condition of the scene. The prisoners' singular thought was to charge forward. Only by breaking free from their captors could they hope for a new lease on life. Witnessing the determination of these individuals fighting for their freedom, the naval vice admirals did not show them mercy. Facing the onslaught of inmates, they advanced and executed those who dared to resist. As the situation stabilized, naval personnel and prison guards surged forward, aiming their weapons at the restless inmates of Impel Down's 6th level. However, these prisoners were not naive. They understood that such a significant upheaval could not conclude so simply, and blood would inevitably be shed. Observing the current tableau, it became apparent to all present that a portion of them would undoubtedly serve as scapegoats for the powerful. Thus, it was prudent to comply with the capture. Otherwise, these treacherous Navy personnel and guards would surely make life difficult for them. Faced with such circumstances, resignation was the only course, for otherwise, suffering awaited them. Naturally, not every inmate was a compliant individual. Those confined to the 6th level were not without their tempers. For instance, 2 notorious pirates, each with bounties approximating 500 million, quickly seized upon the chaos, exploiting the gaps in coordination between the naval officers and guards. Seizing the opportunity, they decisively made their escape, racing towards the upper levels of Impel Down. With interception attempts hindered by a lack of manpower, what could be done? In such a predicament, there was no need for fear. Could one truly believe that they could depart this place so easily? At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a brilliant beam of yellow light shooting forth from behind the gates of the 6th level of the propulsion city, illuminating the center of the arena. Instantly, a resounding explosion echoed, and shortly thereafter, 2 figures returned with a swiftness surpassing their earlier departure. They soon landed heavily on the ground, causing a cloud of dust to billow upwards. Then, a rather lascivious voice emanated from behind, proclaiming, speed equals weight. Have you ever experienced the dazzling kick? The familiar manner of entry and the well-known words unmistakably signal the arrival of the future Admiral Kazuru, Bartholomew Kuma. Upon witnessing his presence, a collective sigh of relief emanated from all assembled. The recent emergence of several formidable individuals within the Navy had stirred considerable concern. According to internal assessments, it was deemed that there was a plausible chance for these remarkable figures to ascend to significant positions in the future. Consequently, the task of suppressing the 6th level of Impel Down had become a considerably less perilous endeavor for the Navy. Shortly thereafter, the still-serving Rear Admiral Kazara remarked, "If you all depart now, I shall find it quite difficult to explain matters upon my return to Admiral Sengoku's ship. Therefore, I kindly ask for your cooperation." Although his tone carried a playful undertone, none dared to underestimate him. The seasoned prisoners, having discerned from his entrance that he was a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, recognized the futility of resistance and resolved to accept their fate. It must be noted that the Navy had prepared with remarkable thoroughness. All critical situations were attended by appropriate personnel, ready to quell any unforeseen incidents and prevent the escalation of circumstances within Impel Down. After a period of time, once affairs on the 6th level were resolved and essential personnel stationed for guarding, the remaining individuals followed Kizaru and his entourage as they departed towards the site designated for the final confrontation. This decisive battleground, determined by Admiral Sengoku, was located on the 1st level of Impel Down. Though seemingly modest in size, controlling the gates of justice was crucial. Without their opening, no developments could transpire. Hence, Admiral Sengoku meticulously orchestrated arrangements within the power room of these gates. Meanwhile, it was previously mentioned that within the dining area of Level 5, a prominent inmate, serving as a spokesperson, was leading a faction of individuals emerging from the nearest passage to the power room of Impel Down. Evidently, no matter how meticulous the planning, vulnerabilities inevitably exist, and now it was imperative to address these gaps. Unbeknownst to the group of prisoners, a far grimmer fate awaited them. Guarded by the relentless figures of Magellan and Shiryu, these 2 individuals are not to be underestimated. Both possess formidable swordsmanship and physical prowess. Notably, Shiryu's swordplay has garnered the admiration of many prominent figures. Initially, it was intended for Shiryu to engage in battle against such a formidable pirate. Yet this presented an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. To have such a commendable sparring partner and not take advantage of it would be a lamentable waste. Thus the prisoner was entrusted to Cunning. Cunning, in turn, instructed Shiryu to support him from below. Admittedly, at the outset, Cunning felt a slight sense of inadequacy when faced with such an adversary. However, this was inconsequential, as Cunning's strikes continuously clashed with the attacks of the prisoner leader, resulting in a dynamic exchange between the two. Meanwhile, the lackeys accompanying the prisoner leader displayed significantly less strength, finding themselves utterly helpless against the numerous Navy personnel stationed here. The long-awaited moment arrived as the naval forces swiftly dealt with the troublesome individuals. Once the situation was resolved, they cleared the battlefield and continued to await the next wave of visitors. Uncertainty loomed over whether there would be further attacks on this location, compelling Ewan to conclude this battle with utmost efficiency. However, the reality proved to be far from simple, necessitating that he would maintain his composure. Despite not gaining the upper hand, he possessed the endurance to outlast his opponent. Drawing upon the vast reserves of his spirit accumulated over the years, he embraced the strategy of attrition. If he could not win outright, he would wear down his adversary. Engaging in a war of attrition with a formidable prisoner was no simple task. One had to exercise extreme caution. Yet for Ewan, this approach seemed advantageous. Regardless of the blows exchanged, he was not guaranteed to lose, while any strike he landed was a certain gain. His remarkable recuperative abilities and formidable spirit rendered him unfazed by the high-intensity assaults from across the battlefield. He remained steady, seizing opportunities to strike back at the prisoner leader amid the exchanges. The two combatants exchanged blows, each sustaining significant injuries. After such a lengthy confrontation, patience became the decisive factor. At that moment, the opposing prisoner leader realized he had unwittingly become a training partner for Ewan. Rumors had circulated in the prison about a young man who often used the inmates as sparring partners, and it appeared that this was indeed the individual in question. Feeling insulted, the prisoner leader intensified his assaults on Ewan. However, this only exacerbated his own depletion of spirit and physical energy, resulting in a momentary disarray for Ewan. The scene resembled the repetitive strikes of Chang Yaojin's famed three axes as Ewan, akin to a skilled hunter, diligently searched for weaknesses. After a protracted back and forth, fortune smiled upon Ewan as he identified a flaw in the prisoner's defense. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped his knife with his right hand and executed a horizontal slash aimed at the pirate's right shoulder. The prisoner, startled by Ewan's maneuver, attempted to evade the strike. Yet, as he turned, he felt a powerful gust emanating from his left ribcage, revealing that the right side slash had been a feint. Ewan's left fist, clenched tightly, propelled forward with tremendous force toward the prisoner leader. The leader of the prisoners, possessing a commendable combat awareness, directly utilized his armed color hockey on his left rib. Fortunately, upon sensing an impending threat, he promptly executed the correct response. However, one could argue that the bizarre strength fist is an unreasonable force. After being struck by Ewan, a swift sound echoed, and when the prisoner's leader was next observed, he was embedded in the wall, surrounded by a dense cloud of dust. Seeing such a scenario, Ewan remained unperturbed. He would not lower his guard until he witnessed the genuine demise of the prisoner leader. For during the first lesson, his teacher and adoptive father, Zephyr, imparted a crucial lesson: never underestimate anyone, regardless of the circumstances. In line with his characteristic approach, Ewan seized the opportunity to strike, plunging his blade toward the individual affixed to the wall, only to hear a resounding thud of impact. The person, having emerged from the gaping hole, was visibly wounded, blood streaming from his waist, indicating that he had indeed failed to defend against Ewan's assault. The prisoner leader, clad in tattered garments, gritted his teeth and, with both hands gripping his knife, charged at Ewan with vigor. Observing this, Shiryu and the Navy personnel below exhaled in relief, fully aware that the prisoner leader was now at the end of his tether, no longer presenting a credible threat to Ewan. This marked Ewan's inaugural encounter with such a formidable adversary. Previously, their exchanges had been mere sparring, and while he had occasionally faced combat, his genuine experience in life and death struggles was still somewhat lacking compared to these desperate individuals. This instance marks a genuine struggle between life and death, and the adversary's prowess is formidable, far from that of a mere weakling. Consequently, this opportunity serves to assess the fruits of Ewan's recent endeavors in cultivation over an extended period. Observing the impending conclusion of the conflict, Shiryu felt a wave of ennui. Suddenly, both Ewan and Shiryu seemed to sense something amiss. Moreover, all present with the ability of observation hockey experienced a slight discomfort. Noticing the anomaly, Kewin swiftly raised his blade and decisively executed the leader of the prisoners before him. Having already reached the end of his strength, the man could no longer pose any threat. It was more prudent to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Shortly after, Kewin dispatched the prisoner leader, a towering figure, approximately 4 meters in height and exceedingly robust, approached them. Upon sighting this individual, some began to search for information regarding him within Impel Down, and soon relayed to He-1 and Shilio, the user of the hammer fruit, Spear Yelu, captain of the Blood Surge Pirates. He possesses the ability to transform his limbs into hammers, augmented by armament haki, granting him immense strength. His destructive capability is formidable, with a bounty of 440 million berries. He is a prisoner from the 6th level, having vanished for unknown reasons, but has now been confirmed to be active on the 5.5 level of Impel Down. End of report. Upon hearing this information, neither He-1 nor Shilio exhibited significant changes in their expressions, for they understood that only with the opening of the gates of justice could they hope to escape. Thus, prior to guarding this location, they had mentally prepared themselves. Shilio then spoke quietly. I currently hold the highest authority here. Everyone, follow my command. All personnel, retreat immediately to the entrance of the power room of the gates of justice. Prepare defenses to prevent any unauthorized entry and ensure the safety of the power room. The situation is now in our hands. He is beyond your capacity to contend with. Upon receiving the order, the station navy and the guards of Impel Down promptly vacated the battlefield, allowing the two to engage the formidable foe. Faced with such might, the duo remained undaunted, with Shilio taking the lead in the assault, while He-1 provided support from the side. The three of them clashed continuously within the confines of the narrow space. The wielder of the hammer fruit possesses truly unfortunate luck. Setting sail to lead a band of subordinates into the Grand Line, he fortuitously encounters the playful Admiral Garp. To his dismay, this group of oblivious underlings dares to mock Garp's canine steed, an affront that is utterly intolerable. Consequently, this seemingly formidable pirate engages in an intimate exchange of combat with Garp, only to find himself unceremoniously cast into the 6th level of Impel Down. Prior to this encounter, it remains unclear whether he had indulged a bit too much in drink, as he foolishly sought to test Garp's iron fists with his own fruit abilities. One wonders if his porcine intellect ever contemplated the ramifications. There once was a man named Green Pepper who also aspired to measure his strength against Garp. Yet his fate was excruciatingly grim. Years of savings evaporated into nothingness, rendering any hope of retrieval futile. Initially, he believed he would confront two relatively manageable adversaries. But upon engagement, he quickly realized the tenacity of these foes, one of whom matched his strength. Shiria's attacks were swift and fierce, forcing him into a defensive position with his hammer fruit abilities, while the assistance of Kewin hampered his efforts to swiftly conclude the skirmish. Nevertheless, the defensive enhancements granted by his fruit abilities created a temporary stalemate. The damage inflicted by the duo was within his tolerance. Yet the circumstances demanded he accelerate his offensive tempo. However, every attempt to hasten his assault was thwarted by Q&S interruptions. Observing this fellow, who had just emerged from a previous battle brimming with vitality, revealed that Kewin still possessed considerable stamina. The relentless duo clung to him like stubborn adhesive, preventing his escape toward the power room of Impel Down, much to the chagrin of Spear Yellow. As time wore on, the ferocity of Kewin and Shiria's onslaught intensified, their prolonged cooperation yielding nearly flawless synergy in their maneuvers. This relentless pressure inflicted profound distress upon Spear Yellow, compelling him to escalate his aggression in hopes of swiftly concluding the conflict. The increasingly violent clashes sent debris flying, while Kewin and Shiryu awaited the opportune moment to deliver decisive strikes. Deep down, Spear Yellow recognized that such a state of affairs could not endure indefinitely. Yet, each time he neared the power room, he faced the onslaught of naval forces launching remote attacks. Just as he contemplated eliminating these sailors, he encountered twin blades slicing toward him from the flank. Ultimately, the prolonged exertion left him utterly spent, succumbing in defeat at the feet of Shiryu and Kewin. By the conclusion of this skirmish, Kewin found himself breathless. For a youth of his age, achieving such prowess had earned him the admiration of the naval personnel who had remained uninvolved. As time progressed, numerous naval reinforcements arrived at the scene, silently observing the clash among the few combatants. Simultaneously, they marveled at Q&S capabilities, while he may not rival the monstrous strength of some naval officers. His youth and potential were promising. According to their private inquiries, this younger man in naval attire possessed substantial connections, hinting at a future ascension to high-ranking naval positions. Throughout Impel Down, the various levels steadily eradicated the prisoners that had emerged, with the majority of the naval forces rushing toward the power room of justice. A portion remained to continue purging the corridors of any remaining foes, marking them for future reclamation efforts. Just as they gathered at the entrance to the power room on the first level, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A fierce gust swept overhead, causing both the naval personnel and the formidable figures within the confines of Impel Down to shudder. As they looked skyward, they beheld the roof of the first level being torn asunder by a powerful shockwave. The immense visual impact left all present in awe, as the sheer destruction was beyond comprehension, obliterating not only the first level but also the structures above it. Witnessing such devastating power, anyone with a semblance of ambition felt a profound admiration for the fighters engaged above. After establishing defenses for the power room of justice, some personnel hastily ascended toward the upper levels, eager to partake in the unfolding conflict. The battles above were undoubtedly fierce, yet the indomitable spirit of the majority of the Navy propelled them upward, resolute in their desire to support the higher-ranking officers. Though none anticipated the swift arrival of unforeseen calamity, this time it is truly not their fault. The Navy personnel wishing to assist find that some conflicts are not ones in which anyone can simply participate. At this moment, those once renowned sea pirates have been subdued by the Navy and the advancing forces, their power quelled by the high-ranking officers. Yuan, following the main contingent, ambled along, adopting a more relaxed perspective. He believed that above, the strong were abundant, rendering the prisoners unable to escape, which was rather unexpected for him. Thus, he paid little heed to the circumstances at hand. Observing the current situation above, it became evident what was unfolding. Those once invincible prisoners he had previously witnessed were now firmly restrained by his adoptive father, Zephyr, along with Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Sengoku, and Magellan, all of whom exerted their strength to confine them within the confines of Impel Down, rendering them immobile. The only one capable of darting around was the Momo fruit wielder, the old rascal, Bondewald. However, his evasive maneuvers were nearing their end, as his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr, was preparing to strike alongside his old partner, Sengoku, in a simultaneous assault against this formidable foe. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners under the control of Impel Down were being effortlessly dispatched by Vice Admiral Karp. Each one felled with a single punch, left incapacitated on the ground. And he unleashed her wash fruit powers, swiftly reasserting control over the subdued prisoners present. While Magellan awaited the opportune moment to unleash his abilities, ruthlessly eliminating any prisoners attempting to stir chaos. However, as he went and the core forces of the Navy surged upward, a sense of relief washed over them. For they understood that only after the thorough eradication of the areas below could such a multitude arrive. Magellan, witnessing their arrival, felt immense joy, as it allowed them to focus their efforts on the troublesome Bondewald. Yet, the challenge posed by this individual was indeed formidable, as his fruit abilities proved to be exceedingly powerful, particularly highlighted by the recent shockwave. It was the attack of the great general of the warring states, clashing with the formidable powers of Bonnie Waldo, resulting in a shockwave so potent that it obliterated the roof of the first layer of Impel Down. One cannot help but marvel at the overwhelming might of the strong in one piece. A closer inspection of the golden, resplendent Buddha form of the warring states general during combat vividly illustrates the intensity of the battle against Bonnie Waldo, a mere fragment of the entire battlefield. Observing his own side in an absolute disadvantage, the arrival of numerous Navy reinforcements signified that the scales of victory were increasingly tipping away from him. In despair, Bonnie Waldo resorted to amplifying the lighthouse in his grass tenfold, hurling it towards the warring states general. In response to such an assault, the general merely glanced away, unleashing a shockwave that sent the lighthouse soaring. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura emanated fiercely from Bonnie Waldo. The emergence of this overwhelming presence caused a palpable shock among all those present, compelling the majority to muster every ounce of strength to withstand its might. However, not everyone possessed the fortitude to resist it. Many of the newly arrived naval officers lacked significant prowess, and this formidable aura carried an undertone of self-destruction, leading several prisoners to succumb as well. Those capable of standing amidst such a fierce atmosphere were undoubtedly the true titans of the sea, while the weaker souls had either lost consciousness or found themselves unable to remain upright. In this moment, Shiryu managed to hold his ground, albeit with great difficulty, while Cunning lay prostrate, exerting all his energy to counter the oppressive force. The naval personnel bore solemn expressions as they witnessed this overwhelming pressure. Vice Admiral Karp remarked. This must be Conqueror's haki. How can this individual's haki be so potent? Zephyr took over the conversation, asserting, even if it is Conqueror's haki, it matters not. With us here to suppress him, he cannot surpass our might. Such a person inherently harbors immense malevolence towards this world, and should he escape, the devastation he would unleash is unimaginable. Nodding in agreement, Vice Admiral Karp acknowledged Zephy's assertion that they were indeed the strongest present. Thus, the two hastened their efforts to resolve their immediate concerns and swiftly joined the fray against Bondivalt's battle. It must be said that the nature of the Momo Fruit's combat differed markedly from others' expectations. While it could enhance one's speed and augment attacks with attached items, it offered no means for self-enlargement, which proved to be a significant drawback when facing a behemoth like Admiral Sengoku. The clash between the naval admirals and the world destroyers from the Rocks era was particularly riveting, yet it bore little relevance to our protagonist, Cunning, who was currently struggling against the potent conqueror's haki emanating from Bondivault. Watching Cunning steadfastly resist the overwhelming force, Shiryu was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that such an intimidating aura would render Cunning unable to withstand it. To his astonishment, Cunning remained conscious, albeit pressed against the ground. In contrast, Shiryu could barely maintain his own stance against this haki, highlighting Cunning's current strength, uncertain of when this oppressive sensation would cease. Cunning felt a surge of indignation as he lay on the ground, grappling with the unfairness of his predicament. Why should he endure such humiliation after having arrived in this world, having witnessed countless wonders, forged numerous friendships, and diligently labored to enhance his own strength? After all his efforts to thrive, he was now subjected to such disgrace. A flicker of tumultuous emotion stirred within him, perhaps unexpectedly. The man struggling to rise from the ground was beginning to experience a profound shift in sentiment. This emotion gradually stirred within him, perhaps one day. When this feeling reaches a certain threshold, it will yield a distinct effect. Beside him, Shiryu may have sensed something. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Iwin. Yet it did not occupy his thoughts. He believed that Iwin's foremost task at present was to maintain his mental fortitude, resisting any encroachment, and to rely upon his own strength to rise. Ultimately, Iwin withstood the pressure exerted by the overwhelming presence of the conqueror's haki, shakily standing up, which drew the admiration of the surrounding naval elites. They were astonished that such a young individual possessed such formidable tenacity, his future prospects seemingly boundless. Just when Iwin, feeling stable, believed he had reached his limit, an even more formidable aura suddenly descended upon the crowd. They hastily looked up, eager to discern the source of this imposing presence, but when they finally realized where it emanated from, they were utterly astonished. The aura emanating from this scene is none other than that of our formidable warring States General, a man radiating golden brilliance, whose presence commands the realm as if he were sovereign, impervious to any opposition. The two forces intertwine, relentlessly clashing. And the already beleaguered Iwin finds himself nearly collapsing once more under the weight of their might. Fortunately, this time, his hands and guard swiftly anchor him to the ground, providing steadfast support. As he gazes upon the convergence of these two formidable energies, Iwin cannot help but feel an inexplicable yearning and profound reflection. It dawns on him that such strength is the very path he must strive towards. Ultimately, amidst the fierce collision of these two potent conquerors' haki, the entire first floor of Impel Down cannot withstand the onslaught. However, there is no need for concern. As within the power chamber of the first level of Impel Down, the naval officers, sensing the impending crisis above, hastily implemented various measures to protect the walls and equipment outside the power chamber. This resulted in the singular structure that stood within the first layer of Advanced City, the power chamber itself. After a fierce clash of the formidable will of the warring States General and Bondivault, their overwhelming might dissipated into the void. Once this confrontation concluded, the majority of the logistical personnel arrived on the battlefield to reinforce the perimeter walls surrounding the first layer of Advanced City, fearful that a moment of negligence might lead to unforeseen complications. Should seawater surge into Advanced City, causing irreparable damage, they would face accountability from the world government, a predicament they wished to avoid at all costs. This urgency underscored their fervent desire for an end to the conflict. In battles between masters, where the essence is intangible, it is usually challenging to determine a victor without enduring days and nights of combat. Nonetheless, this time, a formidable assembly of naval forces and the elite of Advanced City had gathered. The conflict raged from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk back to dawn, ultimately culminating in the hands of the warring states. The Navy achieved a resounding victory. This time, they did not spare the world destroyer, but instead, they mercilessly slayed Bondivault. the wielder of the Momo fruit. A figure who could have left a significant mark in the later stages of history thus departed from this world. While to others this may seem inconsequential, for Cunning, it bore a different significance. It marked the beginning of a slight deviation in the future narrative as he perceived it. This time, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences in the future, had it not been for he when receiving insider information in advance. The potential destruction of Advanced City during the impending chaos would have been inevitable. Initially, Hewen believed he could play a significant role in this conflict, only to realize that his sole endeavor was to resist the overwhelming presence of those two formidable men. It was only at the culmination of the battle that he managed to recalibrate himself. However, by then, his presence was no longer required, and he was relegated to logistical support, assisting with various related tasks. Observing his dejected demeanor, his companion Shilio patted him on the shoulder, offering a reassuring smile as he remarked, "You are still young, with a bright future ahead. There is no need to rush. There will be ample challenges for you to confront in due time." Hewen recognized that his old friend was trying to console him, yet he still grappled with a sense of acceptance. Ultimately, he transformed his dissatisfaction into motivation for improvement, believing he would achieve success in the future. The conclusion of the war was anticipated by all. It could be said that this conflict had effectively ended before it even began. The Navy and Advanced City possessed the advantages of timing, geography, and the favor of the populace, which are essential conditions for victory. Furthermore, Advanced City had consolidated a majority of elite warriors, including the likes of Warring States, Karp, Zephyr, and Magellan, who stood as the final bastion. Meanwhile, figures such as Brusolino and Sakazuki were beginning to emerge on the scene, while the opposing prisoners consisted of only a scant few with any remaining strength, as they were all former vanquished foes. Why is this so? The more formidable individuals, who operate without regard for reason, had yet to be imprisoned within Advanced City, which contributed to the unexpected intensity of this conflict. The characters who would later influence the unfolding narrative had not yet made their appearance, akin to Douglas Barrett and the Red Count, who represented the truly uncontrollable elements. At present, within the entirety of Advanced City, the only notable figure whose name would echo through history is Bondewald. This is not to belittle the others, as those confined on the 6th level are indeed individuals whose existence the world government seeks to conceal. Despite their failures, the prisoners embody the age-old truth that victors write history. Although this war has concluded, many challenges await them. It is not to say that the end of this conflict signifies the completion of all endeavors. While the warfare may have ceased, the consequences it wrought remain ever present. The profound ramifications of this war, although considerably smaller in scale than anticipated, have wrought devastation that is no less severe than in previous conflicts. No one possesses the foresight to predict that this war would escalate to such a magnitude. Thanks to prior strategic control, the naval losses sustained were negligible, and they successfully managed to address a number of troublesome prisoners. Ultimately, this worldwide criminal endeavor was rendered inconsequential by the Navy. The recent operation by the Naval Headquarters proved to be remarkably successful. It preserved the dignity of both the world government and the Naval Headquarters while averting societal panic, thereby earning widespread acknowledgement for its achievements. Conversely, although the upper echelons of Impel Down suffered significant damage due to the ravages of war, the critical aspect lies in the resilience of each prison tier. Despite facing assaults from the inmates during the conflict, the repercussions remained within manageable limits for Impel Down. As a result of this battle, the number of prisoners within Impel Down has drastically diminished, thereby alleviating the burden on the guards. Furthermore, this war facilitated a closer collaboration between the newly recruited guards and their seasoned counterparts. While initial setbacks were encountered, the outcome proved exceedingly satisfactory, strengthening the ties between Impel Down and the Navy. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that there were indeed individuals who reaped benefits from this war, namely the clandestine organization CP of the world government. Observing the jubilant Navy and the guards of Impel Down diligently clearing the battlefield, it is perhaps the CP members who were the least pleased. They may have enforced perimeter lockdowns, but the credit for such measures does not rest with them. The leader of CP, not an inconsequential figure, has discerned through his observations of the events within Impel Down that their influence in this war may not have been as significant as anticipated. In the face of such formidable prisoners, true subjugation can only be achieved through strength. This elucidates the inherent limitations of these CPs when confronted with direct confrontation. Their strengths appear diminished. Through this endeavor of reconnaissance against the Navy and the fortification of Impel Down, they have acquired certain desired insights. While it is true that these CPs possess exceptionally refined skills in intelligence gathering and assassination, when faced with large-scale combat, they often find themselves outmatched. It can be asserted that the strategic arrangements for this operation were not solely devised with them in mind. Rather, compared to the more brutish figures within the Navy headquarters, these intricate tasks are perhaps better suited to the capabilities of the CPs. Consequently, after much contemplation, the Admiral entrusted these assignments to this group of CPs. Indeed, as anticipated by the Admiral, the leader of this CP adeptly crafted a meticulously detailed plan based on the overall layout of Impel Down. These characters utilized their formidable observation hockey to enact a blockade across the entire sea. Notably, during this operation, they nearly struck down an albatross. This albatross, while I won't explicitly name it, I believe you can all venture a guess as to its identity. So everyone, take a moment to ponder. This time, as well as throughout the years, marks the singular occasion of genuine and heartfelt collaboration among the three parties. It is precisely due to their sincere cooperation that the explosive information has not given rise to any unfortunate rumors amidst the tumultuous waves of the vast ocean. As time gradually passes, this matter slowly fades away. Those who are privy to the truth remain tight-lipped, choosing not to disclose anything. The situation has come to a close, and the repair plans for the advancing city are steadily progressing. Meanwhile, the elite naval forces have not retreated during this period. Rather, they have intensified their patrols around the advancing city. Should they encounter individuals attempting to probe into the information regarding the city, they would not hesitate to capture these intruders and leave them to their own fates within its confines. The CP has also heightened its scrutiny over public opinion to prevent the dissemination of any rumors. Ultimately, representatives from the three factions convened for a secretive negotiation. In the end, these individuals defined the nature of the conflict and clandestinely divided the outcomes of the war. Following the negotiations, it was time for the subsequent reporting. The leaders from the three factions gathered in the palace of Mariewa to present their information to the 5 elders in attendance. These 5 elderly gentlemen are indeed shrewd individuals. On the surface, they acknowledge the contributions of the three parties, yet inwardly, they harbor contempt for them. In truth, upon reviewing the reports presented to them, these 5 men are acutely aware that they have already begun to divide the spoils of victory from this conflict. Nevertheless, these 5 elders remain indifferent to such matters. Their primary concern lies in the consolidation of the celestial dragoness rule, while all else can be set aside. Moreover, they permitted their subordinates to exhibit a modicum of audacity. Of course, this so-called audacity was not without its limits. After the report concluded, these leaders departed from the sacred land of Mary Geos, their expressions reflecting satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the palace, the 5 elders convened in secrecy. The first to speak was the sword-bearing, impetuous elder, who spat angrily upon the ground and declared, "These rascals have taken it upon themselves to divide the spoils of victory behind our backs." One of the curly-haired elders glanced at the furious elder and chuckled. "It matters not. Let us not concern ourselves with such trivialities. They are, after all, the ones on the front lines, while we merely reap the rewards. Thus, we can relinquish these inconsequential matters to them." However, after a moment's contemplation, he added, "Yet, it appears they have slightly overstepped this time. It seems a measure of suppression is warranted." Upon hearing this, the sword-bearing elder became invigorated, exclaiming his agreement. This was soon echoed by the others, marking the unanimous consensus among these scheming old men. Subsequently, a series of corresponding policies emerged from the lips of the 5 elders. The following day, Admiral Kong scrutinized a report with a furrowed brow. It was nothing more than a standard document, detailing promotions for notable personnel within the Navy as a form of encouragement for their valor in the recent battle, along with approvals for naval expansion. The content of this directive incensed Admiral Kong. When did the world government begin to meddle in the internal promotions of the Navy? They could appoint a fleet admiral. Yet they overstepped by assigning lower-ranking officers, who should have been grateful to him, but it seemed as if they had taken on a favor from him instead. Moreover, the plan for a large-scale recruitment drive proposed by the headquarters was summarily dismissed by the 5 elders, citing insufficient funds. Did they truly lack resources? The gold transported to them from the heavens each year was squandered without care, rendering it a sheer waste. Contemplating this, Admiral Kong felt a pang of heartache. These 5 unscrupulous elders have become quite troublesome to contend with. It seems prudent to enlist a specialist to handle the engagement with them. Thus, this individual summoned the esteemed general from the warring states to the office. At this juncture, the air marshal meticulously briefed the general on the situation. After some contemplation, the general remarked to the air marshal, "It is likely that our previous clandestine distribution of the spoils has come to their attention, resulting in the dissatisfaction of the 5 elders. If we are to proceed further, our only recourse is to humble ourselves before them and acknowledge their authority. These 5 individuals are merely concerned with appearances. As long as they can maintain a faade, they will likely not go too far." Admiral Cong, having pondered the words of General Zhanghua, found them to be remarkably insightful and was about to speak when, suddenly, an idea struck him, causing a smile to grace his lips. Observing Admiral Kong's smile, General Zhanghua felt an ominous premonition, which, as it turned out, was justified. At that moment, Admiral Kong appeared remarkably relaxed and, in a leisurely manner, addressed General Zhanghua. "Zhanghua, this time, you and I shall visit the 5 elders together. Moreover, I shall propose you as my successor to the position of admiral. Once they grant their approval, we shall commence preparations for the transition. From now on, you shall take the seat I currently occupy." Upon hearing Admiral Kong's words, General Zhanghua's expression transformed dramatically. He found himself at a loss for emotions. If he were to feel joy, it would be overshadowed by the presence of the esteemed admiral still before him. To feel regret for Admiral Kong's situation seemed disingenuous, as it was he who would ultimately assume Admiral Kong's mantle. In the end, with a complex expression, General Zhanghua bowed deeply to Admiral Kong. In contrast, Admiral Kong laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Zhanghua, you are already the junior I respect, the successor I have chosen. This position was meant for you to inherit. Long ago, I grew weary, and I held on, fearing you might struggle against those old men. Zephyr is a fiercely competitive individual. Were it not for he win and his elite training program, he would have long since faltered. To prevent the loss of strength within the upper echelons of the Navy, I had to swallow my pride and persuade Zephyr to remain. Yet, unexpectedly, he has proven to be an exceptional educator. Through his guidance, the Navy has experienced a surge of talent in recent years, promising a brighter future. I had intended to wait a few more years, but your suggestions today have illuminated my understanding. It appears that you have grasped how to vie for the Navy's interests while managing those peculiar elders. Thus, I can entrust the burdens I bear to you. Furthermore, the words I once disseminated were intended to gauge your character, and I must say, I am exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Sengoku, I have faith that under your stewardship, the Navy shall not be disgraced." Upon hearing these words, Admiral Sengoku could only bow his body lower and replied, "I am grateful for your trust. I shall not disappoint you." Hearing his response, Admiral Kong rose and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Prepare yourself, Sengoku. Shortly, we shall set sail for the Holy Land Mary Geos to confront those 5 old fellows. Of course, you must also be ready, as the transition of command is not something to be completed in haste." After listening, Admiral Sengoku silently nodded and subsequently departed from Admiral Kong's office. As he stepped outside, he gazed up at the sky. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped his heart. How had it come to pass that he was to begin preparing to assume the mantle of Fleet Admiral? This inexplicable sensation rendered Sengoku slightly dazed. A man who had steadfastly upheld his convictions during the era of the notorious Rocks pirates now found himself momentarily disoriented at the brink of becoming Fleet Admiral, revealing the profound impact this news had upon him. Thus, he meandered back to his office, oblivious to the greetings of those he passed, lost in thought until he reached his sanctuary. Upon entering, he beheld a man reclining in his chair, casually holding a bag of senbei, with a steaming cup of green tea beside him. There was no mistaking it. This was the audacious figure known throughout the Navy, the legendary Vice Admiral Garp. The secretary standing nearby wore an expression of awkwardness, having initially intended to intercept this individual, but knowing full well the close bond he shared with Sengoku. With no alternative, they allowed him entry while keeping a watchful eye, wary of any potential mischief Garp might instigate. As Sengoku entered his office, seeing his old friend Garp awaiting him momentarily eased the turmoil within his heart. It seemed that only these old comrades could bring him a sense of solace. Vice Admiral Garp, recognizing the unrest in Sengoku's demeanor, straightened his posture and asked with a serious expression, "Sengoku, is something amiss? If there is trouble, you must tell me. We shall help you resolve it. Is the new world proving to be unsettled? If so, I shall head there to maintain order for a time. Ultimately, it is one's own, and the concern of an old friend warms the heart." Upon hearing Garp's slightly caring words, Admiral Sengoku felt a surge of warmth. He chuckled and said to Vice Admiral Garp, "Garp, I am an admiral of the Navy. If I cannot resolve an issue, what makes you think that you, a mere vice admiral, could offer a solution?" As the conversation veered toward this topic, Vice Admiral Karp became visibly displeased, thinking to himself, I intended to offer you comfort. Yet you twist my good intentions into a trap. You old rascal, you truly have a cunning mind. He then reclined again, turning his body sideways, crunching on rice crackers, and ignoring Sengoku. The Admiral, however, merely smiled and remarked to Karp, the matters at hand have passed. The forthcoming period will be considerably easier. Perhaps you will soon find yourself on leave. Upon hearing the word leave, Karp, who had been lounging on the bed, instantly sprang to his feet, circling Sengoku, occasionally clicking his tongue in excitement, which left Sengoku feeling quite uncomfortable. Without indulging Karp, Sengoku bellowed, Karp, you rascal, what are you staring at? At the sound of such a powerful shout, Karp exhaled a sigh of relief and sat down, saying, if you hadn't yelled at me, I might have thought you were no longer Sengoku. But upon hearing your roar, I know you are still the same. Hearing Karp's nonsensical response, Sengoku was left exasperated, and he could only wave his hand at the secretary, signaling for them to leave his office, subsequently shutting the door. Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, Karp finally adopted a more earnest expression and inquired whether something was amiss. Satisfied with Karp's newfound seriousness, Sengoku nodded and informed him. The Marshal intends to pass his position to me. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Karp was taken aback by Sengoku's statement but soon burst into laughter, saying, I thought as much, Sengoku. I wondered why you brought up the topic of leave. It seems you are on the verge of transition. After hearing Karp's slightly teasing remark, Sengoku couldn't help but smile wryly and replied, Karp, while it may sound so simple, all future burdens will rest upon us. Karp, unfazed, picked his nose and remarked to Sengoku, what's the problem with that? Sengoku, with us around, it's not an issue at all. We are your support. What do you have to worry about? Through Karp's comforting words, Sengoku gradually felt a weight lift from his heart. This is perhaps a common affliction for all. When one suddenly ascends to a higher position, it is natural to feel a tinge of anxiety, for it is indeed a significant responsibility. The fate of the Navy and the lives of countless individuals rest upon decisions of monumental gravity. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences, which explains the caution exhibited by these individuals. After regaining his composure, Admiral Sengoku engaged in a clandestine discussion with Vice Admiral Garp. Once their conversation concluded, Admiral Sengoku prepared himself and set out to find Fleet Admiral Kong, while Vice Admiral Garp took the news to seek out a circle of so-called friends. The rationale was straightforward. He wished for these old companions to assist in stabilizing the Navy's internal dynamics over the coming years, thereby mitigating any potential unrest that might arise from the transition of power, which could adversely affect the Navy's future development. In truth, they are all astute individuals. Following the earlier release of this information, it became increasingly evident to all that Admiral Sengoku might indeed be the only viable choice for the future, particularly given Admiral Zephyr's rather lackluster performance at the time. Nevertheless, Admiral Sengoku shared a strong camaraderie with Admiral Zephyr, alleviating concerns regarding power struggles among the admirals. Presently, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr have subtly forged an alliance. Each has their respective responsibilities. One oversees the Navy's daily operations and combat affairs. Another serves as the highest combat force within the Navy, and the third handles the logistics and training. As long as these three facets remain orderly, even amidst potential chaos, the Navy is unlikely to descend into turmoil. During this period, coupled with the presence of Admiral Karp, it is anticipated that no extraordinary events will transpire. Ultimately, Marshal Kong, accompanied by General Sengoku, arrived at the Holy Land of Mariawa to meet with the five elders. Upon learning the reason for their visit, the esteemed leaders were taken aback. The five elderly gentlemen were momentarily taken aback, suggesting that today they were indeed mere empty marshals, acting on a sudden whim, without having received the slightest hint from above. The five venerable gentlemen exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, it was the most irascible among them, the sword-bearer of the five elders, who spoke up. Addressing Admiral Kong, Kong, you must ponder this carefully. If you choose to depart from the Navy, can Sengoku truly shoulder the burden? Admiral Kong met his gaze, his eyes resolute as he replied, rest assured, Sengoku is the most fitting successor. He embodies the justice of the Navy and adeptly manages the relationships with all factions. He is indeed the most suitable candidate. At this moment, a bearded elder among the five elders spoke. Very well, we understand. We shall deliberate on this matter further. You may take your leave. Marshal Kong nodded, acknowledging that this issue was beyond their individual authority, and thus, he departed the Holy Land of Mariewa alongside the anxious Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, the 5 elders were convening. One of them remarked, Kong truly is willing to make sacrifices. He truly intends to relinquish his power. The curly-haired elder chuckled and added, it is indeed time for him to step back. After all, he has endured many years in the Navy. However, the bearded elder proposed, let us proceed in this manner. We shall retain Sengoku as the Admiral of the Navy. But first grant them a transitional period to temper the Navy's momentum. Afterwards, we can position Kong within the world government, bestowing upon him a high-ranking official role, thereby showcasing our magnanimity. Upon hearing this, the curly-haired elder laughed heartily, exclaiming, this is a splendid strategy. It will ensure that those individuals remain committed to our cause. Simultaneously, during the transitional phase of power, we can explore opportunities to infiltrate the Navy with our own agents. Observing that no one opposed his proposal, the bearded elder declared, if there are no dissenting opinions, then the plan is set in motion. Agreed? The others echoed their assent. The sword-bearing elder then stated, I believe this plan can be enacted forthwith. For the time being, let us extend some favors to the Navy. He continued, summon someone to draft a proclamation. Former Admiral Sengoku has been promoted to the rank of Admiral of the Navy for his merits, while former Admiral Kong has resigned from his position due to personal reasons and will be assigned to the Holy Land of Mariewa, temporarily assuming the role of Commander-in-Chief of the entire military. Go, convey this order to the press, ensuring it is published as the headline tomorrow. Furthermore, send this directive to the Navy headquarters this afternoon. Let this transfer of power be made public, compelling them to wait until the storm passes before proceeding with the transition. Upon their departure from Mary Geos, these 2 individuals hastily made their way towards the Navy headquarters. Shortly after their return, they received orders from the esteemed 5 elders. Initially, they believed the matter to be settled, leading them to adopt a rather relaxed demeanor. In fact, that very evening, Admiral Sengoku even hosted a banquet in honor of Admiral Akiji. However, by the following day, as the news spread across the vast seas and the Grand Line, both Admiral Akiji and Admiral Sengoku sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. This matter, which ought to have transpired in silence, has now become a grand spectacle, drawing the gaze of many. Consequently, all attention will be directed towards the internal affairs of the Navy and the transition of power, a situation that is profoundly detrimental to the entire naval force, effectively placing it in a precarious position. After some contemplation, Admiral Kong turned to Sengoku and inquired, Sengoku, do you possess any viable strategies? The current circumstances are rather challenging to navigate. General Sengoku gently massaged his forehead and replied, this situation may stem from the actions of the 5 elders. In the near future, they may attempt to infiltrate the Navy further. At that juncture, we must employ every means at our disposal to ensure the stability of the internal structure of the Navy. Additionally, we must strive to maintain a low profile to avert any unnecessary complications. Admiral Kong nodded in understanding, recognizing the gravity of the issue at hand. He then gazed at Sengoku and asked, do you require my assistance? If possible, I would not hesitate to lend a hand to support you. The intentions of the 5 elders may indeed be aimed at undermining our momentum. At this point, it was evident that Admiral Kong, being of naval origin himself, did not wish to witness a decline in the Navy's strength. Confronted with such overt machinations, he felt powerless. Thus he yearned to contribute his efforts to help the Navy navigate through these tumultuous times. In response, General Sengoku shook his head and said, I fear that may not be feasible, Admiral Kong. All eyes are currently upon you. For now, I hope you can defer your involvement for a few years and assist in maintaining order within the Navy. In this manner, certain matters can be conducted discreetly, and once completed, the transition can be executed seamlessly. Upon hearing this, Marshal Kong felt it was a plausible approach. He promptly responded, very well. I shall draft a reply to the 5 elders, temporarily remaining here to assist you in maintaining order. However, you must also consider the challenges faced by an old man like me. Recently, I would appreciate your help with some pertinent documents and administrative affairs. By the way, I have heard that Carp has recently acquired an abundance of fine tea. Could you bring me some on your next visit? I wish to indulge in the pleasures of life. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. Perceiving that the once formidable Marshal Kong had shed his previous gravitas, unburdened, he resembled a playful old child, exuding joy. However, it became apparent that the responsibilities ahead would not be light. This thought caused Sengoku a headache, as it seemed there were numerous troublemakers within the Navy awaiting his guidance. Consequently, he resolved to ensure Admiral Zephyr would diligently instruct the naval elite from the outset to prevent any misdirection among the personnel. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to our protagonist, you.As. After enduring the trials of the recent conflict, he was reassigned from Impel Down under the pretext of needing to replace communication personnel. Zephyr, his adoptive father, was quite pleased with the results of you.As training during this period, for war is the ultimate crucible for testing one's capabilities. In the previous battle, you.As had withstood pressure and pressed forward, bringing no shame to his adoptive father, especially under the formidable onslaught of the conqueror's hockey from both sides. He remained steadfast and ultimately rose to the occasion. Moreover, Admiral Zephyr had established connections with the influential figures within Impel Down to confirm that you.As had not been idle. Consistently training and earning the admiration of these prominent individuals, he actively engaged in various affairs within Impel Down, notably being the first to detect signs of unrest and offering reasonable suggestions to avert greater losses during the conflict. Thus, the Navy had just cause to transfer him back to the headquarters, and due to his distinguished contributions during the war, he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant at the tender age of 17, a testament to his significant achievements. you.As' return brought a gradual smile to Zephyr's face, infusing the household with a renewed sense of vitality. In the years when you.As was absent, Admiral Zephyr rarely returned home, for upon doing so the air was devoid of any trace of human warmth, rendering the already desolate home even more forlorn. Consequently, Admiral Zephyr opted to relocate his residence to his office, finding it more convenient for his solitary work, as being alone there was no different. However, the return of you.As gradually infused life into the household. Each day, he savored delightful meals prepared by his son, and upon returning from work, he was greeted by someone eagerly awaiting his arrival, a sensation Zephyr had not experienced in years. Once you.As had settled his affairs, Zephyr appointed him as his personal secretary and an instructor at the Navy's elite training camp, a task not particularly challenging for an admiral. The following day, in the training grounds of the Navy's elite camp, Admiral Zephyr was in his office, attending to matters related to the training. Meanwhile, on the training platform stood a flamboyant man, donning a baseball cap and clad in a burgundy suit, draped in a white cloak of justice. Yet, this individual bore a distinctive trait: he possessed a hint of darkness. Among the characters that come to mind when contemplating darkness, one cannot overlook the future warden of Impel Down, you.As of the Rain. Ultimately, you.As could not escape you.As' grasp. Upon informing Admiral Zephyr of the situation, the Admiral personally assessed you.As' abilities and potential for future growth. After the evaluation, he submitted the relevant documentation to Fleet Admiral Cunning and subsequently brought this man, who would come to be known as you.As of the Rain, out of Impel Down. Of course, this came at a cost. The Navy had to provide substantial material compensation as part of the agreement for you.As' transfer. Given that you.As was now considered a mid-ranking officer within Impel Down, he had also distinguished himself in the recent conflict. To ensure that this newcomer to the Navy felt welcomed, it was ultimately decided to bestow upon you.As the rank of lieutenant colonel and to collaborate with Zephyr in subjecting the elite trainees of the Navy to rigorous training while also serving as their swordsmanship instructor. Thus, you.As effectively became an assistant to Admiral Zephyr, and with the addition of this capable and composed individual, it was evident that the Admiral had significantly fewer matters to manage on his own. Thus, he is able to devote himself more intently to contemplating the methods and techniques for training these naval elites. you.As did not come here for mere leisure. He has been entrusted with a significant responsibility, which is to train this group of future naval elites, a task that genuinely piques his interest. After all, these individuals cannot be regarded as weaklings. Moreover, the opportunity for daily combat at no cost allows them to vent their frustrations and alleviate the pent-up emotions within them. Time swiftly passes in such a manner. He and you.As have alleviated the tension that accompanies their encounters with criminals during the advance. Within the confines of Impel Down, a dark, damp, and crime-ridden environment stands in stark contrast to the pristine beaches, ocean vistas, and white uniforms that the Navy witnesses daily, two realms that are utterly divergent. These two individuals dedicated a considerable amount of time to acclimatize to their distinctly new lives. During their adaptation, you.As stumbled upon an awkward predicament due to prior battles. Others possessed their unique skills. In contrast, our protagonist, you.As, was limited to merely delivering a slash, a soaring strike, and perhaps a powerful punch or a mighty blade, lacking any semblance of grandeur. This realization troubled you.As for quite some time. He yearned to develop a signature move of his own. One could not help but admire the flamboyance of a fighter like Zaro, whose combat was a dazzling display of techniques and skills. Even reciting verses to elevate his flair, how impressive that was. Unlike him, Hewen's fighting style consisted solely of repetitive flying slashes, devoid of sophistication or aesthetic appeal. Leaving him disheartened, this predicament caused the already not-so-educated man to feel increasingly bereft of confidence, unable to voice his concerns for fear of embarrassment. Consequently, he confided in his close friend, Shilio, hoping to garner some insights or suggestions in crafting his techniques. Through relentless collaboration, they managed to conceptualize a few moves, albeit these were merely approximations of genuine artistry, occasionally resembling something substantial. However, without practical application, it felt awkward to claim them as his own. Yet, possessing a unique style symbolized an elevation of his prowess, merging his formidable armament hockey and perceptive observation hockey to infuse his techniques with newfound potency. The next step was practical application. In the course of their training, Hewen even coaxed Admiral Zephyr out of his office for a spar in a secluded area, seeking a private venue for experimentation. This also served to refine his skills with the help of Zephyr and Shilio, both experts in hockey and swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away, but ultimately, Hewen's skills began to take shape. This individual is indeed a creative genius when it comes to naming. Struggling to conceive a suitable title, he resorted to learning and drawing inspiration from others. Initially, he contemplated a skill named Mountain Shatter Strike. This skill, it remains uncertain whether it was acquired from a game or derived from a past life in anime. Nevertheless, possessing a name for the skill is certainly preferable to having none at all. With this thought in mind, he decided to name his skill Mountain Shatter. Upon unleashing this ability, he enveloped his weapon and himself in a layer of armament color. Interestingly, during this period, he had somehow mastered the technique of armament color, which is no simple feat. This proficiency brought him considerable joy. Subsequently, he created 2 additional techniques based on the characteristics of his skills, both of which were relatively straightforward and practical. In the future, should he wish to develop more techniques, he could build upon these, as they are fundamentally common skills in his view. Initially, he had contemplated using more flamboyant techniques, but was sternly admonished by his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. With a single gloved fist empowered by armament color, Zephyr delivered a straightforward punch that shattered all of Hewen's flamboyant techniques, sending him sprawling several meters backward, halting only after a considerable distance. Reflecting on this, Hewen comprehended that in the eyes of true powerhouses, extravagant techniques are often impractical. It is the simple and direct attacks that hold the greatest potency. One might ponder the significance of Conqueror-S hockey. Indeed, it is crucial. However, the absence of Conqueror-S hockey does not equate to an inability to survive. A prime example is Admiral Zephyr himself, who has forged a formidable reputation as Black Arm, relying solely on his formidable observation hockey and armament hockey. Moreover, the strength of the subsequent 3 admirals is well documented. Yet none have been observed wielding Conqueror-S hockey to assert dominance. Perhaps they have yet to acquire it. Ultimately, after extensive practice and reflection, coupled with insights from senior mentors, he continued to refine his abilities. Heavenly One has chosen to forego flamboyant posturing, opting instead for 2 hours of the most straightforward stances to hone his skills. His swordsmanship has already ascended to the level of a swordmaster. The 2 techniques he employs are quite simple. The first, named Crescent Slash, utilizes the powerful strikes forged during the peak of the war, delivering a sweeping blow that inflicts considerable damage. The second, known as Cross Slash, is equally uncomplicated. Its name suggests its primary function, to obstruct the enemy's retreat. By executing 2 rapid strikes, it creates cumulative damage, leaving the adversary with no respite. This technique also holds the potential for further development in the future. Additionally, during his training sessions, Heavenly One dedicated his leisure time to practicing various other techniques that would prove immensely beneficial to him, notably the renowned 6 styles of the Navy. For instance, the Raging Foot enhances the diversity of his attacks, while the Iron Block bolsters his defense. There are others, such as the Paper Gun and Moonwalk, all of which can swiftly augment his strength. Mastery of these skills, particularly their application in combat, is markedly different from mere familiarity. At present, Heavenly One remains primarily proficient in their execution, yet his performance in actual confrontations leaves much to be desired. These are considerations he must ponder in the future. Of course, this is not intended to undermine Heavenly One's enthusiasm. His current growth, in light of the tumultuous developments within the pirate world, has been somewhat gradual. Consequently, He has been training fervently to compensate for this, striving to survive and protect those he wishes to keep safe. With a steadfast commitment to his aspirations, he diligently pursues this path without a hint of complacency. Moreover, he possesses a crucial treasure, the devil fruit. Initially, he believed that this seemingly familiar fruit was one he recognized. However, after meticulously searching through the comprehensive catalog of devil fruits collected by the Navy, he found none that corresponded with the one he held. This left Ewen's mind momentarily in disarray, as he could not comprehend the nature of this entity, which rendered him hesitant to partake. However, this was of little consequence. The paramount focus should be on enhancing one's own capabilities, particularly physical prowess, which is essential for everyone to prioritize. The significance of physical strength is evident when observing the formidable Aunt Charlotte Lingling, who is impervious to harm by ordinary individuals. Similarly, consider the nearby Air Marshal, whose title is Steel Bones. In later stages, Karp's remark, "Just look at me, Sengoku, or else I might be compelled to eliminate Sakazuki," illustrates that these powerful beings, despite a slight decline in strength with age, still possess unparalleled abilities. Based on Ewen's assessments, Admiral Zephyr and Shirya share a consensus, and their perspectives on such matters hold considerable weight. After all, the current naval elite training program operates in isolation, devoid of external guidance, with participants navigating their journey through trial and error. The ensuing days were monotonous yet ordinary. As time progressed, everyone's strength steadily increased, with batches of cadets continually emerging from the naval elite training program. The Navy places significant importance on these new recruits, assigning them to vessels for practical training following their instruction, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Navy. During this period, Ewen actively assisted Admiral Zephyr in contemplating training methodologies. Having experienced an era marked by an information explosion in his previous life, filled with a plethora of opinions and ideas proliferating online, he was no longer an ordinary individual. Now, as an instructor in the elite training program, he found it considerably easier to translate those theories into practice. Although many of Ewen's suggestions were not entirely accurate and occasionally erroneous, he proposed an idea to Admiral Zephyr that piqued his interest significantly. This matter is something he had previously overlooked. However, upon Riverwind's reminder, he suddenly realized that it holds a modicum of significance. The so-called fishman karate, despite being dismissed by prominent figures like Zephyr, possesses considerable utility for mid-ranking officers. It provides an additional means of confronting formidable foes at sea, which is undeniably crucial. Yet, the pressing concern now is not how to engage the enemy, but rather how to locate the fishmen and recruit them as instructors, a matter of utmost importance, given the apparent disconnect between the fishmen and the Navy. Perhaps Riverwind was overthinking. After hearing his suggestion, Zephyr shook his head and remarked, "You may not fully understand them. They harbor an extreme animosity towards humans. Thus, even if the fishmen possess formidable strength, they will not align themselves with the Navy." Reflecting on his adoptive father's words, Riverwind pondered, then tapped his head, realizing that the issue of the fishmen is far more complex and cannot be resolved hastily. Additionally, the ramifications of the fishmen issue are extensive, likely leading to numerous complications, and he currently lacks the capability to address such troubles. He has always adhered to the principle of remaining inconspicuous, and with this thought, he resolutely cast aside his previous notions. After further contemplation, Riverwind addressed Admiral Zephyr, "Adoptive father, while we may be unable to enlist those powerful fishmen into our Navy, we should nonetheless enhance our personnel's combat capabilities against the ruthless pirates at sea. These individuals have long roamed the vast ocean, lacking a permanent residence, and thus, we must approach them with caution." Upon hearing Riverwind's explanation, Admiral Zephyr considered the matter and nodded in agreement with his perspective. Consequently, the two engaged in a new round of discussions within Zephyr's office, meticulously planning the training regimen for the Navy in the forthcoming period. Of course, the effectiveness of the devised plan for the future remains uncertain. However, a more comprehensive training program for the Navy undoubtedly promises to enhance their strength significantly. As the new year approaches, people have smoothly navigated through another year. In the naval community's town, a steady stream of shoppers has emerged, all preparing for the arrival of the new year by procuring festive goods. The array of items is dazzling in the naval town. Every individual radiates a smile filled with happiness and joy. It can truly be said that this place is the epitome of safety. No one could penetrate the naval headquarters under the vigilant guard of such a formidable military presence without incurring harm. Consequently, the inhabitants here lead lives of remarkable ease. Riverwind, 2. Experienced a modest enhancement in his abilities upon the conclusion of the previous training session. This situation left a group of individuals feeling somewhat embarrassed. In such a short span of time, his prowess had already reached an enviable level. Seizing this moment, he desired to unwind and fully immerse himself in the impending New Year ambience. To that end, he specifically sought out his adoptive father to request several days off, all in preparation for the arrival of the new year. As the moment of the new year approached, the Alice Square in the naval base of Marineford became the focal point. To the west stood a grand bell, known as the Ox Bell, steeped in immense historical significance. Long ago, it had adorned a warship named the Ox Royce before being removed and placed at the naval headquarters of Marineford. According to the customs of the naval base, the bell is struck 16 times each year. The first 8 chimes express gratitude for the past year and the safe passage of all, while the subsequent 8 chimes serve as a prayer for smooth sailing in the year to come. Thus, a total of 16 chimes resonate, a tradition referred to as the 16 o'clock. Does this bell seem familiar? It was once struck by Luffy during the War of the Summit. As a tribute to the fallen pirates and his brother, the grandson of Carp ventured to the Plaza of Oris at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, where he solemnly struck the great bell 16 times, heralding the dawn of a new era. In due course, this event would be viewed as a disgrace for the Navy. Had Cunning encountered it, the outcome might have been drastically different. As the resonant chimes echoed, the people stood in silent reverence, offering prayers for a prosperous and fulfilling new year. With hearts brimming with hope for the future, the 16 tolls concluded, and life resumed its normal rhythm. What was anticipated to be a serene and beautiful beginning to the new year was abruptly disrupted by the appearance of a small vessel, sending ripples of alarm throughout the Navy headquarters. No one expected such an incident to arise before the year had even concluded. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the sea, and at the periphery of the Marineford headquarters, searchlights illuminated the water, monitoring the passage of vessels. At that moment, a lookout stationed near the main gate spotted a small boat approaching from a distance. The naval personnel at the lookout were taken aback amidst such dense fog. How could anyone be entering or exiting Marineford? They signaled the approaching vessel using the Navy's universal flag signals, hoping for a response. However, time passed without a reply, and the small boat continued to sway unsteadily towards the grand entrance of the Marineford headquarters. These actions caused the naval sentries at the outpost to feel an impending sense of unease. They promptly utilized their binoculars to survey the distance. Just as the observers began to discern the attire of the personnel aboard the vessel, the naval officer, stricken with fear, cast aside his binoculars onto the ground. Witnessing such a disconcerting spectacle, his fellow sailors were immediately engulfed by an ominous sense of foreboding. They swiftly activated the alarm, which reverberated throughout the entirety of Marineford, triggering all sentries to sound their alarms in unison. The commanding officer present, a rear admiral from headquarters, was taken aback by the unfolding scene and promptly connected the emergency call to Admiral Sengoku's office. Meanwhile, the piercing alarm echoed through the skies of Marineford. Yet the cause of this uproar remained unknown to all. Subsequently, upon receiving the distress signal, Admiral Sengoku hastily assembled a group and made his way to the vicinity of the naval perimeter. Despite having intended to celebrate the new year, the sudden sound sent a jolt through him, compelling him to initiate the alarm systems without any justifiable reason in light of the circumstances. The general of the warring states harbored a tempest of anger within, determined to ascertain the nature of the situation upon his arrival. If it proved to be of little importance, he vowed to impose severe punishment on the naval soldier responsible for the false alarm. Yet, as the general approached the scene, he caught sight of the owner of the small boat through his telescope, his pupils narrowing in shock. He bellowed at the newcomer, "Damn it, what are you doing here?" The man in the small boat gradually straightened up, lifting his head to reveal a radiant smile. Unperturbed by the distance, he called out, "Long time no see, Sengoku." At that moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on the general's forehead, starkly visible in the frigid winter air. With no time to contemplate further, he subtly gestured with his hands, prompting a nearby naval soldier to immediately understand the signal and swiftly turn to head towards the interior of Marineford. Before long, the alarms blaring within Marineford intensified, ringing out with a ferocity far surpassing the previous alerts. Upon hearing the cacophony, every naval officer, without hesitation, abandoned their tasks and rushed toward the sentry post at the gates of justice. As a throng of elite naval personnel gathered, the gates of justice began to creak open, revealing a warship sailing forth. Though only a handful of individuals were aboard, the formidable presence they exuded suggested that they were far from ordinary. Recognizing familiar faces, the owner of the small boat laughed heartily, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr. It's been a while. I'm here specifically to see you. His words drew slight frowns from those present. Uncertain of his intentions for visiting the naval headquarters, he donned a deep crimson trench coat, topped with his signature pirate hat, and his uniquely styled mustache, resembling two hooks, hung below his nose. His arrival astonished the Navy. Was he not their sworn enemy? Despite not having dispatched forces to capture him, he had come here alone, seemingly inviting capture. The General Sengoku broke the silence, demanding, "What brings you here? What do you intend to do?" At that moment, the man from the small boat unleashed an overwhelming presence of conqueror's haki, far surpassing the intensity exhibited by Bondiwal during the earlier battle at Eni's lobby. Instantly, those perched upon the walls stood transfixed. One by one, the naval officers collapsed to the ground. And those formidable naval warriors witnessing this scene felt a shiver run down their spines. Although the aura of the individual before them was indeed formidable, the few standing directly opposite were far from inconsequential figures. One of them remarked, I never anticipated you would have such a reckless day. Since you are here, you might as well not leave." The other party, with a smile, replied, "Having arrived here, I never intended to depart. However, I do not wish to be the center of such a vast audience, thus I must first eliminate a portion of them." As he spoke, he seemingly nonchalantly brought his hands together, gesturing to the opposing personnel as if inviting them to place shackles upon him. Witnessing this act, not only did Admiral Sengoku and the others fail to comprehend, but even those naval elites who stood their ground, impervious to the conqueror's haki, were bewildered. They could not fathom why this individual had come to unleash a conqueror's haki merely to avoid the gaze of so many. Yet, despite his demeanor, none of the onlookers lowered their guard. They activated their own formidable haki and approached the man, shackles in hand. Remarkably, this man offered no resistance and willingly allowed them to cuff him, engaging in casual conversation with the high-ranking naval officers. Once Admiral Sengoku confirmed that the man was securely restrained, he ordered his transfer to the prison at Marineford for temporary confinement. Meanwhile, the fleet Admiral Kong, having already received word of the situation, sat in silence, overwhelmed. This was beyond his ability to manage, and he could only hastily relay the information to the 5 Elder Stars, leaving them to grapple with the predicament. After all, his tenure as fleet admiral was nearing its end, and he found little inclination to concern himself with such matters, especially with Sengoku and the others present to handle the situation. In the Holy Land of Mariehua, upon receiving this news, the 5 Elder Stars felt a wave of numbness. What had transpired? This was supposed to be a time of universal celebration for the new year. Why had such chaos unfolded? The world government and the Navy initially intended to conceal the matter. However, the following day, an explosive revelation dominated the headlines. The infamous Pirate King, Gold, Roger, had surrendered to the Navy. It turned out that the man who approached the Navy was none other than the Pirate King himself. In light of the overwhelming influx of this news, the Navy had no choice but to acknowledge publicly that they had detained Roger. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel found themselves in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the reality of the situation. The apprehension they experienced over the past couple of days far outweighed the thrill of capturing the Pirate King. Yet, they could not neglect their duty. Thus, they resolved to temporarily detain him, planning to escort him to impel down with a heavy guard in a few days. Those with keen instincts sensed a different revelation. They foresaw that a true era of upheaval was on the horizon. The ramifications of this matter are profoundly significant. The Navy itself is unable to make a decision and must rely on the 5 elders, representing the world government, to address the situation. Meanwhile, the Navy can only await in silence, hoping that during this period, this Pirate King does not create further complications. Indeed, if he were to take any action, the individuals at Navy headquarters might find it quite challenging to detain him. Observing the apparent cooperation of this individual, it seems he genuinely seeks to surrender. Yet, the notion of the Pirate King voluntarily submitting is as peculiar as it is enigmatic. Everyone is aware that something is amiss, yet they cannot fathom what the issue truly is. Ultimately, this sensation leaves the elite members of the Navy feeling exceedingly discontented. However, there is no recourse. The situation has reached an irrevocable conclusion, and thus, these formidable naval warriors must reluctantly accept their predicament. This matter has spread widely, and ultimately, people around the globe have become aware of it. One afternoon, upon returning home from work, Admiral Zephyr informed Cunning of the situation. During their meal, the two exchanged their perspectives on the matter. Unlike Cunning, who often approached issues with a seasoned demeanor, Admiral Zephyr occasionally chose not to conceal every detail from him. opting instead to share trivial matters. He would also seek Cuning's opinions, as sometimes Cuning's insights proved to be quite enlightening. Upon hearing the news brought by Admiral Zephyr, Cuning was momentarily taken aback. He then glanced at the calendar and realized that the year had indeed arrived. From this year onward, life would no longer be tranquil, for it marked the beginning of the so-called Age of Exploration. The onset of this era heralded the end of prosperous days for the Navy, as they would soon be inundated with the repercussions of the ensuing chaos. It was clear that conscriptions would become inevitable, and the scale of his training camp would likely need to expand. He would have to remind his father figure, who was so devoted to education, of this impending reality. The fate of the individual who had surrendered to the Navy was already predetermined, a public execution to exemplify the authority of the Navy and the world government. Naturally, his demise would incite a period of turbulence upon the seas. Everyone would vie for the singular position that would become available, especially considering the relentless influx of pirates. Subsequently, Cuning shared with Zephyr some pertinent information, and upon hearing Cuning's analysis, Zephyr raised an eyebrow, astonished that the young Cuning possessed such insights. In truth, the matter concerning the pirate king you.As, Roger had already been addressed at higher echelons, and the outcome was as Cuning had anticipated: the pirate king must die. Thus, Zephyr was both surprised and ultimately satisfied with Cuning's analysis, believing that his adopted son was exceptionally gifted and well-suited to inherit his legacy. Little did Zephyr know that Cuning was merely a vessel in the pirate world. His soul belonged to another realm. In that world, the anime featuring the Pirate King was widely recognized, and the public was already well aware of the resolution regarding you.As, Roger. Once affairs were settled, Cuning returned to his room to quietly contemplate the subsequent events, chuckling at the amusing aspects that came to mind. To summarize, you.As, Roger was already afflicted with a terminal illness and had an unborn child. What followed was a rather remarkable turn of events. The former archenemies, Roger and Admiral Garp, unexpectedly found a sense of camaraderie. Subsequently, Roger entrusted his child to Garp for care, and the audacious Garp shamelessly embraced the child as his own grandson, clearly seeking to capitalize on the legacy of the Pirate King. Certainly, the conclusion is already well known. The entire sequence of events is clear to all. The fate of this child mirrors that of his father closely. Ultimately, it is the venerable Admiral Garp, who nurtured him from childhood, that remains most concerned. However, there is little he can do, as the boy is heedless of advice. Yet, that is a matter for another time. Presently, removed from the tumult of the river, the incident feels distant, and he prefers to remain uninvolved in such trivial matters, allowing things to unfold naturally. Now that this situation has surfaced, the future events are surely imminent. At this juncture, it would be prudent for River to take appropriate preparatory measures to avoid being ensnared in these turbulent waters, which conceal an unfathomable abyss. Once drawn in, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resolutely decided that no matter the circumstances that may arise, even if Marineford were to fall, he would steadfastly refrain from leaving the confines of the naval training camp. He would remain there, biding his time until the year 1520, during the era of the Paramount War, before contemplating other matters. Simultaneously, he must keep a vigilant eye on Admiral Zephyr, ensuring he does not recklessly lead the Navy into unnecessary drills when they are assigned to other ships. Ample time will be available for training. For now, they should diligently focus on strengthening their fundamentals. Pleased with his plan, River tidied up and retired to bed, treating himself to a brief respite. In the depths of his slumber, River remained oblivious to the true trajectory of the future world. His perceived safety was, in fact, a notion not shared by others, and divergent fates awaited him. Within a couple of days, the five elders finally reached a conclusion, one that did not deviate from River's expectations. Indeed, the news of the Pirate King's execution was confirmed, with the location of his demise, as chronicled in history, set in Logetown of the East Blue. Once this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire world. Different individuals responded to this revelation in varied ways, with reactions that were as diverse as the people themselves. Some individuals may find joy in the passing of you.As, Roger, while others express sorrow or even contemplate accompanying him in death. The world exists in an inexplicable state, with various factions surprisingly unified, regardless of their allegiance. None have made a single move, as if the realm were suffused with love and peace. However, the astute recognize that tranquility often precedes a tempest. Beneath the surface, there are unseen currents at play, akin to a navy that, wary of unforeseen incidents, quietly recalls its elite from the outer reaches and begins to prepare the gallows in Logtown. In an undisclosed location, a formidable pirate crew has established its base, comprising numerous members, among whom are several with notably potent auras. At the bow of an unusually designed colossal ship, a grand golden lion's head is intricately carved. Do not mistake it for a mere culinary symbol. A man of impressive stature resides aboard this vessel, his thick, slightly curled hair emanating a faint golden glow. At his waist, he wields two elongated sabers, and a cigar rests between his lips. It goes without saying that this individual is none other than the current captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, the notorious Gold Lion Shiki. This individual was once a remnant of the Rocks Pirates. However, he has since flourished remarkably, once leading a pirate crew numbering in the thousands. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand. He engaged in a cataclysmic battle against Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, who is on the verge of execution. Despite initially possessing an overwhelming advantage, a devastating tsunami obliterated him completely during this confrontation. Not only did he face defeat in this war, but he also sustained grievous injuries, one of which involved a ship's helm piercing his head, rendering him incapable of utilizing his formidable conqueror's haki. Tragically, this accursed helm could not be removed. Any misstep in the extraction process could lead to catastrophic consequences, even loss of life. Otherwise, his strength would not be diminished to a mere 80%. This naval battle is famously known as the Battle of Idewall. Although his abilities suffered a significant setback, it did not detract from his formidable prowess. As previously mentioned, possessing Conqueror's haki does not render one invincible, it is merely a prerequisite for becoming a true powerhouse. Upon witnessing the newspaper discarded by the messenger seagull, he erupted in fury, his enraged voice echoing beyond the confines of the pirate ship. He bellowed, "Impossible! How could the Navy, those worthless scoundrels, capture and defeat Gold? Roger? I refuse to believe it. I must seek the truth. I am certain Roger was coerced. I will rescue him." The renowned Golden Lion Shiki, when provoked, is known to be utterly unyielding. However, he is flanked by numerous aides who remain exceedingly vigilant, fearful that their impetuous leader might recklessly plunge into calamity. At present, the Navy is rife with tension and trepidation. In the past 2 years, they had intended to facilitate the transfer of command, and now, with the unexpected surrender of Roger. If the Golden Lion were to cause a disturbance, it was certain that the recently tense Navy would take decisive action against him, using him as a means to deter troublemakers. Consequently, his subordinates were deeply troubled. Nonetheless, it seemed that the Golden Lion had resolved to pursue a particular course of action. Turning to another matter, in a recently opened tavern on the Shambadi archipelago, a man and a woman sat across from each other, silently consuming their drinks. Beside them lay a freshly published newspaper, its content mirroring that which Captain Golden Lion Shiki had read earlier that day, announcing the impending execution of the Pirate King. Gold, Roger, in Logetown in the East Blue. At that moment, the man abruptly finished his drink, crumpled the newspaper in his hands, and stood to leave. Instantly, the woman across the table sprang to her feet, swiftly positioning herself behind him, her hands firmly pressing down on his shoulders, compelling him back into his seat. She admonished him, "For now, heed my words, remain here, do not venture outside, and steer clear of trouble. Your captain has already taken care of most matters for you. Do not complicate his situation further. Allow him to navigate the remaining days in peace." The man remained silent, biting down hard on his teeth, reminiscing about the joyful days when they were all together. Those moments, now irrevocably lost, brought tears to his eyes. The woman beside him, witnessing his sorrow, felt a pang of empathy. However, they had reached a mutual understanding. Their continued presence here, without causing trouble for the Navy, was essential. As long as he refrained from inciting chaos, the Navy would likely leave them undisturbed. The man, drowning his sorrows in a bar, is none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the former vice-captain of the now-dissolved Roger Pirates, known by the monikers Dark King and the right hand of the Pirate King. Beside him is the renowned Shikuyaku. Of course, one cannot overlook the future figure who is destined to occupy an entire theatrical production, Douglas Bullet, the inheritor of the legacy of the demon. Upon witnessing the man he once trusted most, now a source of uncertainty, Bullet finds himself at a loss for how to express his emotions. Rayleigh's current demeanor, teetering on the brink of madness, suggests that this man is likely to stir up some chaos in the future. He is always young to undertake something monumental, capable of shaking the very foundations of this world. However, those aspirations remain unfulfilled, as evidenced by the events of the theatrical production. As for the remaining crew members of the Roger Pirates, they maintain a stoic silence regarding these matters, their inner anguish known only to themselves. Numerous individuals linked to Roger in varying degrees, have set sail upon seeing the latest newspapers, compelled by their hearts to pay homage to this friend or foe. After all, he is a king of the seas, a figure deserving of respect, whether as a friend or an adversary. The arrival of these individuals casts a heavy air over Logtown. The atmosphere thickens, for each of them is destined for greatness, none to be underestimated. Their formidable presence intensifies the pressure on the Marines guarding Logtown, compelling them to dispatch additional forces in preparation for the impending events. In truth, the Marines are uncertain. Their actions are merely precautionary, aimed at preventing any uncontrollable occurrences in the future. While we have discussed the reactions of others, let us now turn to the response from the Marines prior to the execution. It is worth noting that, rather than any collective reaction, it is the ever-quirky Vice Admiral Garp who stands out. The relationship between others and Roger is simply that of a criminal and a lawman, as the Marines have never been overly concerned with the Roger pirates. Their overwhelming power has disrupted the balance of the seas, rendering their might a sort of original sin. Only Vice Admiral Garp, a man of occasional whimsy, takes a genuine interest in the affairs of this pirate king. After all, Garp shares a bond of mutual respect with the pirate king, transitioning from adversaries to a friendship over time. Yet both are acutely aware that, due to their opposing positions, this relationship must remain buried deep within their hearts. On that fateful day, Vice Admiral Garp, under the guise of an inspection, set sail aboard his ship, affectionately dubbed the Dog-Head, accompanied by a select few of his closest subordinates. They meandered away from the Marine headquarters at Marineford, heading towards the ominous and foreboding Impel Down. It goes without saying what his intentions were. The moment he departed, the gates of justice swung open once more, only this time, 3 individuals trailed behind him. These 3 were none other than Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, and our protagonist, Cunning, who harbored a profound interest in the historical events of this period and was the one persuading both Admiral Zephyr and Admiral Sengoku. Cunning first approached his adoptive father, Zephyr, and candidly conveyed his concerns. He stated, "Father, Vice Admiral Garp may privately meet with his dear friend, the Pirate King Gold, Roger. Gold, Roger." A kindred spirit to Garp, shared a bond rooted in both familial and friendship ties, which Garp valued above all else. Zephyr quickly grasped Cunning's implication. Cunning feared that Garp, in a moment of irrationality, might jeopardize the Navy at a critical juncture. Observing Cunning's earnest assurances, which stemmed from a perspective of naval safety, Zephyr chuckled, dismissing the worry, as he understood Garp well enough to doubt such notions. Yet, he could not withstand Cunning's persistent entreaties and ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to inform Sengoku of the situation. Upon hearing this, Sengoku, intrigued by the unexpected angle, pondered the possibility. After all, no one had considered such a scenario. Given their shared history as Garp's friends and their simultaneous entry into the Navy, Sengoku, with his understanding of Garp's character, doubted Garp would assist Roger in escaping, yet acknowledged the potential for unexpected complications. Thus, Sengoku summoned Zephyr, and the two engaged in a lengthy discussion, deliberating the likelihood of such an event occurring. Cunning, eager to uncover the truth, also wished to accompany them, driven by his curiosity. Consequently, the 3 men, each with different motives, convened to discuss their concerns. Garp's friends were anxious about the possibility of the old man acting impulsively and causing trouble, while the young lad was simply there to witness the unfolding drama and the potential outcomes of the situation. At this moment, the dog-headed ship of Vice Admiral Garp, who had set sail earlier, arrived at Impel Down. Recognizing a familiar face, Magellan did not hesitate to grant Garp entry. Furthermore, in accordance with Garp's request, he separately brought forth the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, allowing the 2 of them to meet within a sealed cell, just as arrangements were being finalized here. News arrived from another quarter, reporting to Magellan that 3 distinguished guests had arrived in the city of advancement. Magellan found himself utterly bewildered, pondering what event had transpired, what day it was, and why one after another, individuals were arriving at his domain, Impel Down. Without further ado, he hastened to the grand entrance of the prison to meet with his old acquaintances. The arrival of these 3 friends brought him great joy, for during the most desperate times, it was they who had extended their assistance to him. However, upon hearing their intentions to eavesdrop on Admiral Garp's confinement, Magellan was taken aback. The situation seemed rather awkward. Did these 2 factions harbor some unresolved conflict? Observing Magellan's perplexed expression, Sengoku, the great general, discerned that there might be a misunderstanding. He promptly spoke up. "We have come discreetly, fearing that at a critical moment, Garp might commit some blunder." "Blunder?" This left Magellan even more perplexed. Wasn't Admiral Karp supposed to be conducting a special interrogation of the Pirate King? Why did Sengoku's tone suggest discrepancies in the situation? Magellan then explained, I apologize, General Sengoku, but since Admiral Karp is in a specially secured isolation cell, our surveillance capabilities are restricted due to the unique materials employed in its construction. We cannot monitor the proceedings, lest sensitive information be leaked. Only those within the cell will acquire any intelligence. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sengoku and Zephyr darkened. They had not anticipated that the usually brash Karp would harbor such meticulous considerations. With no alternative, they could only wait outside the prison cell for Admiral Karp's emergence, while simultaneously preparing for any potential conflict. Meanwhile, standing nearby, aware of the true historical context, Cavendish remained unfazed. He already comprehended the current predicament. Roger was gravely ill, beyond the reach of any remedy, and his sole purpose in entering was to entrust his yet-to-be-born son to Admiral Karp's care. Outside, the individuals anxiously awaited, while inside, a different scene unfolded. The two men sat facing each other, separated by a door. No one could have foreseen that these once proud figures would meet in such a manner, evoking a sense of life's inherent drama. Within the dim confines of the cell, the walls were worn and battered, with patches of moss clinging to the corners. The atmosphere was dark and damp, evoking a sense of despair. A few candles flickered on the wall sconces, their feeble light illuminating the entire cell, and for reasons unknown, this ambience further accentuated a profound sense of desolation. This time, it was Vice Admiral Karp who spoke first. With a hint of mockery in his tone, he addressed Roger, saying, Roger, you never expected to find yourself in such circumstances, did you? You, once the illustrious Pirate King. Listening to his old rival and friend, Karp, who spoke with a slight undertone of derision, Roger remained unfazed. Bursting into hearty laughter, he replied, Karp, after all, this is not my home. Such an environment is hard to come by. For us pirates, the greatest sanctuary is the sea. The sea is our true home. Ha! Karp retorted, your home? Huh. That statement is better suited for someone else. It has little bearing on you. You are destined not to perish upon the sea. Everything has already been prepared for you in Lobetown. So, if you wish to be laid to rest in the ocean, perhaps you should wait for the next life. Why have you summoned me here? Karp confronted him directly, showing no respect for the Pirate King. It turned out that during his capture, Roger had discreetly signaled Karp, and it was this signal that prompted Karp to take the risk of coming here. Unperturbed by Karp's biting sarcasm, Roger responded, Old friend, I knew you would recognize my hint, and I'm delighted that you came. I can only trust you now. With that, he displayed a radiant smile. For some reason, upon seeing that smile, Karp resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly becoming agitated. He shouted at Roger, You rascal! Who said we were friends? I am the Navy, and you are a pirate. We are not of the same faction. In response to this, the Pirate King Roger was not angered. He merely chuckled and said, Karp, I am gravely ill and nearing death. However, Rouge is expecting my child. I am to become a father. What do you mean you are gravely ill? How could you turn yourself into the Navy? And you claim you were to become a father? Is that even possible? Are you trying to scare me? Do you realize the consequences of this? Why would you tell me this? Wouldn't it be better to ensure the child's safe arrival? At this moment, Karp finally revealed a hint of urgency, quite different from his previous sardonic demeanor. Roger paid no heed to Karp's concerns and continued with his previous thoughts, saying, Karp, if Rouge gives birth to a boy, his name will be Ace. If it is a girl, she shall be named, and I hope their lives will be peaceful and beautiful. I entrust this child to you. After finishing his words, Roger faced Karp with a smile, awaiting his response. At that moment, Vice Admiral Karp was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the candle flickered out for a brief instant before reigniting. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though Vice Admiral Karp grasped something profound, silently nodding in understanding. Observing this kindred spirit, Roger ultimately nodded with joy. He turned to Vice Admiral Karp and said, Thank you, my old friend Karp. Take care of yourself, for I shall await you in that place. Upon hearing these words, Vice Admiral Karp walked away without looking back, though his fists were tightly clenched and his teeth ground together with a resounding intensity. The gravely ill man, who is on the brink of execution, is his dearest friend. For those he holds in high regard, he is willing to invest his sincere affection. Yet, given the current predicament, which intertwines with matters of allegiance, he is fearful that turning back might lead him to undertake actions detrimental to the Navy. As he hastens back, he secretly contemplates how to safeguard the unborn child, an endeavor fraught with challenges. Following Roger's demise, The Navy and the world government will undoubtedly investigate the final days of Roger's life. Consequently, any information pertaining to this child is likely to be exposed. What course of action should I take? Vice Admiral Garp's mind is in turmoil, leaving him increasingly agitated. However, before he can devise a solution regarding the child, he opens the door to find a throng of people surging in, rendering him momentarily bewildered. But upon recognizing the newcomers, a cold sweat breaks out over him. It is no exaggeration to say that he has been cautious today, opting for a fully enclosed cell. Otherwise, the matters he discussed with Roger could have been overheard by these individuals. If they were to learn of it, the entire Navy would be privy to such secrets. How could he ever face his old friend then? This thought sends a shiver of dread through him. When he observes that no one has followed him out, it is evident that everyone breathes a sigh of relief, suggesting that Vice Admiral Garp possesses some self-awareness. However, in the distance, a sly grin appears on Q&'s face as he glances at Garp. Sensing Q&'s mocking smile, Garp feels a pang of discomfort and, taking the initiative, bellows at Q&. What are you staring at, kid? Haven't you ever seen an old man before? Be careful on your way back. I'll deal with you. Before he can finish his sentence, he is struck on the head by a furious punch from Admiral Sengoku, instantly causing a large bump to swell on Garp's head. Still unsatisfied, Sengoku barks at Garp, "You scoundrel. If it weren't for Q&'s speculation, how long did you intend to keep us in the dark? Do you have any idea how worried we are about you?" Hearing the furious words from Admiral Sengoku, Q&' can't help but feel a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. He thinks to himself, "Boss, you're blatantly throwing me under the bus. I've already angered Vice Admiral Garp. What am I to face when I return? The sins of the old nose." Upon contemplating this, Q&' cast a mournful glance at Admiral Sengoku, which sent a shiver down the latter's spine, making him realize that perhaps he had spoken too freely. Yet, he could not bring himself to admit his faults. Thus, he turned away and resumed his reprimand of Captain Garp, choosing to ignore Q&' entirely. Indeed, it was no surprise that they entered the Navy at the same time, for the thickness of their skins was remarkably similar. It seemed that he believed further education of Vice Admiral Garp would be futile, as the root of the problem lay elsewhere, specifically with him. Consequently, Admiral Sengoku abandoned Garp, turning his back and making his way into the depths of the cell. Observing Sengoku's movement, Vice Admiral Garp instinctively sought to intervene, but Admiral Zephyr, noticing this, swiftly seized Garp by the collar and pulled him back. With a serious expression, he addressed Garp, saying, "Garp, this is not the time for foolishness. Sengoku has his reasons. Do not disturb him further. He's already aggravated enough. If you provoke him, just wait for Sengoku to deal with you." At these words, a tremor coursed through Garp's heart as he recalled past instances of being reprimanded by Sengoku, a wave of desolation washing over him. He inwardly cursed the infamous Roger, thinking, "Damn that Roger, it's all because of you that I find myself in such a predicament." Meanwhile, Sengoku entered the cell, fixing his gaze upon the unyielding Pirate King. Gold, Roger, with whom he was no stranger. With a solemn expression, Sengoku declared, "Roger, I do not wish for you to bring us any further discomfort in the days ahead. Garp is my friend and my future ally. Should you attempt any mischief or harbor ill intentions towards him, I assure you that I will make you regret it. Believe me, I am a man of my word." In that moment, this man named Sengoku exuded a weighty presence, starkly contrasting his usual jovial demeanor. Yet, the man before him was no ordinary adversary. With a smile, Roger replied, "Sengoku, rest assured, I have no intention of ensnaring Garp." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing his assurances, for reasons unknown, Admiral Sengoku felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort, an uneasy premonition that something was amiss. Observing Roger, who was soon to face execution, Sengoku's gaze narrowed, and he refrained from uttering another word. As he exited and approached the door, he cast a fierce glare at Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, sensing the tension, said nothing, trailing behind Sengoku with a subdued demeanor. Meanwhile, Q&, who seldom witnessed such a scene, wore an expression of satisfaction, relishing the unfolding drama. Typically, Garp, that old rascal, would intrude upon Q&'s home, compelling him to prepare meals and occasionally subjecting him to a dose of tough love. While the lessons were undeniably effective, Garp's iron fist could inflict considerable pain. Had it not been for Q&'s improved prowess over the years, along with the augmented capabilities of his formidable punches, he would have endured far greater suffering during their sparring sessions. Of course, Garp was a rather petty individual, and Q&' knew better than to reveal any semblance of schadenfreude. Thus, he adopted a fade of profound sorrow, though the pretense was glaringly insincere. It was likely that Garp was not faring much better upon his return to Marineford. He would be met with a tempest of inquiries. One must acknowledge Garp's resilience. When confronted with the relentless questioning from Admirals Sengoku and Zephyr, he steadfastly maintained his silence. He would casually concoct some excuse about how the two had not seen each other in ages, longing for a chat, a trivial justification that reeked of banality. In essence, he adopted a defiant demeanor, daring them to challenge him. Ultimately, both admirals relented in their interrogation of Garp, recognizing that as long as he remained in their midst, they could impose their oversight. A quick mental calculation revealed that he had committed no grave offenses, and every time he stumbled, it was invariably these figures who would come to his aid. Soon, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective abodes. Had it not been for the current predicament, it was likely that they would have retired for the night long before, as not everyone possessed boundless energy. After these events, Admiral Zephyr's perception of Cunning, his adopted son, had shifted positively. On their journey home, the two engaged in animated discussions, exchanging perspectives on the matter at hand. This time, it was Admiral Zephyr who spoke first. He addressed Cunning, saying, "Cunning, regarding this matter, it is imperative that it remains confidential among the four of us. Additionally, I urge you to minimize your outings and focus on training to enhance your abilities. The era of Roger is drawing to a close, and the future remains uncertain to us." Listening to the insights of his adoptive father, Cunning recognized the astuteness of his mentor's perspective. After all, attaining the rank of admiral requires not only strength but also emotional intelligence. In agreement, Cunning nodded and replied, "Adoptive father, rest assured. I will remain at our naval training camp and rigorously train our troops. Furthermore, I shall inform Shirita to intensify his supervision over the new recruits to prevent any slacking." Admiral Zephyr nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. He was genuinely pleased with Shiryu's arrival, having personally assessed the young man's capabilities. Although Shiryu often appeared indifferent, he took matters to heart and was indeed a person of great diligence. Finally, Admiral Zephyr addressed Cunning, saying, "Cunning, I will temporarily entrust this training camp to you and Shiryu. I have other duties to attend to and will not be in Marineford for an extended period." Upon hearing his adoptive father's words, Cunning felt a surge of astonishment. He could hardly fathom why his father, who had long stepped away from the position of admiral, was needed at this juncture. Curious by nature, Cunning inquired, "Adoptive father, if all goes smoothly, you will remain in Marineford for the time being, correct? After all, that matter is about to commence." Hearing Cunning's words, Admiral Zephyr raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "Do not worry, that matter is merely a minor issue. The real events have yet to unfold." As Cunning pondered the subtly profound words of Admiral Zephyr, he furrowed his brow slightly. There was something to be discerned here. He mulled over it for quite some time, as if catching glimpses of understanding that eluded him, leaving him with the sensation that something significant had flitted through his mind. Yet he had failed to seize it. The emergence of such matters has led to a profound discomfort for Cunning, who was initially savoring the juicy gossip. His delightful mood has been abruptly extinguished, replaced by a disconcerting feeling of uncertainty. He finds himself at a loss, unsure of what actions to take next. With a hint of confusion, he raises his gaze to his adoptive father, seeking a modicum of guidance. Observing the bewildered expression on his foster son's face, Admiral Zephyr bursts into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "You often present yourself as a miniature adult, and I have been concerned that you might be bearing too much for your age. However, seeing your expression today reminds me that you are still just a child." Upon hearing Admiral Zephyr's words, Cunning can't help but roll his eyes. Realizing the truth in the age-old adage, before their parents, children never truly grow up. In the world of pirates, it is not uncommon for 12 or 13-year-olds to gain notoriety. Consider CP9's infamous child, whose name escapes me, Rob Lucci, if I recall correctly, renowned for his supposed 800-year legacy. It is merely a hollow title, unworthy of concern. Unbeknownst to them, the father and son engaged in conversation that stretched late into the night. Upon returning home, they completed their evening rituals and retired for the night, for tomorrow beckoned with its own responsibilities. As anticipated by Admiral Zephyr, mere days later, this individual departed the Marine headquarters at Marineford, accompanied by various subordinates under a myriad of pretexts. Subsequently, Vice Admiral Garp and others also left Marineford, followed by several prominent figures within the Navy, including Admiral Sengoku. Notably, the trio of newly emerged monsters also vacated the Marine headquarters, some slipping away discreetly while others made a grand exit. Among these three legendary naval figures, the so-called monsters set sail with their fleets to patrol the four seas, ensuring tranquility in anticipation of forthcoming events. However, astute observers recognize that their deployment is likely intended to intimidate others. Little do they know, a conspiracy is poised to envelop the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Yet, who plays the role of the Manus and who the cicada remains a mystery. The matter at hand hinges upon the patience exhibited among the hunters. Should any slip occur, those who have been awaiting their chance will pounce like sharks scenting blood, ferociously engulfing their adversaries. Although these influential figures have departed from the naval headquarters, there remains an admiral stationed to uphold order, a testament to the formidable strength of the Navy, which deters the common miscreants from approaching. Of course, there exist those undeterred by peril, who cautiously draw near to probe the inner workings of the Navy's current state. However, should they dare to encroach, there will be someone ready to deal with them. One might wonder if the cannons on the Navy's periphery are mere decorations. Occasionally, Captain Hewan leads expeditions to carry out straightforward exterminations, providing his junior subordinates with valuable opportunities to hone their skills, ensuring they do not falter in the future as members of the elite training program. As time passes, inexplicably, Captain Hewan finds himself plagued by nightmares. Are they prophetic in nature? This has led him to heighten his vigilance lately. Although he may not be exceptionally powerful, his soul has undergone a significant purification since his arrival, enabling him to train his observation hockey more swiftly than his armament hockey. However, such skills are not frequently required, and during combat, he refrains from employing a second strike if a single blow suffices. Throughout numerous battles, he has only encountered mid-tier or lower-tier opponents. The true elite are dealt with by a few towering figures, while his role is merely to handle the lesser minions. Observing this, Hewan feels a sense of satisfaction. The more he conceals his abilities, the happier he becomes. He firmly believes that the adage "the bird that sticks its head out gets shot" rings particularly true in the world of pirates. One should not underestimate their prowess, for many are far more formidable, and the extent of the powerful beings concealed within Mariehua remains a mystery to all. Consequently, Hewan shuns any reckless endeavors, regardless of the high accolades or favor from superiors they might yield. He is content to rest under the protective shade of a great tree. Moreover, he has established a solid rapport with the next admiral, a classmate and colleague, leaving him unperturbed. With this understanding, Hewan's spirits have lifted considerably, allowing him to embrace a life of greater freedom. He eats when he pleases and trains at his leisure. This state of carefree spontaneity led Hewan, unbeknownst to himself, to experience a subtle breakthrough in his state of mind. Although he remained oblivious to this change, it left Shilio, who was training nearby, utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. The speed at which this individual has enhanced his strength is truly astonishing. It feels as though, in the blink of an eye, his power has significantly increased. Such an intimidatingly prodigious talent. Fortunately, he is one of our own. Yet, there are moments when Shilio often hears Hewan murmuring softly in his ear, lamenting that his progress is still far too slow and pondering anxiously about the dangers that lie ahead in this perilous world. Each time Hewan utters such disheartening words, Shilio is filled with the urge to deliver him a sound thrashing. The blissful days are fleeting, despite Hewan indulging in life to unwind his mind. The enjoyment of life and training need not be mutually exclusive. It merely reflects a more relaxed mindset. Since arriving here, each day has been a relentless struggle for survival. And Shilio has finally come to realize that it would indeed be a pity not to savor life's pleasures. He even wishes to drag Shilio along to relish these experiences together. However, when Hewan approached him with the intent of enjoying life, Shilio chose to ignore him, secretly harboring disdain for his seemingly duplicitous nature. How could he be so oblivious to the immense effort required for his own training? His rapid advancement is nearing the point where he might soon surpass me. If I do not intensify my own efforts, I risk being outpaced by this cunning fellow. Now, he seems to have the leisure to encourage me to join him in this hedonistic pursuit. Is he attempting to lead me astray so that he can ascend in my stead? Such scheming. Regardless of Shilio's musings, Hewan remained unfazed. Yet, there was an inexplicable oddity permeating the atmosphere of Marineford, an unsettling sensation whose origins remained a mystery until one fateful day. On that day, upon arriving at the training ground, he overheard a group of individuals engaged in discussions that piqued Hewan's interest. Yet, as he listened intently, a wave of astonishment washed over him. The situation was far more dire than he had initially surmised. The impending event was on the verge of occurring. What should he do? The urgency was clear. He must swiftly vacate Marineford, for the future of this place seemed destined for destruction. However, What justification did he possess to depart from here? He resolutely concluded that he could not remain idle. Thus, he sought out the appropriate authority, hoping to procure the necessary military orders to leave Marineford. He had even concocted a plausible excuse, fabricating a story about pressing matters that required him to be away for a while. And he had come to request a formal authorization. Unfortunately, the officer in charge informed Hewin, "I regret to inform you, Lieutenant Hewin, that due to the current exceptional circumstances, which you may be somewhat aware of, Marineford is under martial law. All senior, mid-level, and junior officers of the Navy must remain on standby here and cannot leave. Should you have a special reason to depart, you might seek the approval of General Zhangguo or Admiral Zephyr that could facilitate your exit." Reluctantly accepting this explanation, Hewin shrugged and saluted the major officer before taking his leave. In truth, Hewin had been stationed here for quite some time, and his identity was no longer a secret to many. It was precisely for this reason that the officer felt emboldened to speak so candidly. Hewin acknowledged the reality of the situation. Marineford was indeed experiencing a tumultuous period, and remaining here to heed orders from headquarters was entirely reasonable, especially in light of potential emergencies. With this in mind, Hewin sought out his comrade, the notoriously shameless Vice Admiral Karp, who had often bullied him and feasted on his hospitality. Now, it was time for Karp to contribute. He hoped that this Vice Admiral could assist him in escaping Marineford. However, to his surprise, when Hewin went in search of him, he discovered that Karp had also ventured out. At such a critical juncture, when Roger was on the brink of execution, an astonishing number of individuals were absent from Marineford. It was almost as if time had aligned perfectly. The naval headquarters, despite the extended duration, had not stationed a single personnel to guard this pivotal location. It remained uncertain whether there were spies within the Navy or some other unforeseen circumstance that allowed that individual to seize the opportunity. Without a doubt, the ensuing chaos would be instigated by the infamous Captain Shiki, the Golden Lion, a formidable wielder of the float fruit. His strength was exceptionally formidable. One could only reflect on how his presence had historically caused half of the Marine headquarters to collapse before he was ultimately subdued. This serves to illustrate the immense power he possessed. However, with no allies by his side, the situation appeared increasingly dire. Although he had experienced a modicum of growth in his own strength, it seemed futile when faced with such a titan. Was he destined to succumb to fate? At this moment, Hewin felt a tinge of despondency. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he had a reliable ally at his disposal. A preemptive communication was necessary. Albeit with caution, he needed to convey the gravity of the situation without making it seem as if he had planted a spy within the Flying Sky Pirates, a notion that would be considered taboo. Thus, he contemplated a method to subtly inform or alert the future reign of Shiryu. This has indeed claimed quite a few lives. Our protagonist, Hewin, is grappling with his own thoughts, uncertain of how to trigger a moment of clarity within himself. At times, inspiration strikes like a flash of lightning. If one seizes it, it is deemed an idea, but if it slips away, it is merely a dream. Interestingly, the spark for this particular method came purely by chance. One day, as Hewin returned to his residence, he passed by a household where several children were engaged in a role-playing game. Among them, a young boy was portraying a firefighter, bravely battling imaginary flames. This sight ignited a new perspective in Hewin, revealing that matters could indeed be approached in such a manner. Excitedly, Hewin hurried home to devise a plan. Once completed, he meticulously reviewed it multiple times to ensure its accuracy before presenting it to Shiryu, seeking his counsel. Initially, Shiryu, who had been diligently working, felt quite displeased when summoned. Upon hearing Hewin's somewhat dubious proposal, his irritation only intensified. Having anticipated Shiryu's reaction, Hewin wore a mysterious smile and, with a playful nudge, said, "Shiryu, our Marineford has been rather tumultuous of late. I am merely taking precautions. You must trust me. Should anything arise, I will bear full responsibility." "You will shoulder all the responsibility? You fail to recognize the rigidity of your relationships. You bear all the responsibility, and your words are mere nonsense. Ultimately, resigned to fate. This individual must align with Hewin's scheme." To put it succinctly, Hewin's plan resembles the drills often conducted by companies in the past. However, within the realm of pirates, executing such a plan is no trivial matter. To initiate a drill, one must obtain the consent of others, if they acquiesce. The task becomes significantly simpler. After much deliberation, Hewin and Shiryu finalized the performance and devised a strategy. Initially, Hewin needed to procure an order from Admiral Zephyr. Fortunately, such an order exists. A vaguely worded one would suffice. There happens to be one on Zephyr's desk, albeit it is merely a faude. It is likely only Hewen would dare to utilize such a pretense. Acting upon his thoughts, Hewen journeyed to the naval town, for once war ignites. This town would be left to its own devices. Thus, Hewen could not stand idly by while the civilians suffered. He was compelled to offer them some measure of protection. He sought out the town's actual overseer, an elderly man who had previously retired from the Navy and had rendered significant service. He possessed an in-depth understanding of the internal workings of the Navy. Though the Navy had released him, they were still uneasy, ultimately appointing him to manage the town as an administrator. Upon viewing Hewen's order, which was ambiguously worded and merely stated to cooperate with the Navy's elite training program, the elderly man, being a former soldier with a strong sense of duty, quickly grasped the underlying implications. He smiled at Hewen and remarked, "Since this is a command from Zephyr's child, we shall comply. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must bear the responsibility, for this burden is beyond my capacity as an old man." Observing the sly expression of the elder, Hewen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, old man, when calamity truly strikes, you will find yourself indebted to me." Following their exchange, the two engaged in a series of formal pleasantries, akin to two cunning foxes passing a ball, leaving Shelio, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly perplexed, pondering, "Who am I? Where am I? Why can I not comprehend what these two are discussing?" Once matters in this location were settled, the focus shifted to the naval headquarters, a place that would be even easier to manage, especially with such a legitimate order in hand. This military order, originally issued by the Air Marshal, was prepared for General Zephyr. Subsequently, General Zephyr placed this order within his office. As a frequent visitor to General Zephyr's office, Hewen was well aware of this military decree. Seizing the opportunity in General Zephyr's absence, Hewen devised a plan to stealthily procure the order for his own purposes. Thus far, everything remains under Hewen's control. Upon arriving at the naval headquarters, he sought out the previous head of the naval base. This time, Hewen addressed him directly, saying, "Greetings, Commander. Here lies a military order from the naval training camp. I now require the Navy's cooperation in reallocating 2 transport ships for use during the exercises conducted by the elite naval training class." Upon receiving the military orders, the naval officer smiled without a hint of hesitation, promptly acquiescing to all of Hewen's requests, temporarily lending him 2 large naval transport vessels. With everything in readiness, Hewen departed from the naval headquarters, brimming with satisfaction as he returned to the elite training camp, where he busily commenced preparations for his plans. Not long after Hewen's departure, several men emerged from a small door adjacent to the office. One of them, chewing on a rice cracker, exclaimed loudly, "Zephyr, what mischief is your troublesome boy up to lately? Why the need to borrow 2 large transport ships? And with an empty marshal's order for your training troops, surely he isn't planning something mischievous?" "Silence, Carp. If you cannot speak wisely, refrain from speaking at all." "Zephyr, the Admiral," thundered at Carp, the Vice Admiral. However, this did little to quell the curiosity of those present. It wasn't just Carp who was perplexed, but also Admiral Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku no longer regarded Hewen as merely a child. He believed the young man possessed considerable potential. He inquired of Admiral Zephyr, "Zephyr, has your boy discovered something recently? I hope you haven't inadvertently revealed anything to him, for that would be a breach of protocol." Zephyr, intending to clarify, was interrupted by Carp's incessant chatter in the corner, which ignited the ire of both men. In an instant, they delivered a couple of punches, resulting in 2 large lumps appearing on Carp's head. The 2 men stood behind Carp, cracking their knuckles. Unfazed by the commotion, Zephyr, with an awkward expression, remarked, "After all, the boy has grown. He surely harbors his own thoughts. Alas, he no longer confides in me. How disheartening." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, both Carp and Sengoku rolled their eyes in unison, silently cursing, "How shameless. Who doesn't know you flaunt your precious son everywhere?" It's infuriating. Nevertheless, despite their banter, the gravity of the situation was understood by all. They were curious about the forthcoming exercises that Hewen was planning and how these would influence upcoming events, perhaps even to their benefit. Contemplating this, the group felt a surge of anticipation, hoping that the young man would bring forth some surprises. Admiral Carp, munching on rice crackers and sipping fresh tea, spoke casually. Meanwhile, Admiral Zephyr chuckled and shook his head. The group departed from the office, and just as they were about to leave, Admiral Sengoku turned back to address the naval officer in the office, who seemed hesitant to even breathe. He remarked, "You have performed admirably. If that young lad, Hewen, requires any assistance, feel free to support him, but do not expose our activities." We are still engaged with matters concerning Marineford. The naval officer, intimidated by the imposing presence of the warlords, immediately rendered a salute upon hearing their words and assured them. Rest assured, Warlord, I will fully cooperate with Lieutenant He-Win in all matters and guarantee the completion of the tasks assigned to us. Hearing his somewhat anxious declaration, Admiral Karp and the others exchanged amused glances, choosing to remain silent as they approached him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Keep it up, young man. We have high hopes for you, they encouraged before departing the office and heading towards an unknown chamber. The encouragement from his superiors filled the naval officer with immense pride, instantly invigorating him. On their way back, the group engaged in light-hearted banter, with Admiral Karp being the first to speak up. He turned directly to Admiral Zephyr and asked, Zephyr, is that little rascal of yours reliable? I have a feeling this task will end poorly if it's left to him. Admiral Zephyr rolled his eyes, disinterested in the foolishness, and instead addressed Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku, what do you think of He-Win's idea? Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, indeed, he is quite a creative young man. After all this time, this method is the most unique I have encountered. Communication among those who can understand each other flows smoothly, while trying to reason with the uncomprehending is a grave error one can make in a lifetime. During this discussion between Admiral Zephyr and Sengoku, the ever-mischievous Admiral Karp found trouble once more, resulting in a playful scuffle that ended with him flat on the ground, motionless. This allowed the two individuals to sense that the world had once again quieted down, prompting them to undertake a series of evaluations regarding He-Win's plan. This assessment holds significant importance, as both individuals have weathered numerous storms and are undeterred by challenges. However, they too harbor their own concerns. Upon reviewing He-Win's plan, they perceived a new dimension of understanding. Firstly, He-Win's drills do not pertain to strategic deployment and will not influence the operational plans. Furthermore, such exercises can enhance personal capacity to manage emergencies, making them exceedingly meaningful. Additionally, should an irreversible situation arise in the future, this could be regarded as a contingency withdrawal strategy. The evacuation plan not only encompasses the relocation of the entire naval headquarters along with all dependents from Marineford, but also serves as an exemplary benchmark for naval emergency evacuations. The esteemed generals of the warring states and Admiral Zephyr have placed considerable expectations on this exercise conducted by Cunning, which also presents a splendid opportunity for Cunning to showcase himself once more. After all, if he can leave a profound impression on the likes of the warring states generals, his future prospects would be boundless. Some individuals are acutely aware of this. However, Cunning himself harbors no such ambitions, as merely surviving day by day remains his ultimate goal. Of course, there is one notable exception, Vice Admiral Garp. This man, relying on his formidable strength, tends to disregard others. While everyone else is bustling about, he indulges in leisure, seeking amusement and creating trouble for others. Upon completing his tasks and returning to the Naval Elite Training Camp with the cooperation document from the Naval Headquarters, Cunning was met with an incredulous gaze from Shiryu, who regarded him as if he were a monster. To think that this fellow was actually able to procure such an improbable military order, could it be that Cunning has gained considerable influence within the Navy? This left Shiryu feeling quite vexed, prompting him to question Cunning. Cunning, you didn't steal this military order, did you? That would lead to serious consequences. You must return it at once. Cunning rolled his eyes at the cautious Shiryu, who seemed far removed from the decisive individual he would later become and impel down, making Cunning feel as though there were no connections between these two personas. Subsequently, Cunning reassured Shiryu, rest assured, cooperating sincerely with me will avert any complications. Only by doing so can we find a way to account for our actions once the issues are resolved. In my view, this is a remarkable endeavor. At times, it may even prove more actionable than some theoretical simulations. Have faith, if we succeed in the future. I shall propose to the Naval Headquarters that this evacuation drill be established as a template, so that should similar situations arise, they can be managed in accordance with our experience. Despite the fervent assurances provided by He-Won, there lingered a myriad of doubts regarding his words. Ultimately, even this individual, unable to withstand He-Win's unabashed persistence, acquiesced, agreeing to collaborate with He-Win in an endeavor to ascertain whether success could be achieved. This way, even in the event of failure, he would alleviate some of the burdens on He-Win. Observing the final decision of his ally, Shi-Lu, to extend his support, He-Win felt a warmth in his heart, for at this moment, his only reliance lay upon his companions. In gratitude to Shi-Lu, He-Win took the initiative to prepare a sumptuous feast, thereby strengthening their bond. Of course, preparation for the exercise was also essential. Consequently, The two engaged in thorough preparations and reached an understanding with the local authorities in the naval town. Given that Marineford is fundamentally a military stronghold, one might even describe it as a military camp, the inhabitants are obliged to adhere to the established protocols. The general acceptance of military orders here far exceeds that of the outside world, which is why everyone committed themselves wholeheartedly to this exercise. In the end, the results of the exercise were relatively satisfactory to He-Wen, though there remained a considerable gap between the outcomes and his anticipated objectives. Following its conclusion, He-Wen persuaded them to conduct regular drills. As the days gradually drew nearer, the rehearsals on He-Wen's side became increasingly proficient. Although they still fell slightly short of their target, when the corresponding alarm sounded, they were nonetheless able to make swift and correct choices to safeguard their lives and properties, which was indeed a considerable achievement. He-Wen and his companions felt a profound sense of relief. The conclusion of the exercise did not signify the end of the matter. Only time would reveal what lay ahead. The actions we undertake today are all in preparation for the future, yet the true nature of that future is a profound mystery, known only to those who have ascended to positions of power and those who have endured the ravages of war. One day, amidst the bustling populace, an unexpected darkness enveloped the sky, triggering heightened vigilance among the naval sentinels. The lookouts stationed beyond the naval perimeter, upon witnessing this phenomenon, were taken aback to discover that the cause of the sudden dimming was an array of unknown islands descending from the heavens. Due to inertia and certain enigmatic physical properties, these objects descended with increasing rapidity, even igniting sparks from friction with the air. As they landed in the expansive square before Marineford, they unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming the vicinity before the Justice Gate into a chaotic scene, now filled to a considerable extent by these islands. The naval personnel on watch, upon closer inspection, were astonished to find numerous pirate crews atop these islands, prompting immediate alarm among the soldiers at their posts, who swiftly activated the state of readiness. In an instant, a multitude of naval forces entered combat preparedness, and the alarm bells of Marineford resounded once more, a mere 6 months having passed since the notorious pirate king Gold. Roger had brazenly surrendered himself at this very location. The blaring of this alarm signified yet another incursion into Marineford, and the realization of this threat sent waves of panic through the populace, with crowds frantically scurrying in all directions. Regardless of how composed individuals may typically be, the mere activation of the alarm underscored the gravity of the situation, and the pervasive anxiety inevitably spread throughout Marineford. However, what was truly astonishing was the eerie tranquility that enveloped the upper echelons of the Navy, a serenity that inexplicably instilled a sense of dread. Within the Marshal's office at Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku stood quietly by the window, observing the turmoil outside, while a few familiar figures stood behind him, none other than his old comrades, including Admiral Zephyr, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Vice Admiral Garp, all silently contemplating the unfolding situation alongside the Marshal. The expressions of these individuals were remarkably serene, forming a stark contrast to the tumultuous scene outside. Their eyes revealed a palpable eagerness, a thrill, and even a hint of regret and reluctance. Curiously absent was the anticipated fear that one might expect under such circumstances. To elaborate on this would require a lengthy discourse. It dates back to the announcement of the execution of Roger, the Pirate King, when the high-ranking officials of the Navy foresaw a wave of new upheaval sweeping across the world. Consequently, the intelligence department of the naval headquarters was discreetly activated. And to ensure the safety of this execution, the Navy even deployed those long-hidden pawns embedded within the ranks of the formidable pirate crews. As the term suggests, pawns are individuals who, if left unutilized, lead ordinary lives, be they educators, soldiers, officials, or pirates. However, when called upon, they transform into the Navy's most formidable safeguard. The information conveyed this time is of utmost secrecy, relayed by a mid-ranking pirate of the Flying Sky Pirates to the intelligence chief of the Navy headquarters. This intrepid spy, risking exposure and death, managed to deliver the situation. Ultimately, this intelligence was transmitted through various channels until it reached the desk of Admiral Kong. Upon receiving the news, Admiral Kong, together with his advisors, devised a plan, all the while neglecting to eliminate the observing pirates surrounding the Navy headquarters. Subsequently, they made a grand departure from Marineford, embarking on a patrol across the 4 seas and even the Grand Line. However, their surveillance was of short duration before they returned discreetly. Upon their return, they were not detected by everyone but quietly remained within the Navy headquarters, awaiting the arrival of this day. At last, fortune favored the diligent, and that day has finally come. The warmongers, eager for battle, are ready to engage, prominently represented by our Vice Admiral Carp, who was the first to speak. Admiral, is it not time for us to take action? Given the current circumstances, only the likes of the Golden Lion Shiki could hurl such objects at our Navy headquarters from such heights. I can no longer contain my desire to engage him in a fierce contest. At this moment, Grand Marshal Kong turned around, casting a mysterious smile at Vice Admiral Carp, and said, "Carp, weren't you just the other day clamoring about that young lad from the Zephyr family? Let us now take a look at what he has produced and whether it bears any fruit. It serves as a means for us to unwind a bit before the impending great battle, allowing us all a moment of levity." Upon hearing the Grand Marshal's words, Admiral Zephyr felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet Vice Admiral Carp held no such reservations, filling the office with his hearty laughter. Standing nearby, Admiral Sengoku remarked with a grin, "Zephyr, today we shall witness your adopted son in action. Let us see if he can shoulder the burden and determine the efficacy of your military orders. Ha ha ha." As the surrounding individuals jested, Admiral Zephyr's usually stoic demeanor momentarily flushed with color, eliciting warm laughter from those around him. However, Carp's laughter was the most boisterous of all. Yet, at this juncture, these individuals were merely engaging in some pre-battle adjustments, recalibrating their spirits to facilitate a more relaxed mindset when facing the impending conflict. Furthermore, should this endeavor be executed with precision, the Navy would have the opportunity to vanquish yet another formidable pirate. Thus, after Roger's demise, the pressures on the Navy will considerably diminish, simultaneously allowing for the Navy to flourish during a relatively tranquil period. Over the years, the vast ocean has been anything but tranquil, with substantial casualties suffered by the Navy itself. The Naval Headquarters yearns to consolidate its strength following this great conflict, striving for a period of recuperation, as the Navy cannot afford significant losses. However, in the pursuit of capturing the notorious Golden Lion Shiki, the Naval Headquarters is prepared to make further sacrifices. Initially, the officers contemplated strategies to mitigate the losses of the Navy, yet despite their fervent brainstorming, they could not conceive a method to minimize their detriment. Furthermore, while they have spies embedded within the pirate ranks, it is plausible that the pirates, in turn, have infiltrated the Navy. This uncertainty leaves everyone on edge. At that moment, Admiral Kong issued a directive, addressing the trio, Kapu, Sengoku, and Zephyr, "Prepare yourselves. Once the time is ripe, you three shall strike simultaneously to seize Golden Lion Shiki swiftly, ensuring that our Navy incurs minimal losses. The remaining ruffians can be dealt with by those languishing at the Naval Headquarters. Those stationed at the headquarters, having long been distant from the frontline battles against pirates, have dulled their own martial spirit. The recent audacious assault by Golden Lion on the Naval Headquarters has jolted them from their complacency, reigniting their fighting spirit. Their forthcoming performance will determine their fate. Should they falter, I shall reassign them to the front lines to confront the pirates." After delivering his command, Admiral Kong let out a cold snort, falling silent. Nearby, the astute Navy strategist, Crane, interjected, "Indeed, Admiral Kong is absolutely correct. Those at headquarters, believing themselves to be exceptionally talented and powerful, have been favored with assignments here, yet they are far removed from the life and death struggles faced by those on the front lines. It is time for them to witness firsthand the valor of those who truly risk their lives. Let them experience the depths of these pirates." The others nodded in agreement, refraining from countering Crane's remarks. Subsequently, they departed the office, returning to their respective posts in preparation for the impending confrontation with the wretched Golden Lion Shiki. Having concluded matters concerning the Naval Headquarters, let us now turn our attention to the sentiments of the pirates. With the death of Pirate King Roger, the Flying Sky Pirates have lost a formidable rival. Simultaneously, many within the pirate ranks, survivors of the previous battle at Aide-de-camp, harbor a lingering fear of the Roger Pirates. With Roger's demise, the dynamics among the pirates are poised to shift significantly. The remaining foul fish and rotten shrimp could hardly be considered worthy adversaries for oneself. Moreover, upon receiving the news, everyone instinctively flocked to the office of the illustrious Shiki, the Golden Lion, a figure renowned in the realm of pirates, to extend their congratulations. However, to their astonishment, events unfolded contrary to their expectations. Upon receiving the information, the formidable Golden Lion, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful strike at those around him. In an instant, his subordinates were left utterly bewildered, frantically fleeing from the impending strike. Some even pondered whether the helm above the captain's head had driven him to a state of madness. As the Golden Lion Shiki regained his composure, the others cautiously returned to the chamber. At that moment, the once fierce Golden Lion, now gradually calming, stared blankly, murmuring softly to himself, "Impossible, impossible. How could this be? My lifelong rival, why has it come to this?" At this moment, a young subordinate beside him addressed the Golden Lion, saying, "Captain Shiki, is it not a rather fortuitous outcome for our flying pirate crew that Roger has been sentenced to execution?" However, to their surprise, the once arrogant Golden Lion appeared somewhat unmoored today. His lips moved incessantly, and after much internal struggle, he could no longer contain himself, erupting in a furious roar. "No, I must go to rescue him. Roger, you cannot perish. We have yet to engage in a proper showdown. As your adversary, you cannot succumb so disgracefully at the hands of the Navy. They must be employing some nefarious and clandestine scheme. I am determined to save you." The mere mention of rescuing Roger left all the pirates present utterly bewildered. At this juncture, his assistant, a young man with blue hair, gently prodded the Golden Lion, inquiring, "Captain Shiki, do you have a detailed plan? With our limited numbers, launching an assault on Impel Down seems rather impractical. Perhaps we should head to the Navy's headquarters or capture a group of Navy officers to ascertain the current situation. Following that, we can devise a thorough plan, ensuring both safety and the fulfillment of your aspirations." Yet, at this moment, the Golden Lion appeared to be in a trance. He bellowed at his subordinates, "Enough! I have made my decision. We shall lead the fleet to attack the Navy's headquarters. We will rescue Roger. Now, prepare yourselves. In 2 days, I will take you to Marineford." The suddenness of his declaration left everyone present in a state of shock. Was he truly so cavalier as to decide to instigate war? This was indeed a declaration of war. In these past years, aside from the illustrious pirate king, who among individuals has successfully reached the headquarters of the Navy, is this mere folly? Yet, there is no alternative. This particular individual is ruthless, and anyone who dares to oppose his will faces a grim fate. Consequently, all present were compelled to pinch their noses and vacate their seats, returning to their respective vessels. Upon informing their subordinates of the situation, one pirate could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Captain, does this journey mean we are destined for one-way passage?" The captain of the responding ship, burdened with resignation, replied, "How do you intend to escape? You cannot flee from this island, so you are left with 2 choices, await death or resign to your fate. Choose one." Hearing this, the pirate hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "Captain, I was wrong to doubt you. I shall prepare. We will set sail for the Navy headquarters in 2 days. What difference do these 2 paths make, as both lead to a demise?" The pirate felt a sense of inevitability. He had come to terms with his fate and was unafraid. Once his crew had departed, the captain's eyes began to flicker with an uncertain thought. It seemed no one was a fool. Most could recognize the blatant peril of such an endeavor. Thus, some individuals began to prepare their escape routes in advance. Of course, the outcomes for these individuals varied, and we shall not recount each tale, but merely summarize the situation at hand. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. The Flying Sky pirate fleet had gathered a multitude of pirates who arrived at their designated islands as per prior arrangements. Then, the formidable Shiki, wielder of the float fruit, activated his powers, lifting the ships into the air, concealing them from view. Once all had reached above the Navy headquarters, Shiki unleashed his abilities, causing the islands in the sky to plummet toward Marineford. Shiki's intentions were straightforward. "If you deny me access to Marineford by sea, then I shall approach from the skies. How will you impede me then?" On the largest of the islands, Shiki stood wielding his twin blades, one made of withered wood, the other of cherry blossom steel. His eyes glimmered with madness and a bloodthirsty battle spirit as he shouted downwards, "Roger, I have come. I am here to rescue you." Some intriguing events unfolded here. Among the pirates present, not all were unafraid of heights. A portion of them harbored a profound fear of falling. Thus, the expressions of those pirates upon the island varied significantly. As they approached Marineford, a shrill alarm blared from below, signaling that the Navy had indeed discovered their presence, albeit somewhat belatedly. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the coastal defense cannons atop the city gates finally unleashed their firepower, targeting the airborne islands without hesitation. Instantly, the air was filled with the deafening sound of explosions, reverberating across the scene. One could witness, amidst this clash, the islands plummeting, shattered to pieces, while the pirates upon them cascaded into the sea like rain, meeting a grim fate. In that fleeting moment, the confrontation erupted. The islands nearer to the Navy's shore saw their inhabitants hastily pushing small rafts toward safety. Meanwhile, those farther from land found themselves in dire straits, their spirits crushed as they reluctantly launched their vessels into the ocean, steering toward the Navy's square. War, after all, is a bloody affair. When conflict commences, close combat becomes inevitable. A group of pirates, braving the Navy's cannon fire, ascended a turret. Suddenly, the turret fell silent. A young lieutenant stationed there rallied his subordinates to engage in a desperate struggle against these fierce pirates, with the foremost among them battling with particular ferocity. Ultimately, the Navy's superior skill prevailed. The lieutenant thrust his blade into the chest of one pirate. A sickening sound echoed as the pirate spat forth a torrent of blood, gradually collapsing to the ground. Yet, even as he departed this world, a grotesque expression lingered on his face. The lieutenant of the naval headquarters, gravely wounded, knelt upon the ground, taking shallow breaths as he surveyed his surroundings, tears welling up in his eyes. Not long ago, he had been surrounded by dozens of subordinates. But following the relentless assault of the pirates, only a handful remained, barely enough to operate the cannons. Yet, with no one left to provide them protection, the situation appeared dire. This was Marineford, the heart of the Navy, their home. Gritting his teeth, the lieutenant summoned his remaining strength and addressed his steadfast comrades. Brothers, prepare yourselves. We shall continue firing. We must drive these scoundrel pirates back. This is Marineford. We have no retreat. The young lieutenant was quite eloquent through his inspiring words. The morale of his soldiers visibly surged. Many of them, despite enduring the pain of losing their comrades, gradually made their way to their designated positions. Soon, the cannon fire echoed once more from this artillery position. On the vast battlefield, this was but a fragment, a mere microcosm of the whole. Countless individuals, having scarcely withstood the initial onslaught from the pirates, had already succumbed, some even falling forever. This is the battlefield, where death serves as the ultimate destination for these soldiers and pirates alike. Amidst the carnage, blood and flesh are scattered, and even those who can no longer fight may still launch themselves fiercely at a pirate. With a forceful shove, they send themselves and their adversary crashing against the wall, tumbling down together, leaving a gruesome scene of mangled bodies. Observing this brutal spectacle, the formidable pirate leader, Shiki the Golden Lion, remains utterly indifferent. His eyes reflect a profound apathy. To him, the losses incurred by these men merely signify a squandered resource, mere cannon fodder. As long as the genuine combat strength remains intact, he believes he can summon as many men as he desires in the future. Perhaps it was the overwhelming manner of Shiki's arrival that initially intimidated many in the Navy, causing them to hesitate strategically. The pirates, reckless and ferocious, were far more relentless, yet the elite are ultimately elite. A momentary defeat does not equate to perpetual loss. Although the Navy's front lines were gradually receding at the onset, the arrival of several vice admirals from the headquarters quickly stabilized the battlefield. These officers, adjusting their formations according to rank, began methodically targeting the pirates. Gradually, the disparity in casualties began to widen, particularly on the pirates' side. Witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, Shiki furrowed his brow and remarked, "Truly pathetic. They cannot even breach the Navy's most basic defenses. How then can we rescue Roger?" Turning to his unmoving subordinates, he snorted dismissively. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "You all go forth and provide support. Otherwise, our own will perish." The pirates around him, those who had managed to rise to prominence, were not foolish. They understood the peril of their situation within the Navy's headquarters, filled with formidable leaders. To charge in recklessly would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, under Shiki's watchful gaze, refusal was not an option. To remain idle would also lead to demise. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and engaged, bolstering their numbers and strength. However, this shift placed the Navy at a temporary disadvantage. Yet, this was precisely the moment for a hero to emerge. Suddenly, one individual dashed forward, bellowing, "Watch out." In an instant, he unleashed a colossal wave of sword energy that cut through a portion of the battlefield. Along its path, it felled countless pirates, leaving many lifeless in its wake. Just as everyone assumed this onslaught had exhausted its force, they were taken aback as it continued unabated, sweeping towards the heart of the battlefield. The pirate leaders realized that this could not continue. The consequences could lead to casualties. The recently established advantage of those who had just joined the battlefield must not be jeopardized by a single maneuver. In an instant, 4 or 5 pirate leaders simultaneously launched their attacks against this strike, successfully neutralizing it. However, despite their successful defense, the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, as they had not anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary slash would require the efforts of so many to counteract. With this thought, the pirate leaders instinctively rushed toward the origin of the strike, intent on eliminating the insufferable interloper. Unbeknownst to them, this location was a mere trap. As the group of pirates reached the site of the attack, a barrage of powerful strikes erupted from the vicinity, catching these unsuspecting pirate leaders off guard and resulting in significant losses, with several even losing their lives in the onslaught. The techniques employed by these individuals are remarkably diverse. Some rely on blades, while others utilize the Navy Six style. Regardless, each person has cultivated a unique approach to combat. Among them, a few warrant particular mention. One man, adorned with a helmet and a cigar clenched between his teeth, sports a pair of squinting eyes and a cascade of vibrant long hair. Yet, amidst this flowing mane, 6 appendages resembling tiny hands emerge, indicating he is a skilled practitioner of life restoration techniques. Each of these appendages wields a blade in battle, complemented by the 2 swords he holds, thus manifesting a flawless 8-sword-style swordsman. This individual possesses remarkable prowess not only in martial arts, but also in an imposing demeanor that commands attention. Standing there, he exudes a formidable aura. Beside him stand 2 companions, whose characteristics pale in comparison to his. One has sparse hair, yet styles it into a slick-back look, sporting a pair of small mustaches beneath his nose and wearing a serious expression. The other, with small, twinkling eyes and full lips, presents an exceptionally gentle impression, instantly evoking a sense of warmth and fondness upon first glance. These 3 individuals later became renowned vice admirals of the demon-slaying order, frequently featured in its decrees. To be granted such an honor is no small feat. They are respectively known as Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain. Among them, particularly notable is the Flying Squirrel, who later ascended to the position of base commander of the G-1 Navy branch. To provide some context, any branch designated with a G is stationed along the Grand Line, in stark contrast to those in the 4 Seas, where there are hundreds of so-called branches. The disparities are immense. The highest military rank attainable in the 4 Seas is merely that of a colonel, whereas the branches along the Grand Line are manned by rear admirals from the headquarters. This includes the later traitor Virgo, who was strategically placed within the Navy by Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as the base commander of G5. It is evident that such a position requires an individual of exceptional strength to fulfill its duties. As reinforcements from the headquarters arrived, the morale of the Navy soared once again. Both sides, akin to a tactic of fueling the flames, continuously sent their personnel into the fray, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. At this moment, both factions awaited the other to falter first, to exploit any weaknesses that might arise. They maintained remarkable composure, allowing their subordinates to engage in fierce combat below. The battlefield entered a state of stalemate, with the formidable forces of the Navy headquarters clashing with the pirate captains for approximately 3 hours, from morning till afternoon. Upon receiving news of the assault on the Navy headquarters, the elite rear admirals stationed along the Grand Line were taken aback, swiftly dispatching their most capable subordinates, accompanied by elite personnel, back to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The number of Navy personnel continued to swell, gradually encircling the pirates led by the Golden Lion. Ultimately, it was the pirates who could no longer endure, for they were not fighting on their home turf, but rather in the territory of their adversaries, which presented an insurmountable challenge. Observing his side gradually falling behind, Shiki wore an expression of helplessness, internally cursing his subordinates as worthless. Reluctantly, he resolved to enter the fray himself, fully aware that defeat was imminent. Just then, the Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, as if he had discovered something intriguing. In a corner of the battlefield, he noticed an interesting figure. This individual was darting along the periphery of the battlefield, repeatedly leaping and attacking the pirates with a large blade or his fists, while simultaneously providing protection to the Navy soldiers in his vicinity. Despite possessing such formidable strength, he chose to remain at the fringes rather than pressing into the core of the conflict. As his interventions increased, more and more Navy personnel were safeguarded by his efforts, and those who survived began to realize that they had an incredibly powerful ally by their side. Was this not the very support they needed? Meanwhile, the naval forces gradually began to rally around him, under the noble pretext of assisting this commander in safeguarding the justice of Marineford and eradicating the malevolent pirates. In a corner of the battlefield, a considerable throng had assembled, unbeknownst to him. The individual in question was none other than our protagonist, Hewer. His initial intention had been to linger in the periphery, evading the spotlight while still engaging in the elimination of pirates and protecting the less formidable naval personnel, thereby safeguarding Marineford. However, to his astonishment, the crowd around him continued to swell, as plans often fail to keep pace with the unpredictable nature of events. Initially, Hewer was oblivious to this development as he focused intently on confronting the pirates. Yet, when he finally became aware, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of naval officers, all gazing at him with expressions of awe and reverence, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament, as this was far from his expectations. At that moment, he pondered, shouldn't this individual be in the elite naval training program? How did he end up here? The answer is quite simple. As previously mentioned, he had orchestrated a so-called emergency evacuation drill. When chaos erupted in Marineford, he, along with the cadets from his elite training class, began preparations for retreat. The naval headquarters was in complete disarray, and their arrival significantly alleviated the tumult. Initially, as disorder ensued, they made their way to the naval town situated at the rear of the headquarters, ensuring that not a trace of chaos would infiltrate this area. Hewer decisively led his team in executing the evacuation, first directing them to the sea, momentarily distancing themselves from Marineford. After all, during this time, he had not yet returned the 2 large transport ships borrowed from the Navy, which were now conveniently at his disposal. His foresight minimized the losses in the naval town. And those initially reluctant elite trainees, along with the town's administrators, now regarded Hewer with newfound respect. Who could have anticipated that such a troublesome situation would ultimately play a significant role in preserving their lives? In the early stages, the elite trainees had felt little connection to the unfolding events, even claiming that it disrupted their training. Each of them wore expressions of deep reluctance. Had Hewer not been their instructor, they might have been uncontrollable, these proud individuals. Meanwhile, the town's administrators were concerned that Hewer's repeated drills for evacuation might provoke unnecessary thoughts among the townsfolk and disrupt the town's normal operations. In such circumstances, numerous individuals sought solace from the managers, leaving them overwhelmed and burdened. However, Hewer, armed with his military orders, remained undeterred by these complaints, resolutely leading his elite soldiers to carry out the command. At that moment, the turmoil caused those involved considerable distress, yet ultimately, when danger loomed, this seemingly thoughtless undertaking proved to be of immense significance. When Hewer and Shelio stepped forward, the townsfolk were greatly reassured upon recognizing the presence of the Navy. Their anxiety alleviated. The mere sight of the naval forces signaled that their own would remain unharmed. And the emergence of the Navy indicated that formidable warriors from within were prepared to take action, regardless of the myriad speculations circulating among the populace. Hewer chose to disregard them, having meticulously organized the tasks ahead of time. He swiftly guided the townspeople towards their transport vessels, capitalizing on the prior preparations. The Navy ships, ready to set sail, and the orderly evacuation of the townsfolk unfolded seamlessly, unbeknownst to Hewer, who had left a profound impression on the naval personnel. Meanwhile, Shelio observed Hewer with a peculiar expression and approached him discreetly, whispering, "Hewer, have you perhaps received word that the Golden Lion Shiki is coming to the Navy's headquarters?" Upon hearing Shelio's unfounded speculation, Hewer felt a sense of irritation as he noted that Shelio seemed to be increasingly out of touch. He shot Shelio an exasperated glance, responding, "Do refrain from speaking recklessly. Look at the current situation. If I had received such information, would I not have informed the Navy beforehand? Do you grasp the magnitude of the losses the Navy could incur this time? How many lives might be lost? Moreover, do not cast such allegations upon me. It would cause me significant trouble. Be cautious, for I could accuse you of defamation." Shelio, upon hearing this, merely rolled his eyes, contemplating inwardly, would others be concerned about such matters? Would you? Do you not recognize your own capabilities? Yet, Shelio did not dwell on these thoughts any longer. Instead, collaborating with Hewer to evacuate the townspeople. Gradually, the citizens gathered near the 2 transport vessels, their initial panic dissipating as they followed the Navy's instructions to board the ships. After a while, once everyone had boarded the 2 transport vessels, they set sail, gradually making their way into the sea, escaping the battlefield of the headquarters. At this juncture, one individual remained ashore, Hewer. Originally, he too intended to depart, but he had previously informed Shelio, "This impending battle presents a remarkable opportunity for me to accumulate practical combat experience. You should take the townsfolk and leave first." Upon hearing this, Shelio initially disagreed and addressed Hewer. "Hewer, I am well aware of your capabilities. There is no need for you to engage in actual combat. With your current prowess, you could easily surpass the majority. However, the battlefield is a perilous place. Should any misfortune befall you, it would spell danger. I must refrain from uttering such ominous words. My advice is that you should not proceed." Upon hearing Shelio's heartfelt concern, Hewer understood that he feared for his safety on the battlefield. Thus, he reassured Shilio, "Rest assured, I am fully aware of my limits. I shall only engage in combat on the periphery and will not venture into the heart of the conflict. I am not foolish. I can discern my own capabilities." Shilio, however, remained unconvinced, perceiving Hewen is somewhat reckless. His unease persisted, and he proposed, "Why don't we go together? It would allow us to look out for one another." Yet Hewen solemnly shook his head and replied, "Shilio, with you here, I feel most at ease. Your strength is formidable, rivaling even that of the mid-ranking generals. The townsfolk aboard the 2 transport vessels represent the families of all the naval personnel from the seaside town. Should any misfortune befall them, the sailors engaged in battle would undoubtedly encounter unforeseen consequences. Thus, your presence is essential to safeguard these vessels from any calamities. As for me, in your company, I become a superfluous presence. Rather than linger in such a capacity, I would prefer to return to the headquarters and join the fray. It would alleviate some of the burden, and this is indeed the moment I seek to hone my skills. Trust me, Shilio." Shilio observed the resolute Cunning. Understanding that after their prolonged companionship, he had come to know the stubborn nature of his friend all too well. Since Cunning had made up his mind, further persuasion would be futile. With a resigned shake of his head, he addressed him, "Take care. When the war concludes, if you're still alive, signal us from the shore with 3 flares, and we shall return to you." Cunning smiled and replied, "All right, no problem. Now, be on your way. And let me remind you, being older than me, if you were to perish, I would certainly not follow suit." Having spoken, he did not look back, donned his cloak, and charged towards the battlefield of the naval headquarters. Left behind was Shilio, who, in frustration, began to curse under his breath. Initially, Cunning had adhered to his own principle of avoiding the very center of the conflict. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the heart of the battlefield had become the focal point of contention between both sides. Thus, in a bid to preserve his own safety, Cunning chose not to venture in that direction, opting instead to find a place on the periphery to eliminate pirates. Yet, as he navigated the battlefield, the number of pirates surrounding him gradually diminished, while the presence of Navy soldiers steadily increased. Although Cunning was reluctant to engage in the fray, the circumstances no longer permitted him such discretion. The gathering of Navy soldiers, alongside him, had cleared a small area within the chaos, and as this process unfolded, the soldiers began to expand outward, each one who vanquished an enemy joining the ranks of their comrades. The numbers surged rapidly, and by the time Cunning realized what had transpired, it was too late. He never anticipated that he would amass such a following in such a brief span, especially considering he was merely a lieutenant. Despite his rank, his prowess was anything but ordinary, yet Cunning made every effort to remain on the outskirts, gradually maneuvering around the periphery. The oblivious Navy soldiers beside him interpreted his actions as an attempt to widen their encirclement, methodically ensnaring the pirates. Ultimately, Cunning's ill fortune led him to attract the attention of the formidable Golden Lion Shiki, a notorious figure in the realm of piracy. Shiki cared little for Cunning's identity. After confirming his details, a smirk crossed his face as he remarked, "How intriguing, a scion of the Zephyr family. I had thought them all extinguished. Yet here stands a survivor." At this moment, his most trusted aide leaned in and whispered that this was Cunning, the adopted son of Zephyr. With newfound clarity, Shiki contemplated the implications, recognizing that anyone worthy of Zephyr's mentorship must possess considerable talent. Thus, he resolved to strike down the youngest genius of the Navy today. Drawing forth 2 formidable blades from his waist, he lunged towards Cunning in an instant. Meanwhile, Cunning, who had been darting about the fringes, suddenly sensed a menacing aura closing in on him, prompting him to shout urgently, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." The surrounding naval officers, still bewildered by the unfolding circumstances, witnessed Cunning swiftly sheathing his blade with one hand and forcefully striking the ground. Instantly, the earth shattered beneath him, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The naval soldiers nearby stumbled, caught off guard by the powerful gusts, and were hurled away. As they regained their footing, their initial irritation gave way to relief upon realizing that the formidable figure advancing towards them was none other than Cunning himself. If it were not for Lieutenant Cunning's presence, they might have perished. It goes without saying that the newcomer was none other than the infamous Golden Lion Shurji. Upon seeing him approach, Cunning's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with indignation. "You old codger, preying upon the younger generation without a shred of honor. Instead of confronting your peers, you choose to pick a fight with me? Is this not an invitation to trouble?" Without further ado, Cunning enveloped his hands with his formidable armament haki, unleashing a devastatingly powerful punch. The Golden Lion, undeterred, charged forward with his blade drawn. As their forces collided, A visible wave of energy surged outward, overwhelming the nearby naval soldiers who had intended to assist. They were once again sent sprawling, while he himself staggered back several steps before managing to regain his balance. In stark contrast, the Golden Lion had only retreated a mere 3 paces, underscoring the vast chasm in skill between He-Wen and true masters of combat. At this moment, He-Wen was lamenting the vast chasm between himself and those formidable warriors. Little did he know that the Golden Lion, who had just collided with him, felt a slight tremor in the sword he wielded, secretly pondering the terrifying power of this young lad. Could he possibly be a monster? It appeared that this individual was also an elite nurtured within the ranks of the Navy. It seemed that today, he would need to sever one of the Navy's arms. For otherwise, the pirates would be confronted with an exceedingly fearsome adversary. Despite his myriad thoughts, in the blink of an eye, the Golden Lion's gaze shifted towards He-Wen. And he declared, compared to them, "You are a genius. Have you ever considered joining our Flying Sky Pirates? If you were to join, I would personally train you and appoint you as my first mate." "Huh, you truly have a way with words. What position is a first mate anyway? Who would believe such a claim?" He-Wen retorted, confronting the Golden Lion directly. "Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't buy that. You might as well save your breath." After saying this, He-Wen averted his gaze, secretly gathering his strength to guard against a potential ambush from the Golden Lion. At this moment, he perceived that a confrontation was unavoidable. Observing that his scheme had not succeeded, the Golden Lion was not angered. To him, it was merely a casual remark, the outcome of which mattered little. What he intended next was to extinguish this Navy genius. With that, the Golden Lion charged forward again, swiftly unleashing 2 long blades in a sudden arc, sending a flurry of slashes towards He-Wen. However, He-Wen was no pushover. He promptly drew his own sword, and the two engaged in a fierce battle, the scene erupting into a spectacle of flying dust and debris. Even He-Wen himself was astonished to discover that he could somewhat hold his ground against such a powerful adversary, though the disparity in their strengths was undeniable. Suddenly, the Golden Lion executed a fierce slash that forced He-Wen to retreat. Then, he swiftly withdrew before unleashing his ultimate move, the Lion's Might, Earthquake, launching it towards He-Wen. From the ground, a lion's head-shaped entity materialized, its fierce claws and teeth resembling those of a real lion as it charged at He-Wen. This maneuver left a profound impression on He-Wen. In response, he momentarily grounded his spear and surged forward with a swift stride, once again harnessing his extraordinary strength. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the condensed form of the lion's head. At that moment, the two forces collided, stirring a cloud of dust and smoke. The battle between the two was relentless. The Golden Lion, relying on his superior prowess and formidable swordsmanship, relentlessly assaulted He-Wen. Meanwhile, He-Wen began to draw upon his substantial reserve of dominance, continuously withstanding the Golden Lion's onslaught. On the battlefield, the two gradually became the focal point of the confrontation. It is a remarkable spectacle that no one anticipated. A mere captain, capable of contending with a notorious pirate of an entire era. When the Golden Lion himself took to the field, every soul present was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the inevitable had finally arrived. However, rather than charging towards them, the Golden Lion veered towards the periphery of the battlefield, eliciting initial surprise among the onlookers. They speculated that perhaps the Golden Lion had discovered something significant, prompting them to hesitate and observe the unfolding situation rather than take immediate action against him. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the circumstances, an inexplicable cloud of dust erupted across the battlefield, leaving them astounded. This reaction was particularly pronounced among the Navy's vice admirals and the leaders of the flying pirate ships, who were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Shiki, the Golden Lion. They had anticipated that, should Shiki arrive, the vice admirals would need to band together to confront him. Never did they expect a mere captain to hold him firmly in place. Observing the situation from a distance, they noted that while the captain appeared to be at a disadvantage, he was by no means devoid of combat capability. However, for Cunning, who faced the Golden Lion directly, the perspective differed significantly. Those familiar with their own circumstances understood the true nature of their adversary. The Golden Lion remained formidable. Even with a ship's rudder impaled in his head, his strength undiminished. The Navy headquarters had not shied away from expressing their unrestrained evaluation of him. Furthermore, Cunning had seen a rise in his own abilities during this period, allowing him to hold his ground despite being at a disadvantage. He could only hope that the seasoned veterans within the Navy would return swiftly to assist. This time, it fortuitously cultivated He-Wen's resilience under pressure. To other strong practitioners, He-Wen's current prowess seemed acceptable. However, he had yet to truly engage in life-and-death struggles with those formidable opponents. In their eyes, He-Wen's experience in this regard was significantly lacking. Coincidentally, the Golden Lion had arrived today, and He-Wen was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Summoning all his strength, he embarked on a fierce battle against the Golden Lion. The results were markedly evident. Throughout the confrontation, He-Wen gradually acclimated to the formidable pressure exerted by the Golden Lion. Nevertheless, the situation remained exceedingly grim for He-Wen. The battlefield between the two was thick with smoke. He-Wen unleashed a formidable strike, akin to a mountain collapsing, aimed squarely at the Golden Lion. Yet, the Golden Lion deftly evaded this attack by utilizing the power of the float fruit, swiftly maneuvering out of harm's way and countering with a sweeping slash. The clash of their techniques resonated with a thunderous sound. Observing the airborne Golden Lion, He-Wen felt a sense of helplessness. He had no choice but to utilize the moonwalk technique to pursue him. Their skirmish transitioned from the ground to the sky and back again, with He-Wen exerting every ounce of his strength. In stark contrast, the Golden Lion appeared to glide through the battle with nonchalance, occasionally hurling taunts at He-Wen, which was undoubtedly part of his strategy. Attempting to use verbal jabs to unsettle He-Wen, the Golden Lion faced an opponent well-versed in the art of banter, a master of trash talk in the 21st century. Thus, on the battlefield, one could witness a rather amusing spectacle. In a fierce confrontation with the Golden Lion, this young man held his ground, engaging in a verbal exchange that showcased his audacity. Neither party yielded, and the spectacle reached a remarkable intensity. The Golden Lion, a brash figure, initially sought to manipulate He-Wen, only to find himself outmaneuvered and verbally overwhelmed by him. Those present, hearing He-Wen's taunts, felt their own composure falter, realizing in comparison to him, they were mere paragons of civility. To their astonishment, this audacious young man dared to spar with such a notorious pirate, even managing to best him in their exchange. However, the situation began to shift ominously. The Golden Lion, clearly agitated, seemed poised to unleash his wrath upon the lieutenant, who might soon find himself in dire straits. As time passed, the remnants of the Golden Lion's patience eroded completely. With a newfound seriousness, his formidable presence surged forth, bearing down upon He-Wen. Yet, He-Wen did not falter. He activated his observation haki and armament haki, and the two engaged once more in a fierce clash. At this juncture, the Golden Lion's impatience grew palpable. On the battlefield, their pirate faction was already at a disadvantage, and this young man had impeded them for far too long. Furthermore, the Golden Lion felt himself being used as a mere sharpening stone for He-Wen, a situation he could no longer tolerate. He yearned to conclude the battle swiftly to pursue his true desires. At this critical moment, the Golden Lion resolved to unleash his full power. With a slight leap, he activated his devil fruit ability, soaring into the air, and directed his most potent attack, the lion's true 1,000 cuts, towards He-Wen, unleashing a torrent of sword-like energy in the blink of an eye. This left He-Wen in a state of exhaustion, with no alternative but to wield his armament haki for self-protection. Nonetheless, he did not relinquish the hope of counterattacking. Gripping his sword, he executed a technique known as the half-moon slash. A tremendous wave of sword energy surged forth, infused with formidable power, colliding fiercely with the onslaught of the Golden Lion. The two forces clashed violently in the air. Ultimately, the fierce confrontation came to an end, with He-Wen suffering defeat. His strike was shattered by the Golden Lion's 1,000 cuts volley. Instantly, a torrent of attacks surged towards He-Wen, rendering his defense exceedingly arduous. When the barrage ceased, He-Wen, battered and bruised, found himself kneeling upon the ground. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, valiantly propping himself up with his sword to prevent collapsing completely and remaining unable to rise again. This was indeed the first time that He-Wen had suffered such a devastating defeat since his arrival in this world. Even during the previous battle at Advanced City, he had not found himself in such a pitiful state as he did today. He was a man of great resolve, unwilling to succumb so easily. Gradually, he leaned on his sword and struggled to rise, panting heavily as he silently endeavored to regain his strength. However, his body bore severe injuries, and it was only through sheer determination that he gritted his teeth and withstood the pressure exerted by the Golden Lion. Observing He-Wen in his current state, the Golden Lion could not help but feel a sense of admiration. This young naval officer exhibited remarkable resilience. Although he had not fought with his full strength during their confrontation, the potential displayed by this young man was indeed impressive. As He-Wen stood once more, the Golden Lion abandoned his previous nonchalance, adopting a serious demeanor, and addressed He-Wen. "Young man, you are indeed a formidable fighter. So I shall extend to you one final gesture of respect." With that, he unleashed the power of his devil fruit, executing his renowned technique, Lion's Might, Earthquake, directed towards Hewen, intending to bury this naval prodigy. Meanwhile, the naval vice admirals nearby quickly sensed the gravity of the situation. They immediately abandoned their opponents and rushed to assist Hewen, striving to counter this formidable attack. Yet, the pirates engaged with them were not inclined to let them escape easily, fiercely entangling them with all their might. The vice admirals of the navy watched helplessly as Hewen met his demise, their hearts ablaze with frustration. In their desperation, they unleashed their full might against the pirates obstructing them, determined to eradicate the adversaries before them, leaving the pirates reeling from the onslaught. With their captain engaged in battle, they could not allow the vice admirals to pass. To do so would risk incurring the wrath of their capricious leader, who might well turn on them. Such a fate would be utterly counterproductive. Thus, the pirates, gritting their teeth, stood firm against the onslaught of the vice admirals from the naval headquarters. It is only when confronted with the specter of death that one contemplates the myriad possibilities. When Hewen departed from his original world, it was a hasty and inexperienced decision made without much thought. However, the experiences he endured in the pirate world over the years have fostered his gradual maturation. This time, it is he who confronts the closest moment to death. In this instance, he finds himself utterly powerless, yet, for reasons unknown. A profound sense of reluctance wells up within him. Is it truly his fate to fade away unnoticed? How would those dear to him, his family and friends, fare? The aspirations he harbors still await realization, and the changes he yearns to effect in the future linger on the horizon. He cannot simply allow himself to be extinguished so effortlessly. The flames of indignation burn fiercely within Hewen, his spirit stifled as if yearning to articulate something intangible. Yet he struggles to maintain control. Previously, he had entertained similar thoughts, only to suppress them for fear of jeopardizing his mental state. But now, faced with impending demise, he wonders what more he has to lose. It is time to fight with all his might. As the lion's head looms closer, Hewen's spirit finally breaks free, manifesting an astonishing aura that had seemingly erupted from him without warning. The eruption of this momentum instantly shattered the lion-headed figure charging towards it, reducing it to mere fragments. Meanwhile, those pirates lurking nearby, poised to ambush Hewen, were swiftly rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Additionally, several naval soldiers who sought to assist Hewen were likewise struck down, losing consciousness and falling. This indiscriminate assault had a profound impact on those in the vicinity. Of course, this effect was relative. The formidable individuals remained standing, yet the bloodthirsty madness in their eyes was replaced by a singular emotion, fear. Is this the legendary conqueror's haki? Among a million souls, only one may possess such innate talent. The vice admirals who had come to offer their support abruptly halted in their tracks, their eyes now filled with astonishment and regret. Never did they expect that such a formidable force could emerge within their navy. Had they acted without hesitation to save him back then, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Now, they could only muster their courage and charge forward, even if it meant enduring severe injuries to protect this lieutenant. As they witnessed the elite forces of the Navy desperately rushing towards River 1, the Golden Lion Shiki's eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. He had not anticipated that this young lad could awaken the conqueror's haki under such pressure. Clearly, his potential was exceptional. Thus, this individual must not be allowed to remain. Meanwhile, River 1 found himself in a daze, his entire body racked with pain, unable to move even a finger. The overwhelming aura dissipated swiftly, coming and going in an instant. Observing that his previous attack had been disrupted by this force, the Golden Lion wasted no time and unleashed another powerful strike. In a mere moment, he executed a formidable technique, surging towards River 1 with overwhelming pressure. Yet, the Golden Lion was not satisfied. He closed in, intent on delivering a devastating blow to ensure the lieutenant's demise. The combination of ranged assault and close combat unfolded in a dramatic display. As the Golden Lion wielded his blades, the sky reverberating with thunderous sounds, River 1 now faced a true deadlock. Ultimately, as he could no longer endure, he collapsed. And with his fall, the oppressive atmosphere entirely dissipated, leaving both combatants on the battlefield feeling a significant alleviation of their burdens. At this moment, they realized that the naval captain, awakening his conqueror's haki for the first time, struggled to control it, resulting in the current predicament. As the Golden Lion reappeared before Cunning, a profound sense of despair enveloped everyone. This time, it seemed he was truly doomed. A wave of sorrow washed over them. Was it really so difficult for the Navy to produce a genius? Just as the Golden Lion believed he could effortlessly eliminate this troublesome youth, he was suddenly met with 3 formidable attacks, each as fierce as his own, hurtling toward him. At this moment, the Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback. Without lingering further, he swiftly retracted his dual blades to guard in front of himself. Utilizing the abilities of the float fruit, he ascended rapidly, attempting to escape the imminent assault. However, was reality truly as the Golden Lion had anticipated? Certainly not. Although he had temporarily taken to the skies to evade the 3 strikes, those very attacks relentlessly pursued him, causing even the formidable Golden Lion to break into a slight cold sweat. At this moment, the Golden Lion finally turned his attention to those audacious enough to attack him. Upon surveying his surroundings, he was taken aback by the sight of an approaching figure. To his left rear, a man with violet hair, baring his silver teeth and radiating a fierce glare, seemed to embody a primal fury. The sheer force of his presence shattered the glasses he wore. With his formidable armament hockey coiling around his hands, he charged at the Golden Lion as if they were sworn enemies destined for a deadly confrontation. To the right of the Golden Lion, a barrage of cannonballs hurtled towards him with astonishing speed and force, leaving him utterly astonished. Without a moment's pause, the projectiles relentlessly aimed for his face, striking with the intent to inflict humiliation. The assailant wore a solemn expression, devoid of the usual carefree demeanor. At that moment, he stood like a war god amidst the ruins, coldly observing the Golden Lion. In front of the Golden Lion, a powerful shockwave obliterated everything in its path, reducing obstacles to mere dust, surging toward him with relentless force. In an instant, this once mighty member of the Rocks Pirates, the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, found himself sprawled on the ground, struck down by the onslaught. As he lay there, he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, a prelude to blood that he was tempted to spew forth. Yet, in a bid to maintain his dignity, he forcibly swallowed it back. A man of pride, he never allowed himself to display weakness in front of others. Gradually, he rose to his feet, striving to appear nonchalant and unperturbed. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the current Golden Lion Shiki lacked the ease he had exhibited during his earlier battle with Cunning. As he recognized the newcomers, Shiki slowly opened his mouth, adopting a tone of mockery as he spoke. I didn't expect my influence to be so vast as to compel 2 admirals and an esteemed vice admiral of the Navy to reveal themselves. Am I correct? My old friends, Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp? At this moment, Shiki's heart was filled with astonishment. Weren't these individuals supposed to be far from Marineford according to the intel he had received? Moreover, they had been absent for quite some time. Were the spies he had dispatched truly incompetent? It seemed evident that Shiki was a man who preyed on the weak while fearing the strong. He had taken the risk of invading and creating chaos, believing that these key figures were absent from Marineford. Little did he anticipate that a trap had already been laid, waiting for him to stumble into it, and he naively plunged headlong into the snare. The Golden Lion finds himself in dire straits, ensnared within an intricate web of fate. Suddenly, a furious roar pierces the air. Who is your old friend? Silence yourself. I shall surely slay you, Golden Lion. The gentle and considerate demeanor that Admiral Zephyr once exhibited towards his subordinates has vanished, replaced by the ferocity of a raging tiger poised to pounce. It is evident that the only catalyst for such an outburst from Admiral Zephyr is the current state of the injured and unconscious Cunning. Originally, the intention was to allow Cunning to undergo some training, reassured by the presence of himself and Sengoku, knowing that harm would never befall Cunning. Yet, to their astonishment, Cunning's prowess exceeded their expectations, leaving them momentarily unprepared. In that fleeting instant, Cunning endured a devastating blow, resulting in his current plight. The deepest pain is always felt by parents, and Admiral Zephyr has endured the anguish of losing both a wife and a child. After much hardship, he finally found a son worthy of his recognition. At that moment, unexpectedly on the brink of loss, this typically affable man could no longer suppress his fury, for he held familial bonds in the highest regard. Admiral Zephyr, with renewed intensity, bellowed at the Golden Lion. You old wretch, how dare you bully the younger generation? Allow me to confront you, so you may truly comprehend the essence of suffering. Nearby, Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku observed Zephyr's furious countenance with a sense of helplessness. To be frank, their old friend Zephyr's current state was somewhat influenced by their own actions. They both regretted underestimating the depth of the bond between Cunning and Zephyr, failing to foresee the extent of Cunning's injuries. It seemed that Zephyr's ability to overcome his psychological shadows over the years was intricately linked to Cunning's companionship. Moreover, they should have intervened sooner. However, the clash between Cunning and the Golden Lion, along with the unexpected awakening of Conqueror's Haki, took them by surprise, leaving them momentarily stunned. In truth, they had intended to step in the moment the Golden Lion struck. But upon reflection, they viewed it as a valuable opportunity for Cunning's growth. Thus, they collectively decided to allow Cunning to hone his skills, reassured by their presence to assist if necessary. Yet, fate played a cruel trick, leading to a significant misstep. Sengoku and Garp would not concede to their errors, placing the blame squarely on the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion, visibly indignant, retorted, "Sengoku, you must understand why I am here, why Roger is to be executed, and in the weakest of the seas, the East Blue. This is a profound insult to Roger. A man capable of defeating me, and I shall rescue him. Insult?" Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku let out a disdainful snort and shouted back at the Golden Lion, "What do you mean by the weakest East Blue? Do you understand nothing? The East Blue is the safest sea. Without you wretched pirates disturbing the lives of its people, it is the most tranquil and comfortable place." Vice Admiral Garp chimed in, "The peaceful existence of the East Blue should not be disrupted. Thus, I suggest you reflect on your actions in prison, Golden Lion Shiki." Meanwhile, Admiral Zephyr, engulfed in rage, urgently implored them, "Why waste further words with this pirate? Let us subdue him at once, or else Marineford will suffer even greater damage." Upon hearing these words, the other two felt a surge of disdain within, well aware of what was truly on his mind. However, they refrained from further discourse, swiftly casting off their cloaks and stretching their limbs, preparing for the impending battle. Then, Vice Admiral Garp, with unreserved authority, addressed the group of Navy personnel eager to assist, "Go, keep your distance from this place. Quickly drive those pirates into the sea and clear this area for us. The forthcoming conflict is beyond your capacity to engage in." Upon hearing this, the gathered Navy soldiers immediately stood at attention, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they rushed to comply. The arrival of these formidable figures had alleviated the apprehension that had gripped the hearts of the Navy personnel and generals alike. Initially, they had felt overwhelmed in the face of the formidable Golden Lion and his grand fleet. Moreover, the situation had reached its zenith with the arrival of the Golden Lion. Yet now, with these pillars of strength stepping forth, the next course of action was to allow the rest to conclude the matter. The exuberant Navy personnel significantly influenced their comrades in battle. Witnessing their own kin so jubilant, the morale of the Navy surged instantaneously. Conversely, the sight was a jolt to the pirates, whose spirits plummeted upon observing their leader under siege. In a moment of desperation, the pirate captains sought to extricate themselves from their skirmishes to assist their beleaguered chief. However, this time the tables had turned. The pirates' frantic attempts only served to embolden the Navy commanders, who resolved not to allow these brigands to escape easily. The treatment they had received would now be reciprocated. They were determined to keep the pirates ensnared, ensuring that the operations of Admiral Sengoku would not be disrupted. As the battle raged on, a sense of panic began to infiltrate the hearts of the pirates, leading to a series of blunders in their attacks. Some, in their haste, revealed vulnerabilities, which the Navy exploited without hesitation, inflicting severe damage upon them. Seizing the opportunity, the Navy intensified their offensive, leaving the pirates in a position of undeniable disadvantage. The reinforcements that arrived swiftly apprehended the injured pirates, including the gravely wounded Captain Hawan, who required urgent care. In light of this situation, two vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, having secured the capture of the opposing pirates, vacated the battlefield to escort Hawan towards the rear of Marineford, where the finest medical supplies awaited to stabilize his condition. Observing the unfolding events, Captain Shiki recognized the futility of his current predicament but was loath to concede defeat. Thus, he resolved to make one final, desperate effort to alter the course of battle. Suppressing his injuries, he unleashed his most potent attacks upon the admirals. At such a critical juncture, he could not afford to hold back. The figure of Admiral Sengoku erupted in a golden radiance, activating his devil fruit powers and summoning a colossal Buddha. This formidable manifestation of the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Buddha form, stood resolutely at the forefront. While Admiral Garp and Admiral Zephyr joined forces to launch a concerted assault against Shiki, this overwhelming trio rendered Shiki's previous encounters with singular opponents trivial, as he struggled against their combined might. Once, it was said that no individual could withstand the simultaneous onslaught of two Navy admirals, a statement born from truth rather than mere hearsay. The once mighty pirate, Captain Shiki, now found himself in a state of utter disarray, stripped of the vigor he once exuded. Although he contemplated a last stand, the might of three admirals proved insurmountable. He even considered a mutually destructive tactic, yet before he could execute it, he was forcefully interrupted, leaving him with no choice but to succumb to defeat. The vanquished are devoid of rights. Captain Shiki was thoroughly subdued, and subsequently incarcerated within Impel Down, where he received special treatment. He found himself shackled in sea stone chains, a precaution against any rebellious endeavors within the confines of his cell. To further torment him, surveillance snail devices were installed in his prison, ensuring constant monitoring. In a particularly cruel twist, he was subjected to the sight of the bustling port of Rogue Town in the East Blue, a reminder of the simple lives of those who toiled from dawn till dusk, all under the guise of appealing to his sensibilities. After all, what pirate had not possessed a resolute spirit? In essence, this is a blatant lesson in response to the insolent remarks made by the Golden Lion on that fateful day. However, this time, the plan is to project his image onto the execution platform of the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, allowing him to witness firsthand the downfall of his lifelong rival. Although it is true that the Navy ultimately emerged victorious from this battle, they were nonetheless humiliated by being forced to descend from the skies into their own naval headquarters. Furthermore, they were successfully breached, which was a significant embarrassment. In light of this, the Navy exerted considerable effort to mitigate the repercussions. Now, the Navy intends to enhance their aerial defenses. The esteemed fleet admiral personally entrusted the brilliant inventor Vegapunk to create a weapon tailored specifically for the Navy. Following extensive testing, the Navy headquarters expressed immense satisfaction and proceeded to procure it in large quantities for immediate deployment. Nevertheless, the damage to the Navy headquarters was substantial, with numerous areas left in ruins, including a gaping hole in the wall of the Admiral's office caused by an unknown cannonball. These losses must be compensated for. And with no alternative, the only recourse is to turn to the pirates. Consequently, when the Golden Lion was defeated, Admiral Kong mobilized most of the naval forces stationed near the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew. Following the orders, the vice admirals, leading their fleets, arrived at the lair of the Golden Lion, surrounding it entirely. In one decisive action, they dismantled the Golden Lion's stronghold, seizing a substantial fortune. And beyond the repairs needed for Marineford, they even secured a significant surplus. This caused the eyes of the naval officers to redden with intensity. Of course, it was necessary to prepare an additional portion to be presented to the celestial dragons. Do not inquire as to the reasons. The answer is simply that the Navy serves as an auxiliary organization of the world government. So what is amiss with surrendering a share of the spoils? Following the incursion of the naval headquarters, the Navy suffered a significant setback. In an effort to soothe the restless sentiments of the naval personnel, the five elders made concessions, choosing to turn a blind eye to the actions taken by the Navy during this ordeal. Once the fierce battle concluded and the battlefield was cleared, the focus shifted towards consolidating the remnants of the defeated pirates, ensuring they were all securely detained. At this juncture, the entire naval force suddenly encountered an uncomfortable predicament. They discovered that, unbeknownst to them, the families residing within the naval town had mysteriously vanished. This predicament has greatly unsettled the esteemed naval leaders, who are anxious about the possibility of their loved ones being captured by pirates. However, at this moment, Admiral Sengoku suddenly recalled that in the earlier stages, Cowan had taken 2 large transport ships from headquarters, which had yet to be returned. It seems that this was part of his preparations for the current situation. Nevertheless, this young man has always been fortunate, and this time, he has garnered a significant achievement. Yet, Cowan remains confined to his sickbed, suggesting that it may be premature to celebrate. A substantial number of naval personnel immediately set sail to conduct a search, ultimately locating the 2 large transport vessels adrift on the ocean's surface. Those aboard the ships gazed expectantly towards the shore, hoping to soon see the 3 signal flares launched by Cowan. However, it is likely that they will not witness that sight. Currently, Cowan is in the intensive care unit, where naval doctors are performing surgery on him. As the warships drew near, the individuals aboard the transport vessels were initially taken aback. But upon learning of Cowan's severe injuries sustained in battle, their hearts sank. Particularly for Shiryu, a profound sense of regret washed over him. Had he known, he would not have heeded Cowan's advice to remain behind. Joining him on the battlefield might have allowed him to provide assistance. Now, he could only watch helplessly. Once the war concluded, the lives of the families in the small town were safeguarded, and thus, all the Navy personnel quietly acknowledged Cowan's favor. One should not underestimate this group. Those with family members in the headquarters are certainly not ordinary individuals. With this goodwill in mind, one never knows when it might be called upon. As for how the Navy intends to address the situation in Marineford, that is momentarily set aside. What is of greater concern is Cowan's current condition. Regarding Cowan's awakening of the Conqueror's hockey, a hastily convened meeting within the Navy reached a unanimous conclusion. This matter must remain concealed. It cannot be made public, for otherwise, the Navy would face severe repercussions, especially during this transitional phase. Thus, it is deemed best to navigate this period smoothly, with all agreeing that this instance was merely Admiral Sengoku utilizing his Conqueror's haki. The informed naval personnel were given strict gag orders. Any indiscretion would result in severe punishment. Conversely, the pirates showed no such restraint. The Navy took decisive measures to eliminate all who were privy to the situation. One cannot blame the Navy for their ruthlessness. It simply reflects Cowan's critical importance. A man possessing the Conqueror's haki is bound for greatness, and the Navy, prioritizing the safety of their own, is prepared to wield their blades. Admiral Zephyr has been deeply troubled by the injury of his adopted son, feeling a personal connection to the events that transpired, which only heightens his guilt. His previously mended soul now begins to show cracks once again as he watches his child collapse before him. Had it not been for the presence of their enemy, Admiral Zephyr might have lost control and succumbed to despair. Fortunately, the situation is not as dire as he initially feared. As Cowan's condition gradually improves, so too does Zephyr's spirit begin to mend. 3 days have passed, yet the Navy's headquarters remains in a state of busyness, with Marineford, now a ruin, undergoing gradual reconstruction. Workers can be seen diligently laboring, with many naval soldiers lending a hand, all eager to expedite the restoration of Marineford. On the 3rd day, Cowan stirred and awoke, only to find that every part of his body was in pain, and not a single area remained unscathed. He was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, and most importantly, his mental state was compromised due to the overexertion of his spiritual energy, rendering him dazed since regaining consciousness. Despite this, Cowan's popularity remains undiminished. Many townsfolk owe their lives to him, and numerous families of naval soldiers, upon hearing of his awakening, brought lavish gifts to visit him. Cowan could not turn away those who came to see him. He had no choice but to muster his strength to engage with his visitors. During these days, Cowan found no respite. Feeling unwell and constantly besieged by visitors, he sensed his very soul drifting. Regardless of the circumstances, spiritual wounds are not easily healed. However, having crossed over from another world, his spirit's resilience far surpasses that of others. Yet, he still cannot entirely withstand the repercussions of wielding the Conqueror's haki, which has left him with a host of issues that will require time to gradually heal. When Cowan later sought to assess his gains from this experience, he was astonished to discover that he had not only gained nothing but was also forced into the public eye for an extended period due to his awakening of the Conqueror's haki. This realization frightened him, as the outcome stood in stark contrast to his previous efforts to remain inconspicuous. Before long, his concerns were alleviated by the arrival of a man, his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr. After attending to the reconstruction of Marineford, Zephyr came to check on Cowan, who seized the opportunity to inquire about his worries. Unexpectedly, Zephyr simply chuckled and reassured Cowan that the issue had already been resolved, advising him not to fret any longer. With a look of astonishment, inquired, "Father, shouldn't there have been quite a commotion this time? Why is it that so many remain unaware?" Observing the confusion on his face, General Zephyr found it amusing. After teasing him for a while, he replied, "Do not worry, my child. Focus on your recovery. Those who are meant to know, know. And those who are not, remain oblivious. Moreover, for those who wish to uncover what they ought not to know." At this juncture, General Zephyr's gaze narrowed slightly, a formidable aura emanating from him. He calmly stated to, "As for those who should remain ignorant, let them forever remain so." Upon hearing this, began to comprehend the implications. A warning for those within their ranks who were privy to certain knowledge, coupled with a confidentiality agreement. For outsiders, however, the solution was simple: eliminate the threat entirely. The complexity of the situation had been rather irksome, akin to a tongue twister, leaving him pondering unnecessarily. Ultimately, the father and son duo shifted their conversation to the events at Marineford. Asked, "Father, what transpired at Marineford afterward? Just before I lost consciousness, I sensed your arrival. Yet, why did you not act sooner?" Upon hearing this, General Zephyr's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly coughed to redirect the topic. "Oh, we actually arrived just after you fainted. However, we made sure to thoroughly deal with that scoundrel, the Golden Lion Shiki, to avenge you. Try not to hold a grudge over it." He continued, "We have since disposed of the Golden Lion at Impel Down and ensured he is well taken care of. Given the camaraderie between you, Silver's Rayleigh, and Magellan, our request was promptly agreed upon. I hear they even prepared a special package for the Golden Lion." Chuckled at General Zephyr's words, surprised to see the returns on his prior investments in Impel Down. It seemed that the Golden Lion had faced the consequences of crossing him, receiving a thorough beating from his allies, and upon being cast into impel down, was subjected to further punishment. The thought brought him an inexplicable joy, observing the cheerful General Zephyr discreetly wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. After conversing for a while longer, General Zephyr excused himself, citing numerous matters that required his attention, but promised that he would return to keep him company later that evening. Hewen smiled and agreed. Once General Zephyr departed, Hewen began to contemplate the course of action that lay ahead. According to his perspective, having awakened the Conqueror's Haki, it was evident that he would secure a prominent position within the Navy in the future. Regarding the outcome of the recent incident, Hewen found it fortuitous. It allowed him to develop discreetly, aligning perfectly with his intentions. He preferred to remain low-key, for in this world, those who draw excessive attention often meet a swift demise, a lesson he had gleaned since his arrival in this realm. In truth, he recognized the necessity of honing his Conqueror's Haki. Reflecting on the legendary battles between Roger and Whitebeard, he admired the formidable power unleashed through their Haki entanglement. This was a strength Hewen aspired to attain. Simultaneously, he acknowledged the need to bolster his armament Haki and observation Haki, emphasizing the importance of both the quantity and quality of his reserves. Through his recent confrontation with the Golden Lion, despite being on the defensive, Hewen discovered his remarkable capacity to withstand pressure, a trait he felt compelled to enhance further. At present, his primary focus was on recuperating from his injuries. Without proper healing, pondering the future would be futile. Moreover, the entire Marineford was undergoing significant construction. The elite training program for the Navy had been temporarily halted by the higher-ups, and all trainees were conscripted into the efforts to build Marineford. Ultimately, the truth could not be concealed. News of the Golden Lion Shiki's incursion into Marineford spread like wildfire. Consequently, the Navy's reputation suffered a considerable blow. Many pirates, emboldened by the pressure of a potential purge by the Navy, ventured out to pursue their dreams. The reckless actions of these pirates left the admirals stationed at the Navy headquarters in a foul mood, venting their frustrations on anyone they encountered. The rampant behavior of the pirates took a toll on the Navy, particularly affecting the admirals stationed at the G Branch, who intensified their operational tasks to ensure maritime security. Additionally, some personnel they had previously dispatched for support were detained by the Navy headquarters, exacerbating the already dire conditions of the Grand Line. Furthermore, the commotion caused by the Golden Lion prompted some moderately powerful pirates to entertain thoughts they ought not to entertain. At this juncture, Admiral Karp, along with Admiral Sengoku and even Admiral Zephyr, who typically remained stationed at Marineford, were dispatched by Fleet Admiral Akina to alleviate the pressing manpower situation. They were assigned to patrol the Grand Line in the Four Seas. In the forthcoming days, as the execution of the Pirate King Gold Roger drew near, a tumultuous influx of formidable pirates was anticipated in the seas. Time languidly passed, and after 2 months, the wounds of Cunning gradually healed. However, during his convalescence, the Navy was far from tranquil. There were always those who sought to provoke or incite trouble amidst the Navy's busyness, oblivious to the peril of provoking a tiger. Anyone who dared to cause trouble for the Navy during this period faced the most severe retribution, becoming a cautionary tale as the Navy paraded them across the seas. A blatant spectacle of disgrace that left these prideful individuals utterly humiliated. Under the formidable intimidation of military might, those with nefarious intentions were compelled to remain subdued and hidden during this sensitive period, fearing any further actions. However, it is crucial to distinguish between inaction and the unwillingness to act. They are not synonymous. During this delicate time frame, a significant number of both new and old pirates clandestinely congregated in Logue Town, causing considerable unrest in the town's security. Unbeknownst to all, time had slipped away. In the moment for Gold, Roger's execution was imminent, marking a time of heightened tension within the Navy. On this fateful day, Fleet Admiral Akina summoned Admiral Sengoku into his office and stated, "Sengoku, we have prepared adequately for the upcoming transition. The task of overseeing Roger's execution shall be entrusted to you. Remember, it must be executed flawlessly. This will enable you to rightfully assume my position as Fleet Admiral." Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. It was undeniable. He was on the verge of becoming the true leader of the Navy, steering them through the perils of a new era. Eventually, he spoke, bowing slightly before Fleet Admiral Akina, and expressed, "Thank you, Fleet Admiral, for your guidance over the years and for your unwavering dedication to the Navy. I shall not betray your expectations and will strive to fortify our forces." Observing the stern countenance of General Jean Guo, Marshal Kong burst into hearty laughter and addressed him, saying, "Zhang, I must express my gratitude to you. At long last, you have liberated me from the burden of countless other considerations, allowing me the time to pursue endeavors I once yearned for but never undertook. The role of a marshal bestows upon me not only power and unparalleled status, but also a profound sense of responsibility. The paramount challenge lies in balancing the interests among various factions, yet I have faith in your ability to navigate this complexity. Moreover, during this period, Zhang, you have several critical tasks ahead of you." Upon hearing Marshal Kong's words, General Zhang's expression grew slightly somber. Marshal Kong continued, "Zhang, there are several points you must attend to. These are my recommendations for your consideration." General Zhang nodded slightly, replying, "I am all ears. Please guide me." With a smile, Marshal Kong affirmed, "Zhang, it is imperative that you cultivate a strong relationship with Zephyr. His elite naval training program will undoubtedly become the cradle of talent for our Navy. Through recent engagements, you must have noticed the remarkable capabilities of our youthful naval personnel. They are now meeting the demands of future naval operations, thanks to Zephyr's mentorship. Their ascendance as the backbone of our Navy is assured. So it is essential that you make effective use of this training program and actively guide them to serve the Navy. Most importantly, ensure that the overall leadership of the elite naval training program remains firmly in the hands of the Navy. Next, there are those 3 individuals endowed with the powers of nature-type fruits. Remember, it is vital to nurture them diligently. We have all observed these individuals, each possessing the potential to become great leaders. To speak positively, your future self will undoubtedly find great ease. The esteemed Admiral Kong is indeed a person of profound wisdom. His sage advice is both astute and aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. I have long considered the importance of uniting these capable individuals to collaboratively contribute to the advancement of the Navy. Ultimately, the naval magnate addressed me, saying, "Nurture him well. His true calling lies within the Navy. Do not let him down, for he is still young, and who knows? He may one day succeed the Admiral." However, observing this young lad, I sensed a hint of fatigue, thus it is imperative that you diligently hone his skills. Upon hearing this, General Sengoku could not help but burst into hearty laughter, remarking, "Admiral Kong, your words ring true. This fellow is indeed rather lethargic. I shall ensure he receives proper training in the future." Meanwhile, in the garden beneath the Naval Headquarters Hospital, he went, accompanied by a lovely naval nurse. Could scarcely fathom the misfortune that awaited him. He had meticulously devised plans for his future survival, yet it now seemed futile. As the naval dignitaries had already taken note of him, would his desires truly be fulfilled? As time progressed, the town of Rog in the East Sea was abuzz with activity, each individual arriving with diverse intentions. Those who could reach Rog had already arrived, while those unable to do so watched its every move via live broadcasts. At this moment, a significant figure had graced Rog with their presence. The sun shone brightly on this day, and throughout the port, naval personnel were stationed every 5 paces, diligently maintaining order. Furthermore, naval officers were strategically positioned atop various buildings, overseeing the proceedings to ensure the execution in Rog transpired safely. Certain factions had heeded the Navy's warnings, committing to uphold peace during this critical time and avoid any disturbances. As the naval officers departed after issuing their warnings, some restless lackeys could no longer contain themselves and approached their leader, stating, "Boss, the Navy is acting with such arrogance. What shall we do? Perhaps we should strike back and show them our strength, lest we be disregarded." Upon hearing the foolish words of this naive subordinate, the leader swiftly slapped him on the head, angrily retorting, "You fool. Consider the consequences if something were to go awry. If you seek demise, do not drag us down with you. The Navy, at this moment, is not to be trifled with. They could annihilate your entire family." Observing this young subordinate, with his expression of utter confusion, the influential leader could not help but feel a pang of helplessness, pondering whether he had indeed been blind to have recruited this brash individual, utterly lacking in discernment. It appeared that the most prudent course of action would be to assign him to a desolate location, allowing him to fend for himself, thus permitting the leader to remain blissfully unperturbed by his presence. Meanwhile, the astonished young man remained blissfully unaware that his fate had already been predetermined by the very leader he admired, still lost in his own thoughts. As he encountered the legendary figure he had long dreamed of meeting, the cacophony of the crowd nearly lifted the very foundations of Rogue Town. The naval officers present struggled to maintain order, though their efforts proved largely futile against the overwhelming enthusiasm of the people. It was not until Roger was led to the execution platform that an inexplicable silence enveloped the scene. In a bid to showcase the formidable prowess of the Navy and the world government, They resolved to broadcast the execution of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. In essence, the first objective was to instill fear in the hearts of the audacious pirates currently roaming the Grand Line in the four seas. The second was to enhance their own reputation, demonstrating the might of the Navy and the world government. Consequently, numerous high-ranking naval officials gathered around the execution site, some even attending despite their injuries. After all, this event was widely recognized as one of the rare classics within the realm of piracy. From a nearby high-rise, a certain officer surveyed the scene, soon spotting the formidable pirates of the future. However, he found himself without justification to apprehend them, as the future remained uncertain even to one who was aware of the historical trajectory. Even if he understood the unfolding of events, he dared not speak of it. To do so might very well result in the dissection by those scientific minds among the pirates. The scientists of this pirate world have a history of conducting human experiments, and Cunning would not dare to gamble on that. However, amidst the crowd, he noticed a young child who instantly captured his attention. Upon reflecting on his knowledge from previous anime, he realized that this little fellow was none other than the future Vice Admiral Smoker, a man renowned for being unbeatable in his early and later days. At present, he was merely a child, yet contemplating his future appearance, he would be just over 30. Bearing a face marked by scars and sporting white hair, with a cigar clenched between his lips, a typical case of premature aging that belied his youth. Nevertheless, these musings were not the crux of today's events. The focal point lay at the execution platform, where Cunning, fully aware of what was to transpire, stood with his arms crossed, observing intently. He was particularly eager for the words that would soon be spoken by the Pirate King. Undoubtedly, peace reigned in the world, benefiting all. Yet, a peaceful world would diminish the role of the Navy significantly. The future heralded the age of pirates, and perhaps today's utterances would merely cast a shadow, but those with ambition would ultimately live out the lives they desired. As Cunning had anticipated, just as the orders were given to execute the Pirate King, a voice from the crowd suddenly broke through, inquiring loudly, "Pirate King, is your treasure real?" This was the question Roger had been waiting for, and just as he was about to face his execution, he responded with a hearty laugh. Addressing the crowd, "One piece truly exists. My treasure is out there. If you seek it, go and claim it at the end of this great sea." At that moment, as his words began to resonate, a sense of foreboding swept over the crowd. Admiral Sengoku sprang into action, seizing the transponder snail, and urgently commanded the executioners on the platform, "Quickly, execute Roger. He must not be allowed to continue." The two executioners, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and plunged their blades into Roger's body, yet it was already too late. The words this individual wished to convey have all been expressed. As he drew his final breath, a disquieting smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. A closer examination reveals that since disembarking at the port of Rocktown, through to his arrival at the execution platform, he exhibited nary a trace of fear, only a yearning for the future. Upon hearing the utterances of Roger, those present were instantaneously engulfed in madness. Not only them, but also those who witnessed this grim execution through the transmission of the Din Din Mushi found their previously tranquil hearts stirred with unease. A fervor erupted throughout Rocktown, surpassing even the tumultuous cries that greeted the Pirate King Roger upon his descent from the ship. Now, observing the expressions of the crowd, one sees a profound contemplation of endless possibilities for the future, for this was the treasure amassed throughout the lifetime of the Pirate King. Countless individuals envisioned themselves amidst this bounty. At the helm of the Navy stood Admiral Sengoku, his face contorted with fury as he exclaimed, "Damn you, Roger. Even in death, you must stir up such turmoil, you scoundrel." With his keen intellect, Sengoku had already discerned Roger's intent to usher in a new era with his demise. At this moment, the Navy, having recently endured the chaos wrought by the Golden Lion, found itself in a transitional phase, unable to devote its full energies to confront these burgeoning issues. It was evident that the ensuing period would become a time of revelry for pirates, as countless souls would set sail in pursuit of the damned Pirate King's treasure. Unbeknownst to many, a multitude of innocent lives would be forfeit in this pursuit. The weight of pressure bore down upon Admiral Sengoku like a mountain, a harbinger of the tempest that was to come. Consumed by his mounting ire, he inadvertently shattered the table before him with a clenched fist. To provoke such a reaction from a naval admiral speaks volumes of Sengoku's fury. Yet, no matter how incensed he felt, it was already too late. Those in positions of power are typically adept at concealing their emotions, but now he found himself unable to restrain his wrath. In stark contrast, Vice Admiral Garp remained remarkably composed, leisurely munching on his senbei, the crunching sound punctuating the atmosphere. Beside him sat a cup of freshly brewed green tea, steam gently rising. When Garp felt thirsty, he would slurp from his cup, his nonchalance sharply contrasting with the fury of his superior. Upon hearing this noise, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury and bellowed at Garp. "Get out of here, you rascal." Admiral Garp, unfazed, rose to his feet. Shaking off the remnants of dust from his attire, casting a disdainful glance at Admiral Sengoku before striding out of the office with a swagger. Observing the current state of Sengoku, Garp recognized the wisdom in refraining from further provoking him. Otherwise, the consequences would befall himself. He resolved to seek a tranquil place to rest. Meanwhile, the shameless Garp had once again escalated matters, helplessly standing by. Cunning could only offer gentle words of consolation to Sengoku, understanding that communication required finesse. He carefully selected words that would resonate with Sengoku, saying, "Admiral Sengoku, there is no need for haste. Although this situation may intensify the conflicts across the seas, rest assured that, like grains of sand sifting through the tides, this ocean shall eventually find its calm. During this interim, we can adeptly exploit the existing discord to gradually diminish the true strength of our adversaries at sea, while our navy assumes the role of the opportunistic fisherman." As Cunning spoke eloquently, a glint of understanding flickered in Sengoku's eyes. Unbeknownst to Cunning, he continued, "Moreover, this presents an opportune moment for our navy to expand its ranks. We ought to demand additional benefits from those in higher positions. It is unreasonable for the navy to bear the brunt of every challenge while others remain unwilling to contribute. Such transactions are rarely straightforward. Furthermore, I believe, Admiral Sengoku, that our investment in the elite training program for the navy has been rather insufficient. Once this matter reaches resolution, could we not allocate more funds to the elite training program? Additionally, it would be beneficial to enlarge the training facilities. With increased funding, we could procure more suitable training equipment, thereby enhancing the strength of our navy." Ultimately, Cunning unveiled his true intentions. After absorbing Cunning's narrative, Sengoku could hardly remain oblivious to the underlying motives. It was evident that Cunning was cleverly seeking financial support for his esteemed mentor. With a pointed glance at Cunning, Sengoku finally addressed him. "You sly rascal, Cunning. Those last few statements were your true focus, were they not? Very well, I understand. Once this period is passed, I shall allocate a sum of military funds to your elite training program for your expenditures. However, prepare yourselves, as the number of naval trainees will significantly increase, and the outcomes of your training must not fall short of previous standards." Unexpectedly, I have easily secured military funding from Admiral Sengoku. Upon returning home, I shall take great pleasure in boasting to my adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr. Thus, Cunning immediately expressed his unwavering loyalty to Admiral Sengoku, showering him with flattery that swiftly dissipated the man's displeasure. However, Cunning's assertions held merit. Upon deeper contemplation, Admiral Sengoku recognized numerous opportunities for operation amidst the crisis. Crisis often accompanies opportunity, and perhaps this was indeed the finest chance for the Navy to augment its strength once more. Furthermore, the recent turmoil caused by the Golden Lion at the Navy headquarters illuminated the reality that many high-ranking officers within the headquarters had been afforded too few opportunities to showcase their capabilities. Some had experienced painfully slow growth and strength, and it was imperative to assign them to safeguard the Grand Line. Through continuous skirmishes with pirates, they could bolster their prowess, thereby enhancing the Navy's overall strength. With these formidable individuals positioned strategically in the future, Admiral Sengoku was justifiably confident that the Navy would emerge as the most formidable force across the vast seas. However, as he observed Cunning's spirited demeanor, Admiral Sengoku suddenly inquired, "Cunning, are you not tempted by Roger's treasure? It is an immense fortune, indeed." Leaders often relish the opportunity to gauge the loyalty of their subordinates during idle moments. A young man might easily falter under such scrutiny, speaking thoughtlessly in a moment of fervor. Yet Cunning, possessing decades of wisdom from both past and present, understood that this response was crucial. Satisfying the leader could mean the difference between obscurity and meteoric rise. Perhaps Cunning's remarkable maturity at such a young age aroused the suspicions of this sagacious figure, yet this posed no challenge for Cunning. Without hesitation, he articulated his thoughts. "Admiral Sengoku, you know my perspective. I have little attachment to wealth. What I value resides firmly within the Navy. Additionally, I firmly advocate for earning my own money and spending it as I see fit. Most importantly, do you believe treasures belonging to the Pirate King are easily obtained? Are they not perilous to possess? This, in my view, is the crux of the matter." Having spoken freely, Cunning did not shy away from meeting Admiral Sengoku's gaze. Although the Admiral maintained a composed exterior, He secretly found satisfaction in Cowan's words, favoring this response over others. Suddenly, Admiral Sengoku chuckled softly and addressed Cowan. Very well, Cowan. I understand. You may leave for now. I need to ponder certain matters, and I shall inform you later. Today, it seems I have passed a trial. With this thought, I exhaled a sigh of relief, offered a respectful gesture to the General of the Warring States, and swiftly departed from this temporary office. It appears that this is indeed a place fraught with disputes, and I shall endeavor to minimize my visits henceforth. As the jubilant crowd in the square of Roadtown gradually dispersed, the once vibrant arena was left in disarray. Yet, a few individuals remained, starkly out of place amidst the revelry. Among them were a boy donning a straw hat and another with a red nose. While others reveled in the excitement of the Pirate King's treasure, these two mourned the loss of a man they had revered throughout their lives. In a tavern on Sabaody Archipelago, a remarkably imposing man sat in silence, drowning his sorrows in drink. Within the Twin Towers, another man stared at the live feed from a snail phone, rendered speechless by the unfolding events. In an obscure town, a laborer paused his work, gazing into the distance, lost in wistful memories. Lastly, across the seas, a pregnant woman held a newspaper detailing Roger's execution, speechless, before ultimately casting it over a cliff. In the heart of the city, the Golden Lion, who had witnessed the entire incident, felt a peculiar exhilaration rather than the sorrow he had experienced upon losing a friend. His expression, though tinged with excitement, bore an indescribable sentiment. Was he exhilarated by the Pirate King's treasure or by the emotions conveyed by his rival? At this moment, he could no longer restrain his racing heart, sensing that life upon the vast ocean would lose much of its vibrancy without his presence. Thus, he secretly began to devise plans, the repercussions of which on the future remain shrouded in uncertainty. These occurrences revolve around this singular event, the ramifications of which are oriented towards the future rather than the present. Therefore, there is no need for Cunning to dwell on these matters. After 3 days, he boarded a vessel to return to the Navy headquarters. Upon his return, he discovered 2 sharp long swords stored in his quarters. Cunning paused, slightly taken aback by the sight of these blades. They seemed familiar, as if he had encountered them before, yet he could not recall where, leaving him somewhat vexed. After much contemplation, he still found himself without any news. Ordinary individuals lacked the audacity to venture into such a place, and anyone who could enter his abode was undoubtedly his adoptive father. When he realized that this item was likely a gift from his father, he ceased to dwell on it further, understanding that it was indeed a present from his adoptive father. When this esteemed individual returned home after a long day's work, he began to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the two of them. Upon the return of General Zephyr to his home, he was greeted by a lavish spread laid out before him. Presumably, he had an inkling of what was to come, and with a smile, he addressed Ewan. How do you find the gift I bestowed upon you, my dear lad? Observing the 2 fine blades in his room, Ewan felt immense satisfaction. He had tested their sharpness and found them to be exceptionally keen. Indeed, they were 2 remarkable swords. With a grin, he replied to General Zephyr, Father, I am utterly delighted. You have truly outdone yourself. These fine weapons must have cost a fortune. Noticing that Ewan had yet to discern the true origin of the blades, General Zephyr could not help but laugh heartily. Child, ponder a bit more carefully about whose swords these are. You are certainly acquainted with the owner. They were not mere purchases. It seemed his adoptive father had retrieved them. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hesitantly inquired, Father, you wouldn't mean to tell me that these swords belong to the Golden Lion, would you? Seeing his adoptive son finally grasp the truth, General Zephyr chuckled and nodded. At last, you have deduced correctly. Indeed, these were the possessions of the Golden Lion, Shurji. Ewan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that the weapons of his adversary would be reclaimed by his adoptive father and presented to him as a gift. How could this be? Having spent considerable time with Ewan, General Zephyr had developed a rather peculiar penchant in his old age for observing the thoughtful expressions of his astute son. This time was no different. Delighting in Ewan's moment of contemplation, General Zephyr remarked, My dear lad, you need not harbor so many doubts. I acquire these swords as a reward for you, recognizing your valor and the contributions you made to the safety of our naval town during the recent campaigns. In the end, even Marshal Kong agreed to present these items to you. Rest assured, use them freely without concern for anything else. Should you encounter any difficulties while wielding them, feel free to consult with Shirlu. His swordsmanship is truly formidable. Despite still being enveloped in the shock of possessing these 2 blades, Ewan comprehended a crucial truth. The fact that his adoptive father had bestowed them upon him signified that these swords were devoid of any issues. and claiming them as his own rendered them truly his. Observing the elation on He-Wen's face, General Zephyr shared in his joy. After all, the happiness of one's family brings happiness to oneself. Thus, the father and son finished their sumptuous dinner in high spirits. However, once the meal had concluded and He-Wen retreated to his chamber, he began to reflect. Recalling the animated tales, he remembered that during the great escape of the Golden Lion, those very swords had been bound to his legs. Henceforth, they appeared to have become the legs of Shiki the Golden Lion. This led He-Wen to ponder whether Shiki would seek him out for a duel in the days to come. The thought left him momentarily stunned. Realizing that trouble was lurking closer than he had anticipated, it seemed he had rejoiced too soon. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of the now legless Shiki remained an enigma. Moreover, as He-Wen trained diligently at the Navy headquarters, maintaining a rigorous daily regimen, it became evident that should the time arise for confrontation, Shiki might not possess significant odds in his favor. No, he mused, it appeared he had allowed himself to become somewhat overconfident. He resolved to engage in earnest reflection. Since these two blades were indeed his, it was imperative to utilize them effectively in his training, lest he grow complacent. Determined, He-Wen, as soon as his body had sufficiently recovered, took the three swords to the elite training grounds of the Navy's rigorous training program to commence fervent practice. He realized that without such fervor, the one who might meet a grim fate could very well be himself. As days of intense training passed, his strength steadily increased. Much to He-Wen's delight, now assured that no further disruptions would occur, he committed himself wholeheartedly to his training, striving for an early breakthrough in his abilities, so that he might wield greater power against others in the future. Meanwhile, the external world had descended into chaos, spurred by the allure of the Pirate King's treasure, with countless individuals eager to set sail and embrace the life of piracy. Consequently, throngs of people surged toward the New World, much to the dismay of the naval commanders stationed along the routes to this new frontier. The pressing question remained, what would those aspiring to venture forth do when their coffers ran dry? The answer was painfully simple: resort to theft. A band of bullies, fearing the strong yet preying upon the weak, would find ample opportunity to seize from the less fortunate. It is the common folk who suffer the most. Upon the vast ocean, it is invariably the ordinary citizens who endure hardship and toil. Although the Navy's warships are ostensibly present to protect them, they cannot always arrive in a timely manner. A small fraction of the populace remains victimized by the heinous acts of ruthless pirates. By the time the Navy reaches the scene, the town lies in ruins, devoid of life. The men have been forcibly taken to serve as pirates, and the women are left desolate. When these grim tidings reached the desk of the Admiral, his fury erupted. He petitioned the 5 elders for an expansion of the Navy, and, without unexpected delay, they acquiesced. The 5 elders were themselves beleaguered, inundated with reports from numerous allied nations, many of which had suffered attacks. Such assaults adversely affected their revenues, leading to diminished tributes to the celestial dragons and the world government. A decrease in funds for the indulgence of the celestial dragons and the operations of the world government was intolerable to the elders. The CP0, which directly reports to them, posed a risk. Any losses incurred from their deployment would be a loss to themselves. Thus, rather than risk such losses, it seemed prudent to increase the naval budget, allowing for an expansion of personnel and enhancement of their capabilities to better serve the world government. Upon receiving the order for recruitment, the Admiral promptly initiated a conscription campaign across the seas. Countless individuals, eager to defend their homes from the ravages of pirates, came forward to enlist in the Navy without hesitation. Concurrently, the Navy established rudimentary liaison offices on numerous islands. These offices would swiftly identify issues and relay information to nearby naval bases, summoning reinforcements. They were also equipped with a modicum of armament, enabling them to respond more effectively to any incursions and reduce their vulnerability. These initiatives have compelled the Navy to make considerable sacrifices. However, such sacrifices yield rewards. The most straightforward reward is that the Navy has recruited a substantial number of young and vigorous individuals, all of whom are eager to defend their homeland. Among them, many promising candidates have been sent to the Navy's elite training program, resulting in a gradual increase in personnel within this esteemed institution. This has undoubtedly taken a toll on Shirley, Cunning, and General Zephyr, the instructors of the Navy training program, leaving them quite exhausted. This situation has led Cunning to entertain a thought. One day, when he finds himself with leisure time, he would seek out some skilled individuals to alleviate his burdens. The experts at the Navy headquarters each have their own assignments, while it is feasible to temporarily borrow one. The prospect of a long-term arrangement raises concerns about the potential repercussions from the likes of Admiral Sengoku. Consequently, certain matters must be resolved independently, for reliance on others can prove precarious. However, time is of the essence, and he is currently overwhelmed with his own responsibilities, leaving little room to ponder the future. He mused that it would be prudent to focus on completing his present tasks before entertaining any frivolous thoughts. With this realization, Cowan shook his head and let out a deep sigh. During this bustling period, time passes swiftly, and as everything eventually falls into place, a certain tranquility ensues. However, this calmness envelopes only the elite training class of the Navy, while the entire naval headquarters remains in a state of frenzied activity. A significant event is imminent, one that could profoundly influence the future trajectory of the Navy. The unexpected resignation of the Air Marshal has taken many by surprise. The successor he has handpicked, as anticipated, is the widely acknowledged figure known as the General of the Warring States, or rather, he should now be referred to as the Warlord of the Warring States. The transition of the foremost seat signifies a forthcoming ruthless reshuffling within the Navy, akin to the adage, a new emperor brings new ministers. The newly appointed leader is unlikely to retain the old officials, a trend mirrored within the Navy. A faction representing the interests of the Warring States General will gradually dominate the discourse within the naval ranks. Meanwhile, those who align themselves with the Air Marshal will likely resign following the ascension of the warlord to his new title. If they are wise, the warlord will graciously grant them a favorable exit. Yet, should they attempt to leverage their seniority against this man who tolerates no nonsense, it is certain that their fate will be exceedingly entertaining. However, this matter bears little relevance to He-1, as his father figure, General Zephyr, has long since stepped back from affairs and had learned of this news quite some time ago. To avoid direct confrontation with the warlord, General Zephyr had previously informed his former subordinates of this development. Upon receiving the news, some chose to resign, while others wished to contribute a bit more, especially since the current instructors at the elite training class are rather youthful and lacking in experience. General Zephyr retained them, placing them within the elite training class to impart their wealth of experience to the new generation, ensuring that they are better equipped for future battles. As long as these individuals remain diligently within the training camp without unnecessary distractions, the Navy shall continue to provide them with a salary for the Navy. Being a vast enterprise is not overly concerned with minor expenses. Ultimately, their contributions also serve to bolster the strength of the Navy, which is a mutually beneficial arrangement. In the end, one can still leave behind a commendable reputation. Time swiftly passes. 1 month after the execution of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. The Navy held a grand celebration, a significant event symbolizing the transfer of naval authority. The transition was straightforward. The fleet admiral handed over the appointment document, signifying the power of the Admiral of the Navy to Sengoku, who at that moment became the new admiral. Khan and Shirita stood in a corner, observing the entire power transfer ceremony. After witnessing the event, Shirita could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, realizing that he was a witness to the dawn of a new era. Khan, glancing at Shiryu's expression, regarded him with disdain, as if looking at someone who had never experienced the world. Suddenly sensing a hint of malice from Khan, Shiryu turned his head, only to find Khan's contemptuous expression, which ignited his fury. He approached Khan and shouted, "What do you know? You indifferent fellow. In such an exhilarating moment, you pretend to be unconcerned. Don't tell me you've seen much of the world. How old are you?" Observing Shiryu's defiance, Khan scoffed dismissively and replied, "My adoptive father is a general. It's as simple as that. What more is there to witness?" Upon hearing Khan's words, Shiryu was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that he could not deny the truth in them. After all, his own father was indeed a general, and many of the naval officers emerging from the elite training programs were students of his father. The future achievements of these individuals are undoubtedly significant, and each has been meticulously evaluated. Among them, even the least promising is destined for greatness. When one considers their experiences, it is clear that they have encountered a myriad of situations. They have faced the likes of Bondrud, that notorious figure, and have clashed with the infamous pirate Gold Lion Shiki at the naval headquarters. One must ponder how such a person could possess such a wealth of experience. This hardly resembles the journey of a mere newly promoted major. Nevertheless, He-1 remains unfazed. The report of his appointment is akin to all others he has encountered, tedious and unremarkable. Yet, the words spoken by someone of high stature, polished through their experiences, resonate with an extraordinary gravity. Observe the audience. None are unmoved by the words of the Warring States General, who spoke with fervor akin to that of adoring fans beholding their idol. From the crowd, one could even catch a glimpse of the satisfaction reflected on the face of the warring states marshal atop the podium. It seems this individual harbors a strong desire for performance. After a prolonged wait, Hewen finally heard the marshal utter the word conclude. With a sudden burst of energy, Hewen darted from the venue like an arrow, racing towards his training grounds. Today, due to the necessity of attending this inaugural speech, he had lost considerable training time. In the evening would require extensive effort to compensate. Watching his friend, Shiria felt a sense of helplessness. How could one not strive when someone so gifted is working so diligently? Time passed, day by day, and a considerable interval had elapsed since the warring states marshal's inauguration. Hewen, initially thought to be settling into a routine of rigorous training, soon found that the events ahead would not unfold as anticipated. Moreover, circumstances arose quite unexpectedly, catching Hewen off guard, for he never anticipated that sometimes the spectacle of gossip could directly involve him. On that day, after a day filled with rigorous training, Hewen, while returning home in the evening, found himself ensnared by a black bag that was suddenly placed over his head, followed immediately by a punch that knocked him unconscious. This time, Hewen found himself in a dire predicament. Initially, he had been contemplating what delectable dish he might prepare upon returning home that evening to reward himself. However, as he pondered, a sudden gust of wind swept over him from behind. Just as he intended to take action, a dark object enveloped his head. Given his current capabilities, he was rendered unable to react, demonstrating the astonishing swiftness of his assailant. Subsequently, there was nothing more to recount. He was simply rendered unconscious. When he finally regained consciousness, a full day had passed. It was evident that the blow had been particularly forceful. As he gingerly twisted his sore neck, Hewen felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Upon realizing his surroundings, he was utterly at a loss. He had never anticipated that anyone would possess such audacity as to attempt to abduct him in Marineford, the very stronghold of the Navy. Yet who was he? He was one of the esteemed instructors of the Navy's elite training program, and furthermore, his adoptive father was the formidable Admiral Zephyr. If he were to discover the identity of his captor, it would surely bring him considerable distress. Fortunately, after being rendered unconscious, he was not bound, but merely left at the stern of a speedboat. Finally, Hewen felt around his body and exclaimed in dismay, realizing that his earlier bravado was now in jeopardy. Most notably, the 3 iconic blades he possessed had mysteriously vanished. However, Hewen remained undeterred. After assessing his situation, he stealthily approached the peculiar speedboat. Upon spotting a man, he wasted no time and summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful punch towards him. The man in front did not anticipate such a forceful attack from behind, especially one delivered with such intensity. Yet, when faced with Hewen's full-force strike, the man remained composed. He firmly clenched his fist and turned to counter with a punch of his own, resulting in a sudden recoil for both combatants. To Hewen's surprise, he had not expected this individual to possess such strength. The man, who had managed to repel Hewen despite not utilizing armed hockey, clearly demonstrated formidable prowess. However, upon recognizing the man, Hewen was taken aback. It turned out to be none other than his longtime acquaintance and dear friend, Captain Carp. As I delve into the narrative, I find myself grappling with its complexities. Vice Admiral Carp, a familiar figure, has made his presence known, and it was from him that I initially acquired my sword sheath. Yet, I ponder what other possessions I might possess that would catch this old fellow's eye, compelling him to take them from me. Could it be an infatuation with my youthful allure, this old rogue? Observing Carp's gaze directed at me, I noticed his initial bewilderment gradually morphing into indignation. He is no fool and swiftly comprehended my thoughts, leading him to exclaim, "You scoundrel! Despite your youth, how can your thoughts be so impure? What are you contemplating? I am a respectable man." Realizing my misunderstanding, I mimicked the demeanor of the later Admiral Paulusolino, pouting my lips and spreading my hands in a gesture of innocence, saying, No. How would I know? You knocked me unconscious and brought me here for what purpose? Furthermore, I have not entertained any inappropriate thoughts. Do not misrepresent me, or I might consider suing you for defamation. Carp, taken aback by my cheeky demeanor, felt a tinge of regret. Having spent considerable time together, I wondered if this young rascal would eventually turn into a shameless old rogue like him. However, Carp quickly dismissed such musings. The current situation demanded focus, for we had entered a perilously critical juncture. Carp's sudden seriousness was quite overwhelming for me, as I had seldom witnessed this old man's earnestness, and whenever he appeared serious, it was invariably indicative of impending events. My heart raced at the sight of his grave expression, fearing that something significant was afoot. Yet, I pondered carefully and reassured myself that there was likely no urgent matter at hand. At that moment, Carp broke the silence, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. "Hey, young man. Have you heard any rumors lately?" "Rumors?" I retorted. "I've been entrenched in training. What rumors could possibly arise? Moreover, you are aware, Vice Admiral Carp, that rumors are strictly taboo in the Navy's elite training program. Our focus is solely on training. Why concern ourselves with such trifles? We are utterly consumed with our rigorous schedules from dawn till dusk. Who has the time to dwell on such matters? I feel that only the idle would pay heed to them." Upon hearing my explanation, Carp struck my head with a fist, his frustration palpable. "You, young rascal. Instead of focusing on what truly matters, you immerse yourself in training, yet your skills remain lacking. You ought to pay more attention to the affairs surrounding you." Upon hearing the words of Admiral Carp, Hewen displayed a look of helplessness and remarked, "Senior Carp, you are well aware of our family's circumstances. Currently, the Marine Fleet Admiral is in charge, and our family member has been contemplating how to relinquish his position as a general. At this moment, we no longer concern ourselves with any naval affairs, solely focusing on training." Noticing that Hewen still did not grasp his meaning, Admiral Carp felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He thought to himself, "This little fellow, no wonder he caught Zephy's eye. They truly are not from the same family, as he seems oblivious to significant matters." Carp, disinclined to further criticize the two of them, turned to Hewen and said, "Young Hewen, a major event has recently transpired, and I am here to inform you of its significance. Listen closely. This matter is of utmost importance and pertains to the privacy of a dear friend of mine. Can I trust you with this, Hewen? Is it truly that serious? Has it escalated to such a degree? What friend's privacy are we discussing? Is it that someone else's child is yours?" Hewen retorted, upon hearing Hewen's words. For reasons unknown, Admiral Carp's brow twitched in irritation. Unable to endure any longer, he promptly delivered a punch to Hewen's head, saying, "Let me finish, you little rascal. Do not interrupt me." Rubbing his aching head, Hewen took the lesson to heart and focused intently on listening, as Admiral Carp began to recount the details of the matter. After all, this incident did not involve him directly, so he might as well enjoy the tale. However, as he listened, Hewen felt an urge to curse. What kind of situation is this? Why does he take everything upon himself? After hearing the full account, Hewen suddenly sprang to his feet, rushing towards the sea without a moment's hesitation. He had no desire to become entangled in such affairs. The implications of this could be far-reaching, and if things went awry, he could find himself expelled from the Navy. That was not in line with his ambitions. He intended to navigate a lifetime within the system and could not afford to be swept along by Admiral Carp, despite the latter's formidable strength and connections. After all, he was still a novice. Seeing this offbeat young man attempting to flee, Admiral Carp would not let him escape. Anyone who had heard his secret was now in the same boat as him, quite literally. With a swift application of the Marine's 6 powers, Carp appeared at Hewen's side, firmly pinning him down, and stated, "Young Hewen, I know you are sharp-witted and your mind is keener than mine. So from now on, you shall stay by my side and help me devise a plan." Upon hearing Admiral Carp's words, Hewen shook his head vigorously, utterly disinterested in entangling himself in such trivial matters. However, when he unexpectedly caught sight of a sinister face, a shiver ran down his spine. And with a sense of despair, he nodded slightly, saying, "Very well, if there is something you need, Senior Carp, leave it to me. I excel in strategizing." Hearing this, Admiral Carp nodded in satisfaction, yet he immediately cautioned Hewen in a low voice, "Listen here, young man, this matter must not be disclosed to your adoptive father. Do you understand? I am not coercing you, but should I catch wind of any unfavorable rumors, you had better watch your back." After saying this, he symbolically clenched his fist. Faced with this veiled threat, Hewen's expression was one of indignation and frustration. However, he felt powerless. Aware that his life was in Carp's hands, he could only resign himself to another reluctant nod. Admiral Carp, not wishing to press too hard, understood the significance this young man held in the eyes of his old friend. Thus, he donned a more amicable demeanor, addressing Hewen with warmth. "If you handle this matter well for me, I will ensure you reap the benefits." "Benefits?" Hewen scoffed inwardly, recognizing the age-old tactic of offering a sweet reward after a harsh reprimand. Despite being a vice admiral in the Navy with an exorbitant salary, he found his grandson entrusted to a mountain bandit's care, and he could only imagine the regrettable outcome. What could possibly compel Hewen to contemplate a leap into the river? The tale is lengthy, as previously mentioned. concerning Admiral Carp's visit to impel down to meet the Pirate King, Roger. Aware that his time was short and with a child about to be born, he pondered what to do. He could only seek out an old friend for assistance. Why did he not turn to his crew? Because those who had followed him had endured countless storms alongside him. After many years of striving for stability, he was reluctant to intrude upon the tranquility of his dear friend. Lacking alternatives, he sought out his rival and friend, Admiral Carp. The singular trait that defined Admiral Carp was his profound sense of loyalty and a remarkably tender heart. Ultimately, the matter fell upon his shoulders, and he resolved to lend a hand. However, he soon encountered the greatest challenge, his old friend Sengoku, who was no longer an admiral but had ascended to the rank of marshal. The considerations that occupied Sengoku's mind were markedly different from those he entertained in his previous role, leaving no one certain of his thoughts. Reluctantly, Admiral Carp decided that it would be prudent to withhold this matter from Sengoku initially and instead sought counsel from his other two friends, Aunt Crane and Admiral Zephyr. Upon hearing this, the two felt a profound sense of helplessness. The gravity of the situation was overwhelming. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences, and the future remained uncertain for all. His father had ultimately perished at the hands of the Navy. Should this individual seek vengeance against them, it would be entirely understandable. The Navy might very well find themselves confronted by a formidable adversary, a prospect that neither he nor Admiral Zephyr could tolerate. Yet, swayed by the earnest pleas of a dear friend, he relinquished his pride entirely for the sake of the child. After all, a human life was at stake. In the end, friendship triumphed over all. The two were reluctant to take harsh measures, yet they found themselves at an impasse. The most prudent course of action seemed to be for the warlord Sengoku to communicate effectively, ensuring the child was placed in a location subject to oversight. However, Vice Admiral Garp was profoundly dissatisfied with this notion. He believed that the child's future was exceedingly bright and should not be curtailed so simply. He confidently asserted that he would personally mentor the child. Yet, upon encountering the skeptical gazes of the two, he retreated, assuring them of his utmost commitment to the child's education. The two now understood that this was not the appropriate moment to chastise Vice Admiral Garp regarding the matter. At this critical juncture, they realized that every potential solution they devised was fraught with uncertainty. Consequently, the three of them deliberated in silence for countless days. Yet no definitive plan emerged to address the issue. Time, however, waits for no one. One day, an unexpected rumor began to circulate across the vast ocean. When this news finally reached the ears of the trio, it left them utterly astounded. The matter at hand is rather straightforward. It has come to light that the illustrious pirate king, Joel D. Roger, has a woman who is on the verge of giving birth to his bloodline. Moreover, it has been speculated that this child will seek a frenzied vengeance upon the entire pirate world. This revelation has stirred a tempest throughout the pirate community, instilling a profound sense of dread regarding the imminent arrival of this child. In response to this alarming news, the agents of the world government CP have heeded the orders of the Gorosei and commenced a widespread search for pregnant women. However, the Gorosei, not entirely reassured, have dispatched a significant contingent of elite naval forces to investigate the period surrounding Roger's execution, specifically the 10 months leading up to and following it. During this critical time frame, any child born is doomed to a fate of certain demise, a fate both cruel and sanguinary. Upon hearing this news, the populace found themselves in a precarious predicament. Before they could devise a solution, a nefarious individual, having learned of this information, chose to divulge it. Consequently, Roger's wife now finds herself ensnared in a perilous situation. The group realized that if even one of them were to depart the naval headquarters, they might offer a plausible explanation. However, if they all ventured out, it would be impossible to justify their actions to Admiral Sengoku. In a state of frantic confusion, akin to ants on a hot griddle, they pondered their next move. Suddenly, Aunt Saru seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Admiral Zephyr, stating, "I have thought of someone who might assist Carp." The others, upon hearing this, quickly turned to her for clarification. Given the gravity of the situation, Aunt Saru did not keep them in suspense and elaborated, "There is no time to waste. The CP agents of the world government are undoubtedly searching for this woman with great fervor. Carp must depart immediately to locate her and ensure she is taken to a secure location. Should she be discovered before him, all our plans will be rendered futile." Shifting the conversation, Aunt Saru continued, "I believe you could bring along that young lad from the Zephyr family. I sense that he is exceptionally clever and could provide significant assistance when it matters most." Upon hearing this, Admiral Zephyr, intrigued by the connection to his family, inquired, "Are you referring to Cunning?" Can that boy bear such a heavy responsibility? Given his lethargic disposition, I have my doubts. Upon hearing Admiral Zephyr's words, Aunt Crane promptly shook her head and replied, such a statement seems rather excessive, though my interactions with your young lad have been limited. I perceive a considerable wisdom within him. Trust me, if Captain Carp takes him along, he will undoubtedly assist in resolving this matter. Furthermore, Zephyr, Carp, do you possess a more effective strategy to address this issue? At Aunt Crane's words, the eyes of Rear Admiral Carp sparkled with sudden realization, as if a multitude of ideas had sprung to his mind. However, Admiral Zephyr appeared somewhat troubled. He was reluctant to involve his son in such affairs. He spoke up. Crane, I believe it would be unwise to involve that young fellow, Cunning. He is but a child, barely 20. What assistance could he possibly provide? Moreover, given his temperament, I doubt he would consent to handling such matters. Before Aunt Crane could respond, an anxious Rear Admiral Carp hastily interjected, Zephyr, trust me. I will communicate with Cunning and ensure this matter is settled. Observing the urgency on Carp's face, Admiral Zephyr, though reluctant, could only acquiesce with a nod at this moment. Carp was resolute in his decision. Then Aunt Crane spoke again, inquiring, Carp, have you devised a plausible excuse to leave the Navy headquarters? As an elite Rear Admiral, your departure could pose numerous complications, which you must consider in advance. Upon hearing Aunt Crane's words, Rear Admiral Carp pondered carefully and found her reasoning sound. He recalled that the old fellow Sengoku mentioned he would take a leave of absence upon assuming the position of Fleet Admiral. This could provide Carp with an opportunity to adeptly manage this situation. However, what rationale could he employ to extricate Cunning from the Navy headquarters? With this thought in mind, Rear Admiral Carp turned to Admiral Zephyr and asked, Zephyr, I have a valid reason to leave the Navy headquarters, but how will your son depart? He cannot simply vanish without a trace. Such a scenario could lead to trouble. Admiral Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, then realized that Rear Admiral Carp was concerned about Cunning's predicament, which was not an issue for him. He then retrieved several papers from his pocket and handed them to Rear Admiral Carp, stating, these documents are letters of appointment. Cunning once expressed a desire to seek out some renowned individuals of the sea to serve as instructors for the Navy's elite training program. These individuals might be pirate hunters or other adventurers. However, if they sincerely pledge their allegiance to the Navy, these letters will serve as assurances for their redemption. In this world, individuals of remarkable capability are not limited to pirates and the Navy. There also exist pirate hunters and various other renowned adventurers. However, these figures often grapple with a myriad of issues, which, at times, hinder their ability to emerge into the light. This letter of appointment serves as a crucial aid for them, alleviating some burdens and allowing a return to a semblance of normalcy in their lives. Such an instrument is profoundly significant for those who aspire towards the light. At this moment, as Carp received these letters of appointment, he comprehended that the entire situation had been deftly handled by his two friends, with even the final piece of the puzzle already in place. Overcome with emotion, Vice Admiral Carp rushed forward to embrace his two companions, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. The two, witnessing Carp's fervent excitement, opted for silence, merely patting his back before he hurriedly departed. As Carp left, Aunt Crane and Admiral Zephyr exchanged glances, with Admiral Zephyr being the first to speak, addressing Aunt Crane. Crane, I wonder if what we have done is right. The future remains uncertain for everyone. Upon hearing this, Aunt Crane offered a gentle smile and replied, there is no need for fear, Zephyr. At that juncture, it will no longer be our concern, but rather a challenge for the younger generation to confront. Moreover, our old friend has never sought our aid. Consider this an act of goodwill on his behalf. Additionally, I hold no doubts regarding the capabilities of young Cunning. He will manage them in time. Indeed, upon reflecting on Aunt Crane's words, Admiral Zephyr nodded in agreement, yet after a moment's contemplation, he remarked, we may need to venture out ourselves. With Carp currently engaged in action, we cannot afford to remain idle. Oh, is there anything we have overlooked, Zephyr? Aunt Crane inquired, slightly taken aback. Hearing her question, Admiral Zephyr chuckled and replied, the world is abuzz with the search for this child's mother. Might the former crew members of the Roger Pirates engage in any schemes? That is a valid point. They are not to be underestimated. Very well. Let us concoct an excuse to step out, Aunt Crane said. There is no need for such complexity. A mere warning delivered to the two men in Sabaody Archipelago and the field should suffice. I believe that will be adequate, as others lack the strength to disrupt us. They pose no threat. Upon the conclusion of his remarks, Admiral Zephyr suddenly radiated an imposing aura. hearing his commanding words. Aunt Crane cast a glance at Admiral Zephyr and inwardly mused, "This man has indeed returned. He ascended to the rank of admiral at the tender age of 38. One cannot presume he is devoid of temperament, though he prioritizes familial bonds above all else. An admiral is eternally an admiral, an unparalleled force guarding the world of pirates. Even if this formidable being refrains from action, he remains a powerhouse." Turning to another figure, Vice Admiral Garp, one must recognize that within the Navy, he embodies a fearless spirit. However, even he harbors fears, and the individual he most dreads is none other than the man seated before him, the current Fleet Admiral, Sengoku. This individual is inherently intelligent and possesses a multitude of cunning strategies. Now, having ascended to the rank of admiral in the Navy, it is reasonable to interpret that he has become the steadfast pillar of the Navy for the coming decades. This left the brazen Admiral Karp feeling somewhat uncertain as he confronted Sengoku with a falsehood. However, he was resolute not to display any weakness before him. Karp addressed Fleet Admiral Sengoku, stating, "Sengoku, you must fulfill your promise. One cannot speak without intention, lest you be deemed a deceiver." Sengoku, taken aback by this remark, retorted, "You rascal Karp, what nonsense is this? What promise have I made to you? You must clarify, or you know the consequences." Hearing such a threat made Karp's heart flutter with uncertainty, yet he could not back down at this moment. With determination, he pressed on, saying, "Sengoku, did you not once agree to grant me a period of leave? You cannot go back on your word. Now that Roger is gone, may I not take a respite? Furthermore, might I take Ewan along? It would be beneficial for the lad to experience the world outside, rather than being confined to the elite training camp under Zephyr's watchful eye. He is losing the vitality that young people should possess, becoming as stern and rigid as Zephyr himself." Upon realizing the nature of Karp's request, Sengoku was momentarily at a loss for words and casually replied, "Very well. It's merely a vacation. Take your time and enjoy yourself." Ewan indeed had been rather busy, and this outing would serve him well, allowing him to unwind, which could contribute to his growth. One cannot simply toil away in isolation. Seeing that the Fleet Admiral had acquiesced, Karp grinned and turned to leave. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Karp, do not engage in any reckless antics while you are out, or you will put me in a difficult position." Upon hearing those words, Vice Admiral Karp was taken aback, fearing that his discussions with Crane and Zephyr had been exposed. A wave of cold sweat enveloped him, as he realized that the current Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, was not the same as before. He might very well take matters into his own hands and eliminate the child upon learning this news. At that moment, with both parties being his close friends, unless he were to betray the Navy, he would be the one to suffer the most should anything go awry. Yet, Vice Admiral Karp found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Embarrassed, he turned to face Sengoku. He had anticipated a tempestuous reprimand from the Fleet Admiral, but instead, he found Sengoku merely engrossed in reviewing a mountain of documents. Beside him, his pet sheep quietly munched on the papers that Sengoku had already corrected, while a seagull, having flown off to who knows where, left no one to pay heed to Vice Admiral Karp. In that moment, Karp realized that he had been merely frightening himself, and it was his own guilty conscience that had led to this predicament. It seemed that an overabundance of inner turmoil could be detrimental. However, he could not allow Fleet Admiral Sengoku to discern his unease. Thus, he quickly adopted a nonchalant demeanor and proclaimed, "Sengoku, I merely went out to relax. How could that possibly cause you trouble? Don't speak carelessly. Moreover, Zephyr has entrusted me with a task. I have no time to create any issues for you." Sengoku, with a look of skepticism, raised his head to regard Karp. "Oh, Zephyr would have you assist him? Is he not concerned that you might botch his affairs?" The once anxious Vice Admiral Karp, now fueled by indignation, retorted fiercely, "You imbecile Sengoku, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think so little of my reliability? Besides, can such a trivial matter truly daunt me? I have no intention of entertaining you further." With that, he hastily exited Sengoku's office, slamming the door shut behind him as if in retaliation. Observing Karp's furious departure, Sengoku felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if Karp were deliberately seeking conflict. A foreboding sensation lingered in his heart, suggesting that his old friend might inadvertently bring upon him an overwhelming disaster. As evening approached, Sengoku deemed it prudent to pay a visit to Zephyr's residence, intending to summon that young rascal, Cowan, and offer him some sound advice. He held a degree of trust in Cowan, recalling how he had successfully managed the perilous task of infiltrating Impel Down, demonstrating remarkable foresight in navigating numerous dangers, thus aiding Sengoku immensely. He believed that dealing with Vice Admiral Karp would pose no challenge for Cowan. As night descended, the character known as Hewan found himself kidnapped by Admiral Karp, while Fleet Admiral Sengoku awaited in vain at Admiral Zephyr's residence. Without any sight of Hewan for quite some time, it became evident to him that this incident had stirred considerable unrest, but it mattered little to him. However, circumstances often defy expectations, and he could never have anticipated that this situation would surpass everyone's predictions. Let us shift our focus back to Admiral Karp's small vessel, where Hewan, engaged in conversation with the Admiral, increasingly sensed that Karp was deliberately concealing something from him. Thus, through a series of probing questions, Karp, left with no choice, divulged the entirety of the situation to Hewan. Upon hearing their discussions, Hewan thought to himself, "This is a disaster. It is clear that Karp's subordinates have misled their superior. What could be the consequences of deceiving a leader? While Karp and his companions may face no repercussions, the fate of a mere junior like himself was uncertain. He might very well become a scapegoat." He couldn't help but lament the bitterness of his own fate. Soon after, Hewan observed Admiral Karp retrieving several letters of appointment from his bosom and handing them to him. Upon seeing these documents issued by his adoptive father, Hewan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In this era, who could predict the sentiments of the fishmen towards humanity? He vaguely recalled that during this period, the fishmen were not particularly amicable towards humans. What if he ended up as nothing more than fodder? Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed with caution, as these letters might prove unexpectedly useful in the end. Accepting that escape was not an option, Hewan resigned himself to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Once he found his peace, Hewan spent the ensuing days on the small boat honing his skills. If necessary, he practiced combat techniques in the water, utilizing the pressure of the currents to strengthen his physical prowess. Occasionally, he sought guidance from Karp, a master of physical combat, to refine his skills. He had initially intended to practice swordsmanship, but upon remembering that his swords were left behind at home, he reluctantly settled for training his physical techniques. Eventually, noticing Hewan's distress, Admiral Karp could no longer stand idly by. Recognizing Hewan's fervent desire to train, Karp, albeit reluctantly, decided to confront some pirates to procure weapons for him. The pirates of the sea would hardly stand a chance against these two formidable individuals. They are more unscrupulous than bandits, having pilfered a substantial arsenal from the pirates. Vice Admiral Karp presented these weapons before Hewan, encouraging him to select those he was accustomed to, exuding an air of bravado. Hewan surveyed the substandard items with a profound sense of dismay, however. Observing Karp's unabashed pride, he could not contain his frustration and exclaimed, "Vice Admiral Karp, what is there to boast about? I have never wielded such inferior weapons." Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Karp feigned ignorance, reveling in his own self-satisfaction. With no other recourse, Hewan resigned himself to make do with what was available, sifting through the array for a weapon that would serve him adequately. Life at sea could be exceedingly tedious, yet this was not a moment for idle chatter. Both men understood the gravity of their situation. As they pressed forward at a frantic pace, Hewan refrained from speaking, instead contemplating strategies. For the entire world was in pursuit of this woman. The primary objective was to locate her. Only then could they address the ensuing matters. Judging by Karp's demeanor, he likely possessed knowledge of her whereabouts. The next challenge lay in devising a response to the CP agents of the world government. With a serious expression, Hewan turned to Karp and said, "Vice Admiral, I shall not engage in futile discourse. Our venture may soon require us to shed blood, otherwise you will struggle to confront what lies ahead." Upon hearing Hewan's words, Karp chuckled heartily and replied, "Young Hewan, bloodshed is as commonplace to me as the air I breathe. From the moment I enlisted in the Navy, the world has presented me with but two choices, to live or to die. To survive, I must ensure my enemies meet their demise." Hewan nodded in understanding, aware that each member of their generation had emerged from a landscape of corpses and bloodshed. His remarks were merely a reminder to Karp. This endeavor to safeguard the birth of the child would undoubtedly be fraught with tumult. It was unclear who among the wicked dared to disseminate falsehoods upon the seas, ignorant of the multitude of lives their fabrications might cost. Moreover, according to reliable sources, it has just come to light that Admiral Karp, through the communication of the telephone bug, has gained considerable insight into the CP agents. They have gathered countless pregnant women into one location, and thus far, they have not ceased their efforts, continuing to apprehend more expectant mothers during this critical period. It appears that the CP agents are willing to err on the side of overzealousness rather than let a single individual escape. Given the circumstances, Hewen perceives that this woman is in a perilous situation. Consequently, they must hasten their journey. Therefore, Hewen urged Admiral Karp once more, saying, "Admiral Karp, I implore you to expedite your pace. Time is of the essence, and we have already squandered a considerable amount of it." Knowing the urgency of the situation, Admiral Karp nodded, yet the vessel's speed remained frustratingly slow, leaving him profoundly anxious. He was shrouded in uncertainty, as the rapid unfolding of events began to feel somewhat beyond his control. If he were to arrive late, he would likely have to contend with the CP agents. At present, he could only await his arrival to truly grasp the entirety of the matter. Time slipped away swiftly, and after 2 more days, Admiral Karp finally brought Cunning to a secluded island. While this island was indeed remote, it was not devoid of activity. Men clad in black suits and hats were seen moving about, accompanied by several naval soldiers. This sight startled both Cunning and Admiral Karp, who had not anticipated such efficiency from these agents. The ability to detect the security of such a hidden town raised questions about its safety. Realizing the conspicuousness of their presence, Cunning understood that their objective was too apparent. Both of them were already on the world government CP's radar, particularly Admiral Karp, a celebrated hero of the Navy, easily recognizable to anyone who might encounter him. Thus, they could not risk approaching the island during daylight for fear of detection by the agents. They would have to wait until nightfall, when the agents had departed, to seek out the woman in question. Cunning felt increasingly disheartened, lamenting the loss of what could have been a peaceful day, now spent accompanying the old man on this nerve-wracking endeavor. With a face full of discontent, he cast a look at Admiral Karp, who, sensing his guilt, made another attempt to appear nonchalant. Cunning found no means to counter this thick-skinned demeanor, resigning himself to rest until nightfall. As dusk approached, the two stealthily made their way onto the island. Once Admiral Karp secured the small boat, they followed the guidance previously provided by the pirate king, Roger, to an inconspicuous dwelling on the island. Just before entering, Cunning paused to catch Admiral Karp's attention, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, recognizing the seriousness in Cunning's expression, Admiral Karp patiently awaited clarification on his intentions. Cunning proceeded to set up rudimentary precautionary measures around the house. Should anyone attempt to enter after their arrival, they would be alerted, allowing them to prepare accordingly. The ability to sense the environment through observation hockey was valuable, yet its use could inadvertently reveal their presence and capabilities. Given their intention to remain discreet, any overt display could undermine their objective. Thus, they resorted to these primitive methods to serve as a warning. Though the effectiveness of such measures was debatable, they quietly opened the door and entered, inadvertently rousing a guard stationed outside. Startled, the guard sprang to his feet, intent on obstructing Admiral Karp and Cunning, but was swiftly dispatched by a blow from Karp. Seizing the opportunity, Cunning located an oil lamp within the dwelling, and by its dim light, they ventured further inside. The guard, recovering from the impact, attempted to rise again to intercept Admiral Karp, only to be met with Cunning's swift strike of the blade's back to his head, rendering him unconscious. Karp, taken aback by Cunning's brutish actions, turned to him with a disapproving glare and remarked, "Cunning, can't you be a bit gentler? What if the people inside are frightened? Are you jesting about the individuals within? Do you not comprehend who they are? That is none other than the woman of the pirate king, you.D. Roger. She has witnessed far more of the world than I ever will. Furthermore, you believe I could intimidate her? In her eyes, I must appear like a mere child." This is merely Vice Admiral Karp's anxious concern, yet there is no turning back now. We must steel ourselves to ascertain whether she is indeed the person they aim to protect. With a sense of resignation, Cunning silently mused. After a brief preparation outside, Cunning followed Vice Admiral Karp into the inner room, where he would finally encounter this historical figure. His heart raced with excitement. Although he wished to distance himself from this affair, the reality of facing it stirred his emotions. The woman before him was none other than Port-Asti Rouge, the legendary partner of the Pirate King. At that moment, the woman, still half asleep, regarded the two unfamiliar figures clad in naval uniforms intruding upon her home without a flicker of distress. Instead, she calmly inquired, "May I know who you are? Two unexpected guests arriving at such an hour? Ah, how dare you steal our lines?" Cunning felt a twinge of exasperation and quickly interjected, "Before we discuss anything else, I must ask, are you Port-Asti Rouge?" Upon hearing Cunning's question, the woman exhibited no sign of panic, smiling as she replied, "Indeed, I am Port-Asti Rouge. How may I assist you?" Observing her composed demeanor, Cunning couldn't help but admire her. Even in the dead of night, with two strangers invading her sanctuary, she remained remarkably unflustered, indicating that she was no ordinary individual. However, the urgency of the situation left little room for contemplation. Vice Admiral Garp, in a state of haste, declared, "Your situation is extremely perilous. We must escort you away from here immediately." With that, Vice Admiral Garp prepared to take Port Gas-D Rouge away, but unexpectedly. The woman coldly retorted, "This is my home. You have intruded upon my sanctuary, and now you wish to take me away? Do you truly believe I am so easily intimidated?" Her words illuminated the fact that Cunning and Garp had, in their haste, failed to formally introduce themselves and clarify their intentions. With a sense of resignation, Cunning said, "Madam, I fear you are mistaken. We are not agents of the world government. Our purpose here is clear, and we are entrusted with your protection, as well as that of your unborn child." Upon hearing this, the woman remained decidedly aloof and spoke again. "I am not pregnant. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Sir, your presence at a lady's residence at such a late hour could significantly tarnish my reputation. If there is nothing of great importance, I kindly ask you to leave." At this, Hewen's eyes flickered slightly, realizing that she was indeed a formidable individual. However, as he observed the anxious Admiral Kapu preparing to explain, Hewen preemptively halted him and addressed her. "I believe you are mistaken. The one truly intent on safeguarding you is the man beside me, not I, frankly speaking. Your child has little bearing on my concerns, and to be candid, I harbor no fondness for your family. Firstly, a member of your household ensnared my predecessor while he was imprisoned, compelling him to assist in cleaning up a mess at considerable risk to himself. Furthermore, I too was drawn into this predicament against my will. Secondly, your child, like any child, is a precious being. Are you not aware of the countless families that will be shattered by the mere birth of your child? At present, I am not here to negotiate. I am merely conveying that, for the sake of your child and your man, we are here to assist you. Should you choose to accept this aid, then so be it. If not, I shall take my leave immediately." With that, Hewen regarded Patakas D. Lugio with an expression of calm, contrasting with the urgency he had previously displayed. The situation had escalated beyond his control, and he recognized that both he and Admiral Kapu's anxiety was futile. If the principal party was not distressed, then what purpose did their worry serve? Indeed, it was a case of the emperor remaining unperturbed while his courtiers fretted. The crux lay in whether this woman would cooperate. If she chose not to, he would not linger, for this place held the potential for dire consequences. At this moment, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. The anxious Vice Admiral Garp could no longer contain himself and addressed Revan, saying, "Revan, now is not the time for discussions. It is imperative that we swiftly relocate them to a safe place, for we cannot predict when the CP agents of the world government will arrive here." However, Revan shook his head in response, stating, "Senior Garp, we must allow her to make her own choice. If she is unwilling, we find ourselves powerless. Should we forcibly take her away, it is likely that I would be left behind with you all." Before Revan could finish speaking, the previously silent Port Gas-D Rouge interjected, asking, "But may I inquire how both of you are aware of my presence here, and how you know about my husband's situation?" With a resigned sigh, Revan realized that although this woman intended to accompany them, if he did not clarify the situation, she might cause unforeseen complications along the way. With no other choice and observing the increasingly anxious Vice Admiral Garp beside him, he decided to take the initiative to speak. After summarizing his thoughts, he addressed her. "The developments are quite straightforward. Your husband is none other than the recently executed pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Before his execution, he summoned Senior Garp, and they engaged in an extensive conversation in the prison, during which your name was mentioned. This is precisely why we have come here in search of you. As for the reason why your information has traversed the vast ocean, I regret to inform you that it was not disseminated by us." Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, the situation is as the lad Hewen described. Unfortunately, we are in a particularly urgent predicament. Should you have further inquiries, I suggest we first ensure your safety before engaging in further dialogue." Hewen furrowed his brow and added, "Moreover, I fear you may not be able to endure much longer." Upon hearing these words, Port Gas-D Rouge's demeanor finally shifted. She no longer spoke coldly, but instead implored with a hint of urgency, "I beseech you both to save me. I can no longer endure this. My child is about to be born." Garp and Hewen exchanged relieved glances, responding, "We have come here to resolve this matter. First and foremost, we must examine your condition to ensure it is stable. In the face of this pressing circumstance, Hewin and Vice Admiral Karp swiftly conducted an examination of poor Gasti Rouge, but the prognosis was far from optimistic. Hewin recalled that this lady had sacrificed more than most to carry this child. Just as had been conveyed in the animated series, this entity embodies life itself. Under these circumstances, she is sacrificing her own vitality to preserve this child. Subsequently, Hewin proceeded to elucidate the situation to Lucio. After absorbing the explanation, the lady appeared to accept it with grace, while Admiral Karp, standing nearby, expressed a hint of confusion, inquiring, "What do you mean by that, Hewin? What does it signify that time is running short?" Upon hearing Admiral Karp's words, Hewin sighed resignedly, compelled to reiterate the circumstances once more. Upon grasping the situation, Admiral Karp was enveloped by a profound sadness, realizing the gravity of their predicament. It seemed her fate was irrevocably sealed. However, at that moment, the woman, who had come to trust both men, spoke up, addressing Admiral Karp. "Rest assured, Mr. Karp. I believe this child will be remarkably exceptional. As long as he is well, I shall find peace." Observing the unfolding scene, Hewin understood that lingering in nostalgia was no longer an option. They needed to hasten their departure from this treacherous locale. There was a possibility that, come tomorrow, others might arrive to inspect them, and should any discrepancies arise, it could spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Admiral Karp clapped his hands emphatically, declaring, "Indeed. The paramount concern is to swiftly vacate this area. This island has become exceedingly perilous." He continued, "Long ago, I identified a secure refuge where you can safely deliver your child. Otherwise, all our previous efforts would be in vain." Port Asti. Lucio nodded in agreement, affirming, "Very well, we shall prepare to depart with everyone immediately to that safe haven." Following this, Admiral Karp added, "This location is well equipped, and I have already arranged for certain essential provisions. As long as we reach it, we shall be fine. For now, let us not dwell on anything else. Safety is our utmost priority." Having heard this, the group refrained from further discussion. Hewin turned and approached the unconscious guardian, rousing her and ensuring she was taken along as well. The two rooms were not particularly spacious. Hewin glanced around and realized there was nothing of significant value to take. Subsequently, the group swiftly exited the premises and located the small boat concealed by Rear Admiral Karp. They set sail, departing from the island. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to some intelligence received by the CP, shortly after Hewin and his companions left the island, a large contingent of CP agents surrounded the house. Leading them was a man clad in a suit and wearing a black hat, who entered the dwelling with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, he addressed the CP agents under his command, stating, "We have received reports indicating that a pregnant woman has been residing in this house without notifying the world government. Her activities are highly suspect. We must conduct an initial interrogation. Everyone, search diligently, and if any issues arise, come to me." The agent stood tall, bowing in agreement before turning and rushing into the house. However, it wasn't long before two of the CP subordinates emerged, reporting to their superior, "Sir, we have conducted a search, and there is no one inside. Based on the traces we discovered, it appears someone was recently present here. The teapot still contains half a cup of warm water, and the bed retains some residual heat. Our assessment suggests they left this place not long ago." Upon hearing this, the CP officer was momentarily taken aback, but then elation washed over him. He immediately dispatched patrol boats to the surrounding waters of the island to ascertain whether anyone had departed recently. After this individual was captured, there was a resolve to extract a hefty price from her, ensuring she would not be left destitute. The intention was to pursue her relentlessly, regardless of her being the wife of the illustrious Gold. Roger. At this pivotal moment, her unauthorized departure from the island was sufficient grounds for severe repercussions. It remains uncertain whether fate intervened fortuitously or otherwise. Personnel were dispatched to patrol the vicinity, and the largest group was precisely in the direction from which Hewin and his companions had departed. However, at this juncture, Hewin and his party had already distanced themselves considerably, making it exceedingly challenging for those trailing to catch up. Yet, nothing is absolute. Just as those few were contemplating this, an unforeseen complication arose. After Vice Admiral Karp had navigated the vessel for some distance, it suddenly malfunctioned, inciting a furious uproar among Hewin and his companions. At such a critical juncture, the vessel's breakdown was undeniably infuriating. However, blaming the ship alone would be unjust. One must consider that Hewin and his party had relentlessly pushed the small craft to its limits in their haste. The poor vessel had not known a moment's respite since its inception, roaring forward at maximum capacity. Now, after managing to rest for a few minutes, it was once again required to exert itself fully, a task far from easy. It appeared that the little ship was now exhibiting its own frustrations, with no other option. Among all those aboard, only the resourceful Cunning possessed the skills to mend it. During his time at the training camp, he had not only absorbed knowledge related to combat, but had also honed various other skills, striving to become a well-rounded individual. While he may not be an expert in every field, he had acquired enough proficiency to address simple issues without great difficulty. At this juncture, the crowd found themselves at a loss, compelled to await you.As repairs aboard the vessel. After examining the situation, you assured them that the issue was not insurmountable. With a deftness that belied the situation, he undertook the repairs and promptly restored the ship, causing only a minor delay. However, fortune did not favor them this time. As the ship resumed its journey and traversed a certain distance, they discerned the faint outlines of approximately 4 or 5 small boats trailing behind their own vessel. Swift as the wind, these small crafts approached, and as the lights from you.As ship illuminated their presence, they were soon discovered. Before long, a voice echoed through a loudspeaker from the approaching boats, proclaiming, "Hey, those aboard the small vessel, do you see us? We are agents of the world government. Halt immediately and submit to our inspection. In this critical moment, do you dare to flee? Are you courting disaster?" The demeanor of these individuals was rather menacing. However, none present were of simple character. you, exhibiting remarkable composure, remained unperturbed. Upon hearing the arrogant remarks from across the way, you refrained from excessive dialogue, choosing instead to patiently await their approach. At this juncture, engaging in superfluous conversation could lead to unnecessary mistakes. In you.'s perspective, when matters can be resolved through force, there is no need to waste time with words. He donned a pre-prepared mask and unsheathed a worn blade. As the vessel drew near, 2 agents from the CP emerged, their expressions hostile as they shouted towards the speedboat. "You lot, do you have a death wish? Did you not hear what we just said? Dare you to speed like that? Are you truly willing to gamble with your lives?" Amidst the exchange of words, a certain arrogance permeated the atmosphere. At that moment, the others had already entered the cabin of the small boat, leaving only you standing outside, observing. Rear Admiral Karp cast a glance at him, but refrained from speaking. However, as the 2 individuals opposite him took in you.'s appearance, a masked figure wielding a knife, they were immediately engulfed by a palpable aura of menace. Without hesitation, the 2 agents drew their firearms, intending to launch an assault on you. You watched their movements with an air of disdain. Just as they prepared to fire, he executed a swift Navy 6-style maneuver, propelling himself forward to their front, and with a fluid motion, he slashed his blade horizontally. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground echoed, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado, as they fell in the very stance they had adopted to draw their weapons, leaving them to depart this world in a manner they could scarcely have anticipated. Having unleashed a wave of carnage, you had little desire to ponder over the implications. He had long since transcended the arrogance and tyranny exhibited by these world agents. As the commotion drew the attention of the remaining operatives, who were about to emerge to investigate, a figure gradually obstructed the doorway, preventing their escape. The CP agents on the boat, unaccustomed to such indignity, were instantly incensed, hurling a barrage of insults at you. Yet, when one of them noticed the blood dripping from the knife in you.'s right hand, a sense of foreboding struck him. He swiftly drew his gun and fired at you. The other CP operatives, taken aback by their comrades' actions, exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing that the 2 who had ventured out earlier were likely in grave peril. Without hesitation, they too drew their weapons and aimed at you. However, you had no intention of engaging in idle banter with them. Time was of the essence. Ignoring their attempts to intimidate him, he swiftly struck out at them, proclaiming, "Behold my ultimate technique, the worrying wind." Surely, such shameless acts could only be attributed to you, who appears to be emulating the techniques of others. In an instant, the scene was strewn with bodies, and once you confirmed the demise of all present, he stepped forward to seize a small portion of the supplies. Exiting the small vessel, he leaped onto his own boat and, with a swift motion, executed a crescent slash that cleaved the small ship in 2. Without delay, the boat carrying you and his companions sped away. Meanwhile, the CP officer on the island, after a prolonged wait, observed the return of the other 3 groups. With only one yet to arrive, he sensed that the remaining team was likely in grave danger, either having encountered formidable adversaries or in relentless pursuit of something significant. Contemplating this, the CP officer could no longer contain his excitement. feeling that his promotion rested upon this very moment. He promptly ordered all his subordinates to board a large ship, setting sail in the direction from which Yuan had departed. However, the larger vessel, with its superior speed, rapidly closed the distance. Just as Yuan and his crew were on the verge of leaving the waters, they were overtaken by the large ship. Vice Admiral Karp, upon sighting the approaching vessel, cursed his misfortune under his breath. He exchanged a glance with Yuan, who, with a sense of resignation, understood that Karp's request for his assistance was merely an excuse for him to shoulder the burden of the more arduous tasks. Deep down, Yuan realized that as soon as Karp made an appearance, there would inevitably be individuals capable of recognizing him from various angles. This is what is referred to as the celebrity effect. Regardless of one's lack of fame, it appears that such arduous and menial tasks will inevitably fall upon oneself in the future. Helpless, Yuan, having barely caught his breath, once again donned that cursed mask and unsheathed his battered blade. He observed as the great ship advanced toward him and his companions. Without uttering a word, Yuan summoned the power of armament hockey to envelop the blade, transforming it into a black sword. With a simple yet decisive strike, he executed a straightforward slash, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. The individuals aboard the vessel, upon witnessing the approaching blade of energy, contemplated intervening. However, they swiftly leapt into action, uniting to unleash the Navy's sixth technique, the gale foot, against the oncoming strike from Cunning. The two techniques collided, yet Cunning's assault proved far more formidable, effortlessly overpowering the maneuvers of the CP agents and cleaving directly towards the ship. With a single strike, a substantial portion of the ship's side was severed, allowing the sea to surge into the gaping breach. The crew, now preoccupied with the urgent need to repair their vessel, ceased their pursuit of Cunning and his companions. A voice rang out from above, commanding, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Focus on patching this ship. Quickly, gather supplies to seal the breach." Heeding this directive, the crew hastened to mend the damage. As they observed the ship no longer pursuing them, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Cunning could not be permitted to instigate excessive bloodshed here. Doing so might provoke the full wrath of CP, transforming every agent across the seas into relentless pursuers. Inflicting injuries upon them was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Yet, perhaps lost in thought, Cunning's lips curled into a subtle smile. He called out to the CP agents still engaged in their repairs, "Let me introduce myself. I am Roranoa. If you seek revenge, come find me first." Ha ha. With that declaration, he paid no mind to their reactions and nonchalantly retreated into the interior of his small boat. It was not that Cunning wished to refrain from further combat. Rather, at this moment, the long knife at his waist had been reduced to mere powder. Such an ordinary blade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from Cunning, could indeed be considered impressive. Do not be deceived into thinking that the pirate weapons, inferior even to standard naval equipment, hold significant power. If one were to employ martial arts against them, it would surely reveal some flaws, as his formidable strength was unmistakably distinctive. Presently, Cunning remained oblivious to the troubles that the individual known as Roranoa would soon encounter. Upon setting sail, he would face relentless pursuit by CP agents. However, even if Cunning were aware, he would remain indifferent, for as the old adage goes, a friend's death does not affect a hermit. The techniques exhibited by Cunning were rather commonplace. On the vast ocean, many possessed comparable prowess. Thus, he bore no fear of recognition, as these moves lacked any striking characteristics. In the event of an investigation, it was crucial that he had not revealed his true name, but rather a name he had whimsically concocted, that of a certain individual believed to be a companion of Admiral Karp's grandson. Now, that person's name was nearly impossible to trace. Amusement flickered across Cunning's face, and for reasons unknown, both Admiral Karp and Lucio shuddered at his smile. Yet, it was not long before the atmosphere shifted once more, as Cunning's expression darkened again, leaving those present filled with an ominous premonition. Nearby, Admiral Karp struck Cunning on the head with a fist, immediately raising a lump on his skull, causing his previously stern demeanor to falter. Karp then addressed him, "Cunning, what are you pretending to be so profound about? Speak your mind, for there are ladies present. I would not want you to frighten them. I shall make you pay if you do." Upon hearing this, Cunning could not help but roll his eyes, silently cursing the old man for his ignorance and for disrupting his rhythm, adding to his troubles. Observing that the previously serious atmosphere had been completely dismantled by Admiral Karp, Cunning decided to shed his pretense. He cast a fierce glance at the two individuals who had boarded with him and stated, "I must ask for an explanation as to why, immediately after leaving Lady Lucio's quarters, we were pursued." Is there something that needs to be clarified regarding Lady Lucio and this gatekeeper? The onlookers were no fools. After Cunning spoke, Carp's eyes narrowed slightly. Do not underestimate this man. Though he often appeared frivolous, he was far from foolish. If he were truly foolish, do you think he would have survived until now? Everyone had long harbored suspicions regarding potential candidates. It need not be said that Portcas de Ruju, the woman in question, is indeed the consort of the illustrious pirate king Gold. Roger. The child she carries is of paramount importance, making it implausible for her to divulge any information. Consequently, the crowd's collective gaze shifted towards the gatekeeper. At that moment, the gatekeeper trembled in fear. Though she held the position of a sentinel, she was still but a human. And having witnessed the brutal display by Cunning, she sensed, for reasons unknown, that her fate might not bode well. However, Lady Ruju addressed the assembly, asserting, I have faith in my maid. Although her tenure in my household has not been extensive, I trust her character. She should not be the type to act in such a manner. Cunning shrugged, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with her, merely stating, whether she is innocent or not must be determined through examination. Your mere words will not suffice to convince us. If we fail to clarify this matter now, we may face even greater peril in the future. Perhaps, Lady Ruju, it would be wise for you to withdraw from this unfolding scene. Vice Admiral Carp, brimming with indignation, realized the absurdity of nearly faltering in such a trivial setting, especially with an unknown accomplice in their midst. Should any further complications arise, how could he justify it to his close friend Roger? He nodded towards Ruju, saying, I apologize, madam. Cunning and I must attend to certain matters that may not be suitable for your condition. I hope you can understand and step outside for a brief 10 minutes. Lady Ruju, fully aware of her precarious position, recognized that her ability to escape hinged upon these two men. A sliver of doubt lingered in her mind regarding her gatekeeper. She was acutely aware of her true circumstances. Without hesitation, she nodded to Cunning and Vice Admiral Carp, departing the small vessel to breathe in the refreshing sea air. Once she had left, Cunning and Vice Admiral Carp wasted no time and approached the gatekeeper. The sight of the two imposing men sent the gatekeeper into a near panic. Stammering, she managed to utter, I haven't done anything. I don't know what you intend to do. Cunning shot her a cold smile, saying, What do you think? I believe you are already aware. If you wish to spare yourself from pain, speak the truth. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret ever setting foot in this world. It appears that this individual is already aware of her impending fate, having witnessed the ruthless nature of Cunning moments ago. She can only gaze at him with pleading eyes, hoping for mercy. Cunning remains unmoved, coldly regarding her, and understanding that her survival is no longer feasible. If she desires a dignified end, she must silently prepare for her final arrangements. It becomes apparent that her motivations were solely materialistic. Upon seeing the generous rewards offered by the world government, she could not resist her avarice. Ultimately, she did not foresee the formidable background of the pregnant woman she had been caring for, nor the multitude of individuals who came to her rescue. Now, realizing her regret is too late. In this world, there is no remedy for regret. Once a decision is made, one must bear the consequences of their actions. At this moment, Cunning refrains from elaborating further, merely listening to her until she concludes her speech. He breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing that she is not an agent and lacks knowledge of the situation. This interpretation, among countless scenarios he has envisioned, is the most favorable. However, since she has become privy to information that should remain concealed, it is imperative to address her through unconventional means. Cunning casts a glance at Vice Admiral Carp, and upon noticing his lack of additional instructions, he hesitates not at all and swiftly escorts the woman away. As anticipated, she has departed this world forever. Observing Cunning's actions, Vice Admiral Carp remains impassive, devoid of any expression, for he understands that any display of mercy could become a vulnerability in the future, and thus, he is indifferent to such matters. Soon, after a piercing scream, the ship returns to tranquility, albeit with a reduction from 4 individuals to 3. Vice Admiral Carp regains his composure and continues toward the designated location. Within a couple of days, they arrive at the site, surprising everyone with the meticulousness displayed by the seemingly rough Vice Admiral Carp. The chosen environment is remarkably beautiful and quite secluded, inaccessible to the average person. Furthermore, the midwives and attendants are fully prepared, suggesting that arrangements were made long ago. It seems that this endeavor was indeed premeditated, Cunning muses internally. Yet, this is not a moment for excessive sentimentality. Although they have passed through the most perilous phase of being pursued, the primary concern now lies with Portcas de Ruju. Her body harbors significant risks. Yet her unwavering resolve masks the toll it takes on her vitality, as it is continuously channeled toward the child without any outward sign of distress. She endures silently, and thus her days are numbered. Witnessing this, Hewan feels a pang of sympathy, but there is little he can do. This mother has exerted every effort for her child. All he can offer in her final days is what little assistance he can provide. Consequently, Hewan calls Vice Admiral Karp outside. The two engage in a hushed discussion for a while before Hewan departs. Vice Admiral Karp then returns to the room, a faint smile gracing his features. Observing this smile, Ms. Rouge is intrigued and inquires, "Vice Admiral Karp, it seems your junior holds a special fondness for you." Admiral Karp was initially taken aback, but then a gentle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "How did you discern that?" Upon hearing the Admiral's question, Ms. Liu also smiled subtly and replied, "It is not difficult to perceive. Throughout your journey, you have often heeded this child's counsel, and on numerous occasions. I have witnessed your earnest efforts in mentoring him in his training. In my estimation, he is destined to become a pillar of your Navy." Becoming a pillar of the Navy? Ha ha ha. It is rather premature to say so. However, this lad is likable, and thus I have imparted what I could to him. Yet, do you know what he said to me just before he departed? The Admiral burst into laughter. "Oh. Prior to your departure, I only observed the two of you conversing for a while, and I could not discern the content of your discussion. However, I presume it was likely related to work matters. After all, you both have occupied considerable time here, for which I sincerely apologize. If you have matters that require your attention, please do not mind me." Upon hearing Ms. Liu's words, Admiral Karp chuckled heartily and responded, "You underestimate him. Just now, he mentioned that he plans to venture into the sea to catch some large sea kings to bolster your health. During his earlier examination, he discovered that your condition is quite severe. Although it may be beyond remedy, with proper care, there might still be some recovery." Hearing this, Ms. Liu's eyes sparkled with hope. She was acutely aware of her situation and understood that once her child was born, her own life would reach its conclusion. The prospect of extending her days even slightly to accompany her child was a tremendous blessing. Moreover, she had not anticipated that this young man, who had harbored many grievances against her along the way, would confront the fierce sea kings on her behalf. Having witnessed the formidable creatures of the sea, she knew well that only those with great strength could safely encounter such beings. Otherwise, the outcome would likely be shipwreck and ruin. It seemed that this young man, accompanying Admiral Karp, possessed formidable abilities that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, the Admiral continued, he also inquired about the reliability of these individuals here and whether the earlier troubles in that small town might resurface. However, I have made it abundantly clear to him that these individuals have been under my watch for quite some time. I have sent them here fully prepared. These individuals will safeguard your impending endeavors, and you need not fear, Lucio, for both Hewan and I are here. Generally, few would dare approach this vicinity. Even the detestable group of CP agents would think twice before entering." At this juncture, Admiral Karp's gaze narrowed slightly, and it was evident what remained unspoken. After exchanging a few more words, Admiral Karp excused himself from the room. He, being a man of stature, was indifferent to various matters. However, Lucio, as a lady, had spent an extended period aboard a small vessel with them, drifting for days on end, and surely she must be fatigued. It would be wise to allow her some well-deserved rest, while the overall defense and specific tasks would be entrusted to Hewan and himself. Having introduced Admiral Karp and Lady Lucio, let us now turn our attention to Hewan and his current endeavors. As previously mentioned, after inquiring about information from Admiral Karp, Hewan, without further contemplation, seized the opportunity to venture into the depths of the sea. Armed with the confiscated swords from the pirates, by diving deep, he aimed not only to enhance his physical prowess but also to capture valuable fish or sea creatures to nourish Lady Lucio, concurrently to manage any unforeseen circumstances. Hewan did not stray far from the island, but rather lingered in its vicinity. As the sun began to descend in the afternoon, Hewan returned from his training, dragging along a massive fish that could easily feed everyone on the island for nearly a month. However, given the unique circumstances, this locale was not ideal for preserving fish. Thus, Hewan skillfully carved out the choicest portions to distribute among the group, planning to use the remaining parts to lure more fish or sea creatures the following day, aiming to catch additional large fish for everyone's sustenance. The assembly expressed no discontent with Hewan's decision. Rather, they felt immense joy. For common folk to feast upon such a fish felt akin to a fortuitous windfall. Contemplating the wealth of nutrients contained within that fish, one could only imagine the benefits. The next day, As Ewan returned to the shore for fishing, several well-meaning individuals, having completed their tasks, arrived at the beach, eager to observe Ewan's fishing prowess. Ultimately, however, due to prolonged boredom, they abandoned their vigil in search of more engaging pursuits to distract themselves, leaving only Admiral Carp, who meandered around the island. Muttering to himself, "Alas, the naval snacks are running low. What shall I do?" Fortunately, Ewan was not present. Had he been, a barrage of scorn would have been inevitable. Given Ewan's perspective on this elderly gentleman, were it not for the current circumstances that severely hindered their progress, one might have already lost sight of this old man. Time passed day by day, and ultimately, within a serene and tranquil atmosphere, Lugio finally gave birth to the child. Following the birth, an inexplicable joy enveloped the entire island, as everyone rejoiced in the arrival of this new life. Ms. Lugio, too, shared in this happiness. During this period, she had been consuming substantial amounts of fish, rich in nutritional value, which served to replenish her body's deficiencies. Although she could not mend her frail body, akin to a sieve, she had nonetheless accumulated a considerable amount of energy within her. After giving birth, Lugio did not depart from this world as previously anticipated. Instead, her eyes brimmed with tenderness as she gazed upon her child. Though her body appeared exceedingly weak, she still managed to summon a semblance of strength. Ewan and his companions had spent a considerable time on this island, unable to communicate with the outside world. Thus, they could only estimate the passage of time. Nevertheless, they held a profound admiration for this woman, recognizing that maternal love is a formidable force. Yet, with the child's birth arose another dilemma. What name should be bestowed upon this newborn? In the hearts of the gathered, a flurry of thoughts swirled as they endeavored to settle upon a name most befitting for the child. It was at this moment that the true mother, Portgas de Rouge, spoke up. She declared, "He once said that if it were a girl, she should be named, and if it were a boy, then he should be called Ace. Henceforth, this child shall be known as you.As. Upon hearing this name, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Admiral Garp, too, would not conceal anything from those he held dear, and yet none sought to act, instead dedicating themselves to tending to the woman. All present possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Rouge's condition. After the child's name was bestowed, one would expect the atmosphere to be filled with jubilance. Yet, inexplicably, a trace of sorrow hung in the air. Observing this scene, Madame Rouge recognized that the melancholy stemmed from her own situation. However, witnessing the safe arrival of her child rendered all else trivial. With a smile, she addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is a splendid occasion. The birth of my child. All of you present are his elders. Surely, this should be a moment of joy. Let us not dwell on matters of little consequence. Whatever the future holds, let it be left to fate." After speaking, he entrusted the child in his arms to the crowd. The onlookers, recognizing their earlier misstep, understood that such a joyous moment should not be marred by sorrowful sentiments. Gradually, laughter emerged among them. Yet, this laughter bore an air of reluctance, as if it were forced. The only individual maintaining composure amidst the chaos was Cunning. In his previous life, he had encountered this scene countless times and was well aware of the events that would unfold next. Consequently, he paid little heed to the emotions displayed by those around him, understanding that each person bore their own sentiments. It must also be noted that the women sought by the Pirate King are no ordinary individuals. The presence of the lettered in her name is a clear indication that she is not to be underestimated. One need only glance at the figure of Admiral Garp beside him to grasp the significance. His full name is Monkey D. Garp. The ability to swiftly rally the entire island's populace to his cause indicates an undeniable personal charisma. Ms. Lugio, upon noticing Cunning standing in the corner, nodded and smiled in gratitude. Cunning reciprocated with a nod, but refrained from speaking, turning to depart. Internally, he grappled with conflicting thoughts. He understood better than anyone what the future held for this child. He was also acutely aware of Admiral Garp's expectations. However, in his view, a pirate remains a pirate, and the child's birth destined him for a path that could not be traversed as easily as others. As Cunning stood outside, feeling the gentle sea breeze, his emotions were tumultuous. After a considerable wait, his conflicted heart gradually found peace. Just as he resolved to return, he noticed Admiral Garp standing behind him. It turned out that Garp had discerned Cunning's unstable state of mind earlier and had followed him silently after he left the room, lost in thought without realizing he was being trailed. When Cunning turned to look at him, Garp initiated the conversation, saying, "Cunning, lad, I could see you deep in thought just now. What weighs on your mind? Is there a problem? Cunning shook his head and replied, Admiral Garp, do you not understand what I am contemplating? As members of the Navy, is it wise for us to become overly entangled with those who are destined to be pirates? Just as you and Roger were? Upon hearing these words, Admiral Garp finally comprehended the essence of what he was attempting to convey. He recognized that his actions had set a rather unfortunate precedent. However, such was his nature. If he were to suppress his innate tendencies, he would rather forsake his future and abandon the Navy altogether. With a sigh, Admiral Garp remarked, I cannot discern whether this is for better or worse. Yet we can only strive to provide them with the correct guidance. As for the future, it is a matter we must resolve ourselves. Cunning also sighed, turning away from Admiral Garp, choosing instead to seek a secluded spot to devote himself to rigorous training. After all, should any misfortune arise in the future, the power to decide would no longer rest in his hands. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed. Port Asti, Rouge's life, ultimately, drew to a close. Despite the daily intake of abundant and nourishing sustenance, she was unable to endure the autumn, as her health had deteriorated significantly. However, unlike previous narratives, she found immense satisfaction in having spent 3 months by her child's side. She held deep gratitude for her two saviors, Cunning and Admiral Garp. In her final moments, she grasped Admiral Garp's hand and expressed, Mr. Garp, I am truly grateful to you, yet I can no longer accompany this child. I must entrust him to you, hoping you will guide him towards the right path, allowing him to live in the light. Upon hearing these words, Admiral Garp nodded earnestly and assured her, Rest assured, Rouge, I will care for this child as if he were my own kin. Ultimately, with a gaze filled with profound reluctance and love for her child, she departed from this world. Her passing did not stir significant ripples in the fabric of society, for no one would remember her existence. The world continued its relentless pursuit of survival. After arranging her final rites, Admiral Garp cradled the child, who, being so young, could not fathom the sorrow of adulthood, but merely gazed up at Garp with wide eyes. It seemed as if they shared an unspoken bond, and he did not weep. Instead, standing before the grave for an extended period, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance, he murmured softly, I wonder when I shall return to visit you. I hope you and he find peace in that realm. For now, I shall take care of this child. Standing nearby, Cunning remained silent, feeling a twinge of regret at the woman's passing. However, as he had no personal ties to her, he merely stared blankly at the gravestone. Though she had departed, life must go on. The current situation posed considerable challenges for both Admiral Garp and Cunning. While the island was pleasant, its remoteness proved troublesome, as its inhabitants were primarily Admiral Garp's subordinates. These individuals are utterly obedient to Admiral Garp, yet who can ascertain how they might treat the child in their absence? Without proper guidance, the child's development could be severely hindered, thus presenting a quandary for the two, just as everyone was grappling with the child's future. A sudden thought struck Admiral Garp, his hometown, Windmill Village in the East Sea. Perhaps someone there would be willing to adopt the child, provided his personal information was adequately concealed. As a member of Windmill Station, Garp knew that most villagers took pride in their community. If he entrusted the child to them, he would receive an exceptional education. Contemplating this, Admiral Garp turned to Cunning and suggested, why not place the child in my hometown of Windmill Village in the East Sea? What do you think? Cunning, initially taken aback, soon realized the implications of Garp's words. While he might be unfamiliar with other places, he knew Windmill Village all too well. In truth, Cunning had slightly misinterpreted Garp's intention. He was unaware that Garp initially planned to have the child raised by the townsfolk. For reasons unknown, Garp ultimately decided to entrust the child to a mountain bandit for care. Garp's decision could be understood, for the child was indeed extraordinary, though he appeared ordinary now. Growing up in safety was vital. Yet, deep within, the child harbored unsettling traits, which led Garp to fear what actions he might undertake in the future. However, that moment had not yet arrived. The situation was merely unfolding. Cunning nodded in agreement with Garp's proposal, and after gathering their belongings and instructing their subordinates, they set sail for Windmill Village in the East Sea. Here, the two would embark on an intriguing journey. In a swift turn of events, Garp's small vessel navigated the waters with remarkable speed. Within days, they arrived at a quaint village in the East Sea, renowned in later times as Windmill Village. Their proximity meant the boat reached its destination quickly. Upon successfully disembarking, the task at hand was no longer Cunning's concern. The key individuals had been contacted, and the child had been safely delivered. The remaining matter was how Cunning and his companions would negotiate with the village chief, a particularly intriguing figure named you.As. He felt both shame at the number of pirates emerging from his village and, concurrently, a sense of pride for those born in Windmill Village. This quaint town is indeed renowned for its illustrious figures. Among the most notable are the generations of the Cap family. One is a naval hero, another a revolutionary leader, and the last boldly proclaims his ambition to become the pirate king. In the vast realm of piracy, none can rival the exploits of this family. Yet, the esteemed Vice Admiral Carp takes pride in his lineage rather than feeling any shame, compelling the likes of Admiral Sengoku and Aunt Crane to frequently assist him, a testament to the strength of their bonds. Subsequently, the three brothers, Ace and his companions, also ventured into piracy, eventually joining the ranks of the four emperors, including the formidable Shanks. They spend a considerable amount of time in this Windmill Village. Curiously, Cunning is eager to uncover the allure of this village that has produced such remarkable individuals, and he resolves to explore it thoroughly. After disembarking on the island with Vice Admiral Carp, the two part ways, agreeing to reconvene at the tavern in Windmill Village. With some leisure time at his disposal, Cunning meanders through the charming little village. The quaint village, though modest in size, soon revealed itself to be quite ordinary in its rhythm of life. The villagers rose with the sun and rested at dusk, leading tranquil and comfortable lives. Perhaps it was the hometown of Admiral Garp, for the village was surrounded by a notable presence of Navy personnel tasked with its protection, a fact that left Cunning somewhat bemused. If there were already sentinels safeguarding the village, why then did Shanks and his crew linger here for such an extended period? Yet, these matters bore no relevance to Cunning. He preferred to distance himself from the future antics of Garp's three grandsons. Once this mission concluded, he resolved to seek a haven for rest and respite. Weary of being conscripted time and again, with little reward to show for it. Before embarking on his journey, Cunning had exchanged his military attire for simple, unassuming clothing, allowing him to blend in seamlessly with the locals. No one expressed surprise at his arrival. They regarded him merely as a visitor. The warm-hearted villagers occasionally shared insights about their village's unique features, leading Cunning to the sole tavern within the settlement. By the time he arrived, it was afternoon, and the establishment offered a variety of convenient fare. Here, Cunning indulged in a hearty meal, though he candidly acknowledged that the cuisine paled in comparison to his own culinary skills. However, one cannot always cook for oneself. Savoring the local delicacies was a delightful change of pace. As the day unfolded, Cunning felt the tension in his heart gradually dissipate. It was the perfect moment to enjoy a drink and unwind, for he had a genuine fondness for alcohol. Unfortunately, within the Navy, strict training regimens imposed significant limitations on alcohol consumption. Yet, his father, an aficionado of spirits, had always managed to conceal bottles of sherry in their home or office. Cunning would sneak these away, only to return home and face his father's wrath. However, as the years passed, the father-son duo found moments to share a drink and discuss the peculiarities and tales of their lives, strengthening their bond. Their lives were marked by a leisurely pace, with Admiral Zephyr no longer overseeing Cunning's activities. Eventually, Cunning picked up the habit of smoking, indulging in the Navy's special supply, a pleasure beyond compare. After rigorous training, returning home to savor delectable food, drink, and smoke created a life that even the divine would envy. Arriving in this village, lacking in many respects, left Cunning feeling somewhat stifled. Yet, the presence of a charming tavern, with spirits that suited his palate, compelled him to indulge freely. Meanwhile, on another front, Admiral Garp, cradling a child, discreetly sought out the village chief, known as Upashilabu. The elderly village chief, upon encountering Vice Admiral Garp, initially expressed considerable joy. However, his demeanor swiftly shifted to one of astonishment upon noticing the child cradled in Garp's arms. He exclaimed loudly, "Garp, I must address you on this matter. How could you deceive other young women? At your age, allowing someone to bear your child is quite shameless." Garp, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. Had it not been for the pressing matter that required the village chief's assistance, he would have retaliated with a punch to the head, demonstrating the might of his iron fist. Yet, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for such actions. Suppressing his ire, Garp replied, "Do not jump to conclusions. This child is not mine. He belongs to someone else entirely." The village chief, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Garp with newfound astonishment and remarked, "Garp, I never imagined you to be so magnanimous. Despite being deceived, you are willing to care for another's child." Unable to contain himself any longer, Garp struck the village chief on the head, retorting, "Stop spewing nonsense. This child's situation is rather unique. He requires temporary foster care in the village. First, let us see if there are any families in need of adoption, and and I shall place him with them." Upon hearing Garp's words, the village chief was momentarily stunned, followed by a look of incredulity as he queried, "Are you truly not concocting any other schemes? This child is genuinely not yours, nor is he the result of someone else's bearing?" Garp, striving to maintain his composure, reiterated, "I shall say this one last time. This is not my child. Why is it so difficult for you to believe, you old fool?" The village chief, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "This is unexpected, given your family's typical behavior. I find it hard to believe that everything is so calm this time. My suspicions are raised." After this exchange, the village chief chose not to linger on trivialities and stated to Garp, "Very well, Garp. If you wish for this child to remain in our village, that is agreeable. I will now proceed to make a simple record of his information." Upon hearing this, Garp finally exhaled in relief. This old man was indeed difficult to deal with, asking numerous questions without addressing the crux of the matter. At last, he felt he had managed to navigate the situation, although he remained unaware of the old man's clever maneuvering. Thus, Garp turned to the village chief and said, "Go ahead. I assure you I will respond earnestly." The village chief, seizing a pen and paper from the table, addressed Garp, "Very well. Since you are prepared, let us begin with a few straightforward inquiries. First, where is this child from?" "From a certain island in the East Blue," replied Garp. "And how old is he?" the chief inquired. "Approximately 4 months old," Garp answered. "What is his name?" the village chief asked. "Ace," Garp stated. "The name bears AD, suggesting a potential connection to your family, Garp. However, he is not part of our lineage. He merely shares a slight association with us, so please refrain from prying. Now, let us proceed, and I shall soon conclude with my inquiries. One final question remains, what is his father's name?" Upon hearing that this was the last question, Admiral Garp felt a sense of relief wash over him. This old fellow had been exceedingly verbose, asking a myriad of questions, and finally, we had arrived at the last one. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, "His father is GOLD, Roger." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Garp realized the implications as he was met with 2 unusually piercing gazes from across the table. Reflecting on his earlier words, he felt the urge to slap himself. He had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by this crafty old man. Had he known better, he would have summoned Cunning back, allowing the boy to engage with this old fox, one cunning and the other clever, to see who would prevail. But what could he do now? Observing the unfriendly looks directed at him, Admiral Garp quickly plastered a smile on his face and addressed the old village chief, saying, "I misspoke earlier. His father passed away long ago and was named Ace." At that moment, the arrogance that had characterized Garp moments before evaporated, bringing a wave of secret satisfaction to the old village chief. Feigning difficulty, he remarked to Admiral Garp, "Oh dear, you see, Garp. This child is someone the world government has placed under strict orders for capture. Keeping him here in our windmill village could invite calamity upon us. I think you should not bear such responsibility and should promptly hand the child over to the world government. Who knows, you might even be promoted to admiral." Promotion to admiral? The very reason I evade such positions is to avoid the spotlight. This old man, fully aware of my circumstances, is making light of my predicament. He seems to think that the teasing stems from my earlier lack of decorum. Yet, it is clear that he has me at a disadvantage, to quote an old saying. The tides of attack and defense have shifted. Admiral Garp maintained his forced smile, replying, No, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to find a home for this child. As you know, I spend my days at Navy headquarters, surrounded by a cadre of rough men. They are terribly inattentive in their duties and scarcely have the time to care for a child. Thus, I envisioned placing him in my hometown, where he would have an excellent environment for growth, and I would feel assured of his well-being." Listening to the words of Admiral Garp, the astute old village chief remained utterly unconvinced by his claims. Setting aside the character of Garp himself, the chief's son was no ordinary individual, and now he had brought forth a child of dubious origins into their midst. Should he fail to thoroughly investigate this matter, he would not rest easy. At this moment, the old chief straightened his demeanor and addressed Admiral Garp once more. "Garp, this issue cannot be brushed aside lightly. The circumstances surrounding this child's birth are of utmost significance. If he were merely the child of an ordinary person, it would pose no problem to arrange for him to be fostered in our village by families who yearn for children. However, have you considered the implications if his lineage is indeed questionable?" With his words carefully chosen, the old chief intentionally refrained from being too explicit, wishing to afford Admiral Garp a semblance of dignity while underscoring the gravity of the situation. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Karp could not remain silent. And with a resigned sigh, he finally confided in the old chief. This child, as I have mentioned, is the progeny of the executed GOLD, Roger. The pursuit outside has not yet fully abated, which leaves me wary of most individuals. Therefore, I can only consider placing him within the village, and I must trouble you, esteemed chief, to take charge of this matter. Upon hearing this, the old chief sighed deeply, recognizing that a decision had been made, and there was little he could do to obstruct it. Thus, he resolved to cooperate to the best of his ability, and, adopting a far more serious tone, he addressed Admiral Karp. Karp, I understand your faith in others, which is why you have taken this course of action. However, are you aware of the adage that one cannot truly know another's heart? You can never be certain of others' intentions, should even a hint of malice surface. The future of this child could be jeopardized, and we cannot allow that to happen. At this juncture, the old chief had made his own resolution. After all, Admiral Karp was a member of their village and, in many ways, its guardian. While the East Blue is among the safest of seas, it is not entirely devoid of pirates who may venture here. Yet, upon hearing the name of Admiral Karp, most would promptly vacate the area or refrain from causing trouble. Having decided to protect the child, the chief now had numerous considerations to ponder. Thus he remarked to Admiral Karp, Karp, this child is ill-suited to remain in our village. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Rear Admiral Karp turned to the old village chief and said, Old chief, this matter can only be resolved by you. If you do not lend me your assistance, I am truly at a loss as to whom else I might turn. The situation outside is chaotic. The profound repercussions following the death of Pirate King Roger have only just begun to unfold. In the future, I will scarcely have the opportunity to return, as I must devote most of my time to guarding other seas and alleviating pressure on Sengoku. Upon hearing Karp's explanation, the old village chief realized that Karp had misunderstood his intentions. He shook his head and smiled, saying, Karp, I believe you have misconstrued my meaning. Since you have sought my help, it seems you are indeed in a predicament. I previously stated that the village cannot accommodate this child, but beyond the village, there are places where he could reside. Karp was left perplexed by the chief's words. What could this mean? Was there truly someone living outside the village? Curiosity piqued. He inquired, Chief, are there indeed people who can reside beyond our village? Do you intend to provide this child with a small hut to live a wild existence? Seeing Karp's bewildered expression, the old chief could only respond with a sense of resignation. Not long ago, a band of mountain bandits arrived here. Initially, the village was quite wary. However, these bandits did not disturb us. Instead, they engaged in fishing, hunting, and battling with other bandits to procure their necessities. They would then exchange the surplus, which was of little use to them, for essential goods with the villagers. This led to some interaction and understanding between the villagers and the bandits, who have garnered a degree of trust. Upon hearing this, Karp hesitated to make a unilateral decision and resolved to confer with his strategist, the ever-astute Cunning. After settling temporarily, Karp went to the tavern and dragged the slightly inebriated Cunning back to the chief's home. Cunning, who had been enjoying a comfortable life, was bewildered by this sudden summons, fearing something alarming had occurred. Upon his return, he discovered that it was merely a matter concerning the child's future, and both he and Karp held differing opinions on the issue, hence seeking Cunning's perspective. After listening to Karp's dilemma, Cunning, with a look of exasperation, replied, Karp, should this not be a matter for you to ponder? You were the one who confidently asserted that there would be no issue placing him in your village. Why now seek the counsel of an outsider like me? I am, after all, quite ignorant of the local affairs. Observing the reluctant demeanor of Hewen, Rear Admiral Karp, without uttering a word, delivered a decisive blow to Hewen's head. It appeared he intended to jolt Hewen back to sobriety. In Karp's eyes, this junior, despite his many commendable qualities, had a tendency to be rather lazy in certain matters. At such a tender age, he had already become quite cunning, which led him into considerable trouble. He failed to consider that he might one day rely on others, and thus, he needed to contribute more. Struck by this punch, Hewen found himself momentarily questioning his existence. He reflected on how he had been minding his own business at the naval base when he was inexplicably assaulted and rendered unconscious, only to be dragged away. After dealing with the matters at hand and indulging in a drink, he was once again yanked back by the collar. In the span of mere sentences, he had endured yet another blow. He lamented his misfortune, yet he recognized that with such a formidable figure present, he had no choice but to serve him well. Otherwise, his future endeavors would be jeopardized. Resigned to this predicament, Hewen realized that the solution rested with the village chief, who, surprisingly, had a fitting role in this scenario that no one had anticipated. He turned to Rear Admiral Karp and suggested, "Actually, there exists another approach. If the village chief is willing to adopt this child, wouldn't he that resolve the issue?" He noted the chief's character was well known, and since he was aware of the child's predicament, he could not shy away from assuming some risk. It would be better for him to take on the responsibility. However, if the chief were uncooperative, he would cast a menacing glance at the village chief, startling him. The chief pondered, was this young man a pirate or a naval officer? He displayed none of the integrity typically associated with the Navy. Suddenly, Hewen received another punch to the head, this time from the infuriated Rear Admiral Karp, who bellowed, "Hewen, you mischievous brat. Why do you always think of devious methods? Can't you come up with something more virtuous?" The issue at hand is whether placing him with the mountain bandits is a reliable option. In response, Hewen rolled his eyes and retorted, "Admiral Karp, given the circumstances, what do you expect me to do? If you wish to leave him at the mountain top, then so be it. I cannot stop you. You are merely seeking consolation from me. If you choose not to proceed, who could possibly hinder you?" Upon realizing that his petty schemes had been discerned by Vice Admiral Karp, Hubin was instantly consumed by a fit of indignation. Grasping Hubin by the collar, Karp marched him outside, under the pretext of validating the recent results of Hubin's training. Witnessing this spectacle, Hubin began to cry out for help. Though his pleas fell on deaf ears, he even hoped that the village chief might intercede on his behalf, oblivious to the fact that just moments ago, he had threatened the chief. The chief's reluctance to take advantage of Hubin's predicament was, in itself, the greatest kindness he could offer. Resigned to his fate, Hubin was dragged away. After an hour, a man with a head full of bruises and thick lips followed closely behind Vice Admiral Karp as he entered the room. It was evident to all present that this unfortunate soul was none other than our protagonist, Hubin. Upon seeing Hubin in such a disheveled state, the old village chief erupted into hearty laughter. The sight was simply too comical to resist. Hubin shot a furtive glare at the chief, startling him momentarily. The chief reflected on his folly, realizing that mocking Hubin in such a public setting was unwise, as it would only provide Hubin with reasons to retaliate. With this thought, the old chief coughed lightly, adopting a pretense of solemnity. However, Hubin was not swayed by his facade and silently vowed to settle the score with the chief when the opportunity arose. Just as Hubin was lost in contemplation, he sensed a pair of eyes glaring at him with malevolence from behind. Without a doubt, the only individual present capable of such a piercing gaze was Vice Admiral Karp. Prompting Hubin to fall silent, Karp then fixed Hubin with a frosty glare and declared, "Hubin, your current task is to ascertain the whereabouts of the mountain bandit known as Dayton, rather than lounging about here. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Hubin chuckled and inquired, "Vice Admiral Karp, are you truly sending someone to deal with this bandit without first gathering pertinent information about him? You seem rather cavalier in your approach. What if you were to entrust this task to an unworthy individual? That would indeed spell trouble, wouldn't it?" This caused a slight flush on Admiral Karp's face, and he suddenly felt that the junior who often trailed behind him was far from endearing. So many words, and one can hardly discern from whom he has learned them. After all, his father Zephyr is not one to engage in idle chatter. In order to prevent Hewen from uttering any more nonsensical remarks, Rear Admiral Karp swiftly expelled him from the room with a kick, subsequently closing the door and disregarding him entirely. Observing this turn of events, Hewen wore an expression of resignation, lamenting his unfortunate encounters with unworthy individuals. With a flick of his wrist, he made his way towards the exit, ostensibly to gather information, though in truth, he was already well aware of the individual known as Dayton. He simply wished to step outside and indulge in a moment of carefree elegance. A suitable justification is required. Otherwise, given the current temperament of Admiral Karp, it is undoubtedly impossible for him to release himself. Very well, I shall continue to indulge in drink. As time leisurely passed, once Hewen finished his exquisite wine, he staggered back to the village chief's residence. Meanwhile, Admiral Karp and the others were anxiously awaiting his return. At last, upon seeing Hewen arrive, the two promptly approached him, demanding details. However, upon catching a whiff of the intoxicating aroma of alcohol emanating from Hewen, Admiral Karp's expression darkened immediately, and his brows furrowed in disapproval. At this moment, Hewen was far from foolish. Upon noticing the furrowed brow of Vice Admiral Karp, he realized that the old fellow was genuinely on the verge of losing his temper. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Gently patting Karp's hand, he signaled to be set down. He then retrieved a detailed map from his pocket and handed it to Karp. Upon seeing the map, Karp ceased to pay him any further attention, instead unfolding it to examine its contents. Indeed, The information contained therein corroborated Karp's expectations. He had always believed that you.Was quite reliable in his endeavors, and the evidence was apparent. The location of Dayton, the female mountain bandit, was distinctly marked. Firstly, the mountain bandit was identified as Callie Dayton, a brigand of the Galbo Mountain. Secondly, you.As had provided some evaluations of this woman, as well as meticulously planned all routes leading to the mountain. They could set off at first light the next day without delay. Satisfied, Karp tucked the map into his pocket, patted you.As on the shoulder, and dismissed him, watching Karp leave in high spirits. You.As couldn't help but mutter under his breath about the old fox who burns bridges and slaughters the donkey once the work is done. Yet, as he contemplated the metaphor of the donkey, he questioned who that might be. Surely it couldn't be him. He decided to let it go. He still had training tasks to complete, and a little drink would aid his efforts. Thus, he wasted no time. Swaying away from the old village chief's home toward the seaside, seeking a place for rigorous training. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, you.As, who had trained until midnight, was roused by Vice Admiral Karp. Reluctantly, he was harshly subdued by Karp and had no choice but to follow him to Galbo Mountain in search of the bandit Callie Dayton. Awakened from a deep slumber, you.As was filled with ire. Had it not been for the presence of a formidable figure ahead, he would have surely erupted in anger. However, he managed to suppress his fury while intermittently soothing the crying child in his arms, accepting the burdens of parenting as his own responsibility. After what felt like an eternity, the duo finally arrived at Galbo Mountain. They ascended the narrow path, surveying the area until they spotted a modest encampment. Surrounding the encampment was a fence, which served only to deter small wild creatures. For warriors of their caliber, it could be easily demolished with a mere strike. Yet, it seemed they had arrived at an inopportune moment, for the gate of the mountain stronghold was tightly shut. Without further ado, Karp approached and knocked on the door. But there was no response for quite some time. This left you.As exceedingly irate, however, cradling a child in his arms. He could not resort to violence to knock on the door. Should he frighten the little baby, Rear Admiral Karp would surely deliver a sound thrashing. With no other recourse, you.As executed a swift six-styles moonwalk, effortlessly leaping into the village and turning to open the grand entrance. Meanwhile, Karp, who was idly picking his nose, ambled in, seemingly oblivious to you.As expression of deep discontent. Once everything was prepared, they ventured deeper into the mountain stronghold. However, it wasn't long before they encountered a lady hanging laundry. Upon closer inspection, you.As noted the woman's appearance and figure, and it became abundantly clear that he had indeed found the rightful person. With this realization, you.As discreetly alerted Rear Admiral Karp, indicating that he had discovered the individual they sought. Following you.As cue, Karp glanced over and silently acknowledged that she closely resembled the description provided by the old village chief. Having confirmed the identity of the rightful person, they approached the woman, who, at that moment, finally sensed something amiss. Her front door had been securely shut, so why were two strangers now present? Were they perhaps adversaries from a rival village? With that thought, she raised her voice, calling out, "Douglas, Magra, gather your men. We have intruders causing trouble in our village. Arm yourselves, and let us teach them a severe lesson." Her powerful and resonant voice pierced the air, startling the child in you.As arms, who burst into inconsolable tears. This infuriated Admiral Karp, who clenched his fists, producing a sound reminiscent of cracking bones. you.As observed the spectacle in silence, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Merely 2 minutes later, the two minor characters previously summoned by this woman emerged from the rear of the building, accompanied by a throng of raucous bandits, brandishing knives as they charged forward. This group of individuals is particularly intriguing. The short man at the front is named Douglas. If one were to insert the character into his name, it would resonate throughout the world as Douglas Barrett, a figure akin to a demon. In the realm of pirates, aside from the diminutive folk, most others, in you.As recollection, are tall and robust. He has even encountered the imposing vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, whose stature and appetites are astounding. Fortunately, it is the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, where could one find the means to sustain such giants? Trailing behind the leader is a man unlike the others, a bald fellow named Magra, who possesses a distinct personality. Sporting a flamboyant red rooster hairstyle, he appears quite rotund, suggesting that the mountain bandits enjoy a decent fare. However, upon seeing the opposing lineup, confusion washed over them: a middle-aged man, a young lad, and a child in his arms. What is this? A family reunion? The group exchanged incredulous glances towards their leader, the aforementioned Callie Dayton, the bandit chief. At that moment, as Dayton discerned the situation, Realizing there were only two individuals at the entrance, an awkward silence ensued. Yet, she could not afford to show weakness. So she called out to Riwen and Vice Admiral Karp, "Hey, who do you belong to? What brings you to our territory? Are you not aware that this is our stronghold? Be careful, or I might capture you and sell you off." Upon hearing this, Riwen could not suppress a chuckle. These people were indeed amusing. Were they performing in a comedic play? In our world, it is not like the future pirate king's first mate, who, having no money for drink, sold himself to the auction house. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Karp, eager to address the childish situation, refrained from further banter. It appeared that these irreverent individuals required a thorough lesson to instill some respect. Without hesitation, he unleashed his iron fist, and soon, the entire mountain stronghold was filled with cries of despair. Witnessing this scene, Riwen executed a Six Styles technique, retreating with the child in his arms to find a clean spot to sit, observing as Vice Admiral Karp dealt with the bandits. Just a few minutes passed. The battle has concluded, and it could have ended even more swiftly had Vice Admiral Karp delivered a single iron fist. All present would likely have met their demise. Perhaps not by Yama, but by the Grim Reaper of the pirate world. However, considering his own circumstances, he could not linger here for too long. Especially since Ace needed to be entrusted to their care. If they failed to attend to him diligently, Ace's well-being would be jeopardized. It is precisely for this reason that Vice Admiral Karp showed restraint. Despite the numerous bruises and swollen faces among the crowd, none bore any serious injuries. All were merely superficial wounds. Once the group had been adequately dealt with, Cunning recognized that it was his turn to take the stage as the designated mediator. He leaped down from the city wall, cleared his throat to capture the attention of those present, and proclaimed, "My apologies, esteemed guests. We are not mountain bandits. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cunning, a humble instructor from the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp, now holding the rank of Lieutenant Colonel." Indeed, he had inexplicably been promoted. Ascending from Major to Lieutenant Colonel, it seemed that advancing in rank was a rather simple endeavor. He continued, "Before you stands the gallant and formidable Vice Admiral Karp. Known as the hero, widely regarded as the most formidable adversary of pirates upon the seas and the guardian of the populace." Cunning intended to elaborate further, but he was promptly interrupted by Vice Admiral Karp, who said, all right, Cunning, let us get to the point. We can discuss this later." Initially, Karp did not mind Cunning's self-introduction, but as the accolades became increasingly extravagant, he felt it was time to refocus on the matter at hand. Nevertheless, Cunning bore no resentment at being interrupted. Witnessing the broad grin on Karp's face, he realized that his flattery had struck the right chord. With that in mind, Cunning wasted no time addressing the group of bandits before him. "I must apologize. We have no intention of apprehending you today. Instead, we seek your assistance with a small matter that requires your contribution." With this blend of carrot and stick, Cunning skillfully maneuvered the situation, prompting the bandits to kneel in unison, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at him. Cunning then handed a child from his arms to Dayton, saying, "I apologize, but we need you to look after this child for a while." Upon hearing that they were to care for a child, the bandits were momentarily taken aback, thinking, "What is this? Why are we, a band of brigands, being asked to look after a child? Does the Navy not have a nursery?" At that moment, Douglas, mustering his courage, spoke up to Cunning. "Excuse me, Cunning-san, what exactly does it mean to care for a child? How long are we expected to look after this child?" Upon hearing these words, Cunning pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, if the Navy recruits sailors at around 17 years of age, then we shall take care of him for those 17 years. Thank you all." "What? 17? Exclaimed Dagla, the mountain bandit. "Are you implying that this child must remain here for 17 years? We are bandits, after all. Are you not concerned that we might lead him astray? Given the violence that surrounds us, what if he sustains some harm? Wouldn't that bring misfortune upon us as well?" At this, Rear Admiral Karp casually scratched his nose and remarked indifferently, "What is there to fear? Whenever I have a moment of respite, I will come to oversee the child. And when I arrive, I shall train him thoroughly. My ambition is to mold him into an exceptional sailor. Therefore, should you fail in this task, I will see to it that you are all sent to prison for your misdeeds, where you will spend your lives behind bars. Would that not be just?" Faced with Karp's threat, the bandits quickly straightened their postures and affirmed, "This is our duty." Observing this change in demeanor, Cunning could not help but chuckle inwardly. He had anticipated this scenario, yet witnessing it unfold was indeed quite amusing. Now it was Cunning's turn to express his stance. He spoke with a calm demeanor. "If this child succeeds, I shall spare you. However, should he fail, I must regretfully inform you that it will not be the Navy that intervenes. I shall personally ensure that both this child and you bandits are sent to the depths of hell to spare us the sight of you." Gazing at the resolute expression on Hewin's face, Karp turned his head to glance at him, sighing in resignation. "Hewin, my boy." Before Karp could continue, Hewin interrupted, stating, "Senior Karp, my respect for you is one matter, but I have my own convictions and principles, which must not be conflated. I will not judge anyone based on their parentage. However, should he overstep the boundaries set by the Navy, I will have no choice. I hope you understand that the future of Ace lies in his own hands." Ultimately, Karp sighed again, aware that he had perhaps overstepped. Yet, this child needed to be safeguarded and guided correctly. He knew that if these bandits were to mishandle the situation, it could lead to dire consequences. Contemplating this, Karp silently turned to the bandits with a grim expression, causing them to huddle together, trembling in fear. This matter is essentially concluded. He once again cautioned the band of mountain thieves and casually withdrew a large sack of gold coins from his pocket. With a cold gaze, he addressed the group of brigands, saying, "The child's meal expenses during this period amount to a considerable sum, though I harbor little fondness for him. Should you allow him to go hungry, I assure you, the consequences will be dire." Upon finishing his statement, he cast the bag towards the leader of the mountain bandits. Dayton, without so much as a glance, Hewin and Vice Admiral Karp waved their hands dismissively and departed from the scene. After all, their task had been accomplished. Yet, Vice Admiral Karp remained somewhat uneasy about leaving such a young child behind. As they walked, Hewin sought to reassure him, saying, "Fear not, Karp-senpai, this place is your homeland. And its location is quite secure. Moreover, the East Sea is not far from our naval headquarters. With Roger's demise, his crew has disbanded, and the Flying Sky Pirates have been dealt with by us. The remaining adversaries pose little threat. Over the years, my comrades Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan have grown powerful enough to handle typical pirates, and the number of seasoned pirates has dwindled significantly." Upon hearing Hewin's comforting words, Karp, despite recognizing the self-soothing nature of the reassurance, found merit in Hewin's logic. After all, how many great pirates could truly exist in this world? The emergence of a single Rox was already remarkable. Could one expect the rise of many more? It seemed likely that a period of peace and prosperity lay ahead. However, an old adage warns against speaking too confidently, as it may lead to unforeseen repercussions. Just as Hewin had finished comforting Vice Admiral Karp, the transponder snail in Karp's arm suddenly rang. Startled, both men jumped at the unexpected sound. Once Karp answered, he was met with the grim visage of Admiral Sengoku, who addressed him somberly. "Karp, we have encountered an unexpected situation. Your leave is nearly over. You must return to the naval headquarters to address some matters." Taken aback, Karp glanced at Hewin, whose face was etched with embarrassment, and inquired through the transponder snail, "Sengoku, what has transpired? I was hoping for a bit more rest. Summoning me back is rather inconvenient." Sengoku, equally exasperated, replied, "Recently, Zephyr and Little Crane have been patrolling the seas. Although there have been no significant issues, it seems Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates, has brazenly destroyed one of our naval bases along the Grand Line. This incident carries tremendous implications. I have decided to issue a demon-slaying order. Zephyr and Little Crane will return to guard our headquarters, while the two of us will set out to capture Barrett and confine him in Level 6 of Impel Down for proper reform." Upon hearing this, Admiral Karp realized the gravity of the situation. Douglas Barrett was no ordinary individual. He was a former member of the Roger Pirates, renowned for his formidable reputation as the Demon. A master of the three types of hockey, his mastery of devil fruit powers rendered him an exceedingly challenging adversary. This was indeed a formidable opponent. On this occasion, Vice Admiral Karp did not engage in a dispute with Admiral Sengoku. He understood the gravity of the situation. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he promptly addressed Admiral Sengoku, saying, "Understood, Sengoku. I am currently in the East Sea, not far from headquarters. I will set out immediately to meet you. Please prepare your forces, and once I arrive, we shall depart together." Upon hearing this, Admiral Sengoku nodded at the din mushi in his hand and replied, "Zephyr and Little Crane will return shortly. As soon as they arrive, we will set off at once. We cannot allow this individual to create further disturbances. Our Navy has already endured enough disgrace. This time, we must ensure he comprehends the extent of our might." After their conversation concluded, they hung up the call. Vice Admiral Karp then cast a glance at Hewin and remarked, "Hewin, why don't you join me on this trip? We are facing Douglas Bullet, and it would be an excellent opportunity for you to learn and broaden your horizons. Cunning retorted, if you want me to assist you, just say so. Don't disguise it as a learning experience. What is there to learn? I have already faced the likes of the Golden Lion. Albeit I was defeated, I have still battled with these formidable opponents. As for the 3 types of hockey, I am well versed in them. With time and practice, I will master them without needing to seek out these strong individuals for combat. Why tempt fate? Staying cautious suits me well, especially considering this fellow's current prowess. The more he pondered, the more Cunning felt it unwise to wade into such treacherous waters. He glanced at the burly man opposite him, inwardly cursing, I trust you as far as I can throw you, you crafty old man. However, he concealed his thoughts and racked his brain for a plausible excuse. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps this notion could exempt him from participating in such a perilous endeavor. Without further hesitation, Cunning addressed Vice Admiral Garp. I believe it would be best to decline, Vice Admiral. Since Admiral Sengoku has not summoned me back, it seems unnecessary for us juniors to intervene in this matter. With that, Cunning produced several letters of appointment from his pocket, displaying them to Vice Admiral Garp. He then smiled and added, furthermore, I bear significant responsibilities, so it is unfortunate that I cannot accompany you in dealing with Douglas Bullet. I wish you triumphant success in your endeavors. Unbeknownst to Vice Admiral Garp, who had endured a complex inner turmoil, he nodded in agreement with Cunning's words. Recognizing that this individual was indeed offering him valuable counsel, now, the situation was largely resolved. All that remained was to tie up the loose ends before he returned to the Navy headquarters to address this intricate issue. Let us entrust the forthcoming matters to our comrade He-1, allowing him to orchestrate everything himself. It remains to be seen what distinctive individuals he will bring back to assist that fellow Zephyr in managing his elite training camp. After the two meandered down the mountain and returned to the village, they found a delightful spot to indulge in a hearty meal. Once they finished dining, Carp and the old village chief exchanged pleasantries before setting off in a small boat towards the naval headquarters. The scene was left in the capable hands of He-1, who had spent the past couple of days in relative leisure. Nevertheless, he resolved to take one more day to rest, preparing himself for the journey ahead in search of formidable allies to join the naval elite training program as instructors for the new recruits. In the afternoon, He-1 sequestered himself in one of the old village chief's rooms, meticulously planning his upcoming journey and itinerary. Many tasks awaited him, and he realized he must visit several locations to seek assistance. The first few places he intended to visit were rather elusive, necessitating a suitable small boat, an essential tool for his future voyages. Additionally, essential provisions were imperative, rather than a mere day of rest. It was more accurate to say he was preparing his supplies for the sea. He first made his way to the dock, searching for a boatman to inquire if any were selling their small vessels. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a boatman willing to part with his craft. Finding the offered price agreeable, He-1 purchased the small boat, recognizing the necessity of having a means to set sail, unlike Carp, who departed with carefree ease. Subsequently, he visited a tavern, procuring a substantial amount of food and drink to stock his boat, along with some daily necessities. By the time he completed his errands, evening had descended, prompting him to return to his lodging for a well-deserved rest. At dawn the following day, He-1 embarked on his journey, the first time he would navigate the vast ocean alone. Throughout the voyage, he continually checked the compass in his hand, ensuring his position aligned with his intended destination. While he may not have been an expert navigator, He-1 had gleaned valuable knowledge during his training sessions, which he regarded as precious insights. The destination of this voyage was rather simple. He yearned to visit Fishman Island, a plan previously discussed with Admiral Zephyr. His intention was to recruit some formidable fishmen to impart skills in underwater combat, ensuring that he would not become a defenseless lamb awaiting slaughter should he find himself submerged. The location of Fishman Island is not particularly difficult to locate, but rather challenging to access. The Navy possesses numerous tomes chronicling extraordinary events, which provide only a vague sense of its coordinates. Furthermore, the relationship between fishmen and humans has been fraught with tension over the years, exacerbated by the occasional slave traders who capture merfolk or fishmen to serve as their subjugated thralls, deepening the animosity the fishmen harbor towards humanity. In truth, it is somewhat exasperating. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the sea at the Holy Land Mariehua, a crucial waypoint for those seeking to traverse the Grand Line. Below the surface, the inhabitants are divided into the fishmen and merfolk. However, entry is not as simple as one might wish. A vessel must be coated with a special membrane to reach this destination. Consequently, he submitted a formal request to the Navy headquarters, asking them to send his weaponry and guards to a necessary juncture on the route to Fishman Island, ensuring he would possess the means to defend himself against potential assaults. Upon receiving his equipment and multiple resupplies, he finally found himself swaying towards this destination. To suggest that the journey was tranquil would be a gross understatement. The sea was rife with various pirates and bounty hunters, as well as merchants flying the flags of trade, who, despite their seemingly respectable facade, were not averse to acts of arson and plunder. However, he was not to be trifled with. He seized the opportunity to test his blade against these adversaries. Moreover, when his funds dwindled, he would seek out these pirates, hoping for their charity, though such encounters seldom yielded favorable results, as their greetings often masked more sinister intentions, preordaining their fates. Thus, he continually enhanced his provisions along the journey, ensuring he would not deprive himself. Upon reaching his destination, he assessed his small vessel and the expenses incurred for the membrane coating. Resolutely, he abandoned the notion of relying solely on his sailing skills, opting instead to pack his necessities, determined not to let his modest ship go to waste. This vessel, albeit small, was procured with genuine gold and silver. How regrettable it would be to abandon it thus. Therefore, in pursuit of a suitable harbor to conceal the ship, he exerted considerable effort to conceal his small vessel. And once his tasks were completed, he sought a delightful place to indulge in a sumptuous meal. After everything was settled, he embarked on his primary mission. He meticulously disguised himself, transforming into a formidable guard, and ventured into the marketplace to promote his services. Due to his decent appearance, some wealthy ladies expressed interest in his companionship, which startled him. Thus, he revamped his disguise once more before daring to re-emerge, this time presenting himself as an ordinary man. Having spent the entire morning in the market, he was eventually approached by a caravan steward who was seeking guards. Naturally, he registered his name, and shortly thereafter, he received a notification of his employment. He was about to accompany this caravan to the island of the Fishmen. The caravan, known as the Rocky Caravan, is a modest family enterprise. Due to their limited savings, they are unable to cultivate formidable warriors on their own. Thus, they often resort to hiring inexpensive guards from the market. They enter into a simple contract, serving as a safeguard. Upon first encountering this document, Hewen felt an overwhelming curiosity, examining it from every angle as if attempting to discern the beauty within. Observing his fascination, a bystander chuckled and remarked, "Stop looking. That thing is of no use. If they wish to withhold your payment, they can conjure 1,000 excuses." Hewen merely smiled at this comment, choosing not to engage further. In his view, should these individuals dare to abscond with his hard-earned money, he would ensure they understood the meaning behind the vibrant bloom. As they ventured into the pirate-infested waters, his confidence soared, even if his knowledge of the world was limited. Time sped by, and the journey remained uneventful, indicating this was a caravan accustomed to frequenting Fishman Island. Hewen felt at ease and followed the ship, eventually arriving at their destination without incident. Having acquaintances there proved advantageous. Had he been alone, even cloaked in prestige, he would likely have struggled. Indeed, when it came time to settle accounts, the earlier warning rang true. This group was untrustworthy and attempted to renege on their payment. However, after a forceful display of his capabilities, Hewen compelled them to relinquish tenfold the penalty for breach of contract. Then, amidst a crowd of battered and bruised faces that regarded him with a mix of awe and trepidation, he departed from the small caravan without a backward glance. Throughout the journey, Hewen sought to avoid any further entanglements, eager to conclude his business and return home, as he found himself longing for his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr. Along the way, he chose to disregard whatever he encountered, as it held no relevance to him. However, there were always a few insolent individuals who provoked him without cause, and he never hesitated to respond decisively when the moment called for it. Thus, he arrived at the grand gates of the Fishman King's palace. The guards, who harbored no fondness for humans, scowled upon seeing the young man intruding upon their sacred domain. One of them barked, "Hey, kid, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Go back to where you came from and stop being an eyesore here." Instead of responding with anger, Hewen calmly retrieved a navy cloak from his pack and draped it over his shoulders. He then solemnly produced a letter from within his bosom and presented it to the guard. One cannot entirely blame the sentinels, for their environment had severely limited their perspective. A person adorned in a navy cloak was, at the very least, a mid-ranking officer in the Navy. Moreover, the letter bore the Navy insignia, clearly indicating its formality as opposed to a mere personal correspondence. The seal of Admiral Zephyr was stamped in the lower right corner, and any discerning individual would recognize the gravity of the situation an admiral stood at the pinnacle of power over the sea. Respect for the powerful was paramount. Yet, the two guards, without a glance at the letter, dismissively swatted it from He-Wen's hand, letting it fall to the ground. At this moment, the two individuals remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, laughing mockingly at He-Wen, occasionally uttering disrespectful remarks. Meanwhile, He-Wen maintained a calm demeanor. Though his eyes burned with intensity as he coldly remarked, "It appears you two have no intention of resolving this matter. Shortly, whatever means you employ to dispose of my letter, you shall replicate in retrieving it." However, the doorman paid him no heed. Erupting into boisterous laughter as one of them taunted, "Human brat, it seems you are itching for trouble, daring to speak to your superior in such a manner. This is Mermaid Island. Do you truly believe you can act recklessly here? I can ensure you do not leave this place." At last, He-Wen broke into a smile, having come to the realization that engaging with a fool was futile. Their foolishness should not draw him into a similar folly. Yet, those who truly understood He-Wen's temperament were aware that he would not allow such matters to conclude so simply. Some commotion was necessary. Without hesitation, He-Wen's eyes gleamed with a fierce red light, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him, spreading outward. In an instant, within the radius of the Merfolk Palace, no one could remain standing in his presence. If reasoned discourse was disregarded, then forceful measures would have to be employed. The ferocity of his actions was undeniable. As the entire palace and the surrounding streets lay strewn with a multitude of individuals, many of whom were rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth, incapacitated on the ground. Notably, the two guards at the forefront bore the brunt of the impact, suffering the most severe consequences. However, He-Wen was not there to annihilate the merfolk. Rather, he sought suitable allies. This was precisely why he refrained from completely alienating the merfolk. Otherwise, the assault from earlier would have warranted their lives. The two guards, lacking discernment, had indeed crossed his threshold of tolerance. Moreover, He-Wen's mental fortitude had been honed through diligent practice, enabling him to wield this formidable power effectively. During its application, he was astonished to discover that this power only flourished through continual use and refinement. Within the Navy, one could not frivolously wield such strength, as it was deemed immensely unethical. Furthermore, He-Wen might have overlooked that this ambiguous power had been the subject of a gag order within the Navy. Discussions about that day's events were strictly prohibited, and he remained blissfully unaware of the potential repercussions of his public display of such power. Upon his return, it was inevitable that he would face a severe reprimand from the naval higher-ups, a consequence he had yet to fathom, only knowing that his pride had been significantly bruised. For He-Wen, this was merely a slight reprimand, not requiring him to exert his full strength. However, outsiders perceived the situation quite differently. Given the sheer number of individuals who had collapsed, he stood silently, observing the aftermath, curious about how Neptune, the sovereign of the merfolk, would respond. True to He-Wen's expectations, it was not long before the entire palace erupted in a grand welcoming ceremony. The central doors swung open, and out came Neptune, accompanied by his queen, Aide, to greet him. The merfolk king, Neptune, graciously remarked, "I am unaware of which formidable figure from the Navy has graced the Fishman tribe with their presence. We sincerely apologize for our oversight and extend our warmest welcome to the esteemed Navy warriors visiting our Fishman Island." As He-Wen gazed at King Neptune, a profound sense of frustration welled within him, akin to a large exclamation mark hovering above his head. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike this individual. However, being the one who was paying a visit, he restrained himself out of courtesy. Thus, addressing the towering Neptune, he declared, "Pardon me, esteemed monarch, but do cast your eyes below, for the principal figure awaits beneath." Initially perplexed by the absence of any visible presence, Neptune soon realized that the individual was indeed at his feet. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback. This youthful man possessed an extraordinary mastery of conqueror's hockey. Just moments prior in the palace, Neptune had sensed a tremor of unease, a resonance with the conqueror's hockey he had come to understand. A pinnacle of power known as Haushika hockey. Such individuals wielding conqueror's hockey are exceedingly rare upon the vast seas, a mere fraction of the population. One could ponder the sheer magnitude of those who possess such an aura befitting a king. A prime example would be the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, and following his demise, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, who aspired to ascend as one of the rulers of the oceans. Thus, King Neptune felt compelled to extend the most distinguished courtesies of the Fishman tribe to welcome this formidable presence. Yet, he had never anticipated that the wielder of conqueror's hockey would manifest as this young man before him. This revelation left him astonished, for he had previously believed that such power was seldom found within the ranks of the Navy. One cannot entirely blame him. Although the Navy ostensibly forbids the possession of conqueror's haki, it does not lack formidable individuals endowed with such prowess. Take, for instance, the illustrious Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who wields the mythical Zoan-type human fruit in the form of a great Buddha. His life card, released later, distinctly marks his possession of conqueror's haki. Thus, one must ponder the true complexity of ascending to the ranks of naval leadership. Surely, it is no simple feat before the imposing King Neptune. Cunning exhibits no trepidation. He is acutely aware that this man's strength is rather mediocre when confronted with genuine powerhouses. The reason their nation has yet to face annihilation lies in two factors. Firstly, their residence in the depths of the ocean, and secondly, the Fishman Kingdom's negligible impact on broader interests. Moreover, King Neptune himself is akin to a soft persimmon, easily susceptible to bullying by others. This can be traced back to a later period when the fishmen were captured en masse by slave traders, during which Whitebeard stepped forward. Subsequently, in a bid to appease the world government, the fishman Jinbei joined the Shichibukai, serving as a safeguard for his people. Finally, there was the incident at Whole Cake Island. After the demise of Whitebeard, the fishmen were acutely aware of their own frailty. In a state of helplessness, they were compelled to become vassals to Cake Island, tirelessly producing an abundance of desserts for Charlotte Lin, the formidable Big Mom. To put it plainly, within the realm of pirates, they were nothing more than a punching bag. Despite their lack of strength, they felt an inexplicable urge to venture out into the ocean. What advantage could this possibly yield? If only they possessed the power to safeguard themselves, it would be a different matter. Yet, their feeble capabilities necessitated reliance on others for protection. Moreover, the fishmen were embroiled in incessant internal strife. One faction exhibited a semblance of rationality, while another was composed of radical and fervent individuals. This ongoing confrontation drained the strength of the fishmen, leading to a gradual decline in their power. By the time Luffy arrived, even the king had been captured, which was undeniably a disgrace. Consequently, King Neptune, living on the edge of despair, had no choice but to confront this young and unexpectedly formidable marine who had vanquished the fishmen. The realization of the marine's youth and strength instilled a profound sense of dread within him, as he pondered whether he had inadvertently provoked the Navy during this time. Regardless of King Neptune's arduous existence, the situation had unfolded, and he had no recourse but to seek understanding of the events that transpired, contemplating remedial actions. Thus, he stepped aside to allow Kawam to enter the palace for discussions. However, Kawam remained motionless, his expression inscrutable, which heightened King Neptune's anxiety as he pondered what had transpired. Observing Kawam's demeanor, it was evident to Kawam that the king was unaware of the current circumstances. He gestured towards the two unconscious guards at his feet, prompting King Neptune to apprehensively assess the situation. Realizing the gravity of the matter, Neptune surmised that these unfortunate guards had unwittingly provoked a calamity that led to the ongoing conflict. To ascertain the truth of what transpired, he recognized the necessity of interrogating the two fallen guards. With a face flushed with anger, he bellowed at his attendants, "Quickly, rouse these two from their stupor. I must inquire about their actions." The surrounding individuals, who had long harbored disdain for these troublemaking guards, watched as a burly courtier stepped forward. Without hesitation, he delivered two resounding slaps to the unconscious guards, the sound sharp and echoing. This jarring impact abruptly revived the two, who, upon regaining consciousness, were oblivious to the preceding events until they laid eyes on King Neptune. The expressions of the two individuals suddenly shifted, and upon seeing he was standing before them, their eyes filled with tears as they rushed to the side of King Neptune, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, it is this man who has trespassed upon the palace and displayed utter disrespect. He rendered us unconscious. Please arrange for his immediate apprehension so that he may understand the might of our Fishman Island and witness the strength of our race." Observing these two guards attempting to shift the blame, Hewen remained indifferent, almost entertained by the spectacle. However, the guards believed that Hewen should now be too frightened to speak. Their hearts swelled with joy, for with their king's arrival and his multitude of followers, they anticipated that this man would soon face dire consequences. They were convinced that once their king heard their claims, he would swiftly detain this impudent human. But was the reality as they imagined? King Neptune, visibly enraged, thundered at the pair, "You must urgently disclose the truth of this matter, or I shall have both of you imprisoned, where the guards will tend to you most thoroughly." As the situation failed to unfold as they had hoped, the two guards were taken aback, falling to their knees and pleading for mercy from King Neptune. Realizing their previous actions had yielded no benefit, they recounted every detail of their misconduct. It was at this moment that King Neptune grasped the full extent of the situation. Internally cursing these foolish beings, he reflected. Did they not observe the insignia on the documents brought forth? The prominent Navy emblem clearly indicates that this is an official communication from the Navy. Moreover, their courteous demeanor in delivering it was a gesture meant to enhance my standing, an opportunity squandered by these two imbeciles. Furthermore, one of the documents bore the seal of a naval admiral, a figure he had heard of, who was contemporaneous with the notorious pirate Rocks. To have been appointed an admiral in such a tumultuous era signified extraordinary merit. This is an opportunity to foster goodwill with the Navy. However, these two fools have squandered it. King Neptune, increasingly agitated, turned around and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that sent the two individuals before him flying. He addressed his subordinates, instructing them to heed this gentleman's words, to respectfully retrieve the letter, and to present it into his hands with utmost reverence. He added that their failure to satisfy this gentleman would result in their permanent incarceration. Upon hearing this, the two fishermen guards dared not utter a word. Trembling, they picked up the letter and respectfully presented it to He-One. With a smile, He-One addressed them, saying, "Gentlemen, I previously mentioned that you must retrieve my letter in the same manner it was dropped. My words are not to be taken lightly." Realizing that the man before them was a formidable figure, one beyond their reckoning, the two guards felt a sense of despair and quickly bowed their heads in apology. He-One, however, was not inclined to hold any grudges against these ignorant minions. After accepting the letter, he gently brushed off the dust that had settled upon it. Straightening his attire, he approached King Neptune with the same reverence, presenting the letter before him and stating, "Esteemed King Neptune, greetings. I am He-One, a lieutenant commander from the Navy headquarters, sent by Admiral Sengoku and General Zephyr to pay a visit to you, the King of Fishman Island." Upon hearing this, King Neptune recognized the significance of the letter and graciously accepted it, saying, "It is an honor to have such a distinguished guest. Please, allow us to converse at Dragon Palace." To this, He-One nodded and replied, "It would be my pleasure to comply." This time, no one dared to obstruct He-One's progress. However, being amidst a group of fishmen, the presence of a solitary human inevitably appeared somewhat peculiar. The gazes of others directed towards He-One were imbued with curiosity. He-One, undeterred by their scrutiny, remained reminiscent of his earlier encounters at the Navy headquarters, where he beheld the towering figures of the giants with awe, marveling at their extraordinary height, which could only be sustained by the abundant provisions of the Navy. Little did they know that after He-One's departure, the two guards would face a tragic fate, as the leader of the guards would mercilessly reprimand them for the immense consequences their reckless actions had wrought. The punishment for these two individuals has yet to commence, so there is no need for haste. There are indeed more pressing matters at hand. With so many people fainting, there will inevitably be certain repercussions. Their task is to first rouse them from their stupor, and then to gently inform them that this incident was merely an unforeseen occurrence. The truth of the matter, for these ordinary individuals, is best kept confidential. Knowing too much serves no purpose and may pose a risk to their safety. As an entity, Mermaid Island adheres to its own set of survival rules, and He-One holds a profound respect for them. After all, in a past life, a portion of the merfolk were quite cherished by He-One. This visit provides an opportunity to experience the exotic charm of a foreign land. The palace of Mermaid Island is not as diminutive as one might imagine. Once King Neptune escorted He-One to the merfolk's reception hall, he, Princess E.G., and King Neptune took their seats, commencing a dialogue that would profoundly impact the future of the merfolk. This couple from Mermaid Island never anticipated that, in this era, a human would venture to the depths of the sea to visit them. Such a fantastical occurrence they had not expected to transpire. The two individuals were ill-prepared. However, He-One, unlike them, did not dwell on trivialities. He candidly expressed his intentions. Without hesitation, He-One initiated the conversation. Addressing the esteemed lords of Fishman Island, "I sincerely apologize for my abrupt arrival, but I am in need of assistance from your people." "A request for aid from Fishman Island? Surely it cannot be pearls or corals." Neptune, the king, pondered with astonishment. "I wonder what we can offer you." Convinced that his journey would proceed without incident, He-One felt emboldened and spoke earnestly to the two leaders. "I regret to inform you that the Naval Elite Training Program is set to commence soon, and the Navy has decided to introduce a new course on underwater combat. It has come to my attention that Fishman Karate possesses unique merits. In order to bolster the Navy's capabilities, I humbly request your support in dispatching skilled masters from your community to instruct at our headquarters." Rest assured, the Navy will honor these esteemed fishermen friends and provide additional training to enhance their personal prowess. What are your thoughts on this proposal? Upon hearing Yuan's introduction, Neptune initially believed it to be a matter of great significance. However, as the nature of the request became clear, he was ready to agree without hesitation. Yet, at that moment, Queen Odoheim, seated beside him, interjected, interrupting Neptune's response, and addressed Yuan. The young naval officer expressed uncertainty regarding the perception that humans hold towards their kind, the fishmen. Dispatching personnel to the surface might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, especially since the relationship between fishmen and humans has not been particularly favorable in recent years. There is a genuine concern for the potential discrimination that my brethren might face, necessitating further discussion. After all, many from our side tend to be rather brusque, and the kind-hearted Princess Yahim is reluctant to see her kin suffer. Therefore, she sought clarification from Yuan regarding the assurance of their status to prevent any calamity that might bring about unwarranted troubles. Upon hearing this, Yuan understood the princess's apprehensions, but he reassured her that their intentions were not to enlist fishmen for combat, but to appoint them as instructors for the elite naval training program, conferring upon them official naval ranks and specifically teaching underwater combat tactics. With approval from higher authorities, any fishman who reaches the naval headquarters would be appointed as major, marking merely the beginning of their ascent, as experience would gradually enhance their standing. This opportunity is indeed a remarkable one for the fishmen, broadening their horizons and alleviating tensions between both parties. Upon hearing Yuan's sincere words, the couple was inclined to consider sending some skilled individuals to the Navy. However, Princess Yahim discreetly signaled King Neptune, implying that he should refrain from hastily agreeing and that it would be prudent to delay the matter, as Yuan's visit was rather unexpected and they had yet to exchange opinions. Observing their gestures, Yuan remained unconcerned, smiling as he said, "You may take your time to deliberate. There is no rush for a response. Our terms are open for discussion. Additionally, I would like to present you with a rather generous offer. The elite naval training program is set to commence shortly, and upon its conclusion, I intend to lead this cohort of trainees in a month-long field training exercise near Fishman Island. If there are individuals you find troublesome, feel free to entrust them to me, provided they are truly heinous offenders. During this month, their primary mission will be to eradicate all pirates surrounding Fishman Island and to combat the slave traders who traverse between our peoples." Upon hearing this, the couple rose and bowed deeply to Yuan, which significantly alleviated the persecution faced by both the fishmen and merfolk, and potentially eased the relationship between humans and fishmen. Yuan smiled and returned their courtesy, stating, "This is merely a portion of our proposal. We shall discuss further. Further discussions can certainly continue. You two might as well exchange your thoughts first. As it happens, I find myself a bit hungry and wish to savor the delightful cuisine of Fisherman's Island. I wonder if you could fulfill this modest desire of mine?" Observing Yuan's courteous and respectful demeanor, as well as his consideration for them, the couple felt deeply touched. They promptly arranged for their staff to meticulously prepare a table adorned with the exquisite delicacies that Fisherman's Island has to offer. The delectable dishes were a true delight, satisfying Yuan, who was already an enthusiastic eater, while King Neptune and his queen watched him indulge with great pleasure. After a while, the couple found an excuse to temporarily depart. As for the reason for their departure, it was clear to everyone. They intended to discuss how to manage the situation at hand. Once back in their chambers, the couple promptly summoned their subordinate ministers, including the frequently mentioned Minister of Seahorse, to deliberate on the matter, which left them quite undecided after much discussion. Ultimately, they leaned towards sending a few representatives to serve in the Navy headquarters, allowing them to gain insights into the current maritime conditions. These representatives would act as the eyes of the fishmen on the surface, conveying information directly to their royal palace. However, King Neptune harbored his own concerns, fearing that any conflict between his kin and the humans could lead to dire consequences for the fishmen. In contrast, Queen Odoheim expressed differing views. She felt her understanding of humans was still insufficient. Should the day come when they could return to the land, it would be prudent to prepare in advance, preventing any disarray due to inadequate preparations. Furthermore, through their interactions, they discovered that this naval officer was not as difficult to engage with as they had initially thought. He was quite amiable and fair-minded. They could continue to inquire about the current state of affairs at sea. Recently, they had heard of the death of the pirate king, Gold, Roger, which must have stirred considerable unrest across the oceans. leaving them to ponder whether this turmoil would impact the fishmen. They also aimed to strategize on how best to ensure that their actions would not adversely affect the fishmen in the future, allowing them to take necessary precautions in advance. Additionally, they planned to negotiate with the human navy once more, hoping to secure greater benefits from the discussions. Of course, they were cautious not to set their demands too high, as the officer was not one to be easily swayed, a fact made evident by his earlier display of authority, which had left the entire Fishman Palace in disarray. They had to extend apologies, refraining from any actions that might provoke his ire, as Herwin had inadvertently instilled such fear merely by exhibiting his conqueror's hockey. After extensive deliberation, they concluded that their understanding of the situation was still woefully inadequate. To articulate their demands effectively, they needed to obtain commensurate information. Thus, they resolved to engage in an open dialogue with Herwin once more. Although they had been quite taken by his previous propositions, they now aspired to secure even greater advantages. Without further delay, they recognized the gravity of the situation and planned to reconvene with Herwin shortly, aiming to expedite the process of appointing a strong fishman to the Navy headquarters. The formidable individual must first be chosen based on a commendable disposition, for there has always been a degree of conflict and friction between the human race and the fishmen. Should one harbor animosity towards humanity be dispatched, they would undoubtedly be subdued in an instant, particularly within the mightiest stronghold of the human faction. Furthermore, the strength of the envoy must be judiciously matched. It should not be excessively high, lest it compromise the defenses of Fishman Island. Conversely, if the strength is too feeble, the naval headquarters may perceive the fishmen as dismissive, thus casting a negative light on their reputation. Therefore, identifying such an individual proves to be quite a challenge. In their quest for these few strong individuals, the two leaders of the fishmen have exerted considerable effort. Ultimately, they resolved not to recruit from their own guard, but to seek individuals from the populace. This approach would prevent them from being seen as spies infiltrating the Navy and, in the event of any adverse circumstances, would allow the blame to be shifted onto the individuals, dissociating Fishman Island from the incident. These recruits would not embody the will of Fishman Island, making it a prudent strategy. However, the citizens are not naive. Persuading them to leave the sea for the land would be akin to placing them in an arena where they lack proficiency. Should humanity harbor ill intentions, they would find themselves akin to fish on a chopping block. The apprehensions surrounding this endeavor are indeed significant. Without endeavor, who can ascertain the success of this venture? Many fishmen have long yearned for the outside world, yet the harshness of reality has cultivated a less than favorable perception of it. It is hoped that this occasion will rectify some of their misconceptions. Ultimately, the upper echelons of the fishmen resolved their strategy and, without delay, intended to consult with Ewan regarding the matter, aiming to finalize arrangements promptly. At that moment, Ewan was diligently engaged in his post-meal exercise, having satiated his appetite. He ventured into the courtyard to partake in his training. His strength is the cornerstone of his confidence upon these vast seas, which is precisely why his training is incessant. When the fishmen leaders arrived at Ewan's residence and witnessed his relentless training, they could not help but marvel. His success is not without merit. Every moment of training is seized. The triumph of all formidable individuals is never achieved in a single leap. In the realm of pirates, innate strength is exceedingly rare. The majority ascend to power through persistent effort, gradually fortifying themselves. These individuals did not interrupt Ewan's training. They merely waited silently at the periphery. Shortly, Ewan sensed their approach and concluded his training within a few minutes, intending to engage in conversation with these visitors. Within the confines of this merfolk palace, there were no outsiders. The only ones who could reach him were the two couples. To his surprise, in the span of a single meal, they had reached an agreement, indicating that his endeavors this time were nearly certain to succeed. Upon inquiring about their intentions, Ewan realized that he had somewhat overestimated his significance. Their visit was not primarily to finalize any arrangement with him, but rather to seek a deeper understanding of the outside world, and he, fortuitously, was an individual from beyond. Their inquiry into his experiences was merely incidental. However, for Ewan, this was of little consequence. Yet, for the other merfolk, it was no trivial matter. In a few years, Princess Eg would exert considerable effort to enable her people to thrive on the surface. This time, it was the esteemed Princess Eg of the aquatic clan who spoke first. She turned to Ewan and said, "Esteemed naval gentleman, I wish to gain insight into the circumstances beyond the vast ocean. Would you be so kind as to elucidate this matter for me? This is not a difficult matter." Ewan remarked, "Dear friends, should you wish to inquire about the affairs beyond the sea, feel free to seek my counsel. Though I hold the modest rank of a lieutenant colonel within the Navy, I possess a fair understanding of certain pertinent secrets and news. Observing He-Wen's candid demeanor, the couple felt a wave of relief. It was then that their subordinate, Minister Hippo, spoke first, addressing He-Wen. "Greetings, young naval officer. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Minister Hippo of the Fishman Royal Palace. I would like to inquire about the current state of the vast ocean." After a moment of contemplation, He-Wen responded, "Recently, the ocean has been far from tranquil. I advise your Fishman tribe to refrain from venturing out too recklessly. The execution of the pirate king Gold. Roger has stirred a tempest. His final words have ignited a fervent desire among many to become pirates, flooding the seas with aspirants. Your unique position makes you particularly vulnerable, drawing the attention of unscrupulous individuals who may attempt to disturb your peace." Upon hearing He-Wen's words, the couple recognized the truth in his assessment, as they had indeed sensed malicious eyes watching their tribe, filling them with unease. For them, it heralded a potential storm of turmoil and bloodshed. Princess Odoheim then asked, "Young naval officer, may I further inquire, should these foes attempt to invade Fishman Island, do we possess the means to mount a counterattack?" Upon hearing these words, He-Wen shook his head. Not only was a counterattack out of the question, but in his view, merely being able to mount a proper defense was already a formidable challenge. With this thought in mind, He-Wen addressed them, saying, "At this moment, you are not yet their match. Understand that due to the demise of Gold. Roger, there have been pirates bold enough to brazenly invade the Navy's headquarters at Marineford. You must comprehend the sheer number of formidable experts stationed at the Navy's base. Even so, there are those reckless enough to charge in. And Marineford itself has suffered significant damage, a fact that is far from glorious. I share this with you solely to convey a crucial point. Even the mighty Navy finds it exceedingly arduous to contend with powerful pirates, let alone your group from Fishman Island. Furthermore, due to certain exceptional circumstances, the world government is currently monitoring the entire maritime world. Should you venture out and engage in any improper conduct, it would spell disaster for you. Do not assume that the individuals within the world government are particularly easy to deal with." The leaders of the Fishman tribe nodded in agreement with He-Wen's words, believing them to hold a significant degree of credibility, while they acknowledged that there might be some exaggeration. What they did not realize was that He-Wen was actually downplaying the situation to avoid frightening them. Had it not been for Whitebeard later hoisting his flag over Fishman Island, they could only speculate how their home would have been ravaged by those ruthless pirates and slave traders. He-Wen chose not to reveal such truths, as he felt they did not pertain to him. His purpose in visiting the Fishmen was to recruit skilled individuals to educate the elite trainees of his naval academy. Subsequently, they posed a question that left He-Wen at a loss for words. King Neptune inquired, "Navy officer, might the Navy provide necessary protection for Fishman Island during these tumultuous times?" He-Wen furrowed his brow and replied, "That is difficult to ascertain, as I am merely a midshipman and cannot represent the Navy in making any formal commitments to you. However, I will endeavor to assist you within my capacity. In a few months, once this session of the Naval Elite Training Program concludes, I will petition Admiral Zephyr to mobilize a considerable force of the Navy for extensive training around Fishman Island. I have already stated that I will clear out a significant number of slave traders and pirates for you, but you must understand that after we eradicate them, it is likely that others will return to engage in such activities, and you should be aware that there are those who have a particular fondness for enslaving your kind. I need not elaborate on who they might be." Having spoken, He-Wen pointed his finger towards the sky. Upon witnessing this gesture, those present suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions transforming into ones of sheer terror. Guided by He-Wen's indication, they could surmise who might be interested in them, individuals so formidable that none dared to provoke them atop the vast seas of piracy. Observing their dawning comprehension, He-Wen refrained from elaborating further, allowing them ample time for contemplation. Nevertheless, Princess Eg, despite the somber atmosphere, posed a rather vexing question that left He-Wen momentarily speechless. She inquired, "Dear naval officer, as an outsider, you must be aware of whether certain humans harbor goodwill towards our Fishman race. We aspire to return to the surface to live. Do you believe this dream can be realized?" He-Wen sighed, casting a solemn glance at Princess Eg, and replied, "Your Highness, it would be wise to refrain from dwelling on such matters for the time being. Firstly, it is essential for your kind to truly decide whether to inhabit the surface. Living above water entails an entirely different existence, and your race holds considerable advantages beneath the waves. However, once you set foot on land, those advantages dissipate. Furthermore, one must consider whether you possess the means to genuinely protect yourselves. In my understanding, the number of formidable warriors among your people is relatively scarce. Unlike the giants of Elbath, who wield immense strength that even the world government finds challenging. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly again. Addressing the esteemed king of the fishmen. Based on my assessment, it would be prudent for the fishmen to refrain from entertaining any other thoughts for the time being. Staying quietly in the depths of the ocean is both safe and wise. Observing the slightly reluctant expressions of the couple opposite him, particularly Princess Iji, he shrugged helplessly. He had conveyed all he needed to say. Should they choose to disregard his advice, any resulting troubles would be of no concern to him. Moreover, some individuals, despite possessing limited capabilities, still had a penchant for troublemaking. One could only imagine the repercussions of a certain celestial being embarking on a liberation campaign for slaves in the holy land of Mariehua. While such an act might provide a sense of vindication, its ramifications would be profoundly far-reaching, essentially delivering a slap to the face of the world government. They already harbored significant disdain for the fishmen, and the celestial dragons had a particular fondness for fishmen slaves. This situation merely handed them a weapon against their adversaries. It remained uncertain how many would suffer due to this incident. Furthermore, the fishmen community itself was plagued by disunity, particularly evident within the new fishmen pirates. The factional strife, fueled by a baseless belief, had eroded the already fragile strength of the fishmen through internal conflict. He had made his position clear to these fishmen. If they continued to act recklessly in the future, he could only disengage from their endeavors. With these thoughts in mind, he decided against further elaboration. He lifted his teacup to his lips and took a delicate sip. The gesture was unmistakable to those present. It was a clear signal of dismissal, indicating that he no longer wished to discuss these matters. The fisherman couple, realizing the implications of the scene, acknowledged that their inquiries had been somewhat presumptuous. Yet, one could hardly blame them. They were merely striving to fulfill long-held aspirations. Let us conclude our discussion here, Princess Iji smiled, adding, to have gained this much insight is already quite commendable. We can consider today a fruitful endeavor. The couple, accompanied by Minister Haima, promptly rose and offered a slight bow to Hewan before departing from the room. Hewan, however, did not rise to see them off. Instead, he turned and resumed his training. The conversation between the two couples illuminated the reality of their situation, which was far less optimistic than they had imagined. However, there remained a glimmer of hope for potential improvement in the future. The most pressing matter at hand was to swiftly select individuals, ensuring that those chosen would meet the approval of the young naval officer. Consequently, the following day, Hewan received news that, in order to seek formidable warriors from the Fishman tribe, they had decided to conduct a small-scale selection process. Interested individuals could voluntarily enlist. Choosing to follow Hewan to the naval headquarters, Hewan understood that those who chose to accompany him willingly were fundamentally different from those coerced into doing so. Those who came of their own accord would be treated with kindness, fostering a desire to remain within the Navy, which he could then strategically leverage. This arrangement would not only address a significant shortcoming within the Navy, but also provide considerable advantages to the Fishman tribe, as they might gain a substantial ally. However, many aspects of this situation could not be elaborated upon. Ultimately, Hewan responded to King Neptune with a tactful letter, subtly referencing the current state of the Navy while expressing no opposition to the Fishman tribe's efforts to secure an ally. He acknowledged that, under normal circumstances, such an ally might not wield much influence and could even have counterproductive effects at times. Thus, Hewan decided to inform the naval headquarters about the situation prior to his departure. This was the first time the naval headquarters encountered such issues, and they found it quite intriguing. They delegated the matter to Hewan to manage, although they were adamant about not permitting any interference regarding the naval flag. In the days that followed, the entire Fishman Island became lively, a level of excitement that even Hewan had not anticipated. The Fishman community had always been divided into two factions, the conservatives and the more liberal thinkers. However, this time, both groups yearned to venture out and revel in the breathtaking scenery. It was, in essence, a legitimate expedition and, moreover, a business trip that could potentially enhance their strength and opportunity rarely seen in the realm of Fishman Island. This selection process was to be conducted among the common strong individuals of the Fishman tribe, who, once selected, would be directly granted the status of naval officers. This essentially equates to having joined the Navy. Thus, whenever one walks the path ahead and reveals one's identity, the surrounding individuals cannot help but harbor a modicum of trepidation. Moreover, should any misfortune befall oneself, summoning assistance becomes comparatively effortless, for one bears the title of an officer. If it were discovered that they had neglected one of their own, the repercussions for an officer within the rigid hierarchy of the Navy could be exceedingly severe. Consequently, a multitude of fishmen flocked to partake in the selection process, an outcome that Riverwind had not anticipated. This fervent enthusiasm transformed what was initially a mundane selection into a grand spectacle, akin to celebrating the new year on Fishman Island. The news of the event resonated far and wide, even reaching the mainland. Additionally, numerous pirates expressed keen interest in this affair, with a myriad of concealed figures lurking around Fishman Island, were it not for Riverwind's training sessions in the vicinity, during which he discerned several potent presences through his observation hockey. He might have remained oblivious to their existence. These formidable energies were mostly hidden within obscure corners, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Thus, he had taken to carrying his blade with him at all times over the past few days. As a Navy lieutenant colonel, he welcomed the opportunity to eliminate a few brazen thieves who dared to disrupt his mission, thus elevating his own renown. He was reluctant to allow the world to believe that only a select few notorious figures within the Navy were worthy of recognition, neglecting to acknowledge him. A distinguished training officer. In light of this, Riverwind shared his intentions with the couple from Fishman Island, who wholeheartedly endorsed his actions without reservation. In fact, they harbored a hint of delight, pondering how many individuals they might vanquish, most of whom harbored ulterior motives towards Fishman Island. The lively selection commenced, with Riverwind attentively observing from the sidelines. He understood that some measure of disguise was essential, as he sought to ascertain whether any figures from his historical knowledge had arrived to participate. During this selection process, I encountered a few familiar faces. These individuals have yet to align themselves with the formidable Red Snapper. In this era, he is merely beginning to gain notoriety on Fishman Street, and they would not yet refer to him as their elder brother. Seizing this opportunity, I resolved to take them away, sparing them the burden of future turmoil when I cause an uproar in the holy land of Mariawa. Even if they were not directly involved, they would inevitably bear the brunt of others' malicious conjectures. While the competition may be entertaining for outsiders, for he won, it is merely a spectacle. Indeed, you have not misunderstood. This spectacle, in He Win's eyes, pales in comparison to the grand battles with bounties in the hundreds of millions or even billions that he has already experienced. Such trivial skirmishes no longer hold his interest. Moreover, He Win has already cultivated considerable strength and has future plans, though the time for their execution is not yet ripe. After several days of intense clashes among the youthful fishmen, the noise of their fervent struggle filled the air. Ultimately, upon the declaration of the victor, King Neptune summoned him to the palace for discussions. Regardless of the outcome, it must be acknowledged that the personalities of these two kings are quite commendable. Should these fishmen choose not to serve in the Navy, he would not compel them to stay. This gathering is merely a beginning. Hewan does not intend to take many with him, only a simple selection of 23 individuals. Just a few of them suffice for the advanced training of their Navy elite program. If any fishmen wish to pursue further education in the Navy's elite training, that is a separate matter. However, at that time, with these few fishmen officers firmly established in the Navy, facilitating their training here would not pose a challenge. Observing the selected individuals entering the palace, Hewan felt a sense of satisfaction. Among them were two old acquaintances in the sense that Hewan knows them while they remain oblivious to his identity. One is the future warlord of the sea, Jinbei, still in his 20s. The other, with a pronounced nose and long hair, is Aladdin, who is not one to be underestimated, often wandering about. Ultimately, he would become a slave to the celestial dragons, embarking on a journey alongside Fisher Tiger. He serves as the ship's doctor for the Sun Pirates, and in time, he would even measure his strength against one of the Sweet Commanders, Charlotte Oven, indicating that his potential is not insignificant, comparable to that of a Navy Vice Admiral. Of course, they are still young and require ample training. With this thought, a slight smile crept across Hewan's lips as a mischievous notion began to stir within him. These fishmen must undergo rigorous training. Upon their arrival at the palace, King Neptune, the actual ruler of Fishman Island, addressed them. "You are all members of the Fishman tribe and, concurrently, powerful beings among us. This time, the Navy seeks to recruit several individuals to serve within its ranks. Those who wish to recommend themselves may come forward to register, and upon doing so, they will acquire a new identity. Most of those present are eager to enlist, however. The spots are limited, and they remain uncertain of their chances of being selected. Among them, some harbor ulterior motives, not merely vying for a position, but rather seeking to gauge their own prowess among the fishmen. After witnessing the might of the fishmen and other formidable warriors, These individuals have grown somewhat inflated in their egos, even desiring to assess the strength of you. Observing this group of brash youth, King Neptune found himself in a rather awkward position. Although he had witnessed He-Win's overwhelming prowess in combat on one occasion, he had yet to fully comprehend the extent of his true abilities. In his estimation, He-Win ranked among the more powerful of the youth. King Neptune, intrigued yet hesitant to inquire directly, could only stammer to He-Win, "This young Navy officer, my subordinates can be a bit reckless and lack understanding. Please do not take offense at their words. However, they do have a point. If these headstrong individuals are not subdued, they may not behave properly within the Navy in the future." Who is He-Win, you may ask? He is a seasoned veteran who has long perceived that these individuals harbor some degree of defiance towards him. The old fellow beside him is no stranger to ambition either. He has been keen to ascertain his own strength. He-Win, not one to shy away from a challenge, smiled and replied, "Certainly, I accept their request. However, I must clarify that I am not particularly noteworthy within the Navy, and there are many skilled individuals among the younger generation. Allow me to divulge a bit of information. As it is destined to become known to the world, the Navy has birthed 3 formidable wielders of natural fruit abilities, whose strength is exceedingly great, and they are poised to ascend to the rank of Admiral in the future. The prospect of possessing the strength to contend for the Admiralty is indeed daunting." In his mind, He-Win's prowess was already formidable enough, and the thought that he did not even rank among the top within the Navy led King Neptune to make a silent resolution to firmly align himself with this powerful institution. Although he may not derive significant assistance in the future, the individual he had come to know oversees Navy training, and perhaps he could discreetly place some of his guards into elite training programs, ensuring their proper development. This, he mused, would serve to safeguard both himself and the Fishman Island. Reflecting on this, King Neptune couldn't help but commend his own acumen. He smiled at He-Win, stating, "These individuals, unaware of their own limitations, require a thorough education from the young Navy officer." He-Win, without a hint of hesitation, shrugged his shoulders and slowly descended into the arena, brandishing his sword. Observing his arrival, the expressions of the formidable fishmen in the arena shifted. They had not anticipated such audacity on their home turf of Fishman Island, where someone would dare to confront their provocation so brazenly, disregarding the might of these fishmen warriors. Consequently, their faces darkened. He-Win gestured for them to come at him together, clearly indicating that he expected no restraint. This infuriated the fishmen, who inwardly cursed, wondering where such audacious humans had emerged from, and resolved to teach him a lesson. A stout fishman stepped forward, unabashedly stating, "Since this young naval officer has spoken, we shall not hold back. I hope you do not come to regret this." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly moved beside a vase near the Dragon Palace and shattered it with a single punch. Water began to flow out from the remnants of the vase. Unceremoniously, the stout fishman reached for the water and, at that moment, shouted, "Gunwave." Suddenly, the water in his grasp transformed into projectiles, hurtling towards He-Win like cannonballs. Taken aback by this technique, He-Win did not hesitate. He raised his long knife and executed a horizontal slash, resulting in a violent clash of their attacks that stirred powerful gusts of air, knocking some weaker fishmen off balance. Sensing the impact of this exchange, He-Win nodded in satisfaction. He deemed the power of this move quite satisfactory. Moreover, he realized that mastering this technique would be relatively easier compared to others. Given that water was abundant at sea, it was time to cease holding back against these fishmen and reassess their overall strength. It appeared he may have underestimated them previously, but that was inconsequential. This was merely the beginning of his interactions with the fishmen, and there would be time to adjust. The stout fishman, astonished that He-Win's mere horizontal slash had dispelled his gun wave, momentarily lost his composure. However, considering that this human naval officer had reached this point, it was reasonable to assume his strength was formidable enough to withstand an attack. Without further ado, the fishman unleashed his fishman karate technique, the Tang grass tile fist. Seeing this stance, He-Win sheathed his sword, aware that employing it could lead to serious injury or even death for the fishman, which would only exacerbate misunderstandings, something he wished to avoid. The formidable fishman warrior, upon witnessing He-Win retracting his blade, mistook it for disdain, which only fueled his ire. Unbeknownst to him, He-Win was actually safeguarding him. In an instant, a ferocious onslaught surged towards He-Win, who, undeterred, executed a swift maneuver from the Navy's 6 styles, evading to the side. With his fist enveloped in armament hockey, he unleashed a powerful strike, the mighty fist, charging forward without reservation. At that moment, the initial ferocity of the fishman's attack had left him unable to retract his strength, leaving him vulnerable and visibly distressed. Seizing the opportunity, Hewen directed his mighty fist towards the rotund fishman, who, realizing the imminent danger, found escape impossible. Observing this scene, the other fishman warriors stood in silent disbelief. They understood that if they did not act decisively, their companion might suffer grave injury. The ominous aura emanating from Hewen's fist made it clear that a direct hit would be excruciating. Ultimately, they steeled themselves and joined the fray. Two fishmen surged forward. Employing the fishman karate with unyielding resolve, their attacks crashing against Hewen's fist, resulting in the sickening sound of bones fracturing. The two fishmen were sent hurtling back. Their return faster than their advance. The resounding thuds echoed as their forms were vividly imprinted upon the palace walls, leaving two gaping holes that stood starkly against the stone. Observers felt a chill of apprehension, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. From this exchange, Hewen discerned that the fishman's strength was indeed formidable, slightly surpassing his expectations. It appeared he had underestimated them initially. However, this was advantageous. Now all participants were unrestrained, unleashing their most formidable techniques. Even the rotund blue fishman and the lamp-like fishman attacked mercilessly. Confronted with an overwhelming barrage, Hewen smiled and remarked, "Now this resembles a true challenge. However, dear friends, you are yet unable to shake my resolve. To demonstrate my respect for you all, I shall unleash my full power." With that declaration, Hewen enveloped himself in armament hockey once more, employing his signature attack, the mighty fist. An immense gale of pressure surged forth, clashing against the fishmen, causing the palace to reverberate with thunderous echoes, as if it might collapse under the strain. Witnessing this, King Neptune of the Fishmen wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, interrupting the ongoing contest with a smile. He addressed all present, saying, "Enough, enough. You have all proven yourselves and witnessed the prowess of our naval comrade, Hewen. Let us cease hostilities. In this manner, those among you who aspire to serve in the Navy and wish to venture beyond may come forth to register with me. Brother Hewen may take his leave now and return to rest." Upon hearing King Neptune's words, the crowd gradually retracted their hands, for it was only fitting to show respect to the sovereign. Hewen, smiling, nodded and remarked, "Since King Neptune has spoken, let us conclude today's written examination here. Observing the battles of the day, I have noted that each of you possesses a martial spirit. Should you join the Navy headquarters, there are numerous skilled individuals within the Navy who can engage in regular sparring with you, allowing you to enhance your abilities through these encounters." Hewen smiled gently at the assembly, acknowledging the prowess of these fishmen warriors, deciding it unnecessary to maintain an air of superiority. Moreover, since his objectives had been fulfilled, remaining there served no further purpose. Hewen was the first to take action, nodding to the crowd as a signal of his departure, and those present offered him a slight bow in return. Ultimately, in this world, strength forms the very foundation of all. After watching Hewen leave, the previously oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, as they had not anticipated that this human youth would exude such a formidable presence. At that moment, the remaining fishmen warriors realized this was an excellent opportunity to enhance their strength. They promptly approached King Neptune, requesting to leave Fishman Island to serve in the Navy headquarters. Observing the fervor among the crowd, King Neptune felt a sense of helplessness. He had intended to gauge Hewen's strength and the Navy's capabilities. Yet he had inadvertently stirred such enthusiasm among the fishmen warriors. It seemed he would need to confer with Hewen to manage the number of individuals departing Fishman Island. Unbeknownst to him, Hewen already had specific individuals in mind to take with him, viewing the others merely as supplementary figures of little importance. It appeared his mission was nearing completion, and within the next few days, he could lead the selected individuals away from Fishman Island, marking this endeavor as remarkably successful. However, the surroundings of Fishman Island were not tranquil. Having taken the strong from their home, Hewen felt compelled to lend them a small favor. With this in mind, he resolved to take action against those wandering around the vicinity of Fishman Island, regardless of their background. Their audacity to venture here without formally reporting to Fishman Island suggested they harbored issues of their own. Thus, starting tomorrow, Hewen could indulge in unrestrained hunting. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Nonetheless, it was essential to inform the Navy headquarters at Marineford of his progress. He needed to ensure that the headquarters acknowledged the work he had accomplished, to avoid complications should he return to Marineford with two fishmen without their identities being recognized. Once all was said and done, Hewen embarked upon his daily management duties, which primarily consisted of engaging in rigorous training. Upon completion of his exercises, he deemed the day's endeavors concluded. Thus, Hewen indulged in a delightful slumber, having been preoccupied with trivial matters of late. At last, he relished the opportunity to rest. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, Kewin received a message from King Neptune, detailing a list of formidable members of the Fishman tribe aspiring to join the Navy. Upon reviewing the roster of yesterday's applicants and comparing it with the new list provided by the king, it became evident that nearly half were absent. Pleased with the selection of Fishman warriors, Kewin noted that it included 3 individuals he had fought against the previous day, most notably the robust Fishman who had left a lasting impression on him. However, this particular warrior appeared unremarkable in the annals of history, suggesting that he either met an untimely demise before achieving fame upon the seas, or that his prowess did not significantly develop over time. Of course, the outcomes were not absolute, and other possibilities could exist. After much contemplation, Kewin ultimately decided to exclude the unremarkable figure and opted for 2 individuals he deemed worthy. The first was the previously mentioned sea rogue, Jinbei, the rotund blue figure. The second was a man reminiscent of a lamp spirit, named Saladin, whose distinctive appearance warranted Kewin's remembrance. In the eyes of Kewin, these 2 individuals are exceptionally suitable candidates, possessing both strength and the ability to assist him in battle, while also guiding this group of recruits. They serve as invaluable assets, alleviating some of the burdens borne by Admiral Zephyr, his adoptive father, and the enigmatic Shelio. The Navy's elite training camp stands apart from other departments, devoid of any treacherous intrigues or chaotic entanglements. Within the Navy, a dedicated team meticulously selects and trains a considerable number of malleable talents, subsequently presenting them to Admiral Sengoku. Alongside these candidates, their backgrounds and qualifications are thoroughly documented. Once Admiral Sengoku, the highest authority in the Navy, verifies the accuracy of the information, these individuals are inducted into the elite training camp, where their training is the sole focus, relieving them of any other concerns, even during missions to apprehend pirates. Their involvement is not required, which aligns perfectly with Kewin's intentions. However, on occasion, those wishing to gain entry must extend a greeting, for we live in an age where human connections cannot be overlooked. In this manner, certain esteemed figures within the Navy found themselves in debt to the elite training camp, gradually amassing a considerable network of connections unbeknownst to them. However, Kewin and his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr, have consistently refrained from engaging in the realm of politics, a domain not easily navigated by the ordinary individual. Consequently, they have traditionally abstained from attending the meetings organized by the naval headquarters. In unavoidable situations, they would, much like Admiral Carp, feign ignorance or resort to slumber during discussions, thus cleverly evading scrutiny. This tactic has proven unfailingly effective. Nonetheless, there exists one meeting in which they actively participate, the annual Resource Allocation Conference. It is during this time that one witnesses Kewin's tenacity, as he adeptly manages to extract half of the funds from those present. This has led to a continuous increase in funding for the Navy elite training program over the years, alongside the ongoing expansion of training equipment and facilities. Witnessing the fruits of their labor, the father and son duo felt a profound sense of joy, as they were now one step closer to realizing their aspirations. In fact, his adoptive father, Admiral Zephyr, had approached Admiral Sengoku on multiple occasions, seeking to relinquish his position as an admiral, allowing him to devote himself entirely to educating his students. However, the current situation necessitated that the 3 exceptional individuals lacked the prowess of their predecessors, who could decisively establish their reputations through battle, compelling Admiral Zephyr to continue in his role at the Navy headquarters. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as the 2 of them were not involved in other affairs. They merely needed to manage their own domain diligently. This time, Kewin had brought in 2 Fishman instructors, which would greatly benefit their training. Once all matters were concluded, Kewin, without further ado, reviewed the list and promptly responded to King Neptune, stating that only Jinbei and Saladin were required, while other formidable members of the Fishman tribe would not be recruited at this time. Upon learning that only 2 Fishman warriors would be recruited, King Neptune let out a sigh of relief, fearing that Kewin might find the numbers insufficient and decide to recruit a larger group, thereby jeopardizing his own strength. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers, who were idly wandering through Fishman Street, were suddenly informed that they were to be summoned to serve at the Navy headquarters. The news left them utterly astonished. Initially, they believed their application was merely for novelty, never expecting to be accepted. Now, they faced the daunting reality of leaving their beloved Fishman Island, which filled them with trepidation, leaving them uncertain about how to proceed. It was not in the nature of these honest fishmen to renege on a promise made to others. Reluctantly, the brothers steeled themselves and allowed King Neptune's subordinates to escort them to the Fishman Palace. observing the unusual expressions on the faces of the two fishmen. One of the guards inquired with surprise, "Are you two feeling unwell? This is merely a simple meeting at the palace. I am not here to apprehend you. Why do you look so distressed?" Upon hearing the guard's slightly teasing remark, the two could only manage an awkward smile, offering no explanation. Once they arrived at the Fishman King's palace and beheld Ewan, they sighed helplessly, cursing their own impulsiveness. Having made a promise, they felt compelled to see it through to the end. Ewan, upon spotting the pair, was immensely pleased, particularly with the blue chubby one. This individual, who had managed to ascend to the ranks of the warlords of the sea and ultimately found himself aboard Luffy's ship unscathed, exemplified not only exceptional strength but also a captivating charm. Furthermore, Ewan vaguely recalled that this blue chubby fellow was also a remarkably skilled helmsman. However, upon observing the expressions of the two, Ewan was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing they were distressed about leaving Fishman Island. He clapped them on the shoulder and said, "Gentlemen, the outside world is vast. Here, you will only ever witness a mere fragment. Once you truly experience the world beyond, I suspect you shall not long yearn for this place." Hearing Ewan's words, Jinbei and Saladin exchanged glances, sighed, and offered a resigned smile. Jinbei finally spoke, "Very well. Let us venture outside and experience life beyond these shores." They could sense that Ewan's remarks were imbued with genuine regard for them. Observing their demeanor, Ewan smiled and added, "In the coming days, you should prepare your belongings and bid farewell to your loved ones. As for the Navy, it is uncertain when you shall return." He then produced 2 letters of appointment from his bosom. These documents clearly stated the appointments of the blue chubby Jinbei and the lantern fishman Cassidy as majors in the Navy headquarters, under the command of Admiral Zephyr, assigned as instructors for the underwater combat course in the elite training program for fishmen. The 2 individuals had never encountered such a marvel before, and upon seeing it, they felt a profound sense of reflection. Then, Cassidy inquired of Ewan, "Dear Ewan, does this mean we have become naval officers?" Ewan chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, you both remain officers of our esteemed branch. In the vast oceans henceforth, those of lesser rank shall pay their respects to you. Moreover, since both of you have recently joined the Navy without any notable achievements, your ranks are relatively modest. However, should you accumulate merits in the future, your position shall undoubtedly ascend. Attaining the rank of naval general should pose no insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, allow me to add, when you address me in the future, refrain from calling me little brother. Instead, you should refer to me as commander, for I am, after all, a naval lieutenant commander. Ahaha." With that, Ewan burst into laughter. "Oh, we can indeed become generals of the Navy." Jinping was momentarily taken aback, and Ewan nodded, stating, "Why should it be impossible? Even the giants of Elbaf hold positions within the naval headquarters and have risen to the rank of vice admiral. Therefore, the fishmen, contributing to the peace of these waters by joining the Navy, should certainly have the opportunity to ascend to the rank of general." The hearts of the 2 fishmen surged with excitement upon hearing this. Initially lackluster, they now vowed to achieve greatness. Observing their fervor, Ewan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he did not withhold the truth from them. "Gentlemen," he advised, "now that you have chosen to join us, you must understand a crucial matter. The Navy is rife with various factions, and the relationships within are quite intricate. Exercise caution. Additionally, the Navy imposes numerous regulations. While you will be granted rights, you will also bear many obligations. For instance, upon realizing the complexity of the situation, the 2 straightforward fishmen were momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, they remained unconcerned, as they were not of the same race and believed that as long as they did not commit any offenses, they would be fine. They had originally enlisted for the novelty, finding life on Fishman Island rather dull. Experiencing the outside world was appealing, especially since they possessed genuine identities, alleviating any fears of being captured and enslaved. Anyone daring enough to seize them would essentially be provoking the entire Navy, and they presumed that no one would be foolish enough to do so. Seeing their positive attitude, Ewan felt reassured, hoping they would not develop any rebellious sentiments. He genuinely wished to cultivate them into formidable figures capable of safeguarding their domain and did not want to see them ruined over trivial matters. Every place harbors both light and darkness. Should they become frightened by certain events, it would be unfortunate. With a hint of embarrassment, he addressed them, "Gentlemen, you have truly become officers of the Navy. However, your uniforms must be tailored at Navy headquarters, as the attire I possess is my own and ill-suited for you." The 2 nodded in understanding and, with their letters of appointment in hand, joyfully departed from you.As residence in the Fishman Palace to boast to their friends. They wanted to showcase their newly conferred identities, demonstrating that they would now command respect in the outside world and could boldly confront others. When their friends beheld the letters of appointment, they were instantly filled with envy. Although they held no fondness for humans, it did not preclude them from yearning for a better future or being curious about the outside world. Some fishmen even suggested that the two return to you to inquire if he still needed instructors, asserting that they too could fulfill such roles, as being part of the Navy would offer them greater safety than wandering alone. Just imagine, if someone attempted to confront them, they could simply display their officer credentials and declare, "You better think this through. I am an officer of the Navy. Should you detain me, you will be opposing the entire force." Listen to how impressive these words are. They have stirred great unrest within the hearts of these fishmen. Naturally, there exists a faction that, unable to partake in the grapes, merely declares them sour, epitomized by none other than that individual, Aaron. This individual is not one to be underestimated. The infamous dragon pirate crew that emerged later is indeed linked to him. They unleashed a bloody tempest across the East Sea, even entangling themselves with some disgraced members of the Navy. Fortunately, he was not on the current list. Had he been, he would have pondered whether to eliminate him preemptively to avert a cascade of chaos. Moreover, through you.As subtle provocations, the entire timeline of the pirate world has become somewhat blurred. However, at this moment, you.As remains unconcerned with such matters, believing that only by strengthening himself can he confront all challenges. He has been awaiting a crucial message, yet it has not yet arrived. Days later, Bay, laden with a plethora of items, joined Aladdin at the rendezvous point they had arranged with you.As. Upon arrival, they found you.As already waiting for them, and before them lay an enormous vessel. This ship, however, possessed a distinct sharpness at its bow, unmistakably indicating its purpose as a miniature warship. As they embarked, the three of them swayed gently on their way across the sea. Just before boarding, you.As had whispered a few words to them, causing their eyes to brighten with intrigue. At that moment, as the ship approached the surface of the sea, it inexplicably veered off course, crashing directly into a nearby vessel in motion. The impact shattered the outer membrane of that ship, causing a torrent of seawater to flood the cabin, accompanied by terrified screams. Regardless of the cacophony of cries, you.As and his companions remained unperturbed, as if deaf to the harrowing sounds, steering their course towards another direction. Shortly thereafter, they collided with yet another fishing boat, ripping through its membrane as well, eliciting more anguished wails from those aboard. But who could come to their rescue? Observers lurking in the shadows sensed that something was amiss, yet before they could react, they saw you.As and his crew approaching again, instilling panic that sent everyone fleeing from the scene. Yet, where could they escape to? At this moment, the vessel was under the command of Bay, the seasoned navigator, who piloted the ship with remarkable ease and evident delight. He occasionally propelled the ship forcefully into certain areas. This time, they were tasked with a mission under official orders, and any mishaps would lead them to their superior, none other than Lieutenant Khan. As the saying goes, a higher rank suppresses the lower. Although the Fishman tribe had long harbored intentions to act, they had restrained themselves to preserve the fragile friendship between their kind and humans. However, with the opportunity presented by the humans, they seized the moment to vent the pent-up grievances accumulated over the years. The ship, thus, advanced with impressive might, careening forward. Anyone who dared to obstruct them would be dealt with swiftly. Those who appeared in their path received no mercy, as Bay and his crew responded with unyielding force. Some individuals attempted to assert their influence, boasting of their powerful connections, but Khan was impervious to such threats. The moment they opened their mouths, he unleashed a swift half-moon slash from the Fishman's warship, sending those who dared to argue scurrying in fear, their words swallowed in silence. Khan showed no leniency to those throwing tantrums. He acted decisively when the moment called for it. Once the area was largely cleared, Khan directed Bay and Aladdin to navigate the ship to the surface of the sea, with their destination set for the Navy's headquarters. In truth, to characterize Khan as an honest child would be to overestimate him. While awaiting Aladdin and Bay, he was not idle. He adorned himself with a disguise before seeking out the enigmatic woman, the Fishman tribe's fortune-teller, Shirley. At present, Shirley was merely a somewhat precocious young girl, not yet the mature woman she would later become, exuding grace in every gesture. In the public eye, Khan found it inappropriate to approach her, opting instead for a moonless night at a street corner to intercept her. However, let no one misinterpret his intentions. He merely wished for Shirley to divine his fortune and reveal what lay ahead. Initially, Shirley was enjoying herself, free from supervision, wandering outside until late into the night. Just as she turned the corner, she encountered a towering figure shrouded in a cloak, a mask obscuring his face, emanating an ominous presence, and wielding 3 long blades at his waist. At first glance, one might perceive him as anything but virtuous, resembling a ruthless assassin. However, this impression is merely from the perspective of a young girl. He-Wen does not share this sentiment. Rather, he believes that his appearance starkly contrasts with that of the fish men, compelling him to disguise himself effectively. This misapprehension has led to an intriguing misunderstanding. Observing He-Wen's demeanor, the girl trembled as she timidly retrieved a few coins from her pocket, stammering, "I have no money. This is Fishman Street, and if you dare to act recklessly, I will call for help." He-Wen's appearance had clearly frightened her, rendering her speech almost incoherent as she fumbled her words in a stutter. Witnessing her distress, He-Wen felt a pang of helplessness. Realizing he had inadvertently intimidated her, he reached out to pat her head in a gesture of comfort. But this only caused her hands to tremble more violently. In a flurry, she pulled out a bag of coins, exclaiming, "TT, this is all I have left. Please leave quickly. Otherwise, be careful. I am quite formidable." In this moment, it was truly a scene of social embarrassment for He-Wen, who found himself enveloped in awkwardness. His hand hovered in midair, caught in a dilemma of whether to withdraw it or not. Drawing upon his extensive experience, He-Wen gracefully placed his hand upon his cloak, pulling it down with a flourish. The young girl, Shaylee, who finally caught sight of his visage, breathed a sigh of relief. The courage to reveal his true self indicated that he was not here to cause her trouble. Thus, this little girl, possessing a shrewdness akin to that of a fish spirit, discreetly returned the 2 coin purses she had previously displayed. However, these subtle actions did not escape He-Wen's notice. Observing her cunning, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Without further ado, the girl inquired, "Dear naval uncle, it is already late at night. What brings you to seek me? I am merely an ordinary citizen of Fishman Street, not a person of significance." As he regarded the sudden composure of this young girl, He-Wen found the world to be quite marvelous. Could it be that all young individuals in the pirate realm possess such impressive acuity? Upon catching sight of him, she was able to deduce his identity and maintain her composure to engage him in conversation, revealing that one should not underestimate the youth. Consider the grandson of the Carp family, who at the age of 22 became the chief of staff for the Revolutionary Army. Such intellect and strength are indeed remarkable. He had even exchanged blows with Admiral Fujitora in a formidable contest, the outcome of which remains uncertain, yet his prowess is beyond question. Observing the maturity of this young girl, He-Wen refrained from unnecessary chatter and stated, "Since you are aware of my affiliation with the Navy, I presume you also recognize my identity." Upon hearing his words, Shaylee nodded and replied, "Recently, there has been quite a stir in Fishman Island, and it can only be attributed to you, the naval officer. I doubt anyone else would venture here." Chuckling at her analysis, He-Wen agreed. "I come with no ulterior motives, merely seeking your assistance in divination to ascertain my recent fortunes. We may encounter some unfavorable circumstances ahead, and I wish to know if there are ways to avert them." Realizing he sought her for divination, Shaylee felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, she was not one to act without caution. With a playful blink of her large eyes, she feigned innocence and replied, "What are you talking about, dear uncle? I'm just a little girl, still underage, and I don't comprehend what divination means." "Uncle? How can I be an uncle at my age?" Upon hearing these words, He-Wen no longer held back. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed a fierce glare upon the young girl. Previously, during their conversation, he had not paid attention to this particular detail, but now that he was aware, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was not one to be easily trifled with. Addressing the girl, Shaylee, he remarked, "Recently, the Navy headquarters has been diligently pursuing individuals in matters associated with Roger. It has come to my attention through whispers that a girl named Shaylee once assisted Roger with divination. The world government takes this matter very seriously, hence, I believe further elaboration is unnecessary." Upon hearing He-Wen's subtly menacing words, a cold sweat broke out on Shaylee's brow. How could such a clandestine affair have reached the Navy's ears? Was it possible that they would truly apprehend her? Cursed be the moment she had shown compassion and agreed to assist that scoundrel Roger with his divination. After doing so, he had simply walked away, leaving her to deal with the ensuing chaos. Resolute, the young girl declared to He-Wen, "Esteemed Navy officer, I can certainly assist you with divination. But might I request that you treat this matter as though it were unknown to you?" Upon hearing the girl refer to him as officer, He-Wen chuckled softly and replied, "We shall see whether the information you provide holds any merit. Otherwise." He let his hand rest upon the hilt of his blade. After being called officer for so long, even a clay figurine would have its temper, and Hewan was certainly no pushover. In an instant, the young girl was startled. What began as a delightful day out took an unexpected turn. Just as she planned to return home, she found herself unnerved by this man on several occasions. Upon her return, she might grapple with some psychological shadows. Realizing she had no power to alter her circumstances, young Shaylee dutifully conducted a divination for Hewan. The results, however, were beyond her expectations. After such a lengthy period, this was her first encounter with such an anomaly. She scrutinized her divination crystal closely, shaking it gently, convinced that it was functioning properly. This left her somewhat perplexed. Hewan observed the bewildered expression on the girl's face and inquired, "What is it? Am I to expect some perilous event?" With that expression, "Please do not suggest anything alarming. It frightens me." Noting Hewan's slightly whimsical demeanor, Shaylee chose not to respond immediately. She glanced between him and the divination crystal, repeating the motion several times. This time, she broke her silence, shaking her head with an air of resignation. "Regrettably, I cannot ascertain why this divination crystal has malfunctioned. It is quite astonishing. I did not glimpse your future, yet I sense that the trajectory may surpass my imagination. You might play a significant role within it. Perhaps your future holds the promise of becoming a personage of great stature, profoundly significant." Upon hearing this, Hewan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Addressing Shaylee, he exclaimed, "What great personage! I am merely an ordinary naval lieutenant, focused solely on training, not even stationed in a frontline unit. What kind of prominent figure could I possibly become? However, I do know a few individuals within the Navy. Although they may shield me, can that truly alter history?" Shaylee shook her head, acknowledging that this was a first for her as well. Nevertheless, she was convinced that this individual would eventually make his name known upon the vast sea and, to some extent, alter its course. Observing the girl's unwavering conviction, Hewan said nothing further. Instead, he affectionately ruffled her hair and handed her a small communication device, saying, "This is a telephone bug that allows for private communication with me, a gift for you. Should you find yourself in any predicament upon the vast ocean in the future, do not hesitate to call me. As long as it is within my power, I shall assist you, and consider it a reward for the divination you performed for me today. Trust in my capabilities." Observing the proud expression on Hewan's face, the young girl Shaylee felt a playful urge to tease him, inquiring, "Uncle Navy, what would you do if I inadvertently offended the celestial dragons? Would you be able to save me?" Upon hearing this, Hewan rolled his eyes, contemplating how this mischievous child had such a heavy mind. Why would she provoke the celestial dragons? If I cannot confront them, why would she? In the event of trouble, who would be responsible for her actions? With a sigh of resignation, he replied to Shaylee, "Could you not ponder upon more positive matters? Why must you entertain such thoughts? What purpose does it serve to provoke them? I have already mentioned that I can only assist within my abilities, and this matter is beyond my reach. Therefore, it does not fall within the scope of my promise to you." Though she received no clear answer, Shaylee remained unperturbed, cheerfully nodding at Hewan. "All right, I understand. Just knowing that is enough. By the way, when you have some free time, may I chat with you? You are quite interesting. And I have a profound yearning for the world beyond the sea. I hope you can enlighten me about it someday." At that moment, Hewan felt a sense of foreboding. He was uncertain whether granting her this telephone bug was wise, sensing that trouble might brew in the future, a feeling that unsettled him. Consequently, he refrained from further conversation with the young girl to avoid complicating matters. He waved at her, saying, "It's late. You should head home. Do not wander the streets and cause your family worry." Inwardly disgruntled, Shaylee thought, "If you hadn't stopped me, I would have returned home long ago." She felt annoyed by his feigned concern, reflecting on how he had been threatening others while now pretending to care. Once she had served his purpose, he dismissed her. It seemed that this Uncle Navy was rather unprincipled. With that thought, she chose to ignore Hewan and ran towards her home. However, halfway there, she turned back and called out, "Uncle Navy, if the fishmen appear in the future and any misfortune arises, I hope you will extend your hand and offer some assistance to us fishmen," preserving a spark of hope. Hewan smiled and said, "Do not fear, for the future is uncertain and no one can predict it with certainty. You already have a formidable member of the Fishman tribe serving within the Navy, and it is likely that more from your kin will join the ranks, merging with the Navy. When that time comes, the affairs of the Fishman tribe will intertwine with those of the Navy, so rest assured." However, this time, the young girl Shaylee did not respond directly. Instead, she remarked, "They are they, and you are you. When the moment arises, you need only to act." With that, She turned and dashed away, her small hands tightly clenched. Meanwhile, the divination crystal on Hewen's person inexplicably appeared to be riddled with numerous cracks. Unbeknownst to Hewen, after watching the girl depart, he felt a sense of madness enveloping him. Why else would he seek out a young girl to inquire about the future? He had always adhered to the principle that strength is paramount, with his own power taking precedence above all else. Having wasted so much time today, he resolved to intensify his training upon returning, determined to reclaim every moment squandered. With this thought in mind, Hewen donned his cloak once more and turned to depart, albeit in the opposite direction of where young Shaylee had gone. He made his way back to his abode within the Mermaid King's palace, where he would await the arrival of Jean Bey and Aladdin. During this period, fearing unforeseen circumstances, he borrowed a diminutive vessel from the Fishman tribe to assist them in navigating the vast ocean. Close to Fishman Island, Hewen unleashed a ferocious attack, leaving the surrounding individuals in a state of utter despair. However, a grave issue has now emerged. Although he currently revels in his prowess, he has inadvertently offended several nearby factions. These factions initially intended to negotiate with Hewen, yet the outcome was rather dismal. Hewen paid no heed to their words and unleashed a formidable attack upon their vessels, resulting in utter destruction and loss of life. Faced with insurmountable communication barriers, they sought to regain their dignity and retaliate, but lamentably, they found themselves powerless against him. Consequently, those with connections contemplated approaching the world government to lodge a complaint, deeming the situation intolerable. Among them were individuals of considerable influence, possessing allies in various spheres, including within the world government itself. Thus, they summoned their formidable backing, and representatives from the world government arrived on the scene, aiming to exert pressure on Hewen. However, Hewen remained unfazed, adhering to his belief that creating chaos was inconsequential, for he had others to bear the brunt of any repercussions. While Hewen reveled in his comfort, the Navy headquarters found themselves at a loss. They had initially hoped Hewen would recruit personnel, but instead, he seemed to be enjoying himself independently, neglecting his responsibilities to the Navy. Ultimately, the situation escalated to an extent that the Navy did not wish to provoke irreconcilable discord with the world government over such trivial matters. Thus, Admiral Sengoku personally placed a call to Hewen. Upon seeing the caller ID indicating it was Admiral Sengoku, Hewen was momentarily taken aback, pondering how swiftly these individuals acted. Originally, he had intended to visit Elbaf, the land of giants, hoping to enlist some giants to aid him. However, with this phone call, he realized that his journey would have to conclude prematurely. He anticipated a scolding awaited him, yet there was little he could do. When the superior calls, one must answer. As Hewen answered the phone, he was met with Admiral Sengoku's thunderous voice. Hewen, do you recall your mission? We tasked you with recruiting instructors for the Navy's elite training program, not gallivanting around causing trouble. Look at the chaos you've instigated. Even the world government is calling me about you. Your father, Zephyr, and I have expended considerable effort over this matter. Can't you spend some time with Carp? Even if you merely learned a thing or two from him, especially his knack for avoiding trouble, you seem to have mastered the art of creating it instead. Hearing Admiral Sengoku reprimand him, Hewen felt rather helpless. What could he possibly learn from Vice Admiral Carp? To emulate Carp's underhanded tactics? To mimic Carp's frivolity? Or perhaps to adopt Carp's aversion to cleanliness? This individual bears no comparison whatsoever. Initially, I was enjoying my time at the training camp when he delivered a thrashing that sent me back here. I had contemplated returning home, only to discover that he had set his sights on Douglas Barrett. With my slight stature, how could I possibly confront someone of that caliber? It seems wiser to retreat and rest for a while. However, judging by their tone, it appears that they have already subdued Douglas Barrett. This is fortuitous. If I can return safely to the naval headquarters without incident, it would be ideal. Yet, this turn of events has disrupted my objectives. Nonetheless, I have already acquired the individuals I sought on Fishman Island, and we can address the giant from Elbaf at a later time. In truth, I might not even require them. The naval headquarters has a giant vice admiral. Thus, if I find myself with free time, I could enlist their assistance for various tasks. With these thoughts in mind, I summoned Aladdin and Jean Bey, the two young ones, to return to the naval headquarters. Upon their arrival at the surface, they were exuberant due to the novelty of it all. However, as time passed, their enthusiasm waned. Upon hearing my intention to return, their excitement surged once more, and I soon witnessed Jean Bey deftly steering the ship, propelling us back to the naval headquarters at remarkable speed. As usual, upon our return, I settled down, For the truly significant matters did not require my attention. I occupied my time by tapping my fingers rhythmically and engaging in casual conversation with my friend, Silvers Rayleigh, to catch up on recent happenings within the Navy. The only slight complication arose during the debriefing. This time, I had brought along 2 fishmen, which piqued the curiosity of the entire naval contingent. Some of them still clung to outdated notions, which, in my view, were entirely futile. Consequently, I arranged for Jean Bey and Aladdin to engage in a small-scale sparring session with several officers from the naval headquarters. As I anticipated, these officers proved no match for Jean Bey and Aladdin in the water. At times, they were even capsized by the duo while attempting to navigate small boats. Realizing that I had stumbled upon a treasure, Admiral Zephyr promptly placed these 2 in his training camp, granting them the highest privileges. After all, they could potentially become my right and left arms in the future. It would be prudent to foster a strong bond with them. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I would find myself at a loss for support. Upon learning the outcome, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was elated. However, joy does not equate to complacency. He still needed to address my actions, lest I become too complacent in the future. Moreover, in this instance, his actions were indeed rather unsatisfactory. While one might dismiss the notion of confronting pirates and bounty hunters, it is another matter entirely when he has inadvertently caused damage to the world government slave ships, thereby inciting a modicum of resentment from the celestial dragons towards the Navy. Observing Cunning's nonchalant demeanor, as if the matter bore no consequence to him, inexplicably ignited a surge of ire within Admiral Sengoku. He thundered once more, "Cunning, if you engage in any more of these chaotic antics, you must inform me in advance. Otherwise, should you create a calamity, there shall be no one to shield you from the repercussions. You have no idea of the magnitude of the trouble you have caused this time." Cunning, displaying an air of indifference, replied, Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Such trifles are merely child's play for you to resolve. Moreover, those slave ships were indeed crossing the line. Such conduct is intolerable in the eyes of our Navy. One might ponder whether Admiral Sengoku is aware of this situation. He is undoubtedly cognizant. However, certain matters defy strict prohibition. Thus, the simplest approach for the Navy in handling such situations is to adopt a blind eye. Naturally, there are times when they cannot simply overlook transgressions, and Navy commanders may discreetly take action. They are astute enough to avoid allowing the world government to seize upon any incriminating evidence against them. Even when addressing their own issues, they would not dare confront you overtly, as these transactions lack legitimacy. Occasionally, some naval officers may even use the pretext of apprehending maritime smugglers to detain them all. Although they may refrain from touching the individuals themselves, the goods are duly confiscated. In fact, some unscrupulous officers even distribute these ill-gotten gains among their subordinates as a form of welfare, thereby generously bestowing upon others while simultaneously garnering loyalty from their crew. Additionally, they impose hefty fines. Should you refuse to pay, you may find yourself entangled in negotiations with the Navy headquarters, where you may find someone willing to articulate the situation thoroughly to you. In truth, these slave-catching vessels often serve merely as the hounds of the celestial dragons. Consequently, these inconsequential hounds do not command much regard from the celestial dragons, who place their utmost value on something they call the golden treasures of the heavens. Everything else is of little significance. This is why the Navy sometimes operates in a manner that skirts the edges of legality, occasionally uncovering contraband items, such as weapons. Without hesitation, they would confiscate these weapons and erase all traces of the individuals aboard. Once such items permeate the vast seas, they can indeed prove deadly. Recognizing this, even the warlord of the sea merely chastised him harshly without imposing any substantial punishment. This was due to internal issues within the Navy and the fact that this junior was someone he wished to cultivate closely. Most of the time, it was merely an outlet for venting his frustrations towards Carp, allowing him to express his ire by berating this junior, perhaps with little more than a few scoldings. He had initially believed this young man would cooperate fully, yet to his surprise, the lad saw through his ruse and audaciously mocked him without restraint. For the naval commander before him, this was utterly intolerable. Without uttering a word, he seized Hewan by the collar and unceremoniously hurled him out of the window on the upper floor, offering him no semblance of dignity. A resounding thud echoed as Hewan collided with the ground, stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. The busy naval officers and soldiers nearby, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with immense curiosity. Rising from the ground, Hewan gazed at the open window and silently cursed, "You are a marshal, for heaven's sake. How can you resort to such underhanded tactics? What a thoroughly unfortunate day this has been." As a mere lieutenant colonel, he felt powerless, unable to effect any meaningful change. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he resolved to return to the naval training camp for some much-needed rest. After all, he had been thoroughly exhausted of late, both physically and, more importantly, mentally. Having been ensnared by that cunning old fox, Rear Admiral Carp, he could not afford to remain idle this time. He needed to confront him about his grievances and ensure he was held accountable. However, this was not the opportune moment. He had just returned, and there was another matter weighing heavily on his mind. He was eager to learn more about Douglas Barrett. From what he gathered, Barrett had committed some transgression and had been apprehended by the Navy's demon-slaying edict, yet the specifics remained unclear. He had only vaguely overheard through Carp's transponder snail that Barrett had allegedly destroyed a branch base of the Navy in the New World. This piqued Cuning's curiosity. When Admiral Zephyr returned home that evening, Cuning seized the opportunity to inquire about the matter. After hearing Cuning's question, Admiral Zephyr paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, stating, "This situation is quite difficult to assess. You see, Barrett initially had a target he was striving to reach, but one day, that target abruptly vanished. Imagine the profound impact this must have on a person's psyche and how he might cope with it." Upon reflection, Cuning found his adoptive father's perspective to be valid. Indeed, having a goal suddenly stripped away could lead to a significant shift in one's spirit. Consequently, he felt a degree of empathy for Douglas Barrett. He then asked Admiral Zephyr, if that is the case, does it mean he has been confined and impelled down? Given his fruit abilities, Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku surely wouldn't have executed him on the spot. Admiral Zephyr nodded in agreement, explaining, Barrett's fruit abilities are quite peculiar. If he were to end up at sea among the Navy, it could potentially work to our advantage. However, should he fall into the hands of our adversaries, it would pose a significant problem. Thus, he was cast into impelled down. Cuning couldn't help but click his tongue. It was evident that the Navy held a certain apprehension towards Douglas Barrett. If he were merely a minor character, they would have eliminated him long ago, allowing him no opportunity to exhibit his menace. Yet Cuning reasoned that if they were to kill him now, they would forfeit any chance of another fervent uprising in the future, for he was indeed a madman. That evening, Cuning prepared a lavish dinner. The father and son enjoyed drinks and engaged in conversation until late into the night. Suddenly, the phone rang, catching both of them off guard. Typically, individuals of their stature rarely received calls at such an hour, and if they did, it would only indicate one of two scenarios, a readiness drill or a significant crisis unfolding. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Admiral Zephyr promptly approached the phone and answered. "Hello, this is Zephyr. What is the matter?" Upon hearing his voice, a deep tone responded from the other end. "Zephyr, this is Sengoku. Please come to the Admiral's office. We have an urgent situation." "An urgent situation? Very well, I understand. Sengoku, I will be there shortly." Admiral Zephyr replied before hanging up. Turning to Cuning, who had stepped forward, he remarked, "Sengoku just called me. The timing suggests that the matter is quite serious. Stay at home and wait for me. I will investigate the situation." Cuning, perceptive and aware of the underlying tension, nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood, adoptive father. I will wait here. Please drive safely." Let us now return to the Admiral's office at Navy headquarters, where a multitude of individuals had already gathered. The individuals present were impeccably attired, draped in naval coats, patiently awaiting the arrival of their superior officers. It is often in dramas that the last to make an entrance is the true pillar of strength. Shortly thereafter, the door to the office of Admiral Sengoku was flung open with great force, and a head cautiously peeked in, with a tone laced with reluctance. This individual addressed Admiral Sengoku, inquiring about the reason for summoning them at such an ungodly hour, questioning what could possibly warrant such a commotion. However, before he could finish his remark, he was abruptly shoved from behind, stumbling into the room, revealing none other than Aunt Saru following closely behind. With a face full of disdain, Aunt Saru admonished Vice Admiral Garp, urging him to step aside and not obstruct the entrance, as she and Admiral Zephyr were right behind him. Initially inclined to express his frustration, Garp's irritation dissipated upon recognizing that it was Aunt Saru who had pushed him. He obediently stood aside, silenced, while the other naval officers, witnessing this exchange, could hardly contain their amusement. It was a case of one being subdued by another, illustrating that even the most boisterous among them could evoke fear. As Admiral Sengoku observed his comrades and subordinates gathered, he found himself disinclined to entertain Garp's antics. He stated plainly, "I have just received a report from Impel Down. They claim that the Golden Lion has escaped. The revelation sent a ripple of unrest through the assembly. Is it truly possible? They murmured, incredulous, for Impel Down was no ordinary facility. Once one entered, escape was nearly impossible. Could he be planning another assault on our Navy headquarters? We must urgently redeploy personnel to bolster our defenses. This individual is notorious for causing chaos. As Admiral Sengoku surveyed the disarray among his subordinates, a deep furrow of frustration formed on his brow as he struggled to contain his anger. Amidst the clamor, a soft cough broke the tension, though it was subtle. It resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Instantly, the room fell silent. Admiral Zephyr, who had been meditating quietly, opened his eyes and remarked, "Many of you here are my students. Did I not instruct you on how to confront adversaries? You are truly embarrassing me. It appears you require a refresher course to prevent further disgrace in the future." At this, the majority of those in attendance fell silent, fully aware of the formidable nature of their superior. Though he was benevolent towards his own, when he unleashed his wrath, it was a force that few could withstand. Indeed, Admiral Zephyr found himself in a rather helpless situation. It was evident that this occasion was far beyond the scope of his leisurely disposition. However, with Vice Admiral Karp observing silently and Aunt Suru remaining taciturn, he felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on Fleet Admiral Sengoku, ultimately placing the burden on himself and his comrades. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he spoke up, attempting to draw the matter towards his side. From the current atmosphere, the outcome seemed quite favorable, as these students appeared to hold a certain respect for their instructor. After a tumultuous commotion, the students, initially fraught with anxiety, gradually regained their composure. Their disconcertion primarily stemmed from the recent incursion of the Golden Lion, which had caught them off guard and left them somewhat bewildered. Although they emerged victorious, the encounter had left an indelible impression on them. Observing this, Fleet Admiral Sengoku exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he too was plagued by confusion, as it seemed that the forces advancing into the city had not anticipated the Golden Lion's escape. Despite the cleansing efforts undertaken by himself and others, it was apparent that significant vulnerabilities still persisted. At that moment, the telephone on the desk of Admiral Sengoku began to ring. Despite the ongoing meeting, the call had clearly been deemed of utmost importance. Upon answering, Sengoku was surprised to hear the voice of Magellan, whose tone was somewhat somber as he addressed the Admiral. "Admiral Sengoku, I sincerely apologize for this oversight. Such a lapse should not have occurred. I have already intensified our vigilance. The Golden Lion, Shiki, is indeed a ruthless individual. We never anticipated that he would go so far as to sever his own legs, forcibly killing 2 prison guards and using their weapons as his own limbs. He has managed to escape from Impel Down, exploiting the unique abilities of his devil fruit. However, he must be gravely injured now, and I will escalate our efforts to capture him. Rest assured, I will report any developments to you promptly." After learning the full extent of the situation, Sengoku was taken aback. The Golden Lion truly was a formidable adversary, capable of such drastic measures. It was evident that he would not be able to travel far under these circumstances. With this in mind, he addressed Magellan. "Deputy Director Magellan, do you require my assistance? If so, I can mobilize a portion of the Navy to aid you." Magellan shook his head in response. "Admiral Sengoku, I believe I can manage this situation. The direction in which he has fled leads only to the safe house of his flying pirate crew. After your forces have conducted their sweep, there should be minimal remnants left. I expect to locate him soon, and I will personally ensure he does not escape." Convinced by Magellan's confidence, Sengoku refrained from further inquiries. He concluded by saying, "Magellan, should any extraordinary circumstances arise, you must inform me immediately. This will facilitate smooth communication and help minimize casualties among our personnel. After all, even a crippled Golden Lion remains a Golden Lion, and ordinary individuals cannot contend with him. Exercise utmost caution." After concluding their conversation, the 2 individuals promptly ended the call. The Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, did not appear particularly relieved after hanging up, for he was acutely aware that once such a person emerged from their confinement, it would be akin to a dragon entering the vast ocean, making it exceedingly challenging to locate him again. Just as the assembly was engulfed in concern, a hearty laughter erupted. "Ha! Sengoku, my friend, ever since you ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral, your courage seems to have waned. Remember when we relentlessly pursued Roger across the seas? Now we are merely dealing with a Golden Lion, and a limping one at that. What is there to fear? Not to mention, we are not yet so aged as to be unable to wield a sword. Moreover, the younger generation, led by Akainu and others, stands firm. Additionally, Zephyr's elite naval training camp consistently injects fresh blood into our ranks at every stage. With all these factors in play, what are you still worried about? Truly, what storm could this fellow possibly stir? If we were able to capture him once with honor, we can certainly do so again. Initially, the crowd, filled with chatter, fell silent upon hearing Vice Admiral Zephyrs' words, astonished by the motivating sentiments expressed amidst their anxiety. Concurrently, a thunderous laughter erupted from the forefront, and inexplicably, the sound of their mirth brought a sense of reassurance to all present. Gradually, the attendees found themselves joining in the laughter, and soon, the joyous sound reverberated throughout Marineford. Indeed, the Golden Lion had escaped, yet he was merely a limping beast. Those gathered in that room, as leaders of the Navy headquarters, were not to be trifled with. Each held a wealth of combat experience against pirates. Since they had previously triumphed over such formidable foes, they were confident in their ability to do so once more. After all, they had once defeated rocks, and this cohort was not comprised of individuals oblivious to the legacy of their predecessors. They were a resolute group, seasoned in battle. Fleet Admiral Sengoku laughed heartily and remarked, "Indeed, my courage has diminished, but he is merely a disabled Golden Lion. When he was in his prime, we managed to capture him and confine him within impelled down. Now, even if he escapes, what of it? If he dares to cause chaos before the Navy, we shall apprehend him once more." The matter is straightforward, not at all complex. Upon hearing these words, the spirits of the crowd were instantly revived. Indeed, what is there to fear from a Golden Lion? Should he dare to come, let him face the consequences of his audacity. The fear of the Golden Lion dissipated, replaced only by a courageous desire to challenge the formidable. Sometimes, one must acknowledge that certain remarks, in specific contexts, can serve as remarkable encouragement. Much like the words of Admiral Carp, this individual is no ordinary man. Do not underestimate him. To have mingled early on with formidable figures like Zephyr and Sengoku speaks volumes of his vision, strength, and cunning, all of which are unparalleled. Thus, this meeting concluded rather anticlimactically. Initially, the attendees were burdened with anxiety, but by the end, they were filled with a fervent zeal, eager to confront the old lion and seize a tuft of his mane. After the assembly, Admiral Zephyr returned home and recounted the day's events to Cunning. This came as no surprise to Cunning, who understood that the current Navy was a bastion of powerful individuals. Should the Golden Lion dare to invade the naval headquarters once more, the lesson he would receive this time would be far from simple. There exists a grave risk that he might not leave alive. However, despite such assertions, the Navy remained outwardly expansive yet internally fortified, with countless strong warriors discreetly reassigned to the headquarters, prepared to thwart any underhanded assault from the notorious Golden Lion, a figure with a history of disregarding the rules of engagement. These occurrences bear little relevance to the matters at hand. He ought to engage in his training and attend to his duties, finding solace in the solitude of his endeavors. Yet, it seems that fate does not favor him. As the adage goes, after the depths of despair, fortune may yet arise. Just as he began to enjoy a period of tranquility, an unexpected event transpired. On a day marked by clear skies and gentle breezes, an incident unfolded that cast a shadow over the naval forces. The sailors, who were peacefully napping aboard their vessels at the naval pier, were abruptly awakened, unceremoniously tossed from their beds to the floor. Confused and disoriented, they began to express their bewilderment, when suddenly, a new recruit glanced out the window. This one fleeting look revealed the gravity of the situation, prompting him to exclaim, "Why? Are we not at sea? How is it that we find ourselves suspended in the sky?" The others, upon hearing this, rushed to the window, only to confirm the astonishing reality. Not only their ship, but others within the naval headquarters were inexplicably lifted into the air by some unseen force. At that moment, a piercing alarm resonated throughout the naval base, inciting a sense of panic among the crew. However, some quick-witted individuals seized the opportunity, taking advantage of their relatively low altitude to shatter the glass and leap into the ocean below. This escape offered a far greater chance of survival than remaining aboard only to plummet from the skies. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded before the eyes of the fleet's commanders and sailors alike, as they jumped from their ships into the waters below, akin to dumplings cascading into a pot. Witnessing the spectacle, Admiral Sengoku narrowed his eyes, already suspecting the mastermind behind this audacious act. He could hardly believe that this individual had dared to wreak havoc within the very headquarters of the Navy. With a flurry of movement, numerous powerful figures converged at the entrance of the Admiral's office. Observing the scene, Sengoku nodded slightly, satisfied with the swift response of his comrades. Yet, as of now, The notorious Captain Shiki had yet to reveal himself, and Sengoku remained composed, coolly observing the floating vessels. At that moment, Vice Admiral Garp pushed through the crowd and approached Sengoku, stating, "Sengoku, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Even now, Captain Shiki has not shown himself. I wonder what schemes he is concocting, especially since he has only targeted these few ships at the pier, leaving other areas untouched." Sengoku nodded in agreement. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, he believed that maintaining a stance of calm amidst chaos was prudent. Before long, the situation took a dramatic turn. The ships, having reached a certain height, suddenly seemed to lose all weight, plummeting toward the earth. At this moment, when one reaches a certain altitude and then suddenly descends, the force of gravity becomes exceedingly immense. The colossal vessels, propelled by the force of the wind, crashed towards the distinctive edifices of the Navy headquarters. It was only upon witnessing this that the Warring States Marshal began to form a tentative hypothesis. The Golden Lion, on this occasion, did not intend to directly provoke the Navy. Rather, his aim was merely to bestow upon them a semblance of humiliation, though these matters posed no substantial harm. Their repugnant nature was intolerable. The War General of the Warring States, with a visage clouded by displeasure, commanded, "Order all cannons of the Navy headquarters to reduce those fallen ships to mere dust." A messenger, who had been standing nearby, promptly saluted and acknowledged the order before hastily departing to relay the command. However, this decree arrived somewhat belatedly. Although the Navy responded with remarkable swiftness, downing the majority of the vessels, a few still eluded destruction and plummeted toward various edifices. Among them, one was careening directly toward the Admiral's office building. This, however, was of little consequence, for at that moment, Admiral Zephyr had already sprung into action. He leaped forth, targeting the descending ship with ferocity. His arm, enveloped in the formidable aura of Haki, shimmered with a dark luminescence as he struck the falling vessel into disarray. After obliterating the ship, Admiral Zephyr stood atop the rooftop, casting a commanding gaze toward a figure hovering in the distance. More precisely, it was a flying individual with a limp, a ship's wheel protruding from his head. Upon recognizing him, Zephyr's eyes narrowed slightly. A crowd had gathered on the rooftop, all eyes fixed upon the limping man, who, without uttering a word, merely smiled, a smile imbued with an enigmatic quality. With that, he took flight, soaring into the distance. Once the Golden Lion had vanished from sight, the onlookers remained motionless, acutely aware that they possessed no effective means to restrain this airborne figure, thus resigning themselves to watch him depart. At that moment, the ever-idle Vice Admiral Garp turned to Zephyr and remarked, "Zephyr, I recall your adopted son took this old relic's two famed swords. Do you think he might seek out the Kikuin for them in the future?" At this, Admiral Zephyr recollected that he had bestowed those two swords upon his adopted son, intending to secure his welfare. However, based on Kuin's current prowess, he should be capable of safeguarding those swords, especially since he was no longer facing the unscathed Golden Lion of yore. Zephyr shrugged and replied, "It matters not. If he can keep them, then they rightfully belong to him. If he fails to protect them and they are seized by another, then it is merely a reflection of his inadequacy. We need not fret on his behalf. After all, he is of sufficient age." Hearing this, Vice Admiral Garp raised an eyebrow and said, "You seem quite confident, Zephyr. Yet, the future remains uncertain. Let us await the unfolding of events." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Admiral Garp's light-hearted banter, the naval commanders erupted into laughter. They were, in fact, somewhat familiar with Admiral Zephyr's adopted son and were aware of his formidable prowess. However, they had also overheard whispers suggesting that this young man was rather indolent and lacked enthusiasm for various matters, preferring instead to remain in the training camp, honing the skills of naval soldiers. Nevertheless, his undeniable strength foretold a future role among the upper echelons of the Navy, prompting them to extend their goodwill without reservation. After this tumultuous episode, it became evident that the Golden Lion would no longer recklessly intrude upon their naval headquarters in search of trouble. This particular incident, after all, was merely a minor disturbance, and thus it passed quietly into the annals of their experiences. Now, let us shift our focus to the other side, to our protagonist. He went. Initially, their training session was proceeding smoothly, when unexpectedly, a massive ship descended from the sky, leaving everyone astounded. The instructors, Shiryu and Jinbei, were equally astonished, having never anticipated such unorthodox training methods within the Navy. The ship hovered in midair, and while some onlookers reveled in the spectacle, He-1, who understood the underlying circumstances, harbored a different perspective. He had already deduced the nature of the situation and, raising his voice, declared, all personnel on high alert. There may be intruders breaching the naval headquarters. The crowd, initially astonished, swiftly transitioned into a state of combat upon hearing Yuan's command. Both Shilio and Jinbei abandoned their playful demeanor. Jinbei clasped his palms together, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the colossal warship plummeting from the heavens. Meanwhile, Shilio discarded his cigarette, extinguishing it beneath his foot, and unsheathed his sword, preparing to showcase his swordsmanship. Aladdin, discerning the readiness of his companions, felt no need to act and remained still. Yuan, growing increasingly impatient, did not wait for Jinbei and Shilio to make their move. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself along the wall towards the training camp's high barrier. Upon reaching an elevated position, he employed one of the Marine's 6 forms, the moonwalk, gracefully traversing the air towards the immense warship. In that moment, he unleashed his familiar technique, the Mighty Fist. The combination of the Mighty Fist and armament hockey yielded astonishing results. As Yuan's fist collided with the ship, the once unyielding vessel shattered into countless fragments. Expecting to achieve victory with a single strike, Yuan was taken aback as he noticed larger pieces of the ship descending ominously. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Yet before he could dwell on it, a terrifying sword aura surged forth, brimming with tremendous might, cleaving through the air in his direction. Simultaneously, other debris was swept away by a formidable current, scattering across the training camp. Observing the chaos, Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had envisioned a grand and stylish display of prowess to resolve the situation, only to find himself reliant on others to clean up his mess. Fortunately, his friends proved to be dependable. Otherwise, the elite training camp of the Marines would have faced considerable losses. However, now is not the time for concern. Yuan noted a peculiar occurrence with the Golden Lion's sudden appearance. Why would his elite Marine training camp be subjected to such an assault from a massive warship? Was it a consequence of their previous fierce confrontation, or perhaps related to his taking away the Golden Lion's 2 prized swords? Indeed, the reality stands as it is. Once these matters have reached one's lips, they become one's own. Should anyone wish to seize them, they must first contend with oneself, engaging in a thorough examination of their own capabilities. Moreover, one is not alone in this endeavor, bolstered by allies such as Shilio, Shenping, and Cassidon. The current self is far from isolated. According to the annals of history, the old lion now finds itself limping and bereft of its original blade. What remains is likely but a common knife. While it is uncertain if one could best him in combat, should reinforcements arrive, the outcome would undoubtedly favor oneself, leading to the old lion's demise. Hence, Yuan remains composed, unperturbed by the prospect of the old lion acting unscrupulously against him. As anticipated, when the old lion surveyed the scene and realized he could not seize any advantage, he retreated in disgrace. Although the Navy suffered minimal losses aside from a few ships, this incident nonetheless dealt a significant blow to their pride. It is unfortunate that during a moment of vigilance, the lion managed to launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, casualties were few, though many sustained injuries while hastily abandoning their vessels. Nevertheless, this event profoundly impacted the Navy's reputation, igniting a simmering frustration among the ranks. Akin to a powder keg awaiting a spark, they now vigilantly monitor the vast ocean, eager to see which audacious force dares to emerge first, providing them the opportunity to vent their pent-up aggression. However, Yuan remains focused on his duties, orchestrating the elite training cadre to meticulously cleanse both the interior and exterior of the elite training camp. The vessel was successfully defended by its crew, however. Some chaotic debris inflicted minor damage on various components. Seizing the moment, they promptly set about making repairs. Once everything was tidied up, there was no time wasted as Yuan commenced training the new recruits. Meanwhile, the rotund Jinbei closely followed their instruction, perceiving this opportunity as a chance to address his deficiencies, which had previously remained unexplored. During his time in Fishman Island, his exposure had been limited to basic martial arts and the collection of taxes from Fishman Street. Here, however, he would acquire systematic knowledge of navigation and shipbuilding, enriching his intellectual reservoir and broadening his horizons. He began to understand the essential qualities needed to become a formidable force upon the vast ocean, laying a solid foundation for Jinbei to become self-reliant in the future. On the other hand, Aladdin's mindset was somewhat simpler. He was less inclined to ponder such matters and focused solely on enhancing his combat capabilities. Thus, his daily routine primarily involved sparring with Yuan, through which he gradually improved his strength. As the days passed, they soon arrived at a highly anticipated juncture, the year 1500. It goes without saying that significant events unfolded during this year, with all who possess knowledge of the world of One Piece recognizing the profound impact of these occurrences. Everyone was diligently striving to augment their strength during this time. Hiwen, however, sensed he had reached a plateau in his abilities. His current training merely served to accumulate power within his own body, a process that felt excruciatingly tedious. As the momentous event loomed closer, Hiwen found himself engulfed in uncertainty, questioning whether his abilities would bear any significance in the future. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although his current prowess was insufficient to alter the grand course of events, it was adequate to address certain minor issues. His objective was clear. Rescuing that particular place seemed an unrealistic aspiration, and his paramount duty was to guide a man who had seemingly reached a dead end. Over the years, Hiwen has diligently remained in the training camp, engaging in rigorous training each day. Everyone has observed his consistent progress, with his adoptive father, General Zephyr, being the most aware of it. It is likely that even Hiwen himself is unaware of the true extent of his strength. However, no amount of prowess can withstand the impending demon-slaying order. According to Hiwen's previous memories, there was no incident concerning the advancement of the city, and at present, the Warring States period is still dominated by the generals. Due to the previous circumstances, Commander Kong was compelled to retire early, relinquishing his position to General Zhonghua, who now leads this matter. The unfolding of events is not as clear-cut as it once was, forcing him to navigate certain situations based on a broader understanding. If possible, he resolutely avoids certain matters, and all his actions are informed by his knowledge of history. Should this history deviate from his grasp, he would possess no advantages whatsoever. At this moment, Hiwen recalled the devil fruit he had once acquired. Regardless of its nature, the system would not deceive him. He resolved to consume it at an opportune time to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would find himself ill-equipped to confront the myriad challenges ahead. Some matters cannot be sidestepped merely by wishing to avoid them. They often arrive contrary to one's desires. At times, he was taken aback by the sheer inevitability of circumstances. He had always been the one desperate to escape the confines of the city, yet he was unexpectedly thwarted by those entering it. On a moonless, windy night, how familiar this scene felt. Hiwen, having completed his training, strolled along the path home. Suddenly, lost in thought, he collided with an unseen wall ahead. Perhaps it was due to his intense concentration that he failed to notice it, resulting in a sudden impact that sent him reeling backward. Ordinarily, given his current prowess, such an incident should not have occurred. However, this unexpected jolt startled him, and before he could react, he found himself unceremoniously seated on the ground. Could it be that someone is once again launching a surprise attack within the naval headquarters? Once was not enough. Must they attempt a second time? Does this slender frame of mine appear so easily